Chapter 71. At this moment. The Lord's Mansion. It's done. Finally done. Boss G worked overtime. The Ashina Kingdom of the 10 Kingdoms of the exotic world is initially completed. Everything is ready. Only the core is missing. Of course, the first level core of the Dark City District can run up to 1000 mental power content, and it is impossible to fit the entire Sekiro remake. This semi-open, high degree of freedom, large-scale sandbox games are more difficult to remake. Chi-Ji's work is not completely copying, but also needs to be optimized during the transplantation process to ensure that the secret world can present better and more realistic effects. The workload is huge. It will definitely not be enough without 10 days or 8 days. Even if all the optimization work can be completed quickly. Even if the core is large enough to fill the secret realm. Chi-Ji's mental resources are not enough to completely transplant Sekiro. After all, the monsters like the Sakura Dragon are not of low rank, and it takes a lot of mental power to create them. So it took less than 2 days. First, make the Ashina Kingdom prologue to make the secret realm run. In this prologue, the adventurer can only explore a water diversion city, and the total number of characters and monsters is only a dozen or 20, and the final boss is Ashina Jinakairo. The general plot is, the protagonist Uncle Wolf sneaks in secretly, finds the imprisoned master Hirata Jilong, and then successfully evacuates Ashina Castle, but is intercepted by Ashina Jinakairo on the Reed Plain outside the city, and a duel breaks out. This duel is one of the most classic plot kills in the history of games. The protagonist will have one arm cut off. The plot of the Ashina Kingdom prologue ends here. Chi-Ji believes that although there is not much content, the unique painting style and battles are enough to let adventurers feel the style and characteristics of the secret realm. Especially the final duel. Under the beautiful scene of the Reed Plain. This extremely difficult duel, which is almost certain to lose, will definitely bring an extremely profound experience to the adventurer. This battle is 100% plot-based. Whether the battle is won or lost, it is considered to have passed the prologue. However, if the adventurer is strong enough and has been tempered, it is not impossible to defeat Ashina Jinakairo. However, I am afraid that it will be very painful. And based on Chi-Ji's understanding of this group of old six, they will definitely try their best to win this battle. Chi-Ji is very much looking forward to this. After all, for him, it is one of the greatest pleasures of daily life to appreciate the adventurer's suffering and being abused, so, a little impatient. We must quickly take down the Undercity. As long as we can successfully take down the Undercity today. Tomorrow, adventurers can challenge the 10 kingdoms of the foreign land secret realm. Chi-Ji calculated the time. The secret realm is about to close, and the adventurer's adventures have also come to an end, so he routinely counted the income. Today's soul crystal income is 4,475. The gross income of mental power is nearly 10,000, and the net income is 7,230 points. It is not difficult to see from the mental power expenditure. Today's spirit output scale is very considerable. However, the recovery rate is extremely high. Chi-Ji received the second flamethrower tracker spirit, in addition to 4 witches, 3 tanks, plus 1 T-virus mutant giant scorpion, and 1 G1 creature. The total number of other 1-star and 2-star first-level spirits reached as many as 500 or 600. Another day of great harvest. This wave of spirit income greatly enhanced the military strength and war potential of Miracle City, making the battle, which was already a sure win, even more confident and almost impossible to fail. Without hesitation, Chi-Ji began to summon monsters. He summoned all these high-quality spirits through the monster camp. In this way, Miracle City has 2 second-level flamethrower trackers, plus 7 tank zombies, 5 witch zombies, a giant scorpion, and a G1. A total of 16 high-quality monsters. Especially worth mentioning is the mutant giant scorpion. This monster spirit was spawned by Mingwei Xiaoxue in the plot mode. Its own strength is not the strongest in the territory, but it can play a big role in the next battle. With its special ability, this battle will become easier. Not only will the victory or defeat be suspenseful, but it can also greatly reduce losses and increase profits. It is a small surprise. A few minutes later, Chi-Ji came to the secret hall. The adventurers were exhausted and no longer took risks. They gathered together to discuss the secrets and share their adventures. From their excited and joyful expressions, it is not difficult to see that they are very satisfied with today's adventure, but they are still a little reluctant. The most talked about adventure today. It is undoubtedly the exploration of the plot of Mingwei Xiaoxue, and the discovery of the hammer pig, chicken and dog team at the level just now. Although they failed to get through in the end, they gained a lot, and it was very valuable. At this moment, the adventurers are discussing the origin of the tyrant zombie, and are studying the possibility of recruiting several tyrants to join the team to help break through the level. Or in the analysis of the plot mode, the various fragmented information obtained, the relationship between Marcus and the leech monster, or whether Rebecca and Billy can escape, and the possible development of the subsequent plot. The network manager Nancy Leah, and the adventurer Wang Chuan San and set by Tianyun City. They all joined the lively discussion. The atmosphere was quite lively. Lord is here. When Chi-Ji walked into the hall, the adventurers' eyes lit up immediately. Like crazy piranhas swarming in when they find their prey. Cat Ming Ming, the plot of the frenzy is so exciting. How did you come up with it? I now suspect that this is not a secret realm at all, but a real world. The white deer asked. Why did the train lose control and crash into the abandoned secret base? Why did the leech monster turn into the old man Marcus? The third level is the classic. Who would have thought that the tyrant zombies could be controlled? The reaction of the adventurers. Chi-Ji was not surprised at all. These people are now like fanatical fans. They are eager to get intelligence and information from the creators. Of course, Boss Chi has professional ethics. He can't answer any questions that might spoil the plot, so he faces all the questions. This lord cannot reveal any information in advance. But the answers you want to know can be found in the secret realm. It's so exciting. The adventurers are all very upset. However, many adventurers also express their support, such as the time traveler, who likes to study the plot and story. Everyone calm down. It's fun to dig out the plot and secrets yourself. Wouldn't it be less fun if the Lord spoiled it in advance? That's true. Lord, you can only hide for a few days. With our ability, we can definitely dig them all out. The question is, how can I get through these few days and still sleep? It's bad. I feel that after experiencing the plot gameplay of the Doomsday RPG, I feel that I can never play other similar secret realms again. Nonsense, after enjoying the delicacies of mountains and seas, can you still swallow pig food? The adventurers realized that something was wrong. Miracle City is irreplaceable. Once you get used to the quality of the secret realm, how can you go to other places for adventure in the future? I dare not even think about it. What if Miracle City is gone one day? Ah, don't be such a jinx. How can Miracle City disappear? Miracle City must be prosperous for thousands of years. Chi-Ji heard the adventurers' discussion. He felt a sense of accomplishment, but at the same time, he couldn't help but complain. These country bumpkins really haven't eaten good food. The plot of the biochemical series is indeed excellent, but it can only be regarded as a classic at best, and I'm afraid it can't be ranked among the masterpieces. Generally speaking, Hollywood popcorn blockbuster level. Chi-Ji seems relatively old-fashioned and not very deep. Even so, it can make adventurers fascinated and intoxicated. Of course. This is a good thing. Because masterpieces are scarce. Miracle City has great potential in the future. Chi-Ji's sea of inspiration has stored countless masterpieces. There are countless masterpieces with more shocking scenes, better settings, more exciting plots, or more profound connotations and more interesting gameplay. Mingwei Xiaoxue couldn't help asking, although the frenzy level and plot chapters are already very good, I am still very curious about the Lord's next secret realm plan. I wonder if it can. She asked casually. I didn't expect to get the news. However, Boss Chi didn't play by the rules. He thought about it, and felt that he could let out some words in this regard. Although the levels and plots will not be updated in the short term, the gameplay of Frenzy is far more than just levels and plots. Chi-Ji said, I plan to add a competitive mode to the Frenzy Secret Realm as a supplement to the gameplay after completing the second Secret Realm. What? Competitive gameplay? Chapter 72. Sudden revelations. Caught people off guard. All the adventurers' eyes lit up. Competition? What's the difference between this and the level mode and the story mode? The Lord really has no bottleneck. Lord Chi, you are so crazy, I'm afraid you will destroy all the dungeons. Please give more revelations. Chi-Ji said casually. The adventurer group was completely shocked. Whether it was the old adventurer Baihe Jusher, Wang Chuan Sanren, the special investigator of Tianyun City, or Nancy Leah, they were all dumbfounded, and at the same time, they also had a strong curiosity. Chi-Ji was well versed in the art of whetting appetite. He first let out a wisp of words, and then stopped immediately. He said seriously, this lord can only reveal so much. As for the content of the competition mode, you will naturally understand it when it is officially launched. In an instant, adventurers all got red temperature. Old thief. Can you be a good person? You might as well not tell me in the beginning. There are thousands of ways to torture me, but you chose the cruelest one. Chi-Ji faced the adventurers, who were completely broken, and their faces were twisted as if they had been constipated for 10 days. He tried hard to recall all the sad things in his 2 lives, and didn't laugh out loud on the spot. Not bad. Just whet the appetite. This is the effect we want. The bad taste was greatly satisfied. Chi-Ji will use his energy and resources to create the second secret realm for a while, so he will not update the content for the frenzy in the short term. And from the current situation, the adventurers have not explored the 3rd level and the plot chapters deeply, and the existing content is enough for them to study and toss for a while. Although the content will not be updated in a short time, but it does not prevent the introduction of new gameplay. What is the competitive mode? This is the level mode planned by Chi-Ji. In addition to the plot mode, it is one of the 3 core gameplays of the future of the Frenzy Secret Realm. To put it bluntly, it is a faction gun battle like CS, or a battle royale gameplay like PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. This is just a gameplay update. There is no need to add new content, nor to use a large amount of materials, or consume too many resources. It can be said that it can be developed in minutes. Unlike levels and plots, the competitive mode is a competition and confrontation between adventurers. Whether it is CS, or PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, they are all timeless and classic gameplays. Not only is it simple to make, it also has the attributes of online games. In the future, it can be operated and updated with online game ideas. It is an excellent model with low investment, low consumption, high returns, and long-term operation potential. Of course, as a secret realm, the gameplay is not without problems. The biggest problem is that the rhythm is too fast. For example, in the classic CS faction gunfight, a round may be completed in a few minutes. Unless you are a high-level adventurer with extremely strong energy bar, it is too costly to die every few minutes. Miracle City is full of novice adventurers. They can't afford this kind of gameplay. So, to create a competitive gameplay, some special facilities are needed. In the next period of time, Chi-Ji will not only focus on building the second secret realm, but also look for relevant drawings in the Lord Market and other channels. The most urgent task, or take down the Dark City. Chi-Ji went out to meet the adventurer on purpose. The main purpose is to announce the task. However, without waiting for the official notice, the adventurers can't wait. Time is almost up. Why haven't you sent out the mission yet? The expansion of the territory can't be delayed. We must take down the Undercity today. The Emperor is not in a hurry, but the eunuch is. The adventurers' eyes are shining. They have long had high expectations for the second secret realm. Now they are even more interested in the upcoming competitive mode of the Frenzy Secret Realm. In order to achieve all this, the Undercity must be taken down immediately. This is not only a damn obstacle, but also an indispensable stepping stone. Hungry and thirsty. Can't wait a moment. Although Doomsday Frenzy will not get boring in a short time, and the future development potential is also great, who would complain about too many good secret realms? Chi-Ji nodded with satisfaction. The enthusiasm and fighting spirit of the adventurers have been full. Even if he doesn't set any rewards, these people will rush to sign up for the mission without hesitation. Chi-Ji even suspected that they were deliberately delaying the task. Sooner or later, these guys would not be able to resist, and would organize their own troops to attack the Dark City. The Lord still wants to be lazy. I can't stand it. I must push Boss Chi to work. Of course, Chi-Ji didn't want to waste time, so he immediately announced the plan to attack the Dark City and began recruiting mercenaries. 360 explosion-proof zombie soldiers. 35 contracted adventurers formed the backbone, plus the territory monsters. A total of 411 full-state combat forces. The military force used by Miracle City in this battle was far stronger than the decisive battle to attack Blackwind Pass. Among them, there were 24 beings that were not weaker than the first-level 5-star. You know, the Dark Valley is only a first-level area. It is an exaggerated lineup to have 24 first-level 5-star units in such a place. Moreover, these 24 high-end combat forces are not all first-level 5 stars. 2 of the flamethrower trackers are second-level 2 stars. This force can almost sweep across any first-level territory. Miracle City has more than that. There are also special firearms. At this moment, even if a higher-level territory invades the Dark Valley, it is difficult to pose a threat to Miracle City. Today's battle, and even the fate of the Dark Valley are no longer a suspense. Dark City is about 2 kilometers long and 1,500 meters wide. It is located in the heart of the Dark Valley, and has a history of at least 60 years. Now the whole city is shrouded in an ominous atmosphere. Because Lord Bloodthroat led his army to attack Blackwind Pass yesterday and took away most of the elites in one breath, but there has been no news until now. At this moment, Dark City is empty. Only the Dark Goblin leader Scar and more than 400 combat forces are left. As the only remaining leader of the Undercity, Scar was one of Bloodthroat's capable subordinates. He was not a short gray goblin, but a strong and tall bear goblin, 1.9 meters tall, with scars all over his face, so that his whole face looked like it was stitched together, hence the title. The Lord is in danger. Scar was terrified, but at the same time, he had an uncontrollable excitement and ecstasy. Blackbone and Maggot, I had been confirmed to have been killed. Bloodthroat and the other 4 goblin leaders were also in danger at this moment, and there was a high possibility that they had already fallen. What does this mean? He, Scar, will become the strongest in the dungeon. The dark race believes in strength, and the strong are respected. If Scar becomes the only surviving strongman, he will have a great chance of becoming the new lord. From now on, Undercity, even Dark Valley, all will become his territory. What a temptation and opportunity this is. For him, it is undoubtedly a great opportunity, of course. The premise is to survive. The human dungeon that appeared this time is very strange. Although we don't know what means the other party used, if even Lord Bloodthroat was defeated, it can only show that its strength is very terrible. The human leader will definitely launch an attack on Undercity. This will be a huge test. Be prepared for battle. Scar personally inspected the city defense and shouted to his subordinates. If the people led by Bloodthroat have been defeated, Scar will definitely not have the courage and confidence to fight the other party head-on, but just defending Dark City for a while will be no problem. After all, this dungeon has a long history, and various defense facilities are very complete, not only with multiple arrow towers, but also with defensive barriers. As long as it lasts for 5 or 8 days, Thunder City will most likely discover the abnormality of Dark Valley. This city is the upper dungeon of the Undercity, and the Dark Lord system is hierarchical and strict. The Undercity is in the sphere of influence of the Thunder City, so it has to pay tribute to the latter every year, and the Thunder City belongs to the management of a higher-level Dark Dungeon. All the Dark Lord forces in the Evernight Forest. All respect the Evernight Dragon King in the deepest part of the forest as the king. And the Evernight Dragon King is the strongest and most powerful Dark Demon King in the Evernight Forest in the past 1,000 years. The Undercity has to pay tribute to the Thunder City every year, so once the Thunder City finds that the Undercity is in danger of destruction, they will most likely not sit idly by and will definitely send troops to rescue in time. Although as an outsider, the strength of the Thunder City troops will be suppressed in the Dark Valley. But the Thunder City is a larger second-level dark territory after all, and the scale of its troops is very large, and it has enough ability to rescue the Undercity. However, at the same time, seems Scar is also prepared for the worst. He asked, have all the servants been arranged? There are not only hundreds of dark goblins left in Undercity, but also more than 3,000 slaves. The vast majority of these slaves are purchased dwarves, and there are also a few other races such as dwarves, flower fairies, and kobolds, who were looted from villages and tribes near the Dark Valley. They are all one of the hundreds of races in the Evernight Forest. They are also the most common races near the Dark Valley. The only meaning of the slaves captured by these dark forces is to serve as labor, and they are also engaged in the production of various materials, medicines, and equipment. A goblin immediately said, don't worry, boss seems Scar, all of them are detained in warehouses and dungeons. As long as the boss gives an order, we can set them all on fire in an instant. Very good. Scar's face showed a ferocious and cold look. Once Undercity is at risk of being lost, he will immediately order to set fire to these population resources. Even if they are all destroyed, they will not benefit the human lords. Everything is ready. Just waiting for the war. Chapter 73. While the goblin leader led his people to build defenses, the sentry tower in the Undercity sounded a piercing alarm. The Dark Sentry Tower has a monitoring radius of 500 meters. As long as it senses an invasion of foreign breath, it will sound an alarm to alert the defenders. In less than 10 minutes, the human leader arrived. Scar observed that the total number of human troops was only 300 or 400. Although there were many units that looked strong, it was unlikely that the Bloodthroat army would be completely wiped out. There are 2 possibilities. The first is that the human leader did not use his full strength. The second is that although Bloodthroat was defeated, it also caused heavy damage to the territory. Bloodthroat tended to believe the latter. After all, at this critical juncture, the other party had no reason to hide, and used such a force that had no advantage in numbers to launch an attack on the city. The Miracle City army did not attack immediately. Hey, listen up, dark goblins of Undercity, your master has been killed by us. Don't resist stubbornly, open the city and surrender quickly. If the Lord is happy, maybe he can leave you a way out. Bloodthroat seems to be dead. Scar was both terrified and surprised. Although the human army is stronger than Undercity, Undercity has the advantage of geographical location and can make up for the difference in strength. Therefore, as long as you hold on for 5 days, Thunder City will definitely send troops to rescue. Survive this disaster. You can turn things around. Scar sneered. Humans, don't bluff. It will only make you look weak. If you have the ability, just attack the city. As soon as these words came out, the adventurer was furious. What a fool you are. Do you really think we can't break this broken city? No need to say more. If you don't accept the toast, just drink the penalty wine, and it's over. The adventurer did not rush forward immediately. He continued to yell and talk nonsense while transporting stones in preparation. At this time, 10 tank zombies stood up. With their powerful strength and talent in throwing, the huge stones were like cannonballs, bombarding the walls of the Undercity with great force. Bang, 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 did not hit. An invisible barrier covered the Undercity. The stones thrown by the tank zombies all hit the wall a few feet away on an invisible barrier and turned into powder on the spot in a huge roar, unable to cause any damage to the Undercity. What a strong monster! The strength shown by the tank zombies made Fong Scar look solemn. This muscular big guy was probably equivalent to the peak of the first level. There were 10 of them, which was really frightening, however. That's all. The Undercity barrier could not be destroyed in a short time. Damn it! I didn't expect it to be so hard. We have 10 humanoid catapults, and we can't break it open. Humph, since it's not enough, then increase the force. I want to see how long it can last. Let's go together. 10 tanks continued to throw boulders. 300 or 400 Miracle City fighters, led by a row of charge men, finally launched a full-scale offensive against the Undercity. Shoot! Stop them! Scar immediately commanded to defense himself. The boulders from the 10 humanoid catapults were powerful enough to burden the Undercity's barrier. If it was hit by hundreds of fighters, the barrier would soon be damaged. In an instant, the war started in full swing. A wave of arrows rained down like locusts. All kinds of poison javelins followed closely. The Miracle City troops felt strong resistance, but remained brave. Scar found that some human leaders, and even soldiers, had extremely strong vitality. They not only wore excellent defensive armor, but some were pierced by several arrows and spears, but still maintained their combat effectiveness. How can they be so tenacious? Could it be an undead monster? With the cooperation of the front and rear troops of Miracle City, they quickly launched several rounds of attacks. The energy of the barrier was quickly consumed. At this rate, it might not last too long. The situation is getting more and more critical. Scar couldn't think of a response for a while. At this time, something he didn't expect happened. There was a noise in the dark city, mixed with the screams of the goblin soldiers. Boss Scar, something bad happened. The monsters in the human territory appeared in the city. What? Scar was shocked. The dark city barrier is constantly under external impact. The pressure it is currently under is already very great, but it has not been broken so far. Why did the enemy appear inside? He rushed to the scene in a hurry. I saw a large underground cave appear near the warehouse of the dark city. A giant scorpion, with a body length of more than 3 meters, was attacking the nearby goblins with its claws and teeth bared. Obviously, it was a tunnel. The mutant giant scorpion of Miracle City not only has good combat power, but also has excellent digging ability. The barrier of the dark city cannot cover the underground. When Scar's attention was attracted by the outside, a surprise attack force had already arrived in the city. An ordinary explosion-proof zombie sat on the giant scorpion. Scar felt a strong mental fluctuation from the other party. Ordinary dungeon monsters or adventurers would never have such a terrifying mental power, so this ordinary-looking monster must be controlled by the human lord himself. You are the lord. Chi-Ji sat on the broad back of the giant scorpion, holding an M16 assault rifle in each hand, and 2 ferocious flamethrower trackers stood on the left and right like Dharma protectors. Fong Ba didn't finish his words. Chi-Ji pulled the trigger directly. The 2 M16s opened fire at the same time. The surrounding goblins were swept, and Fong Ba was also shot several times and fell to the ground. Before he could struggle to escape the scene, he was suddenly stepped on by a big foot. Look up. What came into view? It was the ugly face of the tracker. At this moment, the goblin leader realized how stupid his idea was. The tracker released flames to cover the goblin leader, just like burning a bug to death, instantly turning him into charcoal, and the latter didn't even have any chance to resist or beg for mercy. Kill! Chi-Ji controlled the giant scorpion like driving an armored vehicle. Two M16s with unlimited ammunition fired back and forth, and the two trackers followed closely and kept spitting fire. Everywhere he passed, the goblins wailed and fell to the ground, or were drowned by the terrifying flames. How could this be a battle? It was pure slaughter. It was pure dimensionality reduction. Chi-Ji led the two trackers to disintegrate the main force of the goblins from the inside, with the momentum of plowing the courtyard and sweeping the caves. In the process, several witch zombies entered the inside from the giant scorpion's cave and joined the battle. For a while, it was bloody. Limbs flew everywhere. The goblins were killed to pieces, boom, with a loud noise. The barrier of the Dark City was broken. 10 tanks worked together to directly break open the city gate. Hundreds of Miracle City fighters rushed in, and the battle was no longer suspenseful. The irritable chicken turned into a tank and rushed to the front. With his strong body, he was like a human bulldozer, smashing 7 or 8 goblin stone houses in a row. Wherever he passed, the defeated soldiers were thrown to the ground, and their horses were defeated. It's so exciting. Leave the rest to the adventurers. Chi-Ji rode the giant scorpion with 2 trackers, and now he has killed 3 in and 3 out, and wiped out hundreds of dark goblins. This giant scorpion chariot has powerful performance. Both defense and speed are very good, and the 2 M16s with unlimited ammunition in his hand form a terrifying firepower that is enough to become a battlefield killer. What's more, he has 2 trackers. 2 second-level monsters are also a dimensionality reduction attack in this battlefield. Under this situation, Miracle City not only broke the city with a crushing force, but also wiped out all the living forces of the goblins in a very short time, so that these dark species didn't even have time to jump over the wall. Chi-Ji ordered, "Kill all the dark species. As for the servants enslaved by the Dark City, rescue them all and protect them," which is also an important trophy. After completely satisfying his addiction to killing, Chi-Ji came to the hall of the Dark City and found the core sacred stone of this city, ready to complete the last step of occupying the city. You are refining the Dark City core divine stone. This refining will consume 1,000 spiritual power. Do you want to continue? The main city level divine stones are more valuable and more difficult to refine. However, although the consumption is large, Chi-Ji does not care. In order to avoid more trouble, he refined it as soon as possible. You have refined the core of Dark City. You have activated the first level main city Dark City, and the Chaos Treasure Box, white, is increased by 1. Done. Finally, I can breathe a sigh of relief. Chi-Ji has successfully opened up the first main city for the territory outside the core main city. From now on, Dark City will become the first level main city of Chi-Ji's territory, each rank of lord. Only one main city can be established. In this process, the territory area and ruling range are continuously expanded. Chi-Ji began to plunder the spoils and enjoy the fruits of victory. He first opened the Chaos Treasure Box. You open the Chaos Treasure Box, soul crystals increased by 300, skill secret crystal, city return increased by 1, blueprint, energy absorption tower increased by 1. Chapter 74. It is worthy of being the main city. The resources converted at one time. It is more valuable than a dozen small bases combined. 3,000 soul crystals are not a big number for Chi-Ji, but it is also a good income. The key lies in the other 2 items. One is the skill return to city. The other is the blueprint energy absorption tower. The former is a second-level lord skill, which consumes 800 points of mental power. Chi-Ji is already at the 3rd level, and has no shortage of mental power, so he directly used the skill secret crystal to master the return to city. From now on, no matter where he is, as long as he is not sealed and has enough mental power, he has the ability to return to the main city of the territory instantly. This skill is very convenient. It is also suitable for saving lives. Safety will be more guaranteed in the future. The consumption of the return to city skill is related to the location when the skill is activated. If Chi-Ji is in his own territory, this skill is almost equal to 0 consumption, while in other areas, the farther away, the more consumption. Generally speaking, it is a good lord skill. However, this is just the icing on the cake. What really makes Chi-Ji satisfied is the blueprint obtained this time. Blueprint, energy absorption tower, 2nd level special blueprint, construction consumption, 3,500 soul crystals, mental power plus 1,000, 2nd level material essence 500. 2nd level blueprints are not cheap. It is difficult to buy them in the new lord market. Moreover, the energy absorption tower is a very rare second-level blueprint. This facility is a second-level building as soon as it is built, but the construction cost is not cheap. Not only does it consume a lot of soul crystals and mental power, but it also requires 500 second-level material essences. This is the essence that can only be transformed by second-level quality materials. Of course, it can also be synthesized with first-level materials through special facilities. The value of 500 second-level material essences is approximately equivalent to 5,000 first-level material spirits. This number is really exaggerated, and it is almost impossible for a new territory to afford it. Is it worth paying such an expensive price? This depends on the needs of the territory. For most ordinary territories, the function of the energy absorption tower is optional and not essential. Its function is very simple, actively absorbing and transforming the energy of adventurers. Not only can adventurers consume more energy in the secret realm, but also can convert all the consumed energy into soul crystals. Generally, adventurers will only condense soul crystals when they die in the secret realm. If you pass the level directly and exit safely, this process will not produce soul crystals. With the energy absorption tower, as long as you consume energy in the secret realm, no matter how you consume it, you can absorb it and condense soul crystals, which is equivalent to a guaranteed income. Of course, it can also actively absorb energy. Thus, adventurers will generate additional consumption when adventuring. This function is useless most of the time. After all, adventurers are not fools and are unlikely to be willing to pay extra energy costs. Under resistance, energy absorption cannot be completed. For Miracle City, this is a practical function. Miracle City does not completely aim to murder adventurers. Let me give you an example. In the future, Miracle City will most likely launch long plots, leisure, life secrets, and even large online game secrets. How to charge adventurers? Various open-world games such as GTA, Zelda, Minecraft, The Sims, Clash of Clans, and other casual or business games do not have linear plots and the fast pace of action games. In theory, 1 point of energy can be used to play from morning to night. Not only will it lead to insufficient harvesting of leaks, in fact, it will also affect the growth rate of the adventurer itself. If Miracle City builds enough energy absorption towers, this problem can be easily solved, as long as a little change is made in the mechanism, and it is made into a time-based charging model similar to the point card system. For example, deduct 1 point of energy every 2 hours. Chi-Ji believes that as long as the secret realm is good enough, and the game's stickiness is high enough, adventurers can fully accept it, and this is enough to greatly broaden the diversity of Miracle City's future secret realms. This is also one of the necessary infrastructures for building large-scale online games in the future. Of course, the function of the energy absorption tower is limited, and there is an upper limit to the energy value that can be absorbed and converted every day. If Chi-Ji really wants to create an MMORPG, massive multiplayer online role-playing game, secret realm like Legend, Dungeon and Warrior, and World of Warcraft, he needs to build a considerable number of energy towers. In addition, several facilities are needed to assist. Only in this way can it accommodate tens of thousands, or even hundreds of millions of people at the same time in a secret realm. The current scale, population, and infrastructure of Miracle City do not meet the conditions for creating such a secret realm. However, although it cannot create a large-scale role-playing online game, some small-scale multiplayer online games are not a problem. Chi-Ji is already planning a PvP-based Frenzy Secret Realm competitive gameplay. CS, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds needs such infrastructure. In the future, if there are non-multiplayer RPG games, like Diablo, that can also form teams online, we can also consider promoting the operation of the secret realm through time point card charging. Of course, there is no relevant material. We will talk about this later. Now we can only add competitive gameplay according to the original plan. I was worried about how to get this blueprint. I didn't expect that I would get one. It's really a pillow for someone to send me when I'm sleepy. He originally planned to collect an energy absorption tower and an secret realm control tower blueprint. These are the two major infrastructures that must be built to create a competitive mode. The latter is also a second-level facility, but it is relatively common and easier to buy. Each secret realm control tower can be bound to a secret realm, and its effect is that it can be controlled in real time during the operation of the secret realm, such as temporarily changing settings, manually adding monsters, etc. It is a must-have happy tower for the Sixth Lord. Of course, Chi-Ji is not such a fool. Well, although he does want to have some fun occasionally, The fundamental purpose of wanting this tower is that the secret control tower can give the territory the ability to control the secret in real time. Simply put, use the secret control tower to quickly reset the character and help the adventurer escape death. Use the energy absorption tower to collect fees from the adventurer to ensure the income of the secret. For example, the adventurer can consume 1 energy point and get a 30-minute CS mode opportunity. No matter how many times he opens in these 30 minutes, it will not cause more consumption. It does not take much resources to develop a CS or PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. This kind of competitive gameplay often has a longer operating life than the level mode. Chi-Ji can even do something. He can use the Mercenary Union as a server to save the adventurer's personal game information. In this way, every adventurer can create his own account in the competitive mode of the Frenzy Secret Realm, so as to build his own character library, weapon library, and various skins. Adventurers can spend territory contribution points to buy game characters and weapons. Only 888. Do you know about Huichilan? Use the idea of operating the same type of online games to operate. Once this model runs smoothly, it will create a contribution recovery method with no cost and huge profits. After all, for the territory, it costs nothing to put some ordinary characters and equipment. But it can cut leaks on a large scale. Recover a lot of contribution points. This will reduce the liquidity of contribution points, making contribution points more valuable, and can also reap the fruits of the adventurer's labor, so that they will work harder to brush the secret realm and more actively hand in various resources. When these adventurers work hard to brush souls, and recover the contribution points they earn. In the end, all of them will become virtual assets in the secret realm. This will not only make the contribution points of Miracle City more valuable, but also allow adventurers to invest in sunk costs, thus becoming more addicted, which is not necessarily a bad thing for adventurers. As long as you grasp the scale, they will only enjoy it. Even for comparison, more liver, this is definitely a business model worth trying, and in the long run, the territory economy will not only be healthier, but adventurers will also become more and more loyal to Miracle City and more inseparable from Miracle City. I must increase my efforts to collect the control tower blueprint as soon as possible. Although Chi-Ji is very much looking forward to the launch of the Frenzy Secret Realm competition mode, he is not in a hurry about this matter. The key is that there is no point in being anxious. After all, whether the blueprint can be purchased depends on fate. Before receiving the blueprint, Chi-Ji will definitely not be distracted. After all, the second core is already in hand. For him, the most urgent task at the moment is to develop the 10 foreign countries. Although the first secret realm has great potential and prospects, the second secret realm is equally promising. Chi-Ji currently only wants to launch the story of Ashina country as soon as possible. Chapter 75. Chi-Ji looked at the core of the Undercity in front of him. All the cores of the underground cities look similar. From the outside, it looks like a colorful god stone that floats without gravity. Territory cores are non-physical. Only the Lord can touch and operate them. Start the core of the Undercity. Make the final finishing touches. You are recycling the alien facilities in the Undercity. Do you want to continue? There are still a large number of buildings, formations, traps, and various extraordinary facilities left by the dark species inside and outside the city. These things cannot be used by Chi-Jiling, but may pose a safety hazard, so they must be processed as soon as possible, and a large amount of materials can be decomposed through recycling. Recycling is successful. First level material essence plus 8,000. The whole city has become empty and open. A large amount of material essence is enough to provide support for the subsequent development of the territory. Lord. Feng Zhongmian ran over and reported, according to your request, all alien captives have been rescued and gathered together. Chi-Ji arrived at the scene. Thousands of densely packed natives of the Chaos continent gathered together. Even without the Lord's order. The adventurer also knew the importance of these captives. Miracle City is developing too fast. Not only is the territory expanding, but the number of adventurers is also surging. A large number of people are needed in various positions, areas, and production. However, at present, there are only dozens of people in the territory. How can this number of people serve nearly 1,000 adventurers? The adventurer knew this very well, so he rescued these people enslaved by the dark species as soon as possible and transferred them to a safe area to keep them under tight control. If the territory can absorb these population resources, Miracle City will become more lively, and adventurers can enjoy better and more complete services. Chi-Ji asked, how many are there in total? By Hajusher, there are 3,023 people in total, and more than 95% of them are dwarfs. Dwarfs are gentle and very common. This is one of the most suitable races to be trained as servants and slaves. Goblins are the bottom of the myriad races in the Chaos Continent, and there are not many lower races that can be enslaved on a large scale. Of course, although dwarves account for the vast majority. But there are also dozens of people from different races. These include flower fairies, dwarves, and dog-headed people. Flower fairies are a kind of elf or fairy race, which is shorter than dwarves. They are usually sweet and beautiful in appearance, which is more in line with human aesthetics. The main feature is a pair of translucent butterfly wings, which have a certain ability to fly, but their strength is often very weak. This race is not very common in the Chaos Continent. The Evernight Forest is one of the main habitats of flower fairies. As for dwarves and dog-headed people, they are very common races on the continent. Chi-Ji knew that these aliens enslaved by the Undercity were all natives of the tribes near the Dark Valley, and they were all very useful, and could become a bridge for Miracle City to communicate with these local forces. The territory of the lawful lord would continue to upgrade during the development process. Chi-Ji's territory was originally a first-level territory. After annexing the Undercity and building a first-level main city, the territory level would automatically upgrade to the second level. Dark Valley was originally a first-level area. At this time, the second-level underground city Thunder City located in the Thunder Swamp, if it wanted to send troops to attack the Dark Valley, under normal circumstances, it could only send first-level combat forces to attack, which was too restrictive and not easy to fight. When the territory broke through, it became a second-level area. The regional barrier will disappear. The Dark Valley and the Thunder Swamp will become parallel regions and merge into one. Thunder City wants to attack Miracle City. Without the restriction of playing away games, a life and death struggle is almost impossible to avoid. However, don't worry about it now. Chi-Ji only occupied the Dark City. He has not officially built this city. Only when the city is built to a certain scale, it can be considered to be officially built successfully, and trigger the territory upgrade. Buffer period. 15 days at most. During this period, as long as you don't actively break through, then the Dark Valley will still abide by the first-level territory law. For Chi-Ji and Miracle City, 15 days as a buffer time is very sufficient, and he can slowly prepare for construction and development. Of course, not breaking through the territory is not without disadvantages. For example, the territory will not be able to open a new adventurer town. Fortunately, the adventurer traffic in Blackstone Town is temporarily sufficient for the current Miracle City. Back to these aliens. They are not dark races, but they are also forces near the Dark Valley. Chi-Ji can of course simply and crudely use force to initiate the expansion, but for him, this is not the only option, and can even be said to be the worst option. Sometimes output soft power. Use cultural victory that moistens things silently. This kind of spiritual conquest is more effective than direct conquest. Fighting and killing? How boring. Who cares about elves, dwarves, etc.? Wouldn't it be nice to all come to Miracle City to play games? Chi-Ji planned to prepare for the rainy day and make arrangements in advance, and at this moment, the dozens of captured foreign people from nearby tribes can serve as a bridge for Miracle City to establish communication with various tribes. #%% and when Chi-Ji appeared in front of them, these indigenous servants immediately realized that he was the new master of the Dark Valley and the lord who defeated Bloodthroat. This battle, the fight was very fast. It was incredible. The Dark Goblins had no chance to jump off the wall. This also allowed them to save their lives by chance. At this moment, they were grateful to the Lord, and they also knew the survival rules of this world. Although they didn't speak the same language, but they could still express it with actions. Thousands of people knelt down to the human lord to show their submission. They were originally servants enslaved by the Undercity, and had no right to ask for freedom from the new master. Compared with being enslaved by the tyrannical and cruel Dark Lord, it was a better choice to be loyal to the Order Lord represented by the human camp. 3023 Undercity alien servants swore allegiance to you. Do you accept? Chi-Ji was very satisfied. Such a large-scale conversion. It will produce a lot of consumption. He did not hesitate at all. If he did not plan to rebuild the Dark City within a few days, the resources in the territory were still quite abundant. Let's absorb and transform this population first. Chi-Ji knew that among the more than 3,000 captives, there were several with good qualifications, and there was a certain probability that they could be trained into heroes or generals, and there were also many who had the talent to awaken the soul of adventurers. Transformation successful. Mental power reduced by 1185. Everyone felt it clearly. The young lord burst out a torrent of huge mental power covering the entire field. When these mental powers entered the bodies of these aliens, they not only quickly left the territory mark on them, but also made them master and understand the human language in an instant. Thank you, Lord. The people knelt down to thank him, and were even more awed. Such a huge amount of spiritual energy was released without blinking an eye. It was worthy of the existence that easily defeated Bloodthroat. The Lord looked young, but he had quite amazing strength. So far, the population of the territory has increased by more than 3,000. This large-scale population growth will also increase the daily survival resources consumed. If the people cannot be fed for 3 days and 9 meals, they will not be able to work and run away. It's not a big problem. The Dark City seized a lot of reserve materials. This is enough to sustain the living needs for 10 days and half a month. In addition, the number of active adventurers in Miracle City is increasing. The scale of materials produced from the secret realm every day is amazing and of high value. Just recycle a part of it and exchange it for ordinary food and water, which is enough to easily feed all the people. At worst, there is also the Lord's Market. Ordinary food is not too expensive, and the quantity is large enough to satisfy you. Chi-Ji divided the people in the territory. He left some of them in the Dark City, or sent them to the Red Rock Mountain Mine, Red Claw Village, and other places. The other part, which was younger and more suitable for training, was brought to the main city. These people will go through a period of training, and then some will be selected to enter key service positions based on their qualifications and performance. After a simple division, he carried out routine construction on the territory. Today, he successfully received a hotel blueprint from the Lord's Market, and with a refining tower in his hand, he added 2 functional buildings to the territory. In addition, he built 2 soldier houses and 2 territory warehouses. Almost done. Chi-Ji had to save some budget to purchase and build the Secret Realm Control Tower and the newly acquired Energy Absorption Tower, so he did not spend all the resources in his hands. The city will be open soon. He activated the second core. The 10 Kingdom Secret Realm was officially deployed. Because the deployed Ashina Country chapter is only the prologue, and the prologue part is very short and small in size, the construction cost of this secret realm is not high, only consuming 526 points of mental power. Chapter 76. The next day, Miracle City opens. The total number of adventurers pouring into the city today officially exceeds 1,000, and because Chi-Ji recruited thousands of foreign people, Miracle City is now not only lively, but also has begun to take shape. The adventurers were also amazed. Even in dungeons that have been operating stably for 10 years, the daily traffic of adventurers may not reach thousands, but Miracle City has achieved this in about 10 days. The adventurers gathered together at this moment to talk about the topic they were most interested in. Did you read the forum yesterday? Lord Chi-Ji has taken over the Dark City. This breaks the record for the fastest breakthrough to the second-level Lord in history. Too powerful. But this is not what I care about. I just want to know when the second secret realm of Miracle City will be launched. I don't think it will be that fast. Although Miracle City is developing very fast, it is not easy to design a new secret realm, especially a high-quality secret realm. Yes. The quality of Miracle City's Doomsday Frenzy is here. The second secret realm can't be as good as the Frenzy, but at least it can't be too bad. There is a good example before. The pressure on the Lord is probably not small. I have confidence in Lord Chi. He is not an ordinary Lord. While the adventurers were discussing, the gate of Miracle City was officially opened. The adventurers of Blackstone Town immediately poured in. Boss Chi appeared in front of the secret hall very early in the morning. Lord, I know exactly what you want to ask. Chi-Ji interrupted the adventurers' questions. First of all, thank you all for your support and contribution to Miracle City in recent days. Our leader has lived up to everyone's expectations and successfully captured Dark City. This achievement is a contribution of all of you present. Although the news had already spread, everyone still smiled with joy after getting confirmation from Chi-Ji. Chi-Ji continued, Miracle City has successfully mastered the second territory core and has the ability to operate the second secret realm. When he heard this, an adventurer couldn't help it. He quickly asked, Lord, when will the second secret realm come out? We can't wait. Yes. It's better not to take too long. Can it be done within 10 days? 10 days? I'm afraid it's a bit difficult for the Lord. I think 15 days is enough. After all, quality is the first priority. Good food is not afraid of being late. 15 days? I can't wait even a day. Adventurers know that it is extremely difficult to make a high-quality secret realm. Some lords may not be able to create a satisfactory secret realm even if they retreat for 3 or 2 months. The quality of the Miracle City secret realm is so high. 10 days is really too difficult. However, just then, Chi-Ji interrupted the adventurers' discussion. This lord is here today to announce important news about the second secret realm. Hearing this, everyone immediately shut up. There was a moment of silence. Chi-Ji solemnly announced, the second secret realm of Miracle City, the 10 kingdoms of the foreign land, is officially open for operation from now on. Adventurers are welcome to challenge it. As soon as this was said, there was silence for a few seconds. Then, there was a sound like a tsunami. The adventurers all wondered if there was something wrong with their ears. The Dark City was taken down yesterday, and the secret realm was created today. What kind of speed is this? Could it be that the Lord had already planned the second secret realm when the dungeon was first created? Otherwise, it would be impossible to be so efficient anyway. Of course, the adventurers didn't know. Chi-Ji had a ready-made work that he could just copy. Although the reset process also required a lot of effort to polish and optimize, it was not difficult at the creative level. In addition, only a prologue was produced, which was generally easier than the level of the Frenzy Secret Realm. Mao Mingming asked, what kind of secret realm is the second secret realm? Other adventurers were also curious and even worried. Curiosity needs no explanation. Worry is about quality. In any case, Miracle City is releasing secret realms too fast. It is impossible to create a secret realm work with innovation, content, and excellent mechanisms in such a short time. The new secret realm will not be a maze with a different soup, but the same medicine. If that is the case. Although Miracle City will not be bad with the Doomsday Frenzy guarantee. But it will still make people feel lost and even disappointed. Chi-Ji then explained, Miracle City's exotic 10 kingdoms is a new world with a completely different design concept and various elements from Doomsday Tide. After the adventurer enters the world of 10 kingdoms, you have the opportunity to play characters of different identities and interpret their legendary lives. In this process, you will gradually understand a completely strange and magical exotic world like collecting puzzle pieces. You will appear in different times, places, and countries in this world. You will participate in or witness one epic story after another. You will have a deep understanding of the writing, language, customs, culture, and history of different countries, and make friends with heroes or thieves of different periods, backgrounds, and identities. This is the exotic 10 kingdoms. After listening to the basic introduction, the adventurers all felt awe. According to the Lord, the exotic 10 kingdoms will create at least 10 epic stories to shape this strange world in all aspects. Is this really possible? How powerful a production capability would that require? Each country also needs to have an exotic feel. How is this possible? It's too difficult. People can never imagine things beyond their cognition. So it's hard for adventurers to imagine exotic customs they have never seen. Wanchuan Sanren, does the Lord intend to update the secret realm for a long time, like a frenzy, until 10 different countries and stories are created? 10. Of course, it's just an imaginary number. Chi-Ji doesn't have obsessive-compulsive disorder. He won't ask himself to create exactly 10 countries, no more and no less. 15 or 20 are all possible. Of course, 1 or 2 less is normal, so there's no need to explain it specifically. The secret realm of the 10 kingdoms is naturally updated over a long period of time. I will concentrate resources and energy in the future to complete the creation of the first country as soon as possible. Chi-Ji continued, in order to let adventurers experience the charm of the secret realm of the 10 kingdoms as soon as possible, this lord has worked overtime recently to complete the prologue of the first country. Adventurers are welcome to taste it. Awesome. The lord is so conscientious. Adventurers are all moved and admired. The White Crane Monk asked, what are the characteristics of the first country in the foreign land? Chi-Ji said, this country is called the Ashina country. I have nothing else to tell you. Please explore it yourself. Speaking of this, the heat is almost there. Chi-Ji decided to leave. Let these guys experience it for themselves. The adventurers did not hesitate and immediately poured into the hall. Although the number of adventurers exceeded 1,000, the number of crystals in the secret hall increased to 400. On average, 2 or 3 people could get 1 crystal, so it would not take much time even if they had to queue up. The Blackstone Hammer King was very excited. I want to challenge the new secret realm. Do you want to try it? The Angry Chicken, nonsense, I want to see if the Lord can create a miracle again. The Pig King, I guarantee you will play it. Although most adventurers said they wanted to try it, some fanatical fans of the Frenzy Secret Realm also waited and watched. Cat Mingming, Sister Mingwe, should we go to the 10 Kingdoms to have a look? I won't go for now. Ming Xiaoxue said, I just had a breakthrough in the plot mode yesterday, and I plan to explore the Frenzy World plot carefully. Several adventurers made similar choices. I am also more interested in Frenzy. I just hope to get into the plot as soon as possible. Let's wait and see. Good secret realms are hard to come by. I think Frenzy's secret realm is already the best secret realm. No matter how good the 10 Kingdoms is, it can't be like Frenzy. Although most adventurers can't wait to try it, there are also a small number of adventurers who remain on the sidelines, or because the attraction of Frenzy World is so great that they can't extricate themselves even if a new secret realm appears. A new day of adventure officially begins. Chapter 77. Blackstone Hammer King activates the secret crystal. Please select a secret world. Secret Realm 1, Doomsday Frenzy. Secret Realm 2, Exotic 10 Kingdoms. Brother Hammer, hurry up, don't dawdle. A group of friends urged him to watch the new secret. Don't worry. It's open now. Blackstone Hammer King suppressed his excitement and expectation, decisively chose to activate the exotic 10 Kingdoms, and then entered the secret crystal. At this moment, not only Blackstone Hammer King, dozens of adventurers entered the 10 Kingdoms secret at the same time. The first thing that appeared in front of them was a literal login interface. The adventurers only felt that they were standing tens of thousands of feet high in the sky, and the whole world was in full view at their feet, like a huge map composed of mountains, plains, rivers, oceans, deserts, and other terrains. A burst of epic and exciting music sounded, which made people excited. Please select a chapter. Blackstone Hammer King overlooked the huge world under his feet. Most places were covered by thick fog, and the specific situation could not be seen clearly. Only a place in the east marked as Eastern Land was partially lit. When attention was focused on it, the area was quickly enlarged, and a city full of exotic feeling appeared in front of us from a bird's eye view. Do you want to start the adventure of Ashina? The Blackstone Hammer King couldn't help but say, is this the Ashina country mentioned by the Lord? Ashina country seems to be only a small part of Eastern Land, and Eastern Land is a small part of the whole world. In other words, with the update of the secret realm, we can go to various places on this big map, play different roles, and participate in adventures in various regions and countries. The world view is so big, it's really exciting. Brothers, no more nonsense. Let me see what's so special about this place called Ashina. After that, start the Ashina chapter, officially enter the secret world. Similar to the Frenzy plot mode, there will be a holographic immersive plot cutscene when you start the adventure for the first time. This kind of display is a unique narrative method of Miracle City, which can not only create suspense, but also introduce some world views and plots so that people can get in faster. A world full of exotic feeling is spread out in front of you like a scroll. A deep male voice off-screen sounded. It was the end of the Warring States period. The war that spread to the land of Japan has never subsided, and the Ashina country deep in the mountains and forests has also seen the flames of war. Sword Saint Ashina is determined to start a bloody war to steal the country. The picture changes. The bloody smell is overwhelming. The setting sun shines obliquely, the maple forest is like blood, and hundreds of warriors wearing hats and armor, or shaving their heads, are fighting fiercely. The duel between the two figures was getting closer. It was the life and death duel between Isshin Ashina and Yoshifumi Tamura. Yoshifumi Tamura was a big, burly man, holding a Jumanji spear. Every swing was powerful and impressive. Every strike could easily shake the earth and split stones. Isshin Ashina was younger, wearing samurai armor and holding a long sword. He was as agile as a ghost. He was seen moving around Tamura at high speed, and the sword light was like a storm, constantly attacking. One was as heavy as a mountain. The other was as fast as lightning. Dang dang dang, sparks flew. The battle was extremely fierce. Both sides were top masters. Every second, the sword and gun light would clash fiercely several times. The strong wind it stirred up could even tear apart the reeds 10 feet away, and rolled up countless broken leaves, like a wild dragon dancing wildly, and it was like a gorgeous drama, dazzling people. Ha! Tamura Yoshifumi suddenly shouted. The cross-shaped spear swept across with the force of wind and thunder, and before the edge arrived, the energy had already stirred up gravel like rain, sweeping towards Ashina Isshin like dense bullets. But Ashina Isshin narrowly avoided it. Tamura exploded again. The cross-shaped spear rolled up a vortex of flames again. Released a powerful thrust. Even an iron body can be destroyed in an instant. Ashina Isshin instantly slashed the spear body with a knife, causing it to deflect and deviate. The blade turned and turned downward, piercing the opponent's right foot, and the latter immediately screamed in pain. Ashina style one-word slash. The knife light suddenly appeared like an arc moon. The two figures quickly crossed. Tamura's chest armor was broken and blood was oozing out of it. He was already at a disadvantage. He roared in anger and hit the ground violently with his spear. The ground-shattering air wave was set off in a loud bang, instantly sending Ishin flying back several feet. Ashina Ishin sheathed his sword in midair and began to accumulate power. Dragon Flash. A vacuum sword energy shot out. It instantly pierced through Tamura's broken chest armor. Tamura was severely injured, and with his right foot injured, his body lost balance. Ashina Ishin seized the fleeting flaw, approached in an instant, dodged the opponent's counterattack, and climbed up the body like a monkey, and the long blade pierced into the neck at lightning speed. The next moment, blood gushed out like a spring. This powerful general lost all his vitality, and finally fell down helplessly. Ashina Ishin's face was covered in blood. He gasped for air, then turned to look at the devastated battlefield and shouted, "The enemy General Tamura has been defeated." The adventurers were shocked when they saw this. Was this secret realm so explosive from the beginning? It only took 2 minutes to bring people into a world they had never seen before. In fact, this plot process is the opening CG of the game Sekiro, but Shiji made some optimizations in the details. The original work may be limited by the technical strength of CG animation, although the process scenes are exquisite and detailed, and the atmosphere is good. But the duel between Yoshifumi Tamura and Ishin Ashina is more like a traditional samurai duel. It neither highlights Ishin Ashina's strength nor reflects the military system that this world should have. Therefore, during the reset process, Chiji added dozens of seconds of drama to this battle. Ishin Ashina's figure is like a ghost, the sword light is as fast as a storm, and he also uses several original sword techniques of the Ashina style. Yoshifumi Tamura is also strong. He fought with Ishin Ashina for dozens of rounds, and even had the upper hand at one point. His moves were powerful and powerful. When the spear and sword energy collided continuously, it was like a confrontation between extreme strength and extreme skills, which made people excited. In the end, he lost one move and fell on the battlefield. Chiji's arrangement and optimization were not a show of skill. After all, Sword Saint Ashina Ishin is the core boss of Ashina. This scene can be regarded as a prelude to let adventurers experience some of his strength in advance. Of course, when they officially fight, they will find that the Ashina Ishin they meet, whether it is the old version or the middle-aged version, its strength is far better than now. The martial arts of these two people are so powerful. What is their cultivation? Second level? Third level? Maybe more than that? Nancy Leah judged from the performance. Both sides are at least in the late third level or even the peak. This strength is enough to make him a master in the Evernight Forest. If he surpasses the third level and reaches the fourth level, he will jump out of the category of masters and touch the level of strong men. Lord Chi actually has such a powerful character material. If such power can be used by Miracle City, it will definitely greatly enhance the strength of Miracle City. Chapter 78. At this moment, in the Secret Realm, the plot is advancing rapidly. After the Sword Master Ashina Ishin defeated Tamura Yoshifumi, the scene changed. The war is over. The sky with low clouds was cut by the bloody setting sun, the charred farmland was full of broken swords and guns, crows pecked at the remains of soldiers, and the castle in the distance was constantly collapsing in the flames. There was a boy with a numb expression kneeling on the battlefield. He held a broken and bloody blade in his hand, his face full of confusion and numbness. A tall and burly man walked up to him, and slowly slashed the boy's face with a huge blade, and blood immediately flowed out. The boy had no expression on his face. It seemed that he had lost his emotions a long time ago. He lost the ability to respond to external stimuli. Al laughed. A stray dog with lost soul? The boy slowly raised his hand and grasped the huge blade in front of him. He didn't let go even if the blade cut his palm. His young face was still numb, as if begging for a meaning to live. Al became a little interested. "Oh? Hungry wolf. Do you want to go with me?" The deep voiceover sounded again. The wolf picked up on the battlefield, after undergoing harsh training, became a skilled ninja. The picture changed again. The boy has grown up. The young wolf half knelt in the Hirata mansion. He heard his adoptive father's ninja precepts, requiring him to defend his master to the death. The wolf accepted the mission and raised his head. Most of his face was hidden in the shadows, and the light from the screen illuminated his eyes. The boy sitting quietly inside was the wolf's master and the meaning of his survival. At this moment, the wolf had a mission. The voiceover sounded again. More than 20 years after Ashina stole the country, Ashina's power was declining, and the ninja named Wolf lost everything. Whether it was his adoptive father, who raised him, or the master he vowed to protect. The last scene. Wolf was seriously injured and very weak. He sat in an abandoned dungeon in a daze. At this time, a mysterious woman with a red umbrella dropped a letter. So far, the game officially began. Everyone was already amazed. The opening plot was only 3 minutes long. The unique scenery, costumes, architecture and martial arts of this exotic country, every detail is vivid and lifelike, fully arousing the curiosity of adventurers. Nancy Lee sighed. The Lord is still so powerful. The introduction of the world view is very obscure and restrained. This can create an immersive atmosphere. A truly top-notch and confident creator never disdains to throw out all the settings and highlights at the beginning, but calmly and leisurely. The adventurers may not understand this, but I believe they can feel the simplicity of the Ashina chapter. It's like Lord Chi-Ji created a huge and majestic iceberg, but only a small part of the tip of the iceberg is exposed above the water. No one knows its full picture, but there is an urge to go deep into it and explore it carefully. The Pig King said excitedly, I feel that the Lord is not bragging, he really created a different world. Lone Wolf, it does look interesting at the moment, but I don't know how to play it specifically. As the pioneering work, once the Ashina chapter is successful, I dare not imagine how great the potential of the 10 Kingdoms secret realm is. It's hard not to rise to prominence with the 2 top secret realms of Doomsday Frenzy and exotic 10 Kingdoms, Grumpy Chicken, Shh. Stop talking nonsense. Concentrate on observing and learning. The adventurer officially took over the wolf's body. The moment Blackstone Hammer King became Ninja Wolf, he could clearly feel his own extraordinariness. Although he felt injured and very weak, his overall quality was far beyond that of ordinary people. Let's start. I will play the role of Wolf. Explore the first country of the 10 Kingdoms, Ashina Kingdom. Blackstone Hammer King officially began to play the role of Ninja Wolf. At this moment, he was very excited and jumped up and down, quickly adapting to this new body. The people outside were impatient. Brother Hammer, stop playing, figure out what to do next. Well, let's analyze it. From the plot introduction, I have a young master who I swear to protect, and this young master seems to have been captured. I think the next plot must be related to it. Nancy Leah, the letter on you may have clues. That's right. Blackstone Hammer King opened the secret letter. He studied it with his friends outside. The information in this secret letter was not complicated. The general content was that the young master that Wolf wanted to protect was fine, and was now under house arrest in a place called Guanyue Tower nearby. With a target. The Blackstone Hammer King was immediately full of energy. Who is so bold to capture the young master? Everyone, just wait and see how I kill them. The Blackstone Hammer King quickly cracked the map of the secret letter, and then used the ninja lurking skills in his mind to start the action. Every action was very flexible and professional, completing a series of exciting stealth. When he climbed the cliff with his bare hands, and came to the vicinity of Guanyue Tower. Brothers, cute. How's this operation? I tell you, it's so cool to use a high-performance character. The Blackstone Hammer King was very excited at this moment. After all, the body in the secret realm of the Raging Tide was just the body of an ordinary person, with at most a little experience and skills in shooting. Uncle Wolf's body is different. His physical strength and physical strength are extremely strong. He can climb a cliff 3 or 5 meters high in an instant. This physical fitness is definitely beyond the limit of mortals. The Moon Viewing Tower is a 2-story wooden attic standing on the cliff, but due to years of disrepair, it is leaking everywhere and is about to fall apart. The Blackstone Hammer King successfully entered through a hole. I saw a young man sitting in the candlelight and reading a book. This is the son of God that Wolf wants to protect, Hirata Jolong, a child with the power of dragon's heir. He looks about 10 years old, with delicate eyebrows and pure temperament, and a maturity that does not belong to this age. The boy was startled and then showed joy. Wolf, long time no see. In order to avoid losing the plot synchronization value, the Blackstone Hammer King followed the instinct of this body, first knelt on one knee, bowed his head and said in a deep voice, I am here to greet you, master. Raise your head. Jiolong turned around and took a black-sheathed sword from the sword rack, and put it in the adventurer's hand. This is your sword, the wedge pill. The moment he held the sheath with both hands, the Blackstone Hammer King felt a current spread throughout his body, and hit his brain. The sword-swinging skills that had been honed for thousands of days and nights, and various almost instinctive muscle memories, emerged quickly like a fountain. I am still a master of swordsmanship? So cool, the Blackstone Hammer King shouted excitedly in his heart. Jiolong, my ninja, obey the master-servant agreement and bet your life on me. The Blackstone Hammer King imitated the wolf's personality and communicated with Jiolong for a while, obtaining some information and the next action plan. He was very satisfied with his performance. At present, not only the plot synchronization has not been lost, the progress of the Secret Realm Challenge mission is also unexpectedly smooth. The mission is to rescue the young master. At this moment, more than half of it has been completed. Just go to the agreed location. With my current skills and strength, killing these soldiers outside is not easy. The Blackstone Hammer King is confident for a reason. From the information he just investigated, this is the water diversion tower outside Ashina Castle. It is not large in scale, and has few guards. There is only one group of warriors, about 10 people, but a group of unknown people. Cat Mingming suggested, "You'd better be careful." The Blackstone Hammer King didn't care. I am the biographical protagonist of the Ashina story. Even if I am not as powerful as the two big guys in the plot, can I still be stumped by one or two small soldiers? Don't worry. Chapter 79. Why is the Blackstone Hammer King so confident? This is not only the confidence in the strength of this body. It is also the empiricism formed by the style of the Miracle City Secret Realm. The last Secret Realm Doomsday Frenzy was just mowing the grass and having fun. Ordinary monsters were not threatening unless they were in groups. The Ashina Kingdom does not have weapons like automatic rifles, but they have super strong bodies that have been trained for many years. What are ordinary soldiers and small fish to be afraid of? Everyone, watch my show. The Blackstone Hammer King pushed open the door of the moon viewing tower. Not far away stood two Ashina soldiers in charge of guarding. They had ugly moon-shaped haircuts, and each had a katana on their waists. When they saw the Blackstone Hammer King swaggering in, they were immediately shocked. "Asshole! Who are you?" The Blackstone Hammer King drew his sword handsomely, and his figure was as fast as a leopard. The powerful force gushing out of his extraordinary physique gave him the illusion that he was invincible and invincible. In the secret realm of the frenzy, an ordinary person can chop down a vicious zombie with a fire axe. How can he take two soldiers seriously now? You are not qualified to talk nonsense. Die! The wolf's body has long formed a strong muscle memory, and every cut is very accurate and powerful. Even if he chops without any rules, it is enough to burst out a storm of offensive. This attack. He used all his strength, even if it is against the charger zombie. He is confident that he can accurately cut off the head with one cut. The charger zombie is already a very powerful monster in the frenzy. Its thick skin and flesh are enough to pose a great threat. It usually takes more than 10 or 20 shots to kill it, so its current strength can be imagined. However, what happened next? It was beyond everyone's expectation. The two Ashina soldiers reacted immediately, pulling away from each other and forming a corner. At the same time, they immediately took a counterattack stance. If you look closely, you will find that the two soldiers had different response postures. The soldier who was targeted by the attack held his sword in an upper-level posture, with the tip of the sword pointing directly to the sky, ready to face the enemy head-on. The other soldier held his sword in a middle-level posture across his chest, with the blade at eye level, his legs in a standard blue-eye posture, his front legs slightly bent to accumulate strength, ready to attack at any time. Dang, a crisp sound. The first Ashina warrior shouted and parried with a cut. The two blades clashed and sparks flew, and the adventurer's attack was blocked. What? The Blackstone Hammer King was shocked. Before he could figure out what was going on, another soldier's clogs crushed the gravel under his feet, and he approached with a roar like a bloodthirsty beast, making a standard Tangju cut, and the blade swung out with a sound of breaking through the air. Not good. The Blackstone Hammer King relied on his strong physique and his instinctive reflexes that had been tempered by thousands of hammers, and subconsciously made a blocking action that exceeded the limits of ordinary people. Bang! The two blades collided again. The sparks illuminated the opponent's ferocious and fierce eyes. The ordinary Ashina soldiers were definitely not as strong as wolves, but they used the recoil force to turn around and slash, and then they made another precise and fierce counterwind cut, and the blade pierced the right rib of the Blackstone Hammer King from bottom to top. This knife. Very tricky. It is impossible to dodge completely. The Blackstone Hammer King felt a stabbing pain in his ribs, and his body couldn't help but lose balance. The other soldier also adjusted his posture, holding the knife with both hands and standing on his right shoulder, with his right elbow raised, looking like a dragonfly standing upside down from a distance. He maintained this knife-holding posture and approached quickly with a folded foot sliding step. The slash from this move can reach the extreme power and speed. The wedge ball in the hand of the Black Stone Hammer King was completely bounced away, losing the ability to resist and resist. Kill! Another slash came. The cold edge cut through the night. Hit the neck with surgical precision. In an instant, blood gushed out, the sky spun, and before the Black Stone Hammer King lost consciousness, he seemed to see a big scarlet death, the whole battle. It took less than 5 seconds. The two Ashina soldiers not only showed their ability to respond after hundreds of battles, but their Japanese swordsmanship was very solid, and their cooperation with each other was tacit. After the Black Stone Hammer King left the secret realm, he silently ordered a flower and fell into autism. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Isn't I the protagonist? How could I lose to a soldier? This doesn't make sense. Other adventurers gloated. Lone Wolf, ha ha ha, he was only cool for 3 seconds, he was killed by the minions. Black Stone Hammer King, if you can do it, go ahead. I go! Lone Wolf shook his head and walked towards the crystal in the secret realm. Pig King, come on, Air Goozy, don't embarrass us again. Lone Wolf said confidently, sure. A moment later, Lone Wolf became a loser. He also left the secret realm in a mess. Although this guy was mentally prepared, he only fought with 2 minions for a few more rounds, and the result was not much better than Black Stone Hammer King. Everyone was confused. If Black Stone Hammer King was careless, how to explain Lone Wolf's failure this time? No 2 minions, are they so powerful? If you are new, practice more, stand firm after being beaten, I will do it. The crystal once again emitted the sound of blades colliding. The wolf controlled by the Pig King fought 1 against 2 for 10 rounds, and finally was exhausted and exposed. He was stabbed in the heart and fell to the ground and died. Old pig, you can't do it either. Damn, these 2 guys are too good at fighting. If you don't believe me, go in and try it. Try it. Little chicken, be careful, these 2 guys are definitely masters. Damn, where is the Lord? I want to protest. This secret realm can be challenged by normal people. This is not a soldier, it is more than enough to be a general. In less than half an hour, the Hammer Pig, Chicken and Dog team were all defeated. At this moment, they are not the only ones challenging the Ashina Kingdom. At least dozens of people are challenging at the same time. The whole hall is filled with the sound of clanging like iron, and the adventurers sigh or wail incessantly. All of them are bloody. At the same time, in the Lord's mansion, Chi-Ji made himself a cup of tea. He was enjoying the scene of the adventurer being abused. If these guys challenge the 10 Kingdoms Ashina chapter with the mentality of challenging the Doomsday Frenzy, then they will be abused to death. Sekiro and the Way of Survivor. They are 2 completely different extreme styles. Wolf must be strong after years of practice. If he is at his peak, he has at least the 2nd level cultivation and the strength of 2 or 3 stars. In the future, he will transplant ninja prosthetics and learn various new skills, and his overall strength will be further improved. However, it's just the beginning. Wolf is particularly weak. He has lost most of his memories. At present, he can exert the performance of the 1st level 4 or 5 stars. Not to mention the boss Ashina Jinakairo. Even ordinary soldiers are a big threat. After all, even the most ordinary Ashina soldiers are experienced warriors who have survived hundreds of battles, which is completely different from the brainless zombies in the Doomsday Frenzy. As for Ashina Jinakairo, this is the plot-killing boss in the prologue of the Ashina chapter. Of course, for the adventurer's experience, Chi-Ji will not force the plot to kill, but will only find a way to make the adventurer lose with conviction. At present, Ashina Jinakairo has a 2nd level 5-star combat power. The adventurer has little chance of winning against him, although it is not ruled out that there are top hardcore bosses who, after a lot of hard work, finally win by luck. But even so, it is impossible to avoid the plot kill. On the one hand, Ashina Jinakairo did not appear alone, he also brought several powerful subordinates, who could complete the plot kill through sneak attacks like the original Sekiro. On the other hand, Chi-Ji also made a preparation. Even if the adventurer was well trained and miraculously prepared to kill several subordinates, and defeated Ashina Jinakairo at the same time. Although the above possibility is very small and equal to 0. But even if the probability of 1 in 10,000 really happens, Ashina Jinakairo will enter the 2nd state, that is, the Baru Jinakairo state, and thus have the 3rd order strength, which is a force that the prologue can never resist. The final result. It must be unchangeable. The wolf will be defeated and lose an arm. This can promote the plot and make the plot non-abrupt. In general, the Ashina chapter of the 10 Kingdoms is extremely difficult, But once it really enters the rhythm, adventurers will feel its unique gameplay charm and rich content and can't help themselves. Chi-Ji is looking forward to it. I don't know how far the adventurer can go. Chapter 80. Secret Realm Hall. The adventurer's wails continued. Are these two really soldiers? Too brutal. The two gatekeeper soldiers have already completed the achievement of 100 kills. Not to mention the adventurer's complaints, even Nancy Leah was stunned. She couldn't believe that even unknown soldiers in Ashina country had such strength. Judging from the strength shown by these two Ashina soldiers, they not only have a physique that exceeds that of ordinary people, but are also very experienced warriors. Isn't this too difficult, if they can't win all the time? The secret realm can't be operated anymore, but the strange thing is that despite the adventurers' constant complaints, they are extremely excited and are queuing up to be abused. The reason is simple. It's real. The two Ashina soldiers are indeed very strong, but in terms of strength and physique, they are definitely not as good as the protagonist Wolf. They can only defeat the adventurer repeatedly by relying on combat experience and cooperation. So, in theory, the adventurer can definitely win. What they are fighting for is mentality and technology. What? Can't beat them? That means you're a noob. Every battle is like a duel between equally matched masters, which greatly stimulates the desire to win, and makes people feel exciting and novel, so that they feel inexplicably happy when being abused. Feng Zhongmian and Lonely Swordsman have been observing. Old Sword, what do you think? Lonely Swordsman commented enthusiastically, completely different from the style of Frenzy. As long as you get a good gun and enough ammunition, killing ordinary zombies is no different from mowing the grass. There are as many zombies as you want. The secret realm of the 10 kingdoms is just the opposite. The number of opponents is more important than quantity, and they are all well trained and difficult to deal with. But, in the era of Ashina, the land of Japan was full of war. Every soldier who survived must have been deeply baptized by war. It is not surprising that they have such practical ability. I am very interested in this secret realm. After saying that, he could not sit still. He decided to try it himself. This attracted many adventurers to come and watch. After all, the Lonely Swordsman was a quasi-second level adventurer, and his quality and experience were much better than those of young people. So, under the attention of everyone, the Lonely Swordsman first sneaked to the moon viewing tower in accordance with the rules. However, after obtaining the weapon, he did not go out to fight immediately, but went to the second floor and carefully opened the wooden window, and threw a piece of gravel prepared in advance, hitting the tree trunk not far away. What sound? The two Ashina people were attracted. At the moment, when the Lonely Swordsman successfully created an opportunity for a sneak attack, he did not know whether it was an illusion or some special ability, but he actually felt a striking red light on one of the soldiers. Why is there such a mark? This wolf seems to have many special abilities. It's just that everyone hasn't mastered the specific mechanism and usage yet. There is no time to think or summarize. Such an opportunity is fleeting. Immediately broke through the window, and fell from the sky like a hawk, and the target was the soldier with red light on his body. The Lonely Swordsman felt as if he was assisted by God. The muscle memory formed by this body allowed him to perfectly complete the assassination action. The blade of the wedge pill directly pierced the vital point of this Ashina. Asshole! Another soldier roared and rushed up. The Lonely Swordsman quickly drew his sword, splashing a stream of blood on the opponent's cheek, and then chopped and chopped wildly. Dang dang dang! The Ashina soldiers could not withstand the wolf's attack in a one-on-one fight, so they soon became unstable and their posture gradually collapsed, and the red light representing the flaw appeared again. Good opportunity. The Lonely Swordsman rushed closer, grabbed the opponent's right wrist with his left hand, and stabbed his heart with his right hand. Blood gushed out again, and the Ashina soldiers widened their eyes. Their eyes quickly lost their spirit, and finally fell down powerlessly. This kind of battle is so cool, the Lonely Swordsman can be sure. The 10 Kingdoms Ashina chapter is definitely a masterpiece. The protagonist Wolf is very strong but not outrageous. Every battle is full of heartbeats, and there is a sense of tit-for-tat between masters, even if it is just killing a soldier. It can also bring people unprecedented satisfaction and sense of accomplishment. This kind of excitement of winning in a flash after fierce confrontation and game is completely different from the pleasure of mowing down zombies with a gun in the secret realm of the frenzy. Which one is better? It depends on the person. Anyway, Lonely Swordsman prefers the Ashina chapter. Wow! Uncle Swordsman is awesome. So this is how we fight. The adventurers outside all cheered. The two devilishly brutal soldiers finally received the punishment they deserved. The Lonely Swordsman continued to move forward and encountered several more soldiers. With strategy and skills, he defeated them one by one. The operation of experienced adventurers is different. Most novice adventurers will just take a knife and slash randomly, while the battle of Lonely Swordsman is obviously full of strategy. Not only is he better at controlling the rhythm of the battle, and he will never challenge head-on if he can sneak attack from behind. After killing several Ashina soldiers in a row, the Lonely Swordsman felt that he was becoming more and more proficient in controlling his body, but he always felt that there was something missing. This is exactly what he lacked. He was unable to exert his full strength. At this time, a powerful voice exploded in his ears. "How dare you? Who are you to kill my subordinates?" A burly man appeared in front of him. He was the leader of the Ashina group, Yamauchi Shigenori, and the first elite monster that Sekiro players must encounter. He is more like a teaching monster, mainly used to help players understand the mechanism. However, this is not a Sekiro game, but the Ashina country in the Ten Kingdoms secret realm. Yamauchi Shigenori has a comprehensive strength of the first level 5 stars, and his strength and physical strength are better than the wolf in a weak state. Not only that, compared with other Ashina people, he is a warrior who has experienced hundreds of battles, and has more experience. The Lonely Swordsman launched an attack at the first time, but several consecutive slashes were blocked. Yamauchi Shigenori roared, swung his sword with both hands, and slashed with a sharp blade at a very fast speed, knocking the adventurer back several meters on the spot. What a strong force! After the Lonely Swordsman blocked Yamauchi Shigenori's sword, his whole arm was numb, his knuckles were aching, and his body became weaker. Yamauchi Shigenori sneered and attacked again, slashing 8 times in a row, each of which swept out a blade light, and each of which was powerful and heavy. Dang dang dang. Sparks continued to bloom in the night. Although the Lonely Swordsman blocked all the attacks, he did not have many opportunities to counterattack, and his physical strength was quickly consumed in the process, and he felt that he was quickly suppressed. Not good. If he does not take a breath to recover his strength will be exhausted and he will be exposed. It was too late. The Lonely Swordsman had no time to withdraw and retreat. The weapon in his hand was knocked away by the blow, and the big sword was like a cunning and poisonous snake, piercing through his chest, and blood spurted out instantly. Lonely Swordsman showed reluctance and saw a big scarlet word death. Challenge. Failed again. Other adventurers were shocked. So strong. This leader is at least a first level 5 star. That means the overall strength is about the same as that of the tank zombie. Another 5-star monster? And it's a monster in normal human form? Great. If it can explode the spirit, its value must be higher than the tank which. Ashina country is too difficult and too hardcore. Although the wolf's performance is good, the enemy is also unexpectedly strong. Although the Lonely Swordsman was defeated, but he was not hit. On the contrary, his fighting spirit was completely ignited. Good, very good, this secret realm is excellent. Lonely Swordsman commented, I think compared to the Doomsday Frenzy sweeping zombies, this kind of confrontational battle is more suitable for me. Feng Zhongmian nodded, although the secret realm is full of challenges, I have to admit that it is indeed very unique, full of details and characteristics. Without waiting for the two to further study and discuss the content. Everyone, look! The old dean has also started to challenge Ashina. As soon as these words came out, everyone became interested. Of course, this included Feng Zhongmian and Lonely Swordsman. Currently, 200 people have entered Ashina to adventure. Lonely Swordsman has performed the best among all the people, but even he did not last long, and only killed a few more Ashina soldiers. White Crane Monk is the real boss. He observed for more than an hour. At this moment, he must have been sure enough to make a move, so everyone is looking forward to his performance. Chapter 81. When they learned that Baihajusher was going to challenge the Ashina Kingdom, Feng Zhongmian, Lonely Swordsman, and nearly 100 adventurers who were challenging the Ten Kingdoms secret realm and being abused, they all stopped their adventures and gathered together to visit and learn. At this moment, it has been 10 minutes since the start. Baihajusher sneaked into the moon viewing tower to meet the young master and got the saber wedge pill. Mao Mingmeng couldn't help but remind, Old Dean, be careful, the 2 soldiers at the door are very powerful. Once besieged, it is extremely difficult to fight. It is best to use the means of feinting to the east and attacking in the west to launch a sneak attack. Baihajusher said calmly, these 2 warriors are not as strong as you think, and the wolves we control are not as weak as they look. You should watch carefully. This is how wolves should be used. No hesitation. No tricks. Push the door directly out. The 2 Ashina people were shocked and angry. One of them was ready to support at any time from behind, and the other raised the knife with both hands and launched a fierce attack directly. With a sound of clatter, the blade ripped through the air. Baihe completed the defensive action in an instant. Not only did he easily block the opponent's attack, but he also shook the opponent off balance. He deflected the attack in an instant. Baihe counterattacked like lightning. With one slash, the opponent's middle door was wide open, revealing a huge flaw, and the wedge ball went straight in and pierced through the heart. Just as he pulled out the wedge ball, another soldier was already attacking with a strange cry. Bang! Sparks flew again. When the Ashina soldiers made a powerful slash and collided with Baihe weapon, the latter was as steady as a rock, while the former could not hold the knife in his hand. Baihe quickly counterattacked with 2 slashes, knocking the soldier's weapon off on the spot, and then quickly approached, and the wind blade pierced through the heart of the Ashina soldiers again. Fast, too fast. Clean and neat, easily killed 2 Ashina soldiers. Everyone was dumbfounded by this scene, especially the members of the Hammer Pig, Chicken and Dog team. They were so shocked that they couldn't believe their eyes. Blackstone Hammer King wondered, what's going on? Is the old Dean using the same person as us? Why can't we attack like this at all? Lone Wolf, why did these 2 soldiers suddenly become so weak against the old Dean? Yes. Too weird. Are we really challenging the same secret realm? The adventurers only felt that the Ashina chapter had difficulty options, and they entered the hell difficulty, while the old Dean entered the simple difficulty at this moment. Of course. This is impossible. White Crane Monk naturally heard everyone's complaints. You can probably tell that the adventure in Ashina is quite similar to the plot chapters in Frenzy. The old man patiently explained, from the moment we enter this world, we are no longer ourselves, but are playing a role. Since it is a role-playing, the most important point is to get into the role. So, please remember, don't fight based on your feelings. We are wolves in Ashina. Only by putting ourselves in this role can we use it well. Only by truly becoming the role we play can we release all of his background and potential. These words. The adventurers fell into thinking. Blackstone Hammer King, is it that I am not strong enough? It's not entirely because of my poor operation, but also because I didn't get into the role. Angry Chicken, it turns out that we didn't play the wolf's background at all. Mao Mingming, hey, I seem to understand. This is equivalent to getting a sword, but not knowing how to use it. You can only swing the hilt as a stick. No matter how good your skills are, it is difficult to exert your strength. I see. The lonely swordsman also suddenly realized it at this moment. Although he is more experienced than other adventurers, he still subconsciously separates himself from the identity of wolf, and has not really become a wolf. In this case, although you can use the muscle memory and fighting instincts left in this body, or retrieve the extra memories and experience in your brain for use. However, it is not your own. It is impossible to be proficient after all. There will definitely be delays, like a poor imitator. As the old Dean said, only by truly recognizing the character. Really playing your own character in depth. In this way, you can be one with the character, and your spirit and mind can be connected. In this state, all delays can be eliminated and your strength can be maximized. Adventurers are not only taking risks, but also deeply immersed in another world, playing and experiencing life, which is also one of the greatest charms of the role-playing secret realm created by Miracle City. I learned it. You are worthy of being the old Dean. You have understood the essence of role-playing so quickly. Feng Zhongmian asked at this moment, Old Dean, why can you easily deflect the attacks of the Ashina warriors, and quickly launch a counterattack to make them lose their ability to move? Baihe did not hide anything. He explained, this is a unique combat method created by Wolf after years of hard practice. I call it the ninja killing combat method. Wolf is gifted with extremely strong perception ability, so he can capture the weakest point of the opponent's move in the blink of an eye, and apply clever strength to resist and resolve it. Not only can this block the attack with a small force, but it can also bounce back most of the force, thereby continuously consuming the opponent in the process of countering the opponent's moves. It makes the opponent exhausted and unstable, and finally reveals a flaw and kills with one blow. Thus, the weak can defeat the strong. What Baihe described is the bounce mechanism. This is one of the biggest features of Sekiro and many action games. It is usually an operation reward mechanism that generates huge extra benefits by making defensive counterattacks or evasive actions at the moment of being attacked. This is also one of the most classic mechanisms in this type of game. However, in the 10 Kingdoms Ashina chapter, this perfect bounce has an explanation in principle. As the saying goes, the action of force is mutual. When two swords collide with each other, they will naturally bounce off each other, so Ordinary defense can also consume each other. However, wolves can achieve the mirror reflection effect through special skills. Thus, under the extreme state, they can dissolve powerful forces with tiny forces, thereby causing a large amount of consumption of the opponent with extremely low consumption, which is similar to the Tai Chi of 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds. It is precisely with this mechanism wolves can defeat enemies that are several times stronger than themselves. In the process of adventurers playing as wolves, they can also fully enjoy the extreme battle and conquest of the weak defeating the strong, and this is one of the most fascinating charms of the 10 Kingdoms Ashina chapter. By Hajusher's side, you young people should challenge Ashina more often. Although the talents and abilities of this body cannot be directly copied, you can also benefit a lot in the battle process, which is very helpful for growth. Taught, everyone showed admiration. It's great to have an adventurer who has rich practical experience and top theoretical research ability like the old dean. If this person didn't exist, even if everyone could comprehend and summarize, I'm afraid it would take a lot of time and effort. The lonely swordsman reminded at this time, Old Crane, you will soon meet a guy named Yamauchi Shigenori, who is very powerful and completely different from these soldiers. Bai Hajusher didn't care. He stopped and closed his eyes first. Who am I? My name is Wolf. I am a ninja. I have lost everything I can lose in the endless chaos. Now only this identity remains, and my mission is to protect the Son of God. This is not only my mission, but also the only meaning of my existence. No one can stop me. When Bai Hajusher slowly opened his eyes changed completely. His eyes were cold and indifferent, but with a hint of compassion and melancholy. The adventurers were all shocked. Bai Hajusher has almost completely turned himself into a wolf. This is too amazing. When Bai Hajusher was completely immersed in the role, his operation and actions became more agile, almost like flowing water, without any drag or hesitation. Wherever he went, the Ashina soldiers, all of them were chopped down or stabbed in a few strokes. Bai Hajusher officially challenged the leader of the Ashina warriors, Yamauchi Shigenori. Chapter 82. When Yamauchi Shigenori discovered that the ninja had invaded and several of his subordinates had been killed, this experienced leader of the Ashina warriors was furious. Kill my subordinates? You're looking for death. He burst out with a swiftness that was inconsistent with his body shape, rushing down the steps like a tiger descending from a mountain. A flash of cold blade light instantly burst out and chopped straight at the face. This blow was powerful enough to cut a horse. Bai Hajusher had been prepared. When Yamauchi Shigenori rushed over, he did not make any move. Until the powerful slash was about to fall, he took the lead and swung the wedge ball to fight back. Dang! The two blades collided. Bai Hajusher keenly captured the weak position on Yamauchi Shigenori's blade, and swung the blade to resist the defense at the right opportunity, instantly forming a perfect mirror effect. Yamauchi Shigenori was shocked to find that this much thinner ninja was not chopped down. Instead, he was deflected by the huge recoil force. What happened? This is impossible. Yamauchi Shigenori did not believe it, and swung his sword with all his strength again. There was another crisp sound, and he returned without success. He felt a sharp pain in his wrist, and almost couldn't hold the sword in his hand. The leaders of the Ashina group. Nothing more. This was what Bai Hajusher thought after 2 moves. When Yamauchi Shigenori's attack was deflected twice, and his posture became increasingly unstable, he launched a counterattack without hesitation, and swung 3 swords with his backhand. Although Yamauchi Shigenori parried it with his superb swordsmanship and strong reaction ability, he further lost his strength in the process, so that his muscles all over his body ached. This guy is not simple. Yamauchi Shigenori realized that he had to fight quickly. He took a step back, his body was like a bow, and began to accumulate strength, bursting out with a forehand thrust. This attack contained all his skills, and he was confident that his opponent could not stop it no matter what. However, this attack was powerful enough, but the speed of launching was too slow. When Bai Hajusher keenly felt that with his current strength, it was unlikely to resolve this forehand thrust, he had already pulled away in advance and easily avoided the attack. The fatal blow missed. Bai Hajusher took the opportunity to attack several times. Yamauchi Shigenori's strength had declined. His steps gradually became weak, his posture gradually collapsed, and his weapon could no longer be held steady. A red light representing a flaw appeared. The next moment, Bai Hajusher flicked away the large sword and stabbed Yamauchi Shigenori's neck from the left. With a clean and sharp blow and gorgeous blood, the battle was officially declared over. From beginning to end, Bai Hajusher was not injured at all. When facing an opponent whose attributes were obviously better than his own, he acted as if it was nothing, flicked the sword several times, dodged once, and finally completed the final kill. He didn't even take a breath. He looked at ease from beginning to end. The old Dean is too strong. This battle is so cool. I can already feel the charm of the Ashina chapter. It's fun to watch the weak defeat the strong with operation and skills, let alone fight in person. Sure enough, although the Ashina chapter is difficult, it can't stump the old Dean at all. In the end, we are just too weak. Although Baihajusher performed very well in the Frenzy Secret Realm, the Doomsday Frenzy can't really reflect the true level of adventurers at this level. But the Ashina Kingdom is different. These young adventurers now truly feel it. The value of the first in Blackstone Town, and an adventurer who has reached the 4th level. Even if others can fully play the role of the wolf and integrate its abilities, if they want to use it perfectly, they still have to test their own operational awareness. At least so far. There are no adventurers in Miracle City. But he can do better than Baihajusher. He broke the record of Lonely Swordsman in his first challenge. At this moment, not only the adventurers were excited, but Baihajusher was also excited. He found that the experience of fighting with swords and flicking swords was much more enjoyable than he imagined. In the process of challenging this secret realm, he knew that his condition was recovering faster. After Baihajusher successfully killed Yamauchi Shigenori, he continued to move forward and explore the rest of the part, and killed several Ashina soldiers neatly. Not long after, found the escaped secret passage. He met up with the Son of God here. The other adventurers watching were all very happy to see this. Is the old Dean going to clear the level with 1 life? No, it's a clearance. The old Dean only challenged it once in total. It's incredible. The old Dean cleared the secret realm that is extremely difficult for us with just 1 challenge. While everyone was discussing, Baihajusher has led the Son of God out of the secret passage. When leaving the dark and narrow environment, the new scene presented in front of them made the adventurers, who were originally discussing it, fall into a state of aphasia in an instant. Just see. The silver moon is in the sky. The distant mountains are picturesque. The white reeds are like the sea. This is the famous scenic spot of Sekiro, the Reed Plain. Whether it is aesthetics, artistic conception, or emotional rendering, it is one of the most classic scene designs in the history of games. Although the original design of Sekiro is already magnificent, Chi-Ji naturally optimized a large number of important scenes in all aspects in order to pursue better effects when making Ashina Country. For example, this Reed Plain. The area alone has increased by more than 10 times. At this moment, the night breeze is cool, gently blowing across the plain. The white reed sea in the moonlight is surging like waves and stretches as far as the eye can see. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as poetic and picturesque. The world where adventurers live is barren. It is a boring place with a wasteland style. These people grew up in such an environment, and most of the dungeons they have experienced are dark and cramped mazes. Have they ever seen such a magnificent scenery full of artistic conception and vitality? Just when everyone was intoxicated by it, the air solidified slightly. A sense of solemnity and oppression came over. A mysterious man appeared in front of the picturesque Reed Plain. He was as tall as a lone pine, and the moonlight outlined his angular profile, with high eyebrows and deep eye sockets, which made his handsome face even more cruel. He wore a spade-shaped hood, dark red samurai armor, a haori with the Ashina family crest, a mahogany bow on his back, and a long sword on his python-patterned belt. This outfit, this appearance momentum. Definitely not an ordinary Ashina. The two sides confronted each other in the reed marsh. Long time no see, godchild. We haven't seen each other since we parted at my uncle's grave. The man's voice was not loud, but clearly heard by everyone. His tone was very calm, as if he was talking about a daily trivial matter. Master Jinakairo. Hirata Joong knew the man's fear, subconsciously stepped back in fear, lowered his head and struggled for a moment, decided to give up escaping, and was about to step forward and said, "I go with you, please don't." Baihajusher stretched out his hand to stop the godchild. His eyes were full of determination. As a ninja of the godchild, he would never allow anyone to take the young master away, even at the cost of his life. After all, protecting the Son of God is the whole meaning of his existence. Jiolong felt the ninja's firm will, and looked apologetic. "Please leave it to me," Baihajusher said in a low but firm tone. His eyes were always focused on Ashina Jinakairo. His left hand tightly grasped the scabbard, and his thumb pushed the handle, revealing an inch of intimidating edge. Sorry. The Son of God had to step back. He knew his ninja. He also knew Ashina Jinakairo. This was a duel that could not be avoided in any case. When Baihajusher felt that the Son of God had retreated to a safe distance, he slowly pulled out the wedge pill and took a fighting stance. The blade was even colder and more intimidating in the silver-white moonlight. Do you want to hinder me? The son of God's ninja. The man slowly pulled out a slightly old katana from his waist. In that case, Ashina Jinichiro joins the battle. Chapter 83. The silver moon hangs high. The wind blows through the sea of reeds. The two men drew their swords and faced each other. This moment seemed to freeze. Even the adventurers watching in the secret hall could feel the fighting spirit emanating from the two men through the crystal. This scene, this atmosphere, this picture is absolutely amazing. I actually felt the ultimate romance and poetry in a duel. Me too. Lord Chi is indeed a great artist. In the world he created, the most brutal battle can be performed so romantically. Ashina Jinichiro is not simple. Just the standing posture gives people a feeling of being extremely strong. Don't worry, we will win. We are the #1 adventurer in Blackstone Town, a big guy who can fully exert the wolf's power. Come on, old Dean. We must rescue the Son of God. The adventurers were completely attracted by this battle. After all, with their poor imagination, they could never think of such a beautiful duel scene. At this moment, everyone was excited, discussing or cheering for Baihajusher. However, at this moment, Baihajusher had long closed off communication and interaction. He had deeply felt the horror of the enemy in front of him. In this battle, only by devoting oneself wholeheartedly and concentrating 200% can there be a slight chance of winning. At this time, the wind stopped. The murderous intent that permeated the world erupted completely. Baihajusher decided to strike first, and he pushed the ground with his right foot and rushed forward. He was as fast as a cheetah, and the reeds seemed to be pushed aside by an invisible hand. He arrived in front of his opponent in just 2 breaths. The blade cut rapidly. Dozens of reeds were torn to pieces. Attacked the opponent's throat at a tricky angle. Bang! The sky was full of reed catkins like flying snow. Sparks splashed like thousands of falling stars. Ashina Jinichiro easily blocked the slash. Baihajusher's heart sank. He had expected that the enemy in front of him was very strong, but he could only realize how big the gap was after fighting in person. The essence of Ninja Wolf's fighting method lies in momentum. This includes strength and momentum, as well as action and posture. Therefore, whether it is to consume the opponent through precise and rapid attacks, or to determine the weak point at the moment of the opponent's attack, so as to achieve a clever counterattack and defeat the strong with a weak force. The essential goal is the same. The wolf needs to weaken the enemy's momentum through efficient and fierce attacks, or extremely accurate anti-knife counterattacks, so as to expose the flaws and finally capture the fleeting opportunity of ninja killing. Different opponents. The momentum gathered is different. If ordinary soldiers are compared to weeds, the leader Yamauchi Shige is a piece of wood, and Ashina Jinichiro is a huge and heavy 10,000-ton rock. Now this knife strike hardly caused the slightest shake. However, the next moment, the hairs on Baihajusher's body stood up. This feeling was like being electrocuted. Every cell in his body was warning, and the message conveyed was only one word: danger, danger. He almost instinctively made a dodging move. Ashina Jinichiro rushed forward and released 3 consecutive slashes. The knife light burst out like lightning that cut through the night sky, and it was as flexible and cunning as a silver snake, instantly cutting off hundreds of reeds in front of him. One after another, the brilliant knife light was avoided by a millimeter. Every time he brushed past the god of death, Baihajusher felt that he was frightened and sweated. If this body did not have a strong ability to predict danger, if his reaction was a few tenths of a second slower, and there was a flaw in his dodging posture, he would have been defeated at this moment. Too strong, the gap is too big, but I can't give up. There is a way to defeat any strong enemy. I must keep my oath, protect the Son of God and bring him out of Ashina Castle safely. As soon as Ashina Jinichiro's storm-like attack subsided, Baihajusher launched another attack, trying to regain the initiative in the battle. I saw the sky full of white fluff dancing. He did not choose to fight with force, but moved quickly, slashing several times from different angles, but all of them were blocked by Ashina Jinichiro without exception. Not only strength. The speed is also too different. Is the ninja of the Son of God only this level? Ashina Jinichiro's eyes showed disdain, and he suddenly burst out and fought with him again. When the double blades collided, an overwhelming force came. Not good, the body lost balance. The premonition of danger appeared again. Although he knew that danger was coming, he had no ability to dodge it, and could only resist it. A sharp knife light hit like a meteor, instantly knocking the wedge ball in Baihajusher's hand away. The next moment, the knife light reappeared. Silver light was like a thread. A broken hand flew up. Blood beads bloomed and exploded in the air. The picture of this moment was frozen in the moonlight. Bihajusher lost his weapon and left arm, and staggered back a few steps. His face was full of unwillingness and disbelief. At the same time, his old injury relapsed, and he completely lost the ability to maintain balance. The battle is over. The winner is decided. Ashina Jinakiro put the knife back into the sheath. He said lightly, "I take the Son of God away." Ashina Jinakiro turned around and walked to the side of the Son of God. At this moment, the Son of God had been knocked unconscious by Jinakiro's men and carried on his shoulders. Their figures gradually disappeared in the night, leaving only the wolf, who lost his arm and was seriously injured, lying in the endless reeds. When witnessing this battle, the adventurers couldn't calm down for a long time. Lost? Bihajusher actually lost, and he was defeated in 3 rounds. The strength of both sides is not at the same level at all. Bihajusher had automatically exited the secret realm at this time and recovered from the state of deep wolf role play, but his expression at the moment looked a little strange. "Old Dean, you are already very powerful. The loss of this battle is not your fault. The combat power of this enemy is absolutely beyond the scope." Yes. From the strength he showed, it is definitely not lower than the level of second level 4 stars. The strength of the wolf is at most first level 4 or 5 stars. In any case, this is an impossible battle to win. The defeat in this battle is not the fault of war, but the Lord's fault. He is clearly playing tricks on us. Lord Chi has fallen. He actually set up a battle that is impossible to win. We will form a group to find him and ask for an explanation. The adventurers comforted Bihajusher. They launched a crazy complaint about the difficulty of Ashina country. Indeed, no one can deny it. The duel between Wolf and Ashina Jinakiro in the reed field is too visually impactful, and every scene is as beautiful as art and extremely romantic. Adventurers never thought that bloody and brutal battles could be performed so poetically. It is enough to make everyone talk about it for a long time. The problem is, it is too difficult. Bihajusher couldn't last a few rounds in the hands of Ashina Jinakiro, let alone other adventurers in Blackstone Town. How to play? It is impossible to play. However, Bihajusher gave a completely opposite evaluation. "No, you underestimated the Lord again. This battle is the most amazing design I have ever seen. What happened? I was abused like this. You still have to speak for the Lord?" The White Crane monk glanced at the panel. It showed the final result of this challenge. You passed the Ashina Country Prologue, Skill Stone, Ninja Wolf Style Swordsmanship +1, when the result was announced. All the adventurers were stunned. Blackstone Hammer King, although you were defeated by Ashina Jinakiro, you still passed the Ashina Country Prologue? Big King, why can you pass the level even if you lose? When sleeping, I understand, this means that this is a battle that is bound to be lost, and it is a setback that the protagonist Wolf must experience. Angry Chicken, what the hell is it possible? The adventurers gradually realized. It turns out that as long as you enter the reed plane, you have passed the test. As for the battle with Ashina Jinakiro, this is a doomed defeat, but the Lord has portrayed a defeat so vividly and romantically. It is really unique. Is failure also part of the story? I have never seen such an unconventional production. It took less than a minute. The reputation of Chi Laoze quickly reversed. The moment before, he was still a corrupt black-hearted lord. At this moment, he became a genius secret realm designer who played by the rules and had a unique mind. The battle with Ashina Jinakiro, the beautiful reed plane, is equivalent to a clearance Easter egg. Of course. If it were just that, Mr. Baiha might not be so amazing. Ashina Jinakiro is powerful and well prepared, and the result is almost impossible to change. But I can feel that although there is a huge gap with Ashina Jinakiro, this battle is not completely hopeless. Blackstone Hammer King, is it possible to win? No way. White Crane Hermit nodded enthusiastically. Although there is only a very slim chance, this glimmer of chance does exist. Even if we cannot recover from this defeat, we may still be able to defeat Ashina Jinakiro to defend our dignity. Obviously, he is not going to give up. He will continue to challenge Ashina Jinakiro. This feeling of fighting with top masters and dancing on the blade makes him very excited. The adventurers looked at each other. Since it was a destined plot kill, why did they take the initiative to suffer this? However, when they thought of the character of this old adventurer, they did not find it strange for a moment. Top adventurers may all have obsessive-compulsive disorder. They like to challenge the limit the most. Of course, this may also be one of the reasons why they can become top adventurers. If Bihajusher can really defeat the strong with the weak, and defeat Ashina Jinakiro under an absolute disadvantage, it will not only be a huge personal pleasure and achievement, but also a legendary deed of Miracle City and be passed down by people. As for ordinary adventurers, just pass the level honestly. The impact brought by the Ashina Country prologue is not over yet. This short opening prologue presents a completely different secret world for adventurers, performs a wonderful battle for adventurers, and also presents a big surprise. Baihajusher exploded a trophy. Skill Stone, Ninja Wolf Style Sword Art, First Level Skill Stone, Learning Condition, 5 points of mental power. Is it a skill stone? The 10 Kingdom Secret Realm can produce skill stones. Both human adventurers and Nancy Leah were overjoyed. This skill stone is similar to the skill Secret Crystal, except that the latter is a Lord-exclusive skill, while the former is common to all groups. Nancy Leah knows. Such items are extremely valuable. Its appeal to the natives of the Chaos Continent is even several times greater than that of adventurers, and this is not difficult to understand. The main power of the adventurer system comes from the power of the spirit in the body. They can obtain the corresponding power by transforming into various spirit forms. As for the cultivation of their own body, they are not so enthusiastic. Mainly because most adventurers do not like to fight with their body. Although their body is also immortal in the Chaos world, it will cost a lot if they are killed. And for ordinary practitioners, this thing can save them from years of cultivation, and instantly master a new set of skills, or gain new abilities, and this temptation is irresistible to most native aborigines. There are many powerful people in this continent who are willing to cooperate with the dungeon, or even join the dungeon. A large part of the reason is that only the dungeon can produce such cultivation resources. And these cultivation resources, it can make their strength grow rapidly. As the first adventurer to pass the prologue of Ashina Country, Baihajusher can indeed produce a higher explosion rate. However, the process of the prologue of Ashina Country is extremely short, and the overall Secret Realm score cannot be too high. Even so, the skill stone can still be exploded, which is enough to show that the probability of skill-type loot in the Secret Realm is not low. No wonder the adventurers are so excited. After all, one of the core motivations for most adventurers to challenge the Secret Realm is to seek wealth. As long as it can make people make money, the popularity of the Secret Realm that makes people rich is generally not bad, not to mention that the quality of the Secret Realm itself is so excellent, it makes people very excited. The quality of the 10 Kingdom Secret Realm is obvious to all. And Ashina Country is just the beginning of the 10 Kingdom Secret Realm. The part that the adventurer challenges is the prologue of Ashina Country. Even so, the scene, information, and gameplay are amazing, and no one knows what kind of surprises will come later. And this Secret Realm is not only completely opposite to the Doomsday Frenzy Secret Realm in style, but also has its own characteristics and output, and they are irreplaceable. With two great Secret Realms in hand, the future of Miracle City is limitless. Chapter 84. Lord's Mansion. Chi-Ji immediately received a prompt. Adventurer White Crane Monk obtained Skill Stone, Ninja Wolf Swordsmanship from the 10 Kingdom Secret Realm, and his mental power was reduced by 30. Huh? The prologue was cleared? The adventurer's performance was higher than expected. Not only that, they also exploded a skill stone. The first explosion of this skill can enrich the territory's heritage just like equipment. In the future, when building the 10 Kingdom Secret Realm store, Ninja Wolf Swordsmanship will become one of the unlocked products, and as long as there is enough mental power, it can be purchased continuously. This item will become one of Chi-Ji's important specialties, like the M16 assault rifle. Not all equipment and skills will be unlocked in the Secret Realm store. Only regular equipment and ordinary skills can be purchased unlimitedly. Some extremely special and rare equipment, skills or props cannot enter the secret store. Those that can only be obtained by explosions are more precious. At present, such items have not been produced. Chi-Ji learned about the Ninja Wolf style swordsmanship. This skill is the Japanese swordsmanship practiced by the protagonist of Sekiro, Uncle Wolf. It naturally includes martial arts moves such as Whirlwind Slash and One Word Slash. Although the grade is not high and it belongs to basic swordsmanship, it is very good for laying a foundation. The core of this swordsmanship is a special martial arts called Elementary Reverse Blade Technique. It is nothing else, it is the most distinctive sword art of Sekiro. Although it will be affected by the law and its nature will change when it appears in the real world, its expression and effect are similar to those in the Secret Realm. There is no doubt. This skill is extremely valuable. It can greatly improve actual combat ability. If the bulk recycling or purchase can immediately train a large number of indigenous people into swordsmanship masters. Although the Ninja Wolf swordsmanship is not as effective as the M16 assault rifle in directly improving the short-term military value of the territory, it can improve strength more profoundly, so it is also a very valuable specialty. Of course, skill stones can also be used as commodities. Export to local forces and other territories. With the reverse blade flick knife technique, the speed value of this skill is definitely far beyond most first-level skills. As long as a secret realm can produce skill stones, it is highly likely that it will not only produce one skill, so the future potential is very worth looking forward to. Chi-Ji continued to observe secretly. At this moment, the hall of the Miracle City's secret realm. The sound of iron forging is endless. Hundreds of adventurers are challenging the Ashina Kingdom. The difficulty of the Ashina Kingdom is far beyond the Frenzy secret realm, and is extremely unfriendly to noobs. Therefore, although 80 to 90% of adventurers have challenged the 10 kingdoms, only about 30% of them can defeat the elite monsters in the mountain. Today, those who can reach the Reed Plain. Chi-Ji estimated that there are only 20 people at most. Difficult. Too difficult. Although adventurers are full of interest in Ashina country, in order to avoid wasting energy, most of them choose to give up temporarily after challenging it once or twice. At this moment, many people continue to brush the Frenzy secret realm. This is in line with expectations. Miracle City will not have extra secret realms. Every secret realm is equally important. Every secret realm must be operated for a long time and updated steadily. Miracle City cannot have a situation where a secret realm absorbs all traffic. Only when multiple secret realms are running at the same time and are popular at the same time can it be more in line with the interests of Miracle City. For adventurers, some people just like shooting. Some people just like mowing. Some people just like hardcore challenges. Some people don't like fighting at all, they just like studying the plot, or traveling and relaxing. Chi-Ji wants to make top-quality super secret realms, so that every adventurer can find the secret realm that best matches their own interests. This is conducive to the growth of adventurers. It can also generate more spiritual resources for the territory. Of course, the secret realms of the 10 kingdoms, which are mainly epic action games, have a large audience and are by no means a niche theme. Most adventurers will be interested. Now many people choose to wait and see. It is definitely not because they have lost interest in Ashina itself. They simply want the big guys to explore the way first, and wait for the latter to summarize their experience and strategies for free, and then launch a challenge to reduce detours and improve adventure efficiency. White Crane Monk generated 1 point of mental power. White Crane Monk generated 2 points of mental power. Adventurer White Crane Monk has died. Soul Crystal +1, mental power +2. Adventurer White Crane Monk has died. Soul Crystal +1, mental power +3. Challenged Ashina country for the 4th time. Although he lost 5 battles in 5 games, he converted a lot of mental power. It can be seen that White Crane Monk enjoyed it, and even enjoyed the defeats. This process. Not only did he get a considerable amount of spoils, the individual's growth rate was also amazingly fast. The tank zombie of his soul actually increased the fusion degree by 15% in one breath, and the current cumulative fusion degree is close to 40%. What is this concept? Every challenge of the 10 Kingdom Secret Realm. At least it has brought about a 3% increase in fusion. This speed is unimaginable for ordinary adventurers. It is terrifying, because at a rate of 15% per day, the old man can return to the 2nd level in a few days, and most adventurers in Blackstone Town cannot achieve a breakthrough without 5 or 8 years. However, Baihajusher is special. There are 2 main reasons why he has such an exaggerated growth rate. The first is of course the deep character role-playing of Miracle City, plus the top-level production and plot can greatly accelerate growth and allow adventurers to upgrade quickly. The second is because Baihajusher is not a true first-level adventurer. When he was at his most glorious, he was close to the peak of the 4th level, but later he lost all his cultivation and fell back to the 1st level. This kind of adventurer who disperses his power and rebuilds. The general growth rate will be 3 to 5 times faster than normal. But even if this 3 to 5 times extra growth is deducted, Baihajusher's growth in the 10 Kingdom Secret Realm is also very amazing, enough to make all adventurers ecstatic. They realized, as long as you play deeply, as long as you are completely involved in the plot, adventure in the plot secret realm of Miracle City once, the cultivation level gained is more than a dozen times higher than that of other places. Chi-Ji also noticed that although he was defeated repeatedly, his progress was very obvious. When Baihajusher challenged him for the 5th time, he was able to fight with Xianiling for more than 10 rounds. It is still far from a counterattack, but the cultivation level can be quickly restored, and the battle is constantly improving. Nothing can generate a lot of positive and negative feedback, which makes people completely addicted to it. Baihajusher is not only constantly improving himself, but also good at analysis and sharing. He has taught the young adventurer all the experience of how to play the wolf and various fighting skills. Adventurer Blackstone Hammer King has died. Soul Crystal +1, cumulative mental power +5. Adventurer Lonely Swordsman has died. Soul Crystal +1, cumulative mental power +6. Adventurers such as Blackstone Hammer King have made rapid progress after absorbing a lot of deep role-playing experience, plus various combat experience and skills. From the beginning, they couldn't beat the Ashina soldiers at the door. In the last adventure, they almost defeated Yamauchi Shigenori. Chiji saw it all. Judging from the feedback of adventurers, the production of the Ashina chapter of the 10 Kingdoms was very successful. However, the prologue content is too little, and the process is too short. Except for a few hardcore bosses, like Baihajusher, most adventurers will not seek hardship. Once these guys start to generally pass the prologue, they will most likely block the door, and make a fuss for the Lord to release the sequel. Chiji doesn't want to be harassed, and also wants to harvest more resources, so it is necessary to launch the sequel as soon as possible. Today's Soul Crystal income is expected to reach 7102, and the gross income of mental power is as high as 10632. After deducting expenses, the net income is also 9250. Today's mental expenditure is relatively small. That's because the adventurers have used thousands of people to adventure in the country of Ashina. Because these challenges die too quickly, the number of mental power output is reduced to a certain extent, and there is no chance to explode too many spirit loot. When each secret realm is opened, it is normal for resource output to decrease. Chiji first spent 1000 soul crystals, 500 mental power, and 500 material essences to upgrade the core of the Dark City. Upgrade successful. The current core level is level 2. The resource usage of this core secret realm is 525/5000. The core space is still very large. Chiji has completed the planning for Ashina country. He plans to reset Sekiro in 3 steps. The first part is the prologue, which is the part currently running. The production of the second part has also been completed. This stage has more content, more elite monsters and boss, and it takes about 1400 to 1500 mental power to generate materials. The content and plot of this part are roughly as follows. After Wolf was defeated by Ashina Jinichiro and was seriously injured and unconscious, he was rescued by the Buddhist sculptor and transplanted with a ninja prosthetic hand to become a complete body. He learned that the Son of God was imprisoned in Ashina Castle and decided to explore Ashina Castle. But at the beginning, Ashina Castle cannot be entered. The adventurer will take action outside the city of Ashina Castle. In this process, he can challenge several powerful opponents and have the opportunity to regain his lost memories. In general, this second part, there are 2 exploration scenes or routes. The first is the mainline part. Adventurers will explore the outskirts of the city of Ashina Castle. This is the only way to enter Ashina Castle, guarded by several powerful elite monsters, including the samurai General Kawajinda Naomori, Yamauchi Norizen, and Akiji. The difficulty is very high. It is enough to make adventurers suffer a lot. There is also a final boss Onawa Jaibu Masataka. This person was once the king of mountain bandits. After being defeated by Ashina Ishin's sword, he was convinced, and went to the war of stealing the country. With extraordinary martial arts and outstanding military exploits, he was honored as the leader of the Ashina 7 Spears. He later became the teacher of Ashina Jinichiro, and his strength should not be underestimated. The second part is the branch line. Adventurers can obtain the key item Young Master's Bell during the exploration of the outskirts of the city. Just offer this item under the Buddha statue in the temple, and the adventurer can travel back to the Hirata mansion 3 years ago. This branch line can not only help Wolf recover his lost memories, but also allow adventurers to personally experience the process of the Hirata family being destroyed and Kuro being kidnapped. In terms of monsters, there are a lot of soldiers, so the difficulty is not low. In addition, there are several elite monsters including the bandit leader Anaja Juzo, who is employed by the inner court, and Mayamane Enma, who is known as the ninja hunter. The final boss is Phantom Butterfly. This Phantom Butterfly is also called Lady Butterfly, and is Wolf's ninjutsu teacher. And this boss battle scene and mechanism are also first class, and will surely leave a deep impression on adventurers. The above. This is the second part of the country of Ashina. There are many plots and content, enough to further enrich the worldview, so that adventurers can understand Wolf and the story of Ashina. Phantom Butterfly. Onawa Gyobe Masataka. The 2 boss have their own characteristics. It will definitely generate a lot of sensation and topic. This part of the production has been completed, and it is expected to be loaded into the core tomorrow, which is estimated to be enough for adventurers to explore for a while. As for the last part, GG must have started planning. The last part is the largest and has the most content. This will include all the remaining important places in the entire Sekiro, such as Ashina Castle, Senpoji Temple, Genshin Palace, and all elite monsters and bosses. The second level core has only 5,000 resource computing power budget. If it is squeezed and made compact, it should be barely enough. However, as soon as this idea came up, GG immediately rejected it. He would never allow Miracle City to have a makeshift secret realm work, and each secret realm must be restored and optimized to the extreme as much as possible. If the second order core is not enough, then upgrade to the third order core. There is no need to reduce the content to save resources. Although upgrading the second order core will consume a lot of energy, it will be upgraded sooner or later anyway. The current income of Miracle City is very stable and extremely high, so it is just a matter of saving resources for a few more days. Secret Hall. Today's adventure is about to end. The adventurers are very satisfied and still want more. Hundreds of exhausted guys gathered together to discuss the secret topic with great interest. Blackstone Hammer King said, "What a pity, it's just a little bit short. I will definitely defeat Yamauchi Shige to clear the prologue of Ashina Country tomorrow." Angry Chicken, "Me too." Cat Ming Ming, "To be honest, although Ashina Country is difficult, the production is really awesome. I hope the subsequent parts can maintain this quality." Indeed, Time Traveler said, "I studied the architecture, clothing, and even martial arts style of Ashina Country. I found that these elements are not rootless duckweed, but have deep cultural connections." "What do you mean?" "I feel that this world is not made up out of thin air. In fact, I have this feeling too. I can only say that Lord Chi is too strong." This group of adventurers, who are discussing. They are not just discussing the Ten Kingdoms secret realm. Today, there are many progress and breakthroughs in the Doomsday Tide secret realm. For example, Mingwei Xiaoxua not only defeated the boss mutant centipede, but she also found the Underground Research Institute under the Cadre Training Institute while playing Rebecca and cooperating with Billy in the exploration. The two found a batch of recordings and video materials. This is a very important clue. The latest plot clues. Based on the information collected by Sister Mingwei, Dr. Marcus died many years ago. He was betrayed by his two most trusted students, William and Westgear. What? Dead? What about the leech monster? I don't know yet, but I feel that we are getting closer to the truth. It is very likely that all the mysteries will be solved in the next few days. That's really exciting. I am still interested in the mystery of the virus outbreak in the Doomsday world. I hope to get through the first chapter as soon as possible and unlock more plot content about this world. The adventurers expressed their opinions. They were very enthusiastic about the discussion of the plot and tasks. It is not difficult to see that they not only like the secret realm of Miracle City, but also have a strong interest in the plot behind the secret realm. Even if their mental strength is exhausted, they don't want to leave the dungeon. However, just then, Nancy Leah came from the direction of the Lord's mansion. She announced, "Dear adventurers, the secret realm of Miracle City is about to end. Please prepare to exit in an orderly manner." As soon as these words came out, everyone wailed immediately. "Ah, I don't want to leave. I just want to stay in Miracle City. I haven't had enough fun yet. Why are there only 2 hotels in Miracle City? Is it reasonable that the rooms are full every day?" The little network manager ignored the complaints. She continued to add, "In addition, I want to announce a good news. A few days ago, an adventurer proposed to issue city tickets, and the Lord accepted it. Miracle City will issue 100 city tickets every day from now on. Each ticket is valid for 1 day, with floating price. Welcome to consult and apply." Chapter 85. Nancy Leah's words surprised the adventurers on the scene. "Great, the city ticket is finally issued. I have been waiting for this for too long." "What is a city ticket?" "It is a Miracle City pass. Recently, the queues are getting worse. It is very difficult for newcomers to squeeze in. If you can get a city ticket, you can ensure entry to the city without Miracle City contribution points. This will be more friendly to some adventurers with strength and background, or relatives and friends of existing adventurers in Miracle City. For Miracle City, it is beneficial to issue city tickets in moderation. First of all, this kind of thing has no cost, but it can be used to recover a large number of contribution points. Secondly, the territory adventurers and some capable people in Blackstone Town have this demand. The price of Miracle City city tickets is different every day. Generally, the subscription price will be at least twice the cost of consuming contribution points when queuing to enter the city. The more adventurers who apply, the higher the price. Currently, limited to 100 tickets per day. Each ticket is valid for 24 hours. This way, we can issue some city tickets, collect a large number of contribution points, provide convenience for capable adventurers, and not completely squeeze out the chances of ordinary adventurers to queue up for the lottery. You know, there are also some adventurers of high rank in Blackrock Town. These old dings can equal several young dings in energy alone. They are fat sheep for increasing income. The more the better. Baihead waved his hand and took the lead in applying for 10 city tickets. Such wealth and power directly shocked others. Blackrock Hammer King, why did the old dean buy so many city tickets at once? This thing is valid for only 1 day. It will be a waste if it is not used. Baihead, I don't lack contribution points. Everyone was speechless. This is also true. After all, he has handed over 2 flamethrower trackers. I still have a bunch of retired old friends. These old bones waste their time all day. It's time to go to the dungeon to exercise. We share happiness and hardships. Baihead plans to let these old guys enter the secret realm to feel the oppression from Ashina Jinakairo. What? Are other old seniors coming in too? Great, this way, our adventurer's strength will be greatly enhanced. Everyone remembered. Baihead is not alone. As the leader of Blackstone Town Adventurers, he has a lot of old adventurer friends and many excellent top students. If all these adventurers enter Miracle City, it will definitely greatly increase the strength of adventurers. Good thing. Great thing. In the future, we will encounter difficult secret realms. In the future, when we encounter extremely difficult boss, the strategy team of Blackstone Town Adventurers will have enough foundation and strength to crack it. Baihead took the lead in applying for the city ticket. Other adventurers were not to be outdone and asked to buy it. In a short time, the application volume exceeded the issuance volume by 5 or 6 times, and finally it could only be obtained through bidding, so that the price of the city ticket rose sharply, and it was actually sold to 45 contribution points. This is definitely a sky-high price. After all, handing in an ordinary zombie spirit in Miracle City only gets a total of 10 contribution points. Ordinary adventurers can only brush 3 or 2 souls a day at most, so the high price can be imagined. Adventurers who didn't buy it. At this moment, they can only beat their chests and stamp their feet. Damn it! Why are you only selling 100? Too expensive? Can't the Lord give more? Hey, starting tomorrow, I have to work hard to earn souls and contribution points. Miracle City contribution points are too scarce. I feel they are not enough, never enough. Sincerely ask for a city ticket. I am willing to pay 800 soul sands. Is there anyone who can sell it? 800? I pay 1,000 sands. Fuck, 1,000 soul sands, you're crazy. This is equivalent to my total adventure income for 2 or 3 months without food or drink. My great Miracle City contribution points are really valuable. It seems so. City ticket. It is indeed a good harvesting sickle. Any territory that wants to maintain a healthy economic operation must constantly create demand on the one hand, and constantly recycle contribution points on the other hand, so that adventurers will never have enough contribution points. Only when the desire is strong but cannot be satisfied, they will work harder for the territory. Dungeon. It will be closed soon. Wanchuan Sanran returned to Blackstone Town. This Blackstone Town is an adventurer town with a population of hundreds of thousands. There are hundreds of miles around it, and there is no bird shit, no grass, and no Gobi Desert. The land is barren and can't grow decent food, and there is not enough clean water. Adventurer world. 99% of them are in this style. The whole world is similar to the Wasteland Apocalypse. Of course, the style is similar, but the actual difference is very large. Because each town can connect to a large number of underground cities, it is not difficult to obtain various materials needed for survival. Although it is not rich, it is not impossible to survive. Most people have no problem getting enough food and clothing, so although this world is barren, it is just very boring, not as depressing and desperate as the real apocalypse, and it has also bred hundreds of billions of huge populations. After staying in Miracle City for 2 days, Wanchuan Sanran suddenly returned to Blackstone Town. Wanchuan Sanran felt like he had just woken up from a dream. Because the shock he received in the past 2 days was too great, and the amount of information was too much to be real. However, it was not a dream. Miracle City really exists. Wanchuan Sanran looked around. At this time, the major dungeons were closed one after another. So thousands of adventurers came out. Most of these people were tired and full of work flavor. For most adventurers, Going to the dungeon was no different from going to work. This scene has long been commonplace. I never felt it was wrong before. But now the contrast with Miracle City is too sharp. Even if the adventurers in Miracle City are exhausted, they are still reluctant to leave and scratch their heads. They like to get together to discuss the gains and joy of the secret realm. This is the real adventure. Only when adventurers can explore from the bottom of their hearts, feel happy and joyful, can they be successful dungeons. In addition, it is not difficult to see. The influence of Miracle City is spreading. At present, there are signs of this in Blackstone Town. There are many spirits of Miracle City circulating in the adventurer market. It is said that an M16 appeared in the market of Miracle City yesterday, and it was directly sold at a super high price of nearly 1,000 soul sands. It won't take long. The spirit, specialty, and culture of Miracle City will completely transform this adventurer town. Don't waste time. Wanchuan Sanren felt a sense of urgency. He rushed back to the headquarters of Huangquan Adventure Group. When they learned of his return, the leader, deputy leader, and 5 elders were all alarmed. Why did it take so long? And there is still this kid Feng Zhongyan. Bianhua, along with a group of high-level adventurers, was about to listen to Wanchuan Sanren's investigation report. When she learned that she had not been able to bring Feng Zhongyan back, she felt a little dissatisfied. The situation in Miracle City is more complicated than expected. Wanchuan Sanren said directly, I don't know how to describe it. In short, this is the most promising underground city I have ever seen. Even Tianyun City cannot suppress it. It may contain opportunities beyond imagination. So I dare to think that it may be an extremely correct choice for Feng Xiao to stay in Miracle City. As soon as these words came out, the high-level people looked at each other in surprise. They couldn't believe that Wanchuan Sanren would say such a thing. Didn't he know that the entire Huangquan Adventure Group was rooted in Tianyun City? The deputy leader angrily scolded. Nonsense, a newly emerged underground city. How could it have the ability to shake Tianyun City? Several elders also looked unhappy. Wanchuan, you are also a backbone of my group. How can you say such words that will destroy your prestige? It's fine to say such words behind closed doors today. Don't spread it outside. Wanchuan has always been steady in doing things, and he would not say such words without evidence. Higanhua paused and said, What is the situation of this dungeon? Explain it in more detail. Yes. Wanchuan Sanren introduced. Miracle City has been built for less than half a month, but 2 secret realms have been created so far. What? 2 secret realms? Yes, it's true. Miracle City just conquered a powerful dark dungeon yesterday, and today it has launched the 2nd secret realm of the dungeon. The city was built for less than half a month, only about 10 days of operation. A 2nd secret realm has been developed. There are only dozens of 2nd-level dungeons in the entire Blackstone town, and the shortest operating time and the fastest development time are more than 3 or 4 years. How is this possible? It is completely unreasonable. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. Higanbana's expression gradually became serious. Tell me about the secret realm. The speed of development of a dungeon is affected by many factors, and sometimes there is a lot of luck. The secret realm is the real core competitiveness. There are many revelations and posts about Miracle City in the Blackstone Town Adventurer Forum, but it is difficult to distinguish the truth from the false. Higanbana believes in his subordinates. The 2 secret realms of Miracle City are called Doomsday Frenzy and Exotic 10 Kingdoms. The style of its secret realm is very different from any other dungeon. I think one of its biggest features is the rich and real-world view. The Miracle City adventurers' comment on Lord Chi-Ji is very pertinent. Higanbana, what comment? They said that Lord Chi-Ji is not creating a secret realm, but creating the world. This comment is too outrageous. It's not an exaggeration. Not only do you think so, but I and Mr. He also think so. Everyone at the scene. All of them had a brain short circuit. Because it was really hard for them to imagine. What kind of dungeon is this? Higanbana did not go into detail in this regard. Speak carefully. I need to know the content of the secret realm. Wanchuan Sanren. The Doomsday Frenzy secret realm currently has 2 modes, level mode and story mode. It is said that a new mode called competitive mode will be launched soon. As for the 10 kingdoms of the foreign land, although the secret realm has just started production, the style looks a bit similar to the Frenzy plot mode, and it also uses the role-playing mode pioneered by Miracle City. Bianhua interrupted. What is role-playing? Wanchuan Sanren. This is Miracle City's unique deep immersion secret realm exploration method. The secret realm of Miracle City allows adventurers to fully integrate into the world and the plot and become the role they play. Similar to some story-based secret realms? Dianhua has been to some story-based secret realms. These secret realms also have plots, and there are many lords who are good at creating stories. However, even if there is creative talent, it will be severely homogenized due to limited materials, so there are very few truly innovative ones. It's different. The other story-based secret realms I have seen are just telling a story. Wanchuan Sanren said, Miracle City is not just telling a story, but it allows us to completely become part of the story plot, and even become part of the grand history of the secret world. If he hadn't been a high-level backbone of the adventure group. Otherwise, Higanbana would suspect that this guy was bribed. And Elder, if Miracle City is really as you said, wouldn't Tianyan City's position be in danger? We are too closely tied to Tianyan City, and we should advance and retreat with the interests of Tianyan City. Wanchuan Sanren, I have a different opinion. If Lord Qi is a top genius lord, I think he will indeed pose a threat to Tianyan City, so it is necessary to take measures to suppress him. But he is not a genius at all, but a rare and unique talent. I think it's more beneficial than harmful. The logic behind his conclusion is very simple. The future fame of Miracle City will never be limited to Blackstone Town. Only Blackstone Town can enter Miracle City in this area of thousands of miles, or tens of thousands of miles. So what will happen? Once Miracle City becomes famous in the future, it will probably attract adventurers from all directions. Other territories. They all share the cake. Shi Jilin has the ability to make the cake bigger. No matter how well Miracle City develops, it is impossible to receive adventurers indefinitely. If the population of Blackstone Town increases tenfold in the future because of Miracle City, there will always be a lot of people who can't squeeze into Miracle City. Without Miracle City, will there be no adventure? Energy can't be wasted. You can only choose from the remaining underground cities. So who will benefit the most? It is undoubtedly Tianyan City. After all, no matter how big the gap between the quality of Tianyan City's secret realm and Miracle City is, there is no doubt that Blackstone Town is second only to Miracle City, as long as you keep the position of the second place for thousands of years. With the huge size of his quasi-fourth level territory, not only will he not be impacted, but he may even take this opportunity to move to a higher level. Not only that, Wanchuan Sanren continued, the secret specialties of Miracle City are also unique. Whether it is the guns and weapons produced by the Frenzy Secret Realm or the skill stones of the 10 Kingdoms, they are all of extremely high value. As the saying goes, the one who is close to the water gets the moon first. We must have a share, actively develop. Once the highly competitive specialties of Miracle City flow into Blackstone Town in large quantities, other dungeons can make a lot of money by being middlemen. It's better to cooperate with it for mutual benefit. It's not that I don't trust you, but you make Miracle City too magical. It's really hard to believe. I'm well prepared. Wanchuan Sanren took out the city ticket. Hearing is false, seeing is believing. What is the quality of Miracle City? The captain will know it by trying it himself. Why didn't you take it out earlier? Higanhua's eyes lit up. I will go in and find out for myself tomorrow. She wants to see if this underground city is really so magical. Chapter 86. Inside the Lord's Mansion. Finally done. Shiji breathed a sigh of relief. He has worked overtime to complete the work. The second part of Ashina Country has officially started. The current second core is running at 2092/5000. Today, adventurers can officially explore the world of Ashina Country. More and stronger characters and monsters are waiting for them. While Chi-Ji was busy making the 10 Kingdom Secret Realm, he was also constantly optimizing and adjusting the Frenzy Secret Realm, adding some random monster spawning points to the level mode. For example, the second level boss of Frenzy. When it appears, it will be randomly generated from the 3 forms of Flamethrower Tracker, Bazooka Tracker, and Gatling Tracker. Of course, there is only a very small probability that the 2 new forms will be spawned. It is very sensitive for the Lord to rashly modify the Secret Realm, because this can easily cause opposition and protests from the adventurer group. Chi-Ji is very confident. This modification will not cause resentment. On the contrary, it will make them feel more excited, and even surprised. Randomly brushing boss increases the difficulty. But there is also a chance to brush out higher quality spirits. This is definitely a temptation that adventurers cannot resist. This is fundamentally different from other dungeon lords, who cannot afford to lose, maliciously modify the Secret Realm, and do not hesitate to destroy their reputation and Secret Realm experience, and also want to cheat adventurers. Chi-Ji's approach will not only make the Secret Realm random and more fun, but also update the benefits for adventurers in disguise. Otherwise, it is just to maximize benefits. The 3 forms of boss can completely open a level alone. If the spirits of the rocket launcher tracker and the Gatling tracker can be brushed out, it will also be a good thing for the territory, which can enrich the arms of Chi and thus have a stronger military force. Calculate the time. The city will be open soon. Today is worth looking forward to. In addition to the 3 forms of trackers that appear randomly, the adventurer will officially start the adventure story of the Ashina chapter. The progress of the first chapter of the Frenzy Secret Realm plot will also be smoothly promoted, and it is expected that the ultimate boss Leech Queen Marcus will appear soon. The above. All are full of topics. Chi is very curious about how the adventurers will respond. When he was preparing for the opening of the city, he suddenly received a transaction information from the Lord Market, and after seeing this information, he immediately felt refreshed. It was about the blueprint. Lord 0895 came straight to the point. I have a blueprint for the Secret Realm Control Tower here. The price is 6,000 soul crystals. If you want it, just trade it directly. Chi has been releasing acquisition information in the market recently. Not only does he purchase various practical blueprints, but he also focuses on purchasing the Secret Realm Control Tower. In the past 2 days, I received several common blueprints such as Adventurer Inn and Secret Realm Shop. Although they are also needed by the territory, they are not a surprise after all. Is there finally a Secret Realm Control Tower? The offer is as high as 6,000. It can't be said to be a ripoff, but it is indeed not low. Miracle City has only a little over 5,800 soul crystals left, which means that even if the financial reserves are emptied, it is not enough to buy this blueprint. But it is not easy to come across it. I must strive for it. Friend, 6,000 is too high. I will give you 5,000 at most. It's not that I don't want to cut it lower. The Secret Realm Control Tower is a second-level facility after all. If Chi offers 3,000 or 4,000, it seems too insincere, and the other party may just turn around and leave. The two sides negotiated for 20 to 30 minutes. The price of the transaction object was very tight this time. Chi barely cut down the price of 500 soul crystals, and finally got the blueprint for 5,500 soul crystals. Not bad, not cheap, but still a normal price. With the secret control tower, there is an energy absorption tower. The foundation of the competitive mode is established. And this will become a very important gameplay in Miracle City in the future. In addition, as the scale of adventurers grows, in order to ensure the full development and experience of adventurers, each adventurer can fully adventure, and Chi can also set the duration of a single adventure. Miracle City's financial situation is urgent. There are only 312 soul crystal reserves left. Chi then checked the soul warehouse of the territory. The current number of ordinary zombie souls has exceeded 1,000, and the total number has reached 1074. There will be no war in the near future. There is no point in hoarding souls in large quantities. So he took out 500 zombie souls. He divided them into 10 to 20 batches and put them on the market. This part of the resources is converted into soul crystals to supplement the territory's fiscal revenue. Ding, Lord 0522 purchased 5 zombie souls. You received 80 soul crystals. Ding, Lord 0186 purchased 2 zombie souls. You received 32 soul crystals. The special souls of Miracle City are very popular. The delivery speed is very fast every time. But after all, it takes some time to sell all 500. Chi didn't care. After all, Miracle City has enough new content at this stage, and he didn't plan to quit the competitive mode of the Frenzy Secret Realm immediately. Not long after, the territory was officially opened. About 1,300 people can be received today. Miracle City has added several infrastructures, including the Secret Realm store of the exotic 10 kingdoms. No surprise. Miracle City is still full in seconds. As soon as Feng Zhongyan and other adventurers living in the dungeon left the hotel, they saw a huge army pouring into the city. Huh? Is that the old dean? He really called several seniors here. Among the adventurers pouring into the dungeon today, there are nearly 10 people at the head who are particularly eye-catching. Most of them are elders who look over 60 years old, and some of them are white-haired and white-bearded, and they look about 70 years old. Mao Mingming recognized several of them at a glance. It's the old President Sanju, Master Pancher, and the old Senior Tiexin. Wow, they are all great bosses in Blackstone Town. Our Miracle City is too impressive. Each of these people is not simple. They have various titles. For example, the Vice President of the Adventurer Academy, the President of the Adventurer Association, the Chief Consultant of each adventure group, the Dungeon Worshipper or Guest Official, etc. Their cultivation is at least at the peak of the 2nd level, and some even reach the 3rd level. They are the most powerful adventurers in Blackstone Town. High level. Not only is it rich in experience, it also means that the adventurer's soul is stronger and can condense more mental power. Generally speaking, the energy of a first-level adventurer is 5 points, and the peak of the first level, that is, the adventurer whose first-level soul fusion degree tends to 100%, but has not yet built the second-level soul, has 8 points of energy. The second-level adventurer has 10 points of energy, and the peak of the second level has 15 points of energy. The third-level adventurer has 25 points of energy, and the peak of the third level has 35 points of energy. The higher the level, the greater the growth. Of course, the specific value is not fixed. Adventurers can generate extra energy if they have adventures or special talents, and being too old may also cause a certain degree of decline in energy. Sanju, I haven't been to the dungeon for 2 years. This time I came here for your sake, Laha. This old adventurer, codenamed Sanju, is a thin and gaunt old man with gray hair. Although he looks only in his 50s or 60s, he is actually 78 years old. The higher the adventurer's rank, the longer his lifespan. The expected natural lifespan of an ordinary person or a first-level adventurer is about 70 years old. A second-level adventurer can reach 80 or 90 years old, and a third-level adventurer can live at least 120 years old. And the third level is a threshold. The first 3 levels are not too exaggerated for the increase in lifespan, and from the 4th level onwards, the lifespan that can be increased by 1 level will increase by multiples. As a third-level adventurer, Sanju is naturally one of the leading figures in Blackstone Town. He was in a state of retreat 5 years ago. In the past 2 years, he has not been to the dungeon again. Why? 2 core reasons. First, financial freedom. The average adventurer of this generation has been adventuring for no less than 50 years, and the wealth accumulated is enough to support his retirement in Blackstone Town. Second, there is no passion. Decades of adventuring day after day. Old adventurers such as Sanju have lost their sense of freshness and pleasure in the dungeon, which is a very fatal problem for adventurers. Adventurers' cultivation mainly depends on secret realms. Only the more you invest, and the more passionate you are, the faster you can grow. Therefore, for this group, it is extremely important to have a childlike heart. This is also the reason why most adventurers seem so cheerful. Because an adventurer who has lost curiosity, desire to explore, passion and interest is difficult to grow, and curiosity, desire to explore and passion are one of the most important talents of adventurers. It's okay at the lower level. When you reach the 3rd level, then you get older. Even if you spend every day in the dungeon. Even if you grind day and night. It's hard to see a 1% increase in your cultivation. When adventure is no longer exciting and interesting, and your cultivation doesn't increase, what's the difference between working from 9 to 5? Anyway, if you have a little success and financial freedom, you can just retire. So these old adventurers are all severe adventure impotence patients. Tired. It's better to retire and grow flowers and plants and enjoy family happiness. I'm here just to give Baihajushra a face. Pancher sighed. What kind of dungeons have we not seen? Now we can no longer find the sense of adventure. Tieshin, I have no interest in adventure, but I am interested in thatch, and I am very interested in it. Baihajushra, haha, don't say it too early, maybe the miracle dungeon can let you regain the fun of adventure. Haha, don't dare to hope. I don't believe there is any secret realm that can bring me freshness. The elderly group in Blackstone Town discussed things. 3 more figures came up from the back. The leader was a beautiful woman with a wasp waist and long legs, enchanting temperament, mature charm. Old, sister. Feng Zhongmian turned around and wanted to run. Bianhua flashed and rushed up. She slapped Feng Zhongmian to the ground with a slap. Still want to run? Bianhua raised her eyebrows and shouted angrily. See how I teach you a lesson today. The other adventurers all changed their faces. Is it Higanbana? The leader of the Yellow Springs mercenary group. The recognized leader among the young adventurers in our Blackrock town. The elderly group was also slightly stunned. Pancher, huh, it's really strange, I didn't expect that even the girl Higanhua is here. Tieshin sighed. Higanhua has already broken through the 3rd level before she is 30 years old. Her future achievements will definitely be far above the rest of us, and even not inferior to the peak period of Hilao. Sanju sighed. The young are formidable. That's right. Higanhua is also at the 3rd level. It's about the same as a few old bones. But the average age of Sanju and others is over 70 years old, and Higanhua is only 26 or 27 years old, and age is another major factor that limits the growth of adventurers. The higher the physiological age, the slower the growth rate, and the greater the difficulty of breaking through. Higanwa broke through to the 3rd level early, and because of the increase in lifespan, her current physiological age is only in her early 20s. There is still a long period of rising in the future, and the growth space is very amazing, if nothing unexpected happens. In the future, she can reach the peak level of Baihajusher. There is even a certain probability that she can surpass Baihajusher. It's no wonder that such a genius will become the leader of the younger generation in Blackstone Town. Speaking of which, Miracle City is quite impressive. It's okay that the older generation came in groups. After all, most of them are retired and have a lot of free time. Now even the popular young generation representatives are here. Stop! Baihajusher stepped forward to stop Higanbana from beating Feng Zhongmian in public. The old man felt that Feng Zhongmian was also a good seedling with great potential and ideas. He was only 19 years old, but more mature than his peers, and also showed strong personality charm and leadership qualities. Feng Zhongmian was not well known in Blackstone Town, mainly because Higanbana's brilliance was too dazzling, and from his efforts during this period, it was not difficult to see that he might become the leader of a new generation of adventurers in the future. Give me some face. Don't make trouble in Miracle City. Mr. Baiha came with the elderly group. It turned out to be the old dean. Higanwa was not convinced by the so-called #1 adventurer in Blackstone Town, but after all, he was an old senior, and had to give him basic face. I'm not here to make trouble today, but too many people have praised Miracle City to the sky recently, and I want to see if it is really that amazing. Feng Zhongmian breathed a sigh of relief. Sister, you should have come a long time ago. Miracle City will never let you down. Humph, if the secret realm here doesn't satisfy me, you must come back with me immediately. Feng Zhongmian showed disdain. He would never accept Higanwa's arrangement. This guy is too strong and always treats himself as a child. So even if it's not for ideals, but just for dignity, he must counterattack and surpass her. And this. It's impossible to achieve in Tianyun City. Only in Miracle City can there be such hope. The army of adventurers poured into the secret hall, and soon filled the 2nd level hall. Baihua had learned about the secret realm of Miracle City through Wangchuan Sanren, and finally chose the 10 kingdoms to challenge without hesitation. At the same time, Baihajusher and the elderly adventure group, most of them also challenged the 10 kingdoms, but there were also a few who came from Malazzi and ran to the Craze world. Today's adventure officially begins. Chapter 87. Sanju. 78 years old. Former president of the Adventurer Association. One of Baihajusher's best friends. One of the old adventurers, with a reputation comparable to Baihajusher. This old adventurer, who thought he had severe adventure impotence, finally chose the 10 Kingdom secret realm to challenge under the strong recommendation of Baihajusher. I have been adventuring for more than 50 years, have been to nearly 1,000 dungeons, and explored thousands of secret realms. The dungeons and secret realms in the world are similar. How could there be a secret realm that I haven't seen? Old, he actually wants to arouse my passion for adventure? This guy. You still have to admit that you are old. Don't bother when you should rest. Sanju came to Miracle City purely to give Baihajusher a face. He was not interested in any secret realm, he just wanted to have a quick visit, go back to fiddle with flowers and plants, and continue the leisurely and comfortable life of a retired old man. With such an idea, officially logged into the secret realm of the 10 kingdoms. Instantly, a grand and exciting music resounded through the world. The BGM of the login interface of the secret realm of the 10 kingdoms was magnificent and full of epic feeling. Sanju was stunned. There is also background music. The Lord really looked attentive. At this time, a huge and mysterious continent emerged in front of him, and the accompanying music instantly created a sense of tragic and vastness. Even Sanju had to admit that the atmosphere was well set. A map of the foreign world? It is interesting to present the world view in this way. Sanju had to admit that there was a reason why Miracle City was so popular recently. The login interface alone was ingenious, enough for many lords to learn from. Currently, no choice. The foreign continent is large, but only some islands in the northeast are open. There are only so many places that adventurers can explore at present. But it is precisely because there are so few explorable areas that people have infinite imagination and expectations for the other blank parts of this world. If the parts that have been opened are good enough, then this sense of expectation will be magnified tenfold or 100-fold. Although Sanju has not officially landed, he has to admit that the Lord has a lot of ideas. The land of Japan is rapidly approaching. Although the country of Ashina is in the land of Japan. But from the perspective of the map, it is not too big. It is just an inconspicuous place deep in the mountains. In other words, this archipelago called the Land of Japan currently still has a large area shrouded in fog, indicating that there may be areas to explore. The planning of this secret realm is astonishingly large. Can the Lord really create the entire worldview? If he can really create the entire worldview, can these countries be linked in some way in the future? Sanju couldn't help but have such thoughts. Although he hasn't entered the secret realm yet, he has to admit that he has a little interest in it for the first time in a long time. Of course, it's just a little bit. He doesn't think that an unknown lord has enough inspiration and talent to control such a huge plan. As the saying goes, you can't chew too much. How easy is it to create such a huge worldview? If there is not enough inspiration material, it will only become a boring skin-changing design in the end. Without enough rich features and details, the so-called grand plan is just a gimmick. Don't think about it. Who cares? Anyway, I'm just here to join in the fun. I challenge my old friend as soon as possible and go home. With this idea in mind, Sanju immediately chose to enter the story of Ashina, and the moment he entered the secret realm, the opening part of Ashina country was immediately performed in front of him. It was the end of the Warring States period, and the flames of war that spread to the land of Japan have never subsided. About 3 minutes later, all the cutscenes were watched. Sanju was completely stunned. It was difficult to suppress the surprise and shock in his heart. Such a vivid interpretation method and the immersive secret realm design are indeed unprecedented. No wonder the Miracle City secret realm can be popular in Blackstone Town. Even Baihajusher is addicted to it. At this moment, even he has to admit that Miracle City is indeed real and even amazing. Almost at the same time, Higanbana also landed in Ashina country. After watching the opening plot, he officially entered the wolf's body. She couldn't calm down for a long time, and was even more excited than the old adventurers like Sanju. After all, the old adventurers like Sanju had a lot of experience and were more stable as they were older, while Higanbana was only in her 20s, which was the peak period of adventurers with the most vigor and the strongest desire to explore. The painting style, and narrative that had never been seen in the country of Ashina. The shock brought can be imagined. Interesting. Wanchuan doesn't seem to be exaggerated. The secret realm of Miracle City is indeed extraordinary. Higanbana began to play the role of a wolf. She also successfully obtained the saber wedge pill. Feng Zhongmian reminded outside, you can't expose yourself now. You must be careful to lurk and explore, and secretly find the secret passage to escape from Ashina City. Higanbana, I am good at this. I will kill through here at the fastest speed, and kill all the enemies I can see. Then no one will find that I have escaped. After saying that, he kicked directly. He kicked the door, and went out with a bang. The huge movement scared the 2 Ashina soldiers, who were responsible for defending. The next moment, Higanbana flew like an arrow. One of the soldiers had not yet fully reacted. He was hit head-on by a violent and torrential attack. Where had the Ashina soldier seen such a ninja? Higanbana did not use Japanese swordsmanship, but purely her own fighting skills that she had honed through thousands of adventures. The attack was open and closed. It was too sudden and fierce. The soldier was caught off guard, and could not parry, and eventually soon revealed a flaw. Higanbana felt the instinct of this body, so she quickly responded to the flaw and stabbed the opponent's chest with a knife, and the next moment blood splattered. Kill one first. Ha ha. Cool. Higanbana was covered with sweet and hot blood, but showed a satisfied grin. Especially when he felt a living body being drained of vitality under his blade. This strong sense of reality made him even more excited. There's another one. He attacked again. Another Ashina was also shocked. After just a few slashes, he was crushed in momentum, and Higanbana found an opportunity, and once again stabbed the body with a white knife and a red knife, and then stabbed the body with 3 or 5 consecutive slashes. Done! Higanbana was very satisfied with her masterpiece. This scene shocked the adventurers watching nearby. Fuck, what kind of fighting style is this? Is this a ninja or a berserker? So amazing, worthy of being the leader of Higanbana, she is fighting completely according to her own routine and style, and even so, she easily defeated 2 Ashinas. Higanbana didn't stop for a moment. She pushed forward and fought continuously all the way. In most cases, she didn't use the wolf's fighting methods and skills, but only made some instinctive movements occasionally, just using her own physical qualities and her own fighting style to fight. However, the effect was unexpected. She easily rushed through all the soldiers. She killed the elite monster Yamauchi Shigenori with blood all over her body. Her fighting style was extremely violent, But she set a new record for killing soldiers quickly. However, Higanbana's fighting style was too reckless after all. She didn't fully integrate the character's abilities and skills. When dealing with the weaker Ashina soldiers, she could certainly do it in one go, but once she faced a being with higher attributes than herself, she would be 100% at a disadvantage. For example, Yamauchi Shigenori, the leader of the Ashina group. Higanbana slashed 7 or 8 times, like a mad dog, but all of them were blocked by the opponent's superb swordsmanship and battle-hardened combat experience. Yamauchi Shigenori could still bear the consumption. On the contrary, Higanbana clearly felt that she was running out of strength and her posture was unstable. Die! Yamauchi Shigenori seized the opportunity. He split Higanbana's wedge with one sword. He beheaded the mad ninja in front of him with one sword. Higanbana was defeated and withdrew from the secret realm. Although she paid with her life, she was very excited at the moment, and could even be said to be in ecstasy. What a secret realm! It's so exciting! Miracle City is worthy of its reputation. Higanbana has seen hundreds of different secret realms, and has accumulated thousands of challenges in total, but this is the first time she has experienced such a vivid and wonderful adventure. Finally, she believed the evaluation of the adventurer Wanchuan Sanran on Miracle City's creation of the world. The content she has experienced so far is very limited. But he has already felt the charm of the 10 Kingdoms Secret Realm, and highly recognized the Secret Realm production level of Miracle City. When adventurers enter a Secret Realm world that is almost completely real, the strong sense of immersion will make people forget the adventure itself during the adventure. In this case, killing a small soldier can also produce a sense of pleasure 10 times more than that of an ordinary Secret Realm. This Yamauchi Shigenori is indeed very capable, but this level of guards can't stop me. I will save the Son of God anyway. Higanbana vowed to rescue Jiolong. However, Yamauchi Shigenori's physical strength and strength are both above the wolf, so he can't fight hard, and must find a way to outsmart him. Feng Zhongmian said, "Wolves are not used like this." "What do you mean?" "Yamauchi Shigenori is just a small leader. There are many people in Ashina country who are stronger than him. If you can't use the wolf correctly, you will definitely not go far." Higanbana frowned slightly. Feng Zhongmian's words are not unreasonable. She thought of Ashina Ishin and Tamura Yoshifumi in the opening plot. The strength shown by these two strong men must have reached the 3rd level, while Yamauchi Shigenori feels that he is at most the 1st level 5-star strength, just a small soldier leader, an unknown person. The gap is too big. Higanbana can defeat Yamauchi Shigenori through strategy and proficiency. But what should she do when facing a real strongman in the future? After all, in the face of overwhelming power, all the fancy behaviors are meaningless. Hee, let's make a deal. I will teach you to exert the true strength and potential of the wolf, but you are not allowed to control me from tonight onwards. I can do whatever I want. Okay. Higanbana agreed readily. Since you recognize the potential of Miracle City, naturally, I understand Feng Zhongmian's choice. How to use wolves well. In fact, even if Feng Zhongmian doesn't say this, Higanbana can easily find out, or figure it out by her own understanding. But this kid really can't be protected under the wings all the time. Since he is determined to fly solo, there is no point in forcing him to return to the adventure group. Higanbana continued, I only have one request. No matter what you do, don't embarrass me. Feng Zhongmian was overjoyed. I didn't expect it to be so smooth. He just felt that he had taken another big step towards the goal of establishing an adventure group to surpass his sister. Next. There was no ambiguity. Feng Zhongmian passed on the experience summary of adventurers such as Baihe Jushir to Higanbana, which is a unique set of tactics formed around clever counterattacks, crisis perception, posture consumption, and ninja killing skills. Remember, the plot secret realm of Miracle City is different from any secret realm of any dungeon. When you play a role, you can't let your personality completely override the role. Feng Zhongmian said solemnly, what is role-playing? Only by truly integrating into the role and feeling his joys and sorrows can you play the role well, exert your true strength, and interpret the correct plot. Otherwise, the more actions you take, the greater the deviation will be, and you will not be able to advance the plot and complete the story at all. Lord Chi never makes a secret realm that cannot be passed. If you encounter an opponent you can't beat, it may only be that the method is wrong or you are not skilled enough. So that's it. Higanbana's eyes lit up. She was acting completely based on her own experience and style in the battle just now. This is called taking over the host. If you don't understand the character's ability, and don't feel the character's thoughts, you will be unable to deal with powerful enemies from all directions at the least, and lose the synchronization of the plot at a critical moment, resulting in the failure of the challenge. Not long after, the second challenge began. Higanbana really took the role this time, officially playing the role of a wolf instead of simply controlling the body. This feeling is completely different. Higanbana only felt that the wolf's various memories and emotional veins were clearer, and his spirit was merging with himself. Not only could he maximize his strength, but the growth rate of the adventurer's soul was also significantly increased. Dang, perfect deflection. It only took less than 1/10 of the strength. Higanbana easily deflected the attack of the Ashina's soldiers. On the contrary, the latter was repelled by the huge force and lost balance and almost fell. There is a flaw. Higanbana clearly felt a red light appear on the soldier. It flashed like a ghost approaching, and the sharp blade of the wedge pill in his hand was like a ruthless fang, instantly tearing the flesh in front of him and depriving the opponent of all vitality. It was done in one go, and was neat and tidy. No drag. Is this the wolf's way of fighting? This way of fighting seems to be more exciting. Higanbana officially found the feeling. She finally knew the correct way to start the adventure in Ashina country, and she felt that the experience was even better than before. Chapter 88. Dang dang dang, blades clashed. The sound was like hammering iron, killed several more Ashina people. Higanbana gradually got better and more proficient in using wolves. The martial arts style and fighting skills of Ashina country are very interesting. This kind of game of countering moves and colliding blades is very attractive and even magical. It makes people addicted. Can't stop. What's more fascinating? It is the role-playing gameplay under this deep immersion. I understand. At this moment, she felt that she had completely understood the essence of the deep role-playing created by Miracle City. The secret realm of Miracle City can not only provide adventurers with role templates, but also integrate the role with the worldview and plot story to increase substitution. When adventurers play roles, although they can do whatever they want, if they want to really play well, they still have to understand the characters, become the characters, and interpret the corresponding stories and lives. After a while, the soldiers were killed. Once again against Yamanouchi Shigenori. Higanbana sneered, "Come on. I won't lose again this time." Yamauchi Shigenori didn't understand what the other party was saying. He just cursed a few words. Then he came down from the mountain like a tiger, drew out the big sword again, and launched a fierce attack on the invading ninja. A slash with great force. The sword light tore through the air and the night. At this moment, the character used ordinary defense to parry, although it could barely resist, but due to the huge difference in strength, it would inevitably consume a lot of energy and pay a certain price. Didn't enter the defensive posture in advance, but carefully observed and felt with heart to capture the opportunity of the moment. Now! At the moment when the opponent exerted force, Higanbana swung the sword to hit the weak point, easily dissolving the powerful force with clever strength and achieving a rebound. Dang, sparks flew. Higanbana didn't move at all. She only used 30% to 40% of her strength. On the contrary, Yamauchi Shigenori, who was attacking with all his strength, stumbled back and lost his balance. Because Higanbana had only used a small part of her strength just now, she could quickly switch her posture to attack, and took advantage of Yamauchi Shigenori's unstable body to hit him head-on. Damn it! Yamauchi Shigenori was shocked so much that his arms hurt. Feeling threatened, he immediately roared in anger, and forced the adventurer back with a powerful lower horizontal slash, and then began to charge up to launch a forehand thrust. Dang! The wolf's intuition gave a warning. Higanbana immediately realized that the next attack was impossible to defend in her current state, so she immediately made an evasive move and calmly avoided this dangerous thrust. Dang dang! A series of explosions. They exchanged several more moves. Higanbana completely saw through Yamauchi Shigenori's attack. Every attack of the latter was easily mirrored, and his momentum was exhausted in the process. The time has come. Attack decisively. Break the defense with 4 consecutive swords. The final blow pierces the heart and ends the battle. The blade is pulled out. Blood spurts like a fountain. Yamauchi Shigenori fell down in reluctance. He did not hurt the adventurer at all from beginning to end. Higanbana held the sword with one hand from beginning to end, and each attack and defense was as elegant and easy as a dragonfly skimming the water. Although it took a few more rounds, it didn't seem to be much more difficult to kill Yamauchi than a soldier. But Yamauchi Shigenori is by no means an ordinary person. The panel attribute values are definitely slightly higher than those of the wolf. He is also a veteran with superb swordsmanship and rich experience. Even so, he was still easily defeated. It is this kind of likeness, this feeling of easily defeating the strong with the weak, and the tactics full of strategies and operational skills that make Higanbana feel a super double sense of conquest and satisfaction. She couldn't help but sigh. The tactics mechanism of this secret realm is too amazing. After watching the battle, the adventurers outside were also shocked. So awesome. Is this the strength of Higanbana? To have realized this level at once, such a talent is really scary. Dean Baiha is old. Even if he returns to the peak, it will be difficult to go further. I think the title of the first adventurer of the new generation in Blackstone Town must belong to the leader of Higanbana. After hearing these discussions, Higanbana felt more refreshed and her confidence increased greatly. If she hadn't experienced it herself, she wouldn't have believed that there would be such a fun secret realm in this world. She only felt that the 10 kingdoms of Miracle City and the wolves of Ashina country were completely tailored to her own preferences. Otherwise, how could there be such a resonance and refreshing feeling from the soul? Keep moving forward. Killed all the enemies. Finally found the secret passage for evacuation. Higanbana blew the reed whistle to call the Son of God. The two successfully passed through the secret passage and finally came to the reed plain. As expected, seeing the scene in front of her, Higanbana stayed where she was. Although she had rich adventure experience, she had lived in a barren and desolate world since she was a child, and had never seen a scene full of vitality. As for the dungeons she had visited, not to mention, 99% of the lords in this world don't know what art design is. Most of the secret realms in this world have similar structures. They just give a starting point, set an end point, add some obstacles in the middle, and a secret realm is considered completed. The scene is monotonous. The layout is simple. No wonder adventurers like the secret realm of Miracle City so much. Higanbana was already very shocked when she saw the exotic grass, buildings, and clothing in the water diversion tower. What's more, the reed plain in front of her is so beautiful and almost dreamy. This is completely beyond her imagination. Higanbana has no doubt that even if the secret realm of Miracle City is a piece of shit, just taking out such beautiful scenery as a selling point can attract many adventurers to come one after another. Deep in Higanbana's heart, suddenly, a fire of expectation burned. She thought of the login interface of the secret realm of 10 kingdoms. The map presented in front of her was so vast, and she didn't know how many stories, how many beautiful scenery, and how many interesting customs and cultures it contained. I must get through all the chapters. I must travel to every corner of this world. When she made up her mind secretly, Ashina Jinakairo arrived as expected. Higanbana and Baiha Jushir were both top adventurers, so they immediately felt that the other party was not simple, so they immediately focused on dealing with it. Please leave it to me. Higanbana pulled out the wedge pill and asked Shinsi to retreat. Do you want to hinder me? Shinsi's ninja. Ashina Jinakairo joins the battle. The moonlight was bright. In a beautiful scene, this fateful duel broke out again. 10 seconds later, exit the secret realm. Higanbana was stunned. She only lasted 3 rounds before being defeated. Higanbana's back teeth were almost broken. Damn it, Shinsi was kidnapped again, and the strength of this Ashina Jinakairo is at least second level 4 or 5 stars. Others were not surprised at all. After all, it is normal to lose to Ashina Jinakairo. Wanchuan Sanrin comforted, Captain, you don't have to be angry. This battle is a plot kill. Under the situation at that time, it was difficult to save the Son of God anyway. Yes. Anyway, you can pass the prologue regardless of whether you win or lose this battle. The captain has passed the prologue in 2 challenges. This result is already very outstanding. Indeed. Higanbana checked the information panel. You passed the Ashina Country Prologue, Ashina Chief Spirit +1. Not only did she pass the Ashina Country Prologue, she also obtained a first-level 5-star quality spirit. Yamauchi Shigenori is an Ashina Chief, so the spirit must have exploded from him. The humanoid monster spirit is very valuable. This adventure is still very rewarding. Although this battle is an inevitable plot kill, according to the old dean's speculation, there is a chance of winning, but the chance of winning is slim. At this time, Feng Zhongmian said, although the old dean is trying to make a comeback, no one has been able to defeat Ashina Jinakairo so far. Yes. Even the old dean Baiha. He can only last a dozen or 20 rounds in the hands of Ashina Jinakairo. Hearing this, Higanbana's desire to win was rekindled. Shirakawa Jushir can last more than 10 rounds in the hands of Ashina Jinakairo, while he can only last 3 rounds. Wouldn't that make people look down on him, if this old man can defeat Ashina Jinakairo? I am not worse than him, why can't I? Fight, must fight. Higanbana decided to continue the challenge. On the one hand, it was the desire to win and the desire to challenge, and another part of the reason was that she enjoyed the tension of fighting with masters in the Reed Plains. The excitement and dedication were unprecedented in any Secret Realm challenge in the past, and the growth of cultivation was significantly accelerated in the process. Level 3 Adventurer. Enough energy. Enough trial and error opportunities. Higanbana believed that she was fully capable of becoming the first person in Miracle City to defeat Ashina Jinakairo. So, she began her journey of suffering and abuse. Second challenge, defeated. Third challenge, defeated. Keep going, getting high. Higanbana became more and more excited as she fought. She almost entered a state of forgetting herself. The 5th time, the 10th time, the 15th time, the 24th time. She had unknowingly put all her energy into the prologue, from being able to fight only 3 or 2 rounds at the beginning to being able to fight back and forth for dozens of rounds. Almost. Damn, why do you have no energy? Higanbana had unknowingly spent most of the day in Miracle City. She was defeated by Ashina Jinakairo 24 times, and each time she had an arm chopped off. This process must have been uncomfortable, but she didn't feel any discomfort. She only regretted that she didn't have enough energy. She couldn't complete the feat of defeating Ashina Jinakairo today. Higanbana not only enjoyed the duel itself, but she also found that the explosion rate of Ashina country was not low, and 15 out of 24 times she passed the prologue. The explosion rate of the plot-based secret realms in Miracle City is indeed lower than that of the level-based secret realms. As long as you pass the rookie level of the frenzy, you will definitely explode the spirit. However, this is only a comparison within Miracle City. Such a short process. But there are 15 outputs. Compared with other dungeons, it is very rare and conscientious. This includes 8 basic supplies, for Ashina warrior spirits, 2 Ashina leader spirits, and a ninja wolf-style sword art skill stone. It is also a valuable gain for her. At this time, Feng Zhongnian, Blackstone Hammer King, and others have summarized the drop data. They shared it in the jointly compiled strategy post, and analyzed the explosion rate of the Ashina chapter prologue. So far, adventurers have cleared the Ashina chapter prologue nearly 200 times. We can roughly determine the secret realm drop rate and resource output. First of all, the output of basic items is the highest, mainly Ashina castle rice, sake, and coarse salt. Although the quality and quantity are good, the richness of the items is obviously far less than that of the Doomsday Frenzy secret realm. Other special outputs. The soul drop rate seems to be much lower than the novice level of the Doomsday Frenzy secret realm. But the lowest level souls dropped in the Ashina chapter prologue are all first level 3-star, and all are humanoid monster souls, so the overall value is not much inferior. Finally, there are skill stones, which are special products of the 10 Kingdom secret realm, and they obviously cannot be dropped in the Doomsday Frenzy secret realm. The only skill stone that has been unlocked is still the Ninja Wolf swordsmanship, and the drop rate of the prologue is about 1/15th to 1/20th. After seeing the relevant data analysis and the drop summary post, the adventurers were all very excited and talked about it. Skill stones are good stuff. The explosion rate within 1/20th is already quite impressive. After all, there is strength in numbers, and the future output is still very considerable. In general, the output of 10 Kingdoms and Frenzy has its own advantages. Whether it is the skill stones of 10 Kingdoms or the firearms equipment of Frenzy, they are all top-level specialties, and will become one of the core competitiveness of the dungeon. Sister, I'm convinced too. You don't have to keep fighting against Ashina Jinakairo. Feng Zhongnian came back from an adventure. When he found out what Higanbana did, he was shocked. What the hell? A level 3 adventurer has 25 energy points, which is 5 times that of an ordinary level 1 adventurer, and she actually spent all of it on the prologue of Ashina country. This is crazy. You know shit. I'm about to win. Wait and line up to lick my ass. But Higanbana still enjoyed it, and didn't care. She especially enjoyed this kind of tense and exciting duel, so she didn't think it was a waste of energy, not to mention that the output was good. Wait. That's not right. Higanbana suddenly realized. I came to Miracle City today, not to brush the secret realm, but to investigate this dungeon. Damn it, I completely forgot. Who made the prelude of Ashina country so good? I forgot what I came for when I got excited. Although there is a glimmer of hope for defeating Ashina Jinakairo, it is also necessary to learn more about the situation in Miracle City and collect information about the follow-up of Ashina country and other secret realms, but now my energy is exhausted. What can I do? At this time, I suddenly heard a cry from not far away. Wow, everyone come and see, old President Sanju is challenging the Red Ghost. What? President Sanju is also fighting the Red Ghost. Then I must take a look. It seems that no one has defeated this guy so far. Many adventurers went to a crystal. Higanbana was slightly startled when she heard this. Of course, she also knew old Senior Sanju, the former president of the Blackstone Town Adventurer Association, and one of the top adventurers in Blackstone Town. I heard that he had been excited and challenging Ashina Jinakiro before. It seems that they fought for more than 10 games. This old ding. The threat is not small. He is capable of competing with me for the first victory. Higanbana asked, "What is the Red Ghost?" Wanchuan Sanren replied, "This is a powerful character in the official part of Ashina country. No adventurer has been able to defeat it yet. It is a very difficult enemy. A monster in the official part of Ashina country? So this old dang has given up competing for Ashina Jinakiro's first victory?" Higanbana was relieved. At the same time, she became interested. Let's go and take a look. She had been working on the prologue for most of the day, and fighting with Ashina Jinakiro crazily. Now she still knew nothing about the subsequent content, so she just wanted to see what the content was like. Chapter 89. When Higanbana saw Sanju's crystal, she was stunned. The wolf, under Sanju's control, was flying and shuttling between towers, trees, and even cliffs at an extremely agile and swift speed. The tool he relied on was the hook rope from the ninja prosthetic hand. This hook rope was shot out at a very fast speed. It was also retractable and free to move at will. The wolf used it to move at super high speed in complex terrain, flying over eaves and walls in various ways. Not only was it so handsome, but its agility was even more jaw-dropping. What is this operation? Higanbana was shocked and confused. Why is the wolf I control different from the old man's? This is called a ninja prosthetic hand. The irritable chicken introduced Higanbana. As long as we enter the official plot, we can get this ability? What? We can all get it. Why do I suddenly feel like I'm regretting it so much? About the official plot, about the ninja prosthetic hand, it's actually no secret at all. At present, at least 50 adventurers have begun to enter the official plot of Ashina country. She just needs to walk around. You will definitely see the scene. Higanbana is too focused on the prologue part, and all her energy is used to challenge Ashina Jinakiro. Even when waiting in line, she closes her eyes and meditates to simulate the battle process. This led to the change of the wolf in the official plot. The lone wolf introduced, "Boss Higanbana, don't look at this ninja prosthetic hand as if it is very simple. It is definitely a top-level mechanical creation, which can be integrated with various ninja tools, and is very powerful and easy to use. I feel more and more heartbroken, thinking about myself exhausting my energy. I have to wait until tomorrow to experience it, which is very uncomfortable." Feng Zhongmian continued to complain. Who told you to keep struggling with the prologue? The official plot of Ashina is much more interesting than the prologue. After all, the wolf is in its full form at this time. Damn it, stop talking. The prologue is obviously very good. Who would have thought that this lord would have so many private goods? Higanbana gritted her teeth and said stubbornly, "Humph, so what? Miracle City will not grow legs and run away. The official plot can be entered at any time, but there is only one chance to win the first victory over Ashina Jinakiro." That's what she said. When she saw the tall and majestic Ashina Castle, and the rich explorable areas outside the city, Higanbana was still so depressed that she wanted to vomit blood. She realized that the prologue was really just a prologue, and the real interesting part of the Ashina story was still behind. No matter. I must defeat Ashina Jinakiro tomorrow. As for the remaining energy, use it all to explore the official plot. At this moment, inside the secret realm, Sanju was excited and full of emotion. He really wanted to present a banner of a miracle doctor to the Lord of Miracle City. This genius lord could actually cure a terminally ill patient with late stage of adventure impotence syndrome. Sanju originally wanted to finish 2 rounds and leave, but he couldn't stop after 1 round. He was already deeply involved and couldn't stop. The other people in the elderly retirement group were in a similar situation. A 3rd-level adventurer has more than 20 points of energy. He was in a similar situation to Higanbana at the beginning. He was also obsessed with the final duel in the prologue. He finished more than 10 rounds in a row, just wanting to defeat the powerful enemy Ashina Jinakiro. However, while waiting in line, he accidentally saw the content of the official plot. There are still masters? How can this be? Sanju was naturally unable to stop himself, and could not extricate himself. The attraction of the secret world of Miracle City is so great. It made him regain the curiosity and desire to explore when he was young. The most important thing is, when Sanju used the deep immersion method to play the role, he found that his cultivation, which had stagnated for more than 10 or 20 years, had loosened and grown a little. An absolute miracle. Sanju was ecstatic. I didn't expect that I could continue to practice and feel the charm of adventure at such an old age. Just based on this point, Miracle City is irreplaceable. Tianyun City and Jiuxing City can never be compared with Miracle City. The current exploration area. It is the outskirts of the city of Ashina. The scale of this place is more than 10 or 20 times larger than the water diversion tower in the prologue. In fact, in the original work of Sekiro, although the outskirts of the city are not small, they are not as large as this. Obviously. In the process of resetting. In order to enrich the details of the world and make this country look more flesh and blood, a lot of details have been added. Although Sekiro is very good, it is just a computer game after all, and the scenes presented must be miniaturized, and the parts presented are not comprehensive. The world of Miracle City's secret realm is different. It is not much different from the real world. Adventurers have much more freedom to explore the country of Ashina than game players. Sanju used the hook rope to climb the eaves and walls near the tiger-shaped stairs, avoiding some enemies very smoothly and silkily to reach the target area. His target is the red ghost on the stairs. This monster is one of the elite monsters discovered by adventurers. According to the monster illustration, the red ghost has the strength of the second level 3 stars, which is a monster worth challenging. At least 15 or 16 adventurers have challenged it. But the difficulty is too high. No one has succeeded so far. Sanju has failed twice. It can be seen how ferocious and powerful this monster is. I admit that I can't take down the Ashina Jinakairo for the time being. Sanju's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. It's just a red demon, I must kill it today. The adventurers outside cheered. President Sanju, be careful. Come on, old president, this will definitely work. After all, it was the third challenge. A lot of experience and lessons were accumulated in the first 2 times. Sanju knew that there were several Ashina people near the red demon. If the soldiers could not be quickly cleared, there was no way to deal with this monster. He relied on the ninja prosthetic hand to move quickly and dodge, and with quite skilled assassination and strong attack operations, he killed 1 spear Ashina people and 2 knife-wielding Ashina people in a few moves. This series of neat and beautiful actions aroused cheers from the hall again. Sanju heard the cheers of the young people, and he was also satisfied with his own operation, and this feeling had not appeared for many years. After the soldiers were dealt with, face the red ghost again. This is the red ghost. Higanbana looked at it through the secret crystal. This is a humanoid monster bound by iron chains and shackles, with a hood on its head. It is more than 2 meters tall, with red skin all over its body. Although it is wearing a hood, you can still see its eyes that emit abnormal blood light-like lights. Suddenly, the atmosphere is solemn. The adventurers outside can even hear the tense and exciting BGM. Everyone's heart is tight, because they know that this means that the battle has officially begun, as expected. When the breath of the invader is felt, the red ghost roars like a wild beast. It broke free of its restraints and rushed towards the invader like a wild bull. Sanju's expression was serious and focused. He knew the power of the red ghost. It had abnormal recovery and strength. If it caught or hugged him, he would definitely die. Roar! Sanju dodged the attack. The moment they passed each other, he swung his knife at the red ghost. Blood splattered. A deep wound was cut that could be seen through the bone. Such injuries would have killed or crippled ordinary people. The red ghost seemed to have no sense of pain. Not only was it not affected at all, but it became more bloodthirsty and violent. It raised its fists wrapped with several circles of iron chains and smashed them with a series of crazy hammers. This beast's attack had no skills. Because it had no skills, the wolf's knife-flipping skills could not work. The best way was to avoid the attack, and it was best not to confront it head-on. Bang! With a loud bang, the red ghost hammered a big hole in the ground. The shock wave alone covered 2 meters. Higanbana was also surprised to find that the blood had stopped flowing from the knife wound of the red ghost in just 2 seconds, and it was healing rapidly and visibly. What a strong power! What a strong recovery ability! What a strong physique! This monster is really hard to deal with. Higanbana finally understood why so many adventurers fell in front of the red ghost. This guy is not a human at all, but a pure beast. So most of the wolf's skills are useless, and the opponent's strength is far superior to that of the wolf, so it is quite difficult to fight. At this moment, using the hook rope, Sanju flew to a nearby tree. Seeing that the attack failed, the red ghost immediately roared and rushed again, and the violent force directly crushed the tree thicker than his thigh. You beast, die! Sanju descended from the sky and attacked again. Although he chopped the red ghost several times in a row, he could not affect it. Instead, the red ghost swung and smashed, but was blocked by Sanju's knife, and was directly knocked back several meters. No, the power difference is too big. Sanju blocked the red ghost's punch. At this moment, it felt like his bones were about to fall apart. The red ghost pounced again without giving him a break. The two engaged in a fierce battle. Sanju kept dodging attacks and counterattacking to cause damage. Although it seemed to have taken the initiative, the red ghost was still far from falling. On the contrary, it became more and more violent. The attack method became more and more fierce. Sanju's fight became more and more difficult. It made the other adventurers dare not breathe. Higanbana was also attracted, and was paying close attention to the battle. She would challenge the red ghost as soon as tomorrow, so she naturally had to understand this monster in advance, so that she could know herself and the enemy and avoid detours, based on observation. The red ghost's attacking moves are not complicated. It is nothing more than smashing down, flying kicks, and continuous turtle punches. Even if the adventurer cannot dodge these attacks, he can barely resist one or two. The most dangerous way of attack of the red ghost is grabbing, such as hugging in place, flying hugging, sprinting hugging, etc. If you are hit, there is no hope of survival, which is very dangerous. And at this moment, Sanju's physical strength is exhausted, and there is a slight mistake. The red ghost seized the opportunity, rushed up fiercely, and hugged him. Not good. Sanju swung the knife to counterattack. The blade successfully pierced the flesh, but it was unable to stop the red ghost from exerting force. There were only a few clicks, and the ribs were broken in a large area. Then the adventurer was thrown out with bare hands. Sanju flew directly more than 10 meters, and hit the courtyard wall like a cannonball. Bang! The wall cracked, the wolf's bones were broken, and he lost his mobility. The red ghost rushed up and smashed it with a hammer. Sanju, die. The challenge failed again. Although the wolf can be resurrected in the old temple, according to the mechanism of the Miracle City secret realm, each death will automatically exit and wait for the next challenge opportunity. Terrible! The red ghost is too strong. Even the old president was defeated 3 times in a row. It's difficult, too difficult. With our ability, it's impossible to win. Sanju has already exited the secret realm, and his expression is a little depressed at this moment. Although he has caused a lot of damage to the red ghost this time, it seems that there is still a gap to completely defeat it. The red ghost is not an ordinary person. It is crazy and irrational like a zombie. Especially, the recovery ability beyond imagination is very difficult to deal with. Higanbana said at this time, "Senior Sanju, I don't think we can deal with this kind of monster recklessly." Sanju, what do you mean? This monster must have a weakness. Higanbana nodded. Yes, Senior Sanju, have you ever thought that if the red ghost is so powerful, why can it be guarded by only 3 Ashina people? Hearing this, not only Sanju. The eyes of other adventurers lit up. Sanju, good, very good, this is a very worthwhile idea to explore. Other adventurers talked about it. Pig King, what do you mean? Why don't I understand? Blackstone Hammer King, stupid, this guy doesn't recognize his relatives at all, and he has no IQ, but there are only a few Ashina soldiers near the tiger-shaped stairs where the red ghost is placed. Is this reasonable? Cat Mingming, since the high-level officials of Ashina are not worried that the red ghost will get out of control, there must be a way to control or suppress the red ghost. Indeed, I found this method. This may help us defeat the red devil. The adventurers are all very smart guys. After being reminded by the red spider lily, they quickly found the correct idea. Not long after, Sanju launched the 4th challenge. First, he was teleported to the tiger-shaped stairs through the ghost Buddha in the dilapidated temple. He did not rush to attack the soldiers, but used a flying rope to lie dormant nearby. As a ninja, eavesdropping and collecting intelligence are very important skills. Sanju waited patiently for 20 to 30 minutes, and soon got a major clue. The reason why several soldiers were able to guard the violent Red Devil was that in addition to the training of the Red Devil by the Ashina Kingdom, it would only go berserk when it felt a strange breath. There was another important insurance. That is, the Red Devil was afraid of fire. If the Red Devil was out of control, the Ashina people could use fire to make it timid and successfully suppress it. I see, it's easy. Sanju hurried to collect materials. Then, he successfully made an oil pot. This item will be the key to dealing with the Red Ghost. The battle started again. First assassinate and kill the 3 soldiers. The Red Ghost was startled and roared again. Sanju did not fight head-on, but waited for an opportunity to throw out the oil bottle. With a bang, the oil bottle broke and a lot of kerosene poured on the Red Ghost. With the Red Ghost's IQ, of course, he couldn't figure out what happened. He rushed to the adventurer in front again. Sanju had already chosen a good position and dodged when the attack came. A brazier was just behind him. When the Red Ghost attacked in vain, he inevitably knocked over the brazier, and the burning charcoal spilled on his body, instantly igniting the fuel on his body to form a raging fire. Roar, roar! The Red Ghost was enveloped by the flames and wailed in pain and fear. It really works. The opportunity cannot be missed. Sanju immediately attacked crazily. He chopped the Red Ghost with one knife after another. No matter how strong the regeneration ability is, it is limited. After being burned by the flames and attacked by more than a dozen swords, he was exhausted. Although he finally put out the flames and continued to fight, his strength obviously declined. His attacks became weaker. His regeneration became slower. After fighting for more than a dozen rounds, Sanju sensed the opportunity to kill. He immediately seized the opportunity and stabbed the Red Ghost in the neck. In an instant, hot and boiling blood gushed out and covered his body. Chapter 90. Sanju fell to the ground and retreated. His face was covered in blood, and he was breathing heavily. He still did not dare to be careless, and was ready to continue the bloody battle. The Red Ghost received the last blow, and his vitality was exhausted. He could no longer quickly repair his wounds. Finally, he fell down with a roar of anger and unwillingness, mixed with a hint of relief. It's over. 4 rounds of hard work. Finally won. The more you suffer, the sweeter the fruits of victory. The sense of conquest and satisfaction filled his body at this moment. This experienced old adventurer couldn't help but feel the joy from the bottom of his heart and laughed. Ha ha! That's the feeling. It's really nostalgic. Sanju felt that he had returned to the days of being an adventurer in his prime. The adventurers watching the battle in the hall were naturally attracted by this battle. This battle not only reflected the skills and qualities of the older generation of adventurers, but also reflected their wisdom and intelligence advantages. Great! Success! President Sanju defeated the Red Devil. Another general of the Lord was captured by our adventurers. So that's how the Red Devil is beaten. We must have a drink to celebrate today. Old President is awesome. Sanju saluted. The first kill of the Red Devil today was not only his personal honor, but also the result of everyone's brainstorming and hard work. I didn't stay in the secret realm for too long. Sanju cleared the soldiers and ended the adventure. Miracle City has built a secret realm control tower, and has made some reforms to the secret realm. The single adventure is limited to 2 to 3 hours. This can make each adventure more efficient, so as not to waste too much time and occupy the crystal resources of the territory, affecting the experience of other adventurers. The adventurers all accepted it happily. 3 hours or so is more than enough for one adventure. 95% of adventures don't take that much time. For example, Higginbana played the Ashina Country prologue 25 times in one go, which only took half a day in total. This move can prevent some adventurers from deliberately delaying their time and not taking action. This adventure is over, and the Red Demon Spirit is increased by 1. The Red Demon Spirit is out when Sanju spread the news. The other adventurers were excited again. This is a new second level 3-star spirit. The Red Demon is powerful and has terrible recovery ability. Although it has the disadvantage of being weak to fire, it still has a very high contract value. The explosion of the Red Demon Spirit. Let the foundation of Miracle City go to a higher level, Feng Zhongmian immediately said. Congratulations, old president. Baihajusher also stroked his beard and said, Congratulations, brother Sanju, not only defeated the Red Demon, but also had good luck. Sanju was radiant. Facing Baihajusher directly, he showed his sincere admiration and gratitude. I am convinced. I didn't expect that there would be such a secret realm in Blackstone Town. Now I only regret that Miracle City didn't appear 30 years earlier. White Crane Monk laughed and said, It seems that you can't retire now. Retire? With a good place like Ashina Country, lying down for 1 more minute feels like a waste of life. Blackstone Hammer King. With the old president joining Miracle City, our adventurers are even more powerful. Everyone was very happy. Then, they talked about the secret realm again. Mao Mingmeng couldn't help asking, but then again, how could a place like Ashina City have such a ferocious monster like the Red Ghost? Its style is different from other monsters. Time Traveler. I have done some research. He is a well-known second-level adventurer. He is also one of the adventurers who entered the official chapter of Ashina Country. After entering Ashina Country, He was not busy fighting but doing research. As everyone knows, I don't like fighting and killing. The time traveler is more like a scholar, and is more interested in the background of Ashina country, Japan, and even the entire 10 kingdoms. Sanju immediately asked, "Brother traveler, do you know the origin of the red ghost?" The time traveler said, "According to my investigation, this monster is made of living people. As for how it is made, I haven't found out yet. There may be a big secret behind it." He paused. Then he continued, "As for why scholars in Ashina country want to create red ghosts? From what I have learned so far, this is a special weapon specifically designed to fight against the invasion of the inner court. This monster is usually imprisoned in several key areas of the main city to defend against foreign invasions. In addition, it will be placed on the front line of the battlefield to use indiscriminate killing capabilities to intercept the enemy." Everyone talked about it. The inner court? The lonely swordsman said, "I remember that in the opening plot of Ashina, the strongest general of the inner court was Tamura Yoshifumi, who was defeated by Ashina Ishin in the War of Stealing the Country. Yes. Before the establishment of Ashina, this land was once harshly ruled by the inner court. And this inner court should be an external force. What Ashina Ishin called stealing the country must be leading the locals to take back their own country and land from the hands of powerful enemies. But in the past 20 years, the inner court has never disappeared, and it is ready to make a comeback at any time." Higanbana analyzed with a serious expression. "It is not a good idea to use a monster like the Red Demon that can easily lose control and cannot distinguish between friend and foe. Now it is used to guard the battlefield and even the main city. I feel that the current situation in Ashina is not good. Whether it is the secrets hidden behind the manufacturing technology of the Red Demon, or the open and secret struggles between Ashina Castle and the Imperial household, there are many plots that can be explored. The information that the time traveler has is not limited to this. Through collection, investigation and research, he not only discovered many plot clues in Ashina, but also discovered a lot of culture and folk customs in Japan. After everyone communicated with him, everyone was impressed by the reality of the world. This is the greatest charm of Miracle City." Higanbana was deeply attracted by these elements. She said, "I highly suspect that Ashina is not a fictional world, but a different world that really existed." "Impossible. Feng Zhongyan, no matter how real it is only born from the Lord's Sea of Inspiration." "What do you know?" Higanbana snorted. "Do you think the Lord's Sea of Inspiration came out of thin air?" "Feng Zhongyan, is there any other saying?" A glimmer flashed in Bai Hajusher's eyes. He said in a deep voice, "There are indeed many sayings about the Sea of Inspiration. One of them seems to be more inclined to believe that the things in the Sea of Inspiration did not appear out of thin air, but all of them are broken projections from different worlds. It's just that it's difficult for us to explore the truth and mystery at our level. The adventurers in Blackstone Town are too young." This is the first time I heard this statement. I can't help but feel novel. However, Bai Hajusher knows very little about the secrets and rumors at this level. There is still a quarter of today's adventure time left. Ah, I'm such an idiot. Why did I spend all my energy fighting against Ashina Jinakairo? Regret? I regret it so much, but it's too late to regret. Higanbana has been attracted by the rich content of Ashina country. When she saw other adventurers flying around the outskirts of Ashina Castle, for a moment, she felt very painful, and this is the typical symptom of Miracle City withdrawal syndrome. Basically, any adventurer who comes to Miracle City for adventure will suffer from this disease. Today's discovery is a lot. The adventurers not only found the Red Ghost, they also found a guy named Kawajenda Naomori. This is a samurai general of Ashina country. His strength and swordsmanship are very strong. He has achieved the achievement of killing 100 adventurers. He is also a good opponent worth fighting. No, I can't stand it. I will enter the official plot tomorrow. No matter if it was the samurai general or the Red Devil, they had to fight him. Higanbana had no choice but to watch other people's adventures to relieve her craving. At the same time, there was a commotion in a corner of the hall, and the white deer ran over and shouted to the people here, "Come on, everyone. This may be a historic moment. Sister Mingwa has started the final boss battle of the first chapter of the Frenzy plot." As soon as these words came out, a large number of adventurers became interested. Is the first chapter of the Frenzy Secret Realm plot about to be cleared? So soon? Then this is indeed a historic moment. Let's go! I am also very interested in the Frenzy world, and I think the style of the Frenzy is more to my taste. Don't say anything, let's go and see what it is. Higanbana heard these words. She couldn't help but become interested. Although she had been in Miracle City for a short time, She had seen the adventure of the Frenzy Secret Realm through the Secret Realm crystal. This is also a world with rich details, extremely strong characteristics, or even stronger. Although Higginbana is more interested in Ashina country at present. But she thought of the main task of coming to Miracle City today. I'm not here to play. I'm here to investigate Miracle City. Since I'm investigating Miracle City, how can I only know one secret realm? Doomsday Frenzy is still the most popular secret realm in Miracle City. The number of adventurers per day is significantly higher than that of the 10 kingdoms of the exotic world. It can be seen that the quality is extremely high, must understand. Higginbana then came to the crystal with everyone. Although she had never challenged the Doomsday Frenzy, and didn't know much about the setting of the Doomsday Frenzy, she quickly learned a general idea from Mao Mingming and others. Doomsday Frenzy is a world destroyed by some kind of plague disaster. The plot chapter tells the story that happened before. The content of the first chapter revolves around the protagonist played by the adventurer, the rookie agent Rebecca, and the framed death row prisoner Billy. The two met on the train. Because of a series of coincidences, they entered the Cadre Training Institute. Finally, they discovered the secret research base below and were involved in a revenge conspiracy. In the process of exploring various places, the adventurer not only collected a lot of information, but also was attacked by various terrifying monsters. It can be said that the rhythm is tight, and there is no boring point throughout. Finally, after a series of exciting games and investigations, the adventurer Mingwei Xiaoxue finally faced the final boss with Billy. The final boss is none other than the Leech Queen Marcus, and now all the truth has been revealed. Interesting world. Interesting plot. Although Higginbana has not experienced it personally. She only heard the description of Mao Mingming and saw some of the pictures. She has already developed a great interest in the Doomsday Frenzy world with a unique style and full of magical technology, and finally understood why this secret world is so popular. The Lord of Miracle City. What kind of person is he? Why can he always create such a special and highly self-consistent secret world, full of curiosity? No time to study in detail. The most exciting plot is about to begin. Rebecca, Mingyu Xiaoxue, and Billy are currently facing a new round of life and death crisis, because the secret research base where they are located has been detonated with a bomb, and they must escape within 20 minutes. Otherwise, they will die. The entire institute will be reduced to ashes. When the two raced against time to escape, they were obstructed by the final boss Marcus. Perhaps because the two had discovered all the truth and understood Marcus' revenge plan, Marcus would never allow them to leave alive. A decisive battle broke out. The plot reached a climax. The tension and oppression can be imagined. Mingwei Xiaoxue and Billy are now confronting the Leech Queen. Although she knew that Marcus had been betrayed by his most trusted disciple, and his partner had backstabbed him, and seized his research results, she still couldn't understand what this person did. Because it was this person who deliberately released the virus organism to the outside world. This is one of the main reasons for the spread of the virus and the disaster, or the annihilation of the world, Mingwei Xiaoxue said indignantly. Even if you want revenge, there is no need to do this. This city, and the rest of the world are innocent. Innocent? Ha ha ha. Marcus laughed crazily. Kid, just destroying the umbrella company is not enough to calm my anger. I just want the whole world to burn out in the fire of hatred. He's crazy. Billy was about to shoot him. Marcus' body suddenly changed strangely, vomiting a large number of leeches from his mouth. His limbs swelled quickly, and released a large amount of mucus, and finally turned into a group of leeches. In the blink of an eye, the handsome Marcus turned out a humanoid monster with a height of more than 2 meters, and disgusting leeches connected together. Fire! Mingwei Xiaoxue and Billy hurriedly fired crazily. The humanoid leeches are extremely tenacious, and they are not seriously injured after being hit by dozens of bullets. They are quickly catching up with the two people, and trying to devour them completely. At the critical moment, Mingwei Xiaoxue seized the opportunity. She threw a bottle of sulfuric acid brought from the laboratory at the humanoid leech. When corroded by sulfuric acid, the Leech Queen was finally seriously injured. This was still not enough to kill it. Instead, the monster entered its second form. Many slender tentacles grew on the humanoid leech. These tentacles looked small, but they had very strong power and destructive power. Rebecca. Billy threw a shotgun. Mingwei Xiaoxue immediately took the weapon and fired quickly. A series of shots hit the monster, although it was still not enough to kill it, but it knocked it to the corner of the wall, where there was an electric current trap that Billy had set up in advance. In an instant, the electric current swept over. It paralyzed its body, and temporarily lost its ability to move. Get out of the way! At this time, Billy stood up from behind, holding a grenade launcher in his hand, and hit the Leech Queen with a grenade, instantly blowing a big hole in its body. The terrible monster finally fell down. However, although the Leech Queen was knocked down, her body quickly decomposed again, and a large number of small leeches rushed out and fled around, and it seemed that they were not dead yet. There is no time. It will explode here. We must leave immediately. Mingwei Xiaoxue nodded. She found the key to start the elevator shaft near Marcus's remains. When the two started the elevator and prepared to return to the ground, suddenly, a strange phenomenon came from below the elevator shaft. Mingwei Xiaoxue looked down and broke out in a cold sweat. Thousands of small leeches gathered in the elevator shaft. They squirmed and squeezed, quickly moving forward and surging, forming a dark vortex of leeches, like thousands of demons from the dark hell rushing towards the world. This scene was shocking. Many people screamed and dared not watch. Mingwei Xiaoxue's scalp was naturally tingling. Before she could think of a way to deal with it, she saw thousands of leeches gathering and merging into a new monster again. This is the third form of the Leech Queen. It's still not dead. Chapter 91. It's so scary. This monster is too oppressive. It's simply the embodiment of hellish nightmares, not to mention Mingwei Xiaoxue, the witness. All the adventurers watching the battle in the hall felt a chill down their spines. Top adventurers including Sanju, Higanbana, and Baihe Jushi also tensed up. Even in their adventure careers, they rarely saw such horrific scenes, let alone experience such horrific and thrilling adventures. Everyone had a question in their mind. Why? It won't die. This monster can't be killed no matter how hard you try. Is the Leech Queen really immortal? This monster is so scary, and its oppression is much stronger than that of the Tracker or the Red Ghost. Why is it only rated as a second level 2-star in the Monster Encyclopedia? No time to discuss and study. I can't even give Mingwei Xiaoxue advice, because everything happens in a flash. At this moment, any hesitation or mistake may lead to a complete loss, and all previous efforts will be wasted. At this moment, the Leech Queen has completed the transformation to its final form. Its final form is too abstract and indescribable. This twisted creature is dozens of times larger than a humanoid leech, and is full of rotten flesh, mutated tissue, and the slimy and terrifying characteristics of a leech group. Its appearance resembles a deformed reptile beast 7 or 8 meters long, except that its head has degenerated into a fuzzy mass of flesh. With a huge longitudinal mouth in the middle, the edges are covered with serrated bone spurs, and the inside is densely covered with spiral sharp teeth. It uses its tentacles and thick limbs to quickly climb up the inclined elevator shaft, making a terrifying roar, and trying to catch the moving elevator platform. Once caught up, the entire elevator platform will be shredded. Mingwei Xiaoxue and Billy will be completely dragged into the endless abyss, and there will be no chance of survival. Stop it! The two took out their weapons, and poured out their last ammunition. No matter how many bullets hit this monster, they could not pose a fatal threat to it. The Leech Queen is more like a symbiont. It has no specific organs, no fatal weaknesses, and can repair any injuries. Although the bullets cannot pose a threat to this monster, they can barely stop the speed of pursuit. At the moment when the ammunition is about to run out, the elevator platform successfully arrived at the ground hangar. And at this time, the ultimate Leech Queen is already close at hand. It swung its back and extended several tentacles as thick as buckets. The hardened bone blades and suction cup structures at the end were firmly embedded on the platform and dragged it down. Go! The two jumped out at the same time. The next moment, the elevator platform was torn into pieces by the violent power of the Leech Queen. The metal was as fragile as paper in front of this monster. If the two had been a second slower, they would have died. Mingwei Xiaoxue rolled and crawled, bumped and bruised, and was injured in many places. She finally sat down and raised her pistol to shoot, but there was no response when she pulled the trigger. Then she found that the ammunition was completely exhausted. Oops. Mingwei Xiaoxue's face changed drastically. And Billy's situation was not much better at the moment. The Leech Queen would not give them any breathing space. The huge slimy black body had already crawled out like a nightmare, and went to Mingwei Xiaoxue immediately. No! It's over! The adventurers outside exclaimed. Mingwei Xiaoxue was powerless to resist. She could only keep moving backwards, watching the monster approaching, and was in despair, and thought she was going to die. Suddenly, a beam of sunlight shined in from the gap in the hangar, shined on the huge body of the Leech Queen. Something that no one expected happened. The fearless Leech Queen suddenly let out a painful wail. The place on her back that was exposed to the sun was smoking, and it even made a sizzling sound like a red-hot iron. It's afraid of the sun. Billy immediately made a judgment after seeing this. He shouted, "Rebecca, there is a switch to open the hangar behind you." The Leech Queen seemed to be aware of the threat at this moment, and immediately rushed towards Mingwei Xiaoxue, again regardless of the pain caused by the burning. This was the only chance. Mingwei Xiaoxue's potential burst out at the critical moment, and she used her last strength to jump up and slap the hangar opening button with her palm. The next moment, the ceiling was opened. A large area of sunlight shone down. The Leech Queen was completely enveloped in it. It immediately struggled in pain and wailed. The leeches on its epidermis would collectively spasm and fall off, and the translucent cavity inside it would curl up and carbonize like a burning maggot, and foul-smelling white smoke would continue to emerge. But the queen was not dead. It quickly retreated towards the elevator shaft. This guy tried to escape the range of sunlight, and if it retreated, it would lose the last chance to kill the boss. At the critical moment, Billy quickly turned over and picked up a magnum gun on the ground, aiming at the Leech Queen, who was about to retreat underground. "Go to hell." He pulled the trigger. Fire the last bullet. When the bullet penetrated the Leech Queen's body, probably due to the burning of ultraviolet rays, the Leech Queen's body became brittle and lost its regeneration ability. Bang! The bullet not only passed through the body. The Leech Queen's huge body was broken from the middle, and finally lost its vitality completely under the continuous exposure to the sun. Dead. This time, it should be completely dead. "Let's go!" Time is running out. Mingwei Xiaoxue and Billy hurried to escape from the hangar. It was less than 2 minutes when they escaped from the building and reached the safe area. Boom! A loud noise resounded through the sky. The entire cadre training center was instantly reduced to ashes in the fierce explosion and flames, and the rising flames were more than 10 meters high. Everything is over now. All the secrets, everything, all the sins, hatred and ambitions were all engulfed and destroyed in this terrifying explosion and flames. It's so exciting. This part is simply legendary. All the adventurers watching outside were shocked by this thrilling battle. Mingwei Xiaoxue's final boss battle experience can be described as a narrow escape from death. Higanbana's eyes widened. She was also deeply attracted and shocked. Is this the plot of Doomsday Frenzy? It is indeed an extremely excellent and worthwhile secret realm to experience. Higanbana had to admit it. The 10 Kingdoms and Frenzy have their own merits. The two have different styles, but both have strong charm, and they are all masterpieces. She, a newcomer, gave such an evaluation. Not to mention other adventurers who paid full attention to the plot chapters of Doomsday Frenzy. At present, many adventurers are challenging the Doomsday Tide plot, among which Mingwei Xiaoxue has the fastest progress. Today's adventure. It's just the last bit of energy. It took exactly 3 days to complete the game. If the time consumption caused by more than a dozen deaths during the challenge is not counted, the entire first chapter of the plot process is only 5 to 7 hours, and on the timeline of the secret world. All the content of the first chapter takes place in half a night. From Rebecca's investigation team's forced landing in the mountains, to the train horror, successively killed the mutant giant scorpion, centipede, giant bat, tyrant prototype, and other boss monsters. In the process, the origin of the T-virus, Dr. Marcus's past and other contents were also found out, and finally everything was understood. The decisive battle with the Leech Queen Marcus escaped from death, with a gorgeous explosion, ending the wonderful story. There are investigations and decryption, action battles, and hot scenes. Whether it is the righteous or the villain, the characterization is also first class. This script. Of course, Chi-Ji revised it. A lot of boring content has been deleted. A lot of explosive scenes have been added, so it is very compact and full of explosive moments, a standard American drama or Hollywood blockbuster. Chi-Ji believes that even if it is put in the previous life, it can be beaten, let alone the adventurers in this world. After a while, everyone came to their senses. The story is still moving forward at this time. Rebecca, played by Mingwei Xiaoxue, took Billy's military card and promised to help Billy, who was framed and sentenced to death, hide his identity. In the end, this pair of partners, who had misunderstandings and oppositions at the beginning, experienced life and death together, and finally appreciated each other parted ways. From then on, the two worlds no longer intersect. Perhaps they will never meet again. But their legendary experience and thrilling story will always remain in the hearts of adventurers. At the end of the plot, another cutscene appears. The scene in this process plot finally ends in a mansion not far away, and this is Resident Evil 1, which is the content of the second chapter of Doomsday. The two chapters are closely connected. The timeline of the two works is only 1 day apart. The explosion of Marcus and the Cadre Training Center occurred about 24 hours before the first generation plot. Papa, when the first chapter of the plot came to an end, the adventurers in the secret hall couldn't help but applaud at the same time. Well done! It's wonderful! This plot is amazing! Mingwei is awesome, thank you Mingwei. Yes, thank you Mingwei, let us see such a refreshing and wonderful plot, and let us know more about the truth of the world of Doomsday Tide. So far, the play ends. Mingwei Xiaoxue leaves the secret realm. Receive the settlement from the secret realm. You have cleared the first chapter of the Doomsday Tide plot, and you get Leech Queen Marcus Spirit +1. Mingwei Xiaoxue is still immersed in the world of Doomsday Tide, and feels as if she has experienced a wonderful life. At this moment, she even has a trance feeling of Zhou Gong Ming Dai. Sprinkle flowers. Congratulations on clearing the level. Cat Mingning, White Deer and other sisters came forward to celebrate, and Mingwei Xiaoxue quickly recovered from the state of being immersed in the play. She screamed. It seems that she has discovered something incredible. Oh my god, this. Mao Mingming, what happened? Did the Leech Queen get exposed? Yes. And no? Ah? Everyone was confused. Mingwei Xiaoxue couldn't explain clearly. She took out the spirit she had obtained and displayed it. Leech Queen Marcus, the second-level character spirit. It exploded. In an instant, the adventurers were directly blown up. Old adventurers such as Baihajusher and Sanju were all shocked. Higanbana's voice was a little trembling. This is actually a named soul. Just as she said, this is not an ordinary spirit. It is a named character spirit. Monster spirits are different from character spirits. Monster spirits are all regular spirits. Although they are divided into levels and stars, they are not unique. There are two types of character spirits. One is an unnamed humanoid monster spirit, such as Ashina warriors and Ashina chief warriors. Although this kind of humanoid spirit is a little more valuable than other monster spirits, it is essentially a monster spirit. The other kind is a named spirit, that is, a spirit with a name. One of the biggest characteristics of this kind of spirit is its uniqueness. In other words, after Mingwei Xiaoxue exploded Leech Queen Marcus, no one else could explode a second Marcus. This spirit is unique. This not only means that it has a higher collection value, but also means that it has abilities and growth potential that other spirits do not have. With a named spirit as the soul, the benefits brought are immediate. First of all, the growth of the named spirit is very good, and the role it can play and the benefits it brings to adventurers are also more. Of course. Named soul. There are also good and bad ones. The ability of the Leech Queen Marcus is obvious to all. The reason why it is only a second-level 2-star monster in the secret realm does not mean that it is weaker than G3. The main reason is, it has a huge weakness, fear of sunlight. This is the key to affecting the rank. Otherwise, with the abnormal regeneration ability of the Leech Queen, it will never lose to most second-level monsters, and it is guaranteed to win against G3, as the contracted soul of the adventurer. The ability of the Leech Queen Marcus is definitely the best among the best, let alone just clone, mimicry, and regeneration. These three abilities are enough to generate huge value. It will not be inferior to most third-level, or even some small fourth-level monster spirits. If Mingwei Xiaoxue contracts Marcus, she will have the ability to create leech clones, and mimicry is equivalent to transformation and disguise, which can change into any race at any time and simulate the appearance of anyone. As for regeneration, it is even more practical. The Leech Queen has a strong recovery ability. Even if she is shattered by a grenade, she can quickly recover to her original state. She is simply invincible. Although she has a fatal weakness of being afraid of sunlight or light spells, overall, as a second-level spirit, she is already very good. Baihajusher and others made a preliminary estimate. The value of this spirit is more than 100 times higher than that of an ordinary second-level spirit. It is a rare opportunity. Even Baihajusher, Sanju and other masters of Blackstone Town do not have the ability to get such a named soul. This adventure is not only wonderful. The value created is also enviable. With this named soul, Mingwei Xiaoxue's growth potential will be greatly improved, and her future limit and even fate may change. Chapter 92. In-depth role-playing in Miracle City. It has the effect of accelerating the cultivation of adventurers. Mingwei Xiaoxue has made great progress in her cultivation recently. The current soul fusion degree has reached 95%. If she continues to challenge the plot gameplay, it is expected that she will be fully integrated as soon as tomorrow, and will become the first contract adventurer in Miracle City to break through to the second level. Now there is no need to worry about the second level contract spirit. The Leech Queen Marcus in her hand is the best of the best. Its value is 100 times higher than that of ordinary second-level spirits, and it is a good thing that you may not be able to buy even if you have money. In the future, with the ability of the Leech Queen, Mingwei Xiaoxue will surely make great achievements in this world, such as performing many important special tasks for the territory and playing a huge role. The future is limitless, it is enviable. This makes others have stronger desires and motivation. Mingwei Xiaoxue can brush out the named soul, and other adventurers naturally have this opportunity. After all, there are many characters in the Miracle City plot Secret Realm, and there will be many new characters and new bosses in the Frenzy plot. As for the 10 Kingdom Secret Realm, it is estimated that there are more opportunities. In the Ashina Kingdom chapter alone, there are Ashina Ishin, Ashina Jinakairo, Tamura Yashibumi and the like. If the named souls of these characters can be exploded, both the collection value and practical value are extremely high. Of course, the explosion rate of the named soul is extremely low, and it is unique and can only be produced once, so it is extremely difficult to obtain. Because of this, adventurers will be more eager to fight for limited opportunities. So far, the first chapter of the Frenzy plot. It has officially come to a perfect end. However, although Mingwei Xiaoxue has already completed the first round, but it is not ruled out that the second and third rounds will be opened in the future for review. In addition, other adventurers in Miracle City have not yet completed the game, and the plot must be advanced chapter by chapter, so for a long time in the future, the first chapter of the plot will still be a hot topic in the Secret Hall. As for the related plot and research, it will naturally become a topic of relish among adventurers. For example, at this moment, adventurers gathered together and were excitedly talking about the information and plot speculations in the first chapter of the plot. Mingwei Xiaoxue said, "I feel that there are a lot of important character information in the first chapter. For example, our protagonist Rebecca, and Marcus' two students Weskier and William, I think they are likely to appear in the next story and become important characters." The time traveler also joined the discussion. Although it is only the first chapter of the plot, it has revealed a huge amount of information for us, such as the Umbrella Company, which is too much to study. He thought for a while and said, "In addition, regarding the Leech Queen Marcus, I have a personal guess. I think it is very likely that the person we are facing is not the real Marcus." "Nanshank, why do you say that? Marcus died 10 years ago. It took the Leech Queen 10 years to resurrect him. But is the resurrected Marcus really himself?" The adventurers fell into thinking after hearing this. Time Traveler speculated, "I think it is very likely that the Leech Queen absorbed Marcus's memory and mistakenly thought that she was Marcus, so she had the idea of revenge." "What an interesting idea." Bai Jusher praised. "It is precisely because Marcus is no longer a human being that he has become so extreme that he is willing to destroy all mankind for revenge." Sanju nodded. "This idea is very interesting and explains many problems, such as why Marcus is called the Queen of Leeches even though he is a man." Feng Shengyan. "There are still many things worth exploring in the world of Frenzy, but now it is certain that most of the reasons for the disaster in this world are man-made." Bai Jusher sighed. "The human beings in this world were destroyed by excessive exploration of knowledge and immortality. The first chapter of the plot is rich in plot content. Adventurers can always get new information through review and integration. The world of Doomsday Frenzy undoubtedly hides many unknown secrets, and this will become one of the driving forces for adventurers to explore further." Higanbana doesn't know much about the world of Doomsday Frenzy. However, after hearing everyone's discussion, she also found it very interesting. This secret plot not only has exciting battles and exciting scenes, but also has a lot of connotation. Although Higanbana personally prefers the melee style of Ashina country in the 10 Kingdoms, she also has a strong curiosity and desire to explore the Frenzy secret realm. "Let's continue exploring in Ashina country first. I must try Frenzy when I have time in the future." While Higanbana was still participating in everyone's plot discussion, a senior member of the Huangquan mercenary group, who entered Miracle City at the same time, ran over. "Captain, there is something going on in Huangquan. They are fighting against the new tracker zombies in the second level of Frenzy." "New tracker?" Of course, Higanbana knows that the Frenzy secret realm not only has a story mode, but also a level mode, and it is likely to open a competitive mode soon. The potential and planning of this secret realm are not inferior to the 10 Kingdoms. If role-playing is equivalent to the story flow of the traditional secret realm, the level mode is equivalent to the maze flow of the traditional secret realm. Wanchuan Sanran is an avid fan of the level mode of the Frenzy secret realm, but he is not very interested in the 10 Kingdoms Ashina chapter for the time being. He likes to shoot. He doesn't like close combat. After Mingwei Xiaoxue passed the first chapter of the story, Wanchuan Sanren formed 3 teammates and started the challenge of the second level of the Frenzy Secret Realm. The 3 teammates in his group are not simple either: Nancy Leah, Pan Shi, and Tiexin. The little network manager Nancy Leah needs no explanation. She stays in the lobby all day to observe and record adventurers. Therefore, she is very familiar with all the secret realms like a living map. Because he had teamed up with Wanchuan Sanren before, and they had a good understanding at that time, and Wanchuan Sanren had just the last bit of energy left, so he was pulled into the team. The other 2 are even more powerful. Pan Shi and Tiexin are both level 3 adventurers. They are also the only level 3 adventurers besides Bianhua and Sanju. The 2 are members of Bai Haijushi's old friend group. Any one of them can be regarded as a master-level existence if placed in Blackstone Town. Even if their level is not as good as Bai Haijushi, it will not be much worse. The 2 are the same as Sanju. They didn't take the Miracle City Secret Realm seriously. They thought they could just deal with it once or twice and leave. Unexpectedly, after feeling the charm of the Miracle City Secret Realm, the 2 old men are now deeply immersed in it and can't extricate themselves. Pan Shi has been brushing the Frenzy Secret Realm. This burly old man with a lion-like face and thick white beard is addicted to alcohol. One of the biggest motivations for him to come to Miracle City is that he heard that this place can produce Mauzi, and this kind of wine is rare in Blackstone Town. Tai Xian is an old man who looks a little dark and thin, with a simple face, like an old farmer. He challenged both the 10 Kingdoms and the Frenzy. A team of 4. A living map. Plus 2 big guys. Wanchuan Sanren himself is not weak, and is a second-level adventurer. How could he lose under such circumstances? Although the second level is not easy, it has formed a fixed routine. Any team that is fully run-in and skilled enough has a chance to pass. What's more, it is such a luxurious adventure team. When everyone thought it was a sure thing, an accident happened. As we all know, the final boss of the second level of the Frenzy Secret Realm is a tracker. However, the adventurers who challenged today found that the trackers coming out of the armored vehicle had a small chance of mutation. Although the trackers themselves did not change, the weapons they held did. For example, there is a small chance that the flamethrower will turn into a rocket launcher, or even a Gatling multi-barrel machine gun. This will greatly change the strength of the boss. It can be regarded as another monster. Adventurers don't need to guess that the monsters in the secret realm will not change for no reason, so it must be that the Lord made changes behind the scenes, and everyone was not angry but happy about this. The Lord still has conscience. There are rarer, more precious, and more powerful tracker monsters. He did not take it out to make another level, so as to find a way to further embarrass the Harvest adventurers, but instead appeared in the old level that the adventurers are increasingly familiar with in this way of Easter eggs. This doesn't ruin the experience. On the contrary, every time the boss appears, it makes people more nervous and more excited. However, the probability of boss mutation seems not high. The probability of the rocket chaser appearing seems to be only about 20%, and the probability of the Gatling chaser appearing is less than 5%. The flamethrower chaser is a second level 2-star. The rocket chaser is a second level 3-star. As for the Gatling chaser, a terrifying existence close to the second level 5-star. Although there are hundreds of adventurers who want to explode the new type of chaser spirit, there has been almost no successful case so far, both because the trigger rate is not high and because the fighting style has completely changed. Facing the flamethrower chaser, adventurers already have a set of mature tactics and fighting styles. As long as the team is tacit enough, there is a certain probability of winning. The problem is that this set of tactics is aimed at the flamethrower chaser. If the rocket chaser is spawned, it will be completely blind. After all, the range of the flamethrower does not exceed 15 meters, but the rocket can hit 500 meters away. Can this be the same? Just like the flamethrower pursuer has almost unlimited fuel, the rockets of the bazooka pursuer can also be replenished, and they are almost inexhaustible. Even if the cooling time for each launch is more than 10 seconds, the pursuer's powerful mobility and combat intelligence are enough to beat the adventurers to death. Of course, the real nightmare of adventurers. Still the pursuer holding a Gatling gun. The Gatling gun can load nearly 10,000 bullets at most, and the interval between each reload is 5 to 10 minutes. Once it opens fire, it is like a metal storm sweeping over, and the adventurer basically has no resistance. It's hard to get close. Not to mention fighting. The adventurers have not found a way to fight against it yet. Fortunately, the probability of Gatling trackers spawning is very low. Today's adventure time is about to end, and only one has appeared. When Higginbana came to the secret crystal, the battle of Wanchuan Sanren's team had come to an end. From the rocket craters distributed in many places in the square, it can be seen that the boss form and the fierceness of the battle. The four adventurers fought hard and finally took down the rocket launcher tracker. The two old predecessors, Pancher and Tieshin, died together with the tracker in the second form battle. Only Nancy Leah and Wanchuan Sanren were left. Come on, Xiaoya. We should win this time. The zombies are coming, get ready. Mao Mingming, Mingwei Xiaoxue, Li Huiyulua and other partners are cheering for Nancy Leah. At this moment, the final boss has been killed, and the large zombie-tied Easter egg is about to be triggered. This link requires two people to cooperate to pass. One person is responsible for operating a heavy machine gun to shoot the zombies, and the other is responsible for carrying ammunition and attacking the fish that escaped the net. Let me use the machine gun this time. Wanchuan Sanren couldn't wait to turn the vehicle-mounted machine gun, while Nancy Leah began to carry ammunition. A luxurious bloody feast began. Higanbana was stunned. This was the first time she saw this Easter egg. When the city built of reinforced concrete and full of exotic styles suddenly had thousands of zombies emerge, swarming towards the square through the opposite street. At a glance, it was like a crazy tide. The number was so large that it made people scalp numb. Higanbana finally understood why this secret realm was called a frenzy. Just as she was shocked by the Miracle City secret realm, which could actually create such an exaggerated scene, Wanchuan Sanren had already started the heavy vehicle-mounted machine gun, firing at a speed of 7,000 to 8,000 large-caliber machine gun bullets per minute. Almost in the blink of an eye, hundreds of zombies were beaten into pieces. Higanbana, Sanju and other newcomers were all stunned. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, you wouldn't have believed that there are so many monsters in a secret realm specifically for a big scene, and the main purpose of these monsters is to make adventurers have fun. But I have to say, it's really fun. Under Wanchuan Sanren's crazy shooting, the streets were soon piled with corpses, and blood flowed like a river. After he had completely had his fun, he and Nancy Leah entered the open security door. Both of them received clearance prompts. Nancy Leah's prompt message was, "You passed the second level of the Frenzy Secret Realm, Flameth of the Flamethrower Tracker +1, and Wanchuan Sanren's prompt message was, "You passed the second level of the Frenzy Secret Realm, Kalex 810 Off-Road Motorcycle +1. Chapter 93. First kill successful. Nancy Leah accidentally obtained the Bazooka Tracker. This is a better tracker spirit than the Flamethrower Tracker. It made other adventurers drool with envy. Although the Bazooka Tracker and the Red Ghost are both 3-star second-level monsters, but the Bazooka Tracker must be more fun to use. Nonsense, this is equivalent to having an anti-tank bazooka that will not run out of ammunition. Wouldn't it be fun to fight in actual combat? I feel that the lethality alone is far superior to that of the same level. Explosion is the ultimate romance of men, I must contract this. Other spoils are also worth paying attention to, such as the Rock and the Iron Heart respectively get a tank and a witch spirit, and the reward of Wanchuan Sanren is a new equipment. The second equipment in the Frenzy Secret Realm is not a weapon, but a vehicle, the X810 off-road motorcycle, gray top-grade equipment, maximum speed of 90 km per hour, maximum load 300 kilograms, 5% increase in cultivation effect. Additional skill, fuel replenishment. It is like a piece of steel art, with smooth lines and full of tension, and it is very domineering in black. It has both a cool sense of technology and a wild sense of power. Where have the adventurers seen this? Each of them is full of curiosity and interest. Cranky chicken. Cool. Good stuff. I like it. Blackstone Hammer King. This is a mount that can be put into the adventurer's storage space at any time without eating or drinking. Pig King. It makes no sense that other vehicles can't be exploded if even motorcycles can be exploded. It would be great if the armed helicopter can also be spawned. That's really exciting. This kind of transportation doesn't require eating, drinking, defecating or urinating, and can adapt to various complex outdoor terrains. It has great value for Miracle City and many forces. Adventurers also like it very much. After all, this kind of thing is unheard of in the adventurer world. It is extremely practical and collectible. If you can bring one back, you will definitely become the most handsome guy in the village. Wanchuan Sanren is not very satisfied. He hopes to get an AK-47 or M100 sniper rifle, even an unlocked M16. He is a heavy gun enthusiast. No matter how cool and attractive a motorcycle is, it is not as attractive as a Desert Eagle. Wanchuan, if you don't like it, I exchange it with the spirit of Miracle City. Why are you so polite, Captain? This motorcycle is for you. No, good brothers. Let's settle accounts clearly. I can't take advantage of you. Higanbana couldn't take her eyes off the handsome motorcycle. I give you 4 Ashina warrior spirits first. If the value is not enough, I make up for it later. What do you think? 4 spirits? That's too much. No big deal. Ordinary Ashina spirits are first level 3-star quality, and the value of 4 together is not low. At present, the premium of Miracle City's spirits in the Blackstone Town market is very high, so it can be sold for a large sum of money, and it can also be recycled in exchange for Miracle City contribution points. The transaction was completed. The two were very satisfied. Especially Higanbana. Today's harvest is too big. She felt the charm of the 2 masterpieces of Miracle City, and got a very good harvest. In the end, she got such a cool big toy. Adventure time. It's about to end. Higanbana immediately recovered 2 Ashina chieftain spirits. This kind of high-quality first-level 5-star spirit can be exchanged for 200 contribution points each, and the 2 add up to 400 contribution points. This is not a small number for the current Miracle City. With so many contribution points in hand, there is no need to worry about not being able to squeeze in a short time. In addition, there is also a Ninja Wolf Sword Art Skill Stone. This item is more valuable than the first-level 5-star spirit, and can be exchanged for 350 contribution points. However, since the current contribution points are enough, I don't plan to hand them in for the time being. I will keep them in my hands and collect them. I can use them myself or exchange them for more important things. Half an hour later, Higanbana and his men returned to Blackstone Town. You go back first and notify everyone to prepare for a meeting at the headquarters. Higanbana said impatiently, and took out the car from the adventurer's storage space. It was the peak time for the underground square in Black Rock Town. Higanbana was famous as a top beauty, and she took out a black and cool motorcycle, which naturally attracted more attention and became the focus. Isn't that the leader of Higanbana? What did she take out? Why does it look so weird? I don't know. It feels like some kind of mechanical equipment. Is it a specialty of the Tianyun City Secret Realm? But I haven't heard that the Tianyun City Secret Realm would explode mechanical equipment. Higanbana took out her sunglasses and put them on. The crazy Secret Realm not only produces various basic living supplies, but also occasionally explodes practical gadgets such as sunglasses, flashlights, and telescopes. See you later? Higanbana took a long step and rode on her beloved new motorcycle. The motorcycle engine was started, making a beast-like roar. Boom, 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 boom. It's a bit noisy but inexplicably cool. There's a wild and powerful explosion. Higanbana pulled the accelerator to the bottom, and shot out from the Blackstone Town Square like an arrow, with a constant roar. Under the attention of the crowd, it crossed the square and shuttled back and forth on several streets. This Miracle City motorcycle has a maximum speed of 90 km per hour. However, due to the 5% increase in cultivation, this means that the higher the cultivation, the faster the maximum speed. With Higanbana's 3rd level cultivation, it can easily break through to more than 100 km per hour. As an off-road motorcycle, this speed is absolutely amazing. Higanbana rode a motorcycle and blew up the street like crazy. She has undoubtedly become the most beautiful girl in Blackstone Town. It also made countless Blackstone Town residents and adventurers dumbfounded, and once again felt the shock from Miracle City and the invasion of cultural influence, and there will be more and more such things in the future. What flew over? Some kind of mechanical mount? So fast and cool. Isn't that the leader of Higanbana? How could she have such a mount? The case has been solved. Someone exposed it on the forum. This is an off-road motorcycle produced in Miracle City. Motorcycle? What a strange thing. The leader of Higanbana has been in Miracle City all day. How magical is this Miracle City that it can produce such rare equipment? It seems that I have to go there. You don't know, now not only the old Dean Baihajushur, the leader of Higanbana, but also the old President Sanju, Master Tieshin, and Master Panshur have entered Miracle City. Does this Miracle City really have such magic? Haha, I'm an adventurer from Miracle City. What's a mere motorcycle? Our Miracle City will definitely completely change Blackstone Town, and even change the entire adventurer world. Higanbana is one of the core adventurers in Tianyun City. She even went to Miracle City openly, and used the specialties of Miracle City. Now she is riding a motorcycle to race wildly on the streets, and the discussion and criticism that can be caused can be imagined. Higanbana still feels unsatisfied, and drives into the black desert outside. There is no road here. It is rugged, full of potholes and gravel, and rolling hills. However, Miracle City's off-road motorcycles can perfectly adapt to the terrain. It can also withstand a direct jump from a height of 10 meters. Fun! Really fun! Higanbana ran out of fuel after several hours of high-intensity racing. Although it will automatically restore energy, it will take a long time. The user can also consume mental power for rapid recovery. Every 1 point of mental power consumed can quickly restore 25%. With this thing, traveling will be much more convenient in the future. It is estimated that it will take half a day to drive to the next adventurer town. Bianhua believes that the appearance of motorcycles is just the beginning. In the future, Miracle City can produce all kinds of vehicles, such as off-road vehicles, helicopters, armored vehicles, etc. Once transportation is popularized, it will become much easier for towns within hundreds or thousands of miles to communicate. In the future, Blackstone Town will definitely benefit the most, because there will be more adventurers coming from afar just to enter Miracle City for adventure. After Bianhua went back, immediately give orders to the members of the adventure team. From today on, members of the Huangquan adventure team will first go to Miracle City to queue up and compete for hand speed every day. Those who can enter Miracle City will give priority to Miracle City, and those who can't squeeze in will go to Tianyun City. As for the Lord of Tianyun City, Higanbana will come forward to communicate in person, in order to promote cooperation between the two cities. And this will be helpful for the development of the two underground cities. At this time, Miracle City has been closed. Chi-Ji took stock of the income as usual. Today, the net income of mental power exceeded 10,000 points, reaching 10,320 points. Even the income from soul crystals was as high as 6,345, and all 500 ordinary zombie spirits have been sold. This greatly supplemented the territory inventory. Lay the foundation for the next stage of development. As for the spirit income, of course, it is also very considerable. Today, 3 flamethrower tracker spirits, 1 rocket launcher tracker spirit, and 2 G2 creature spirits were received in one day, and these are all second-level spirits, you know. Chi-Ji's territory has not yet been upgraded. It is still a first-level territory. At this time, even if there are external forces trying to threaten Miracle City, they must abide by the first-level territorial law, and can only send troops no more than the first level into the valley. Chi-Ji has so many second-level spirits in his hands. There is no need to worry about the safety of the territory. The most valuable of these second-level spirits is the Rocket Chaser. This was handed over by Nancy Leah on her own initiative. She thought that the territory needed this spirit more than she did. After all, this kind of monster with a long range and strong destructive power is too suitable for attacking or defending the city. The territory did not treat Nancy Leah badly. She contracted a spirit of the Ashina leader for her, plus 800 contribution points as a reward. Nancy Leah had never contracted a soul before, and this was not a solution. Without a soul, she could not practice, so she took this opportunity to contract first. The quality of the Ashina leaders is not inferior to that of the witches, and they are also very practical. Although adventurers can only have 1 soul at each level, it does not mean that they are bound for life. If they can obtain a more suitable soul in the future, they can change the soul combination at any time. The performance of the adventurers today is very good. According to the current trend, the 3rd level of the frenzy level and the 2nd chapter of the plot are expected to be cleared within 2 days. As for the Ashina Kingdom and the 10 Kingdoms, currently, there are energetic masters such as Baihajusher, Higanbana, and Sanju who are madly challenging. It is estimated that someone will challenge the 2 early bosses, Guixingbu and Phantom Butterfly, as soon as tomorrow. Today's Miracle City is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. It is normal for adventurers to open the secret realm. But Baihajusher and Higanbana are masters after all. As long as the vast majority of adventurers have not caught up with the latest progress, Miracle City has no need to rush to update, and it will not affect the income. However, Chi-Ji has high self-requirements. He will not choose to be lazy at this time. He set 3 tasks for the next 3 days. First, complete all the remaining contents of Ashina Kingdom. The prologue and outer city parts of Ashina Kingdom are already running, and the other parts will be completed in one go, which is a huge workload and requires at least 4,000 mental power materials. Mental power is enough. The core computing power of Dark City is not enough. Therefore, the core needs to be upgraded to the 3rd level. The upgrade of the 2nd level core to the 3rd level requires 5,000 soul crystals, 3,000 mental power, and 3,000 first level material essences. If it is just upgrading the core of Dark City, it is not a big problem. The problem is that Dark City is the first level main city of the territory, and Miracle City is the core main city of the territory. The former cannot exceed Miracle City in level. If you want to upgrade the core of the Dark City, the core of the Miracle City must be upgraded to the 3rd level first. This means that 2 sets of upgrade materials need to be prepared, of which soul crystals and mental power are no problem. The materials are a little tight, but the gap is not too big. Second, plan the 4th level for the Frenzy Secret Realm, create a new production chapter, and officially cap the competitive mode. The workload is not small. The level modes are all original content of Chi-Ji. He needs to use the existing inspiration resources to create the most exciting levels, so that adventurers can brush more happily. Each level must have gameplay and scene innovations, which obviously has a certain production difficulty. As for the plot, Chi-Ji plans to launch several chapters at once. Although there is the original work of the biochemical series as the foundation, there are many parts that need to be optimized in the reset process, and this requires energy. As for the competitive mode, Chi-Ji is about to build the energy absorption tower. Now that the infrastructure has been completed, the competitive mode is relatively simple in the early stage, but it is very simple to make and can be turned on at any time. Third, establish diplomacy with forces outside Dark Valley. This aspect has been implemented. Chi-Ji selected a group of kobolds, dwarves, and flower fairies who were recruited in Dark City, and asked them to leave Dark Valley and return to their tribes. It is expected that they will be able to establish contact with these indigenous forces within 2 days. Although the territory will not be upgraded in a short time. But we must also prepare for a rainy day and make various preparations early. Dark Valley is just a corner on the edge of the Evernight Forest, so it has been relatively smooth in the past period of time, and the Evernight Forest is actually very complicated. Chi-Ji must not only actively deal with various forces. He will also start planning to encourage adventurers to actively explore the outside world. These adventurers will have more and more power from Miracle City as they grow up. Their future potential and ability are very worth looking forward to. Letting them go out and do things spontaneously is not only low cost but also effective. Take the Leech Queen Marcus and Mingwei Xiaoxue for example. Once she successfully masters Marcus's abilities, she will have powerful infiltration, disguise, and survival abilities. She is simply a natural-born spy. Chapter 94. The Chaos World is a huge but broken world system. It originated from an ancient catastrophe. It has undergone thousands of years of complex evolution. It finally presents the current situation of the separatism of all races. There are powerful legendary species, prosperous and powerful empires, mythical individuals, and taboos hidden in the long river of time. Chi-Ji knows the general history. He knows the major events in some regions. But he is far from being omniscient. As a lord, it is impossible to do everything personally. You must learn how to use your adventurers. Today, Miracle City is still in its initial stage. Although a group of adventurers have been gathered, these adventurers are too young and their overall strength is not strong enough, and they need to be further incubated. Chi-Ji believes that it will not take too long. The adventurers will grow up. They will use the power from Miracle City to spread the cultural influence of Miracle City, participate in various important events, and bring changes to the Evernight Forest and even the whole world. At this stage, the territory is developing very fast. However, there are still many important facilities to be built. The income of Miracle City is stable and growing, but the scarcity of blueprints has become the biggest constraint. Alas, there are too few blueprints circulating in the new Lord Market. Even if there are enough soul crystals, it is not necessarily possible to buy the blueprints needed by the territory in time. Chi-Ji sighed. It is necessary to build a teleportation station as soon as possible. He planned to save a large amount of soul crystals to build a teleportation station before and after the territory was officially upgraded. With a teleportation station, you can return to the Lord World regularly. As the main world where millions of lords live, there are large and small offline lord markets, and most of the low and medium level blueprints can be bought relatively easily. Chi-Ji was thinking while inspecting the trading market. Suddenly he saw an interesting blueprint. Blueprint, Spirit Pool, first level building blueprint, construction cost, 500 soul crystals, 300 material essences, 200 spiritual power. The construction cost is not expensive. The price of the blueprint is 1,800 soul crystals, which is not too expensive. This building is just needed in the territory. It is a common facility. Its main function is to absorb the excess spiritual power of adventurers and convert it into energy for storage. There are many adventurers at the peak of the 2nd level, and even the 3rd level in the territory. These adventurers have more energy, and may not be able to use it all every time. At present, Miracle City has no plan to arrange adventurers to explore the outside world, so it will cause more or less waste. The spirit pool is equivalent to a small energy storage device. It can store the excess power of adventurers. Although this energy cannot be used for construction and cannot be reused by adventurers, it can be used for some production activities in the territory and provide assistance for the adventurer's spirit transformation. It's better than wasting. Chi-Ji plans to set up a reward mechanism. Adventurers can get some contribution points by injecting excess energy into the spirit pool, while adventurers or people who use the power of the spirit pool need to consume contribution points. This can form a balance. Boss Chi can also make some difference in the process. After some bargaining, he bought it for 1,600 soul crystals and started construction immediately. This level of spirit pool can store 200 points of energy. This volume is definitely enough now, but in the future, as the territory increases, it will have to be upgraded, or more spirit pools will be built. The next day, the city opened on time. Miracle City was full in seconds. Pancher sighed. It seems that there are more people? Sanju, the construction speed of Miracle City is too fast. If it continues to grow at this rate, the second-level secret hall may not be enough. Tieshin then urged the Lord to upgrade to the third level quickly. I finally found an interesting dungeon. I don't want to miss out because I can't get crystals. Build a third-level secret hall? How easy is that? Indeed, the secret hall is one of the most expensive infrastructures. A young adventurer, when will the Undercity be activated? It can always disperse some people. Don't think about it. Once the Undercity is opened, the territory will automatically advance to the second level, and the external threat will increase suddenly. I don't think the Lord will take the initiative to upgrade before the territory is fully built. Let's talk about it later. After the Undercity is opened, new adventurer towns will be opened. If things go wrong, not only will there be no diversion, but the adventure quota in the territory will be even tighter. Adventurers flooded into the secret hall like a flood. Although many people complained that Miracle City was too popular, every adventurer showed their heartfelt happiness and anticipation for the new day of adventure that was about to begin. In front of a certain crystal, Boss Higanbana. Please go first, please go first. Several adventurers in line immediately gave up their seats when they saw Higanbana. These adventurers have limited energy, and don't worry about not being able to use it up, so they are not in a hurry to take risks immediately. It is better to watch the boss's operation more, and there may be unexpected gains. Thank you. Higanbana was not polite. Activate the secret crystal immediately. Choose the 10 Kingdoms secret realm without hesitation. 2 choices appeared in front of her at this time. The first is the prologue plot, the second is the official plot. Yesterday, she spent all her energy on the prologue, which made Higanbana depressed for a long time, but now she is facing the choice again and she hesitates. Higanbana challenged Ashina Jinakairo 24 times and failed all of them. This process is not without gain. The running in between her and the wolf is deepening, and she has become more and more smooth in using this character, and she has a better understanding of Ashina Jinakairo's moves and fighting methods. The last 1 or 2 times, it was just a little bit away from winning. Should I give up to experience the official plot? No, giving up is impossible. I must win the first victory. Higanbana thought that she had 25 points of adventure energy, which was more than enough for the official plot, so it would be better to take some time to get rid of Ashina Jinakairo first. Do it now, while the feel is still there. Get him in one go. Thinking of this, she chose the prologue without hesitation. After entering the prologue, Higanbana immediately skipped the cutscene and arrived at the moon viewing tower in a few minutes. After getting the sword Kakamaru, she instantly set off a bloody storm. 1 or 2 swords killed the Ashina soldiers. 3 or 4 swords killed the Ashina organization Yamauchi Shigenori. Higanbana had fought with this group of soldiers at least 24 times, so she was naturally familiar with their moves and reactions. Killing them was as easy as cutting melons and vegetables, and the adventurers outside were stunned on the spot. This, too fierce. I can't even beat a soldier. Amid the shocked and admiring gazes of the rookies, Higanbana has arrived at the Reed Plains, once again challenging the man who is like her destined enemy in this poetic and picturesque place. The two fought. Several rookie adventurers were shocked to find that, even when facing Ashina Jinakairo, who is much stronger than them, Higanbana can still fight back and forth with him, and every move seems to be made by thousands of hammers, and every swing of the sword seems to be the result of a lot of precise calculations. With absolutely weak strength, but it can fight back and forth. Dang dang dang. The sword light in the reed marsh is like a rainstorm, and the wind blows the white fluff like flying snow. Although Higanbana is very familiar with Ashina Jinikiro's moves, mistakes are inevitable in the actual combat process. After fighting for 30 or 40 rounds, she lost by one move. The strength gap is too large. There is almost no margin for error. One careless move will lead to a complete loss. First battle lost. Third battle lost. Seventh battle still lost. Another 6 or 7 challenges in a row. Although Higanbana lost every time, her understanding as a genius adventurer was fully demonstrated, and the onlookers could clearly feel her progress in each game. Unconsciously, the crystal was surrounded by adventurers who came to observe and learn. Even big guys like Baihajushar and Sanju were included. Baihajushar has not yet entered the official plot, and his goal is to defeat Ashina Jinikiro. However, due to his current low level of cultivation and lack of energy, he must be cautious in every challenge. At this moment, he has learned a lot from Higanbana. As for the honor of the first victory, the old dean was indifferent to fame and fortune and didn't really care. He was more concerned about whether he could break through the limit today and defeat Ashina Jinikiro himself. Sanju, old crane, what do you think? Baihajushar, this girl is indeed very talented. I feel that she is about to win. The other adventurers were all excited when they heard this. They cheered and encouraged each other. Everyone wanted to witness this historic moment. Finally, the 8th challenge, after Higanbana and Ashina Jinikiro fought for 50 or 60 rounds. With her firm will to win, dozens of battles, nearly 1,000 rounds of accumulated experience, plus the wolf's own keen perception and insight, she finally caught a once-in-a-lifetime flaw. Now! Higanbana completely exploded. Cut out the strongest sword so far. When the two passed each other, with their backs to each other. In an instant, the world was silent, and time seemed to be frozen. Ashina Jinikiro's chest armor cracked, blood spurted out from it, and he seemed to have lost his strength, kneeling on one knee with a look of disbelief on his face. I lost. This is impossible. The winner has been decided. Everyone was stunned. Then everyone was ecstatic. Even Baihajushar and Sanju showed extreme admiration. After more than 30 arduous battles, Higanbana, with a character with only first-level 4 or 5-star performance, actually successfully defeated a strongman with at least second-level 4 or 5-star performance. This is really a miracle. When Higanbana defeated Ashina Jinikiro, when she felt the thunderous cheers from the secret hall, her heart was also surging, and she was almost in tears. Ashina Jinikiro was not the strongest enemy she had ever encountered. But this was the most difficult battle she had ever fought. However, after thousands of trials and repeated sufferings, when she finally succeeded in defeating the enemy, who was considered almost impossible to defeat, this kind of excitement and emotion was also an incomparable ultimate experience. Don't be careless. This guy's armor is very strong. Although this knife is enough to defeat him, it cannot completely eliminate the threat. We must strike while the iron is hot, and cut the grass and root it out. Higanbana was also curious. Judging from the subsequent plot, this battle was destined to be defeated. If she turned defeat into victory against fate, could the secret plot continue? Although many thoughts flashed through her mind. But in reality, it was only a short moment. She raised her knife to give the opponent the final blow. Suddenly, there was a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Higanbana immediately sensed the danger. She caught the cold light in her peripheral vision. She had to give up the attack to resist the dart, but at the moment when the hidden weapon was bounced off, a scene that no one expected happened. Ashina Jinikiro suddenly jumped up and launched a sneak attack. Not good. Higanbana was shocked, but it was too late. The next moment, the plot was repeated. The knife light cut through the night, blood beads bloomed in the air, and the wolf's arm was thrown high. Damn it! Despicable. Higanbana lost the power of resistance and fell to the ground again. She thought that Ashina Jinikiro was an upright warrior, but she never thought that this guy was so despicable. God's ninja, don't blame me for being despicable. I have a reason that I absolutely cannot lose. Ashina Jinikiro said slowly, I will take the god's son away. After that, he turned and left. Several figures walked out of the reeds. These figures are Ashina Jinikiro's exclusive ninjas, the Eagles. Higanbana was attacked by the darts fired by these ninjas just now, which gave Ashina Jinikiro an opportunity to take advantage of it. You have passed the Ashina Country Prologue and Skill Stone. Crisis Premonition is +1. Higanbana won the duel. But it failed to change the plot after all. There were at least 200 people watching in the hall. Everyone experienced a roller coaster of shock, ecstasy, horror, and anger. Unacceptable. The adventurers cannot accept it. At this moment, they all spoke up for Higanbana. Ah! Too bullying. I thought Ashina Jinakairo was a gentleman, but I didn't expect him to be so mean and unscrupulous. Bah, what Jinakairo? I'd rather call him Ziakairo from now on. What a villain. What a pity for Higanbana. Ashina Jinakairo is currently the most popular figure in Miracle City. He has a mysterious background, strong strength, and good looks. Although hundreds of adventurers have been defeated by him recently, everyone still admires such a strong man. What Jinakairo has done now. It can be said that his character has collapsed directly. This is simply a narrow-minded, mean, selfish villain without any sense of honor. After a few seconds, exit the secret realm. Although Higanbana is depressed, she reluctantly accepts the result. After all, she has defeated Ashina Jinakairo, and she has become the only one in Miracle City who has defeated this powerful enemy, and this battle also revealed a new skill stone. Skill stone, Danger Premonition, a second-level skill stone. Learning requires 15 points of mental power. Good stuff. Baihajusher, Sanju and others were delighted when they saw this skill stone. This is a second-level skill stone, which can only be found by adventurers of level 2 or above, and the value of a second-level skill stone is generally at least several times that of a first-level skill stone. What's more, this skill is not simple. Baihajusher said, this premonition of danger should be the wolf's special talent. Every time the opponent launches an irresistible attack, the wolf can always sense the danger in advance, which is one of its most core abilities. Sanju nodded. If our adventurers or people in the territory master this ability, they will definitely play an important role in participating in various tasks or external activities in the territory in the future. This battle, although the plot was not changed, but the desired honor was obtained. Such an important skill was also brushed out for Miracle City. This result is quite satisfactory. Although we have challenged 8 times in a row today, not much time has passed, so there is still plenty of time to continue the adventure. Higanbana is excited again. She wants to know how the story will unfold. How many secrets does this mysterious country have? Why did Ashina Jinakairo insist on taking the child of God away? What secrets are hidden in this young child? Chapter 95. The duel was exciting, although it didn't change the plot. But the crowd learned a lot. Higanbana stopped challenging, and the other adventurers dispersed. Sanju said, Old Crane, it seems that Ashina Jinakairo is indeed unbeatable. Why do you continue to waste time? Why don't we study and explore Ashina Castle together? Baihajusher shook his head. Higanbana's victory is her ability. I haven't defeated Ashina Jinakairo yet. Before that, I won't enter the formal plot part. Sanju complained unhappily. You haven't changed for decades, and you are always so stubborn. Baihajusher has no interest in participating in or promoting the latest progress. He just likes to challenge the limit. Although he failed to become the first adventurer to defeat Ashina Jinakairo due to lack of energy, he benefited greatly from observing Higanbana's battle this time. He felt that he could avoid many detours, and victory should be within reach. Winning alone is not enough. As an adventurer who pursues the limit, Baihajusher wanted to go one step further on the existing basis. Although Higanbana defeated Ashina Jinakairo, she lost the battle because of the sneak attack by the Eagle Clan. If she managed to deal with the Eagle Clan in advance, would the result be different? This is undoubtedly very difficult. But it may not be completely impossible. Baihajusher wanted to give it a try next. The adventure in Miracle City is still going on. The whole hall was filled with the clanging of blades like iron, the crazy shooting of various guns, and the roar of zombies, and of course the boos or cheers of the adventurers. Nancy Leah faced this relaxed and lively atmosphere. She could feel the joy from the heart of the adventurers. This was a vigorous passion and vitality that would not only drive Miracle City to flourish, but would also become a force that would shake the Evernight Forest. She could not help but feel very at ease and solid. Soon after, Higanbana challenged the 10 Kingdom secret realm again. This time, she chose the official plot of the Ashina chapter without hesitation. When she woke up in the wolf's body, she first smelled a damp smell of rotten wood, and then opened her eyes to find herself in a temple full of exotic features. Higanbana sat up and glanced around. This was the interior of a dilapidated temple, with many broken roofs and walls. The wood was a rotten dark brown and covered with traces of smoke, giving people a sense of depression. The room was very dim. There was only a weak oil lamp for lighting. There were wooden sculptures of various postures around and on the ground, and these Buddha sculptures had distorted faces, or no faces, more like a group of hungry ghosts struggling in purgatory. There is no divinity. Instead, it is scary and weird. At this moment, a skinny and sloppy old man was concentrating on carving in the shadow of the lamp. When he felt Higanbana sitting up, he made a hoarse and low voice without raising his head. "You are awake. It seems that you were not destined to die." Higanbana found that the severed left arm had been replaced by a seemingly rough prosthesis, which was the ninja hand used by other adventurers. "Great. Finally, I can use the arm I have always wanted. This is an inconspicuous abandoned temple outside Ashina Castle. There are several very key figures in this temple. The sloppy old man who carved the Buddha is called the Buddha Carver. He saved the wolf and gave him the ninja hand. According to the tips of other adventurers, 2 more people can be found in this dilapidated temple. She first found a pretty woman with a neatly combed hairstyle and a simple Japanese-style kimono at the entrance of the temple. This person claimed that Yongjin was a pharmacist, and the Buddha sculptor and his adoptive father were close friends. She often appeared in this place to take care of the Buddha sculptor, who was not in good health. She could also provide medicine for the wolf and improve the medicine gourd that automatically produced potions. This person must be extraordinary. Higanbana recognized this person as the Red Umbrella Woman who sent the letter to the wolf at the beginning. Although very curious about the details and origins of this woman, some adventurers have tried it. At this moment, excessive questions and forced requests for information will lead to the loss of plot synchronization. There are more suicidal adventurers. Draw a sword to attack the Buddha sculptor or Yongjin. This action is far beyond the normal behavior of the wolf. It will only cause the synchronization value to drop instantly, resulting in a reset of the plot after the challenge fails. Although the plot Secret Realm of Miracle City is very good, it is still a pity that the character's fate cannot be changed. However, according to the gossip, the synchronization value requirements will be reduced in the future after all the plots are cleared, and adventurers may have the ability to change the direction of the plot. Higanbana thinks that it is okay not to be able to change the plot and fate for the time being. After all, role-playing itself is experiencing the life of the character, and only the original experience can better understand the story. After talking with Yongjin, Higanbana is not in a hurry to save the Son of God. This temple surrounded by bamboo forests has a slope on the right leading to the middle of the mountain. There is a merit box and a weirdo in the open space here. This person wears a tattered mask, dirty armor, and a severely worn sword. His face is full of wrinkles, and his eyes are numb. "Are you the ninja who was rescued by the Buddha sculptor? Maybe your ninja moves can." The samurai drew his sword directly. "Please be sure to compete with me." Without saying anything, he stabbed him in the face. Although Higanbana was very puzzled, she did not show any mercy. She deflected the opponent's weapon with one sword, stabbed him in the heart with the next sword, and then kicked the body away. What a weirdo. She just put the wedge pill back into the sheath, but saw that the samurai, who was stabbed in the heart by her, actually stood up again, and the wound on his heart healed quickly. "You really can't die?" The weird warrior sighed and continued, "Excuse me, my name is Immortal Hanbei. Your swordsmanship is quite sharp and neat. There are not many masters in Ashina who can injure me like this with just 2 swords. Higanbana was alert and curious. "What are you?" "Immortal Hanbei, immortal body, also known as parasite body. Since I can't die no matter what, I can only stay here alone to kill time." "Higanbana, immortal? That's impossible." Immortal Hanbei laughed at himself. Ishii did not explain. "You seem to be a very capable ninja. If you need me, please use my body to practice swordsmanship. This body is immortal, so you can chop it in any way you want." "You're welcome. Use it as you like. I'm used to the pain." Immortal Hanbei said, "I have only one humble request. If you find a way to eliminate immortality, please try it on me. Want to die so much?" Higanbana really doesn't believe that there is an immortal in this world. She continued to fight with the undead Hanbei, trying to kill him in various ways, but no matter piercing the heart, beheading or any other means, there was really no way to kill him. How could this be? She was scratching her head in confusion. An adventurer outside said, "Boss Higanbana, don't waste your energy. We have tried it. This weirdo is really unkillable." Boss Time Traveler is very interested in the undead Hanbei. He has learned about his past through a series of investigations. Hearing this, not only Higanbana was curious. Other adventurers outside also became interested. The adventurer then introduced the story he had just heard, according to the investigation of the traveler boss. The immortal Hanbei was originally a poor man from other parts of Japan. He came to Ashina to escape war and famine, and when he was about to starve to death, he met a passing monk. The monk saw that he was pitiful and had a strong desire to survive, so he put a strange insect into his body. As a result, something strange happened, and Hanbei gained a powerful immortal ability. With his immortal body, Hanbei honed 3 moves and 2 styles, and then became a wandering samurai. Later, he met the chief general of the inner court, Tamura Yoshifumi. Yes, that's the opening plot, the Tamura Yoshifumi, who was determined to fight Ashina. Tamura Yoshifumi discovered Hanbei's ability, and admired it very much. Not only did he give him generous treatment, but he also trained him to become his own guard. This moved Hanbei, who had been wandering for half his life, and he vowed to become a real samurai. Everyone knows what happened later. Tamura Yoshifumi was killed by the swordsman Ashina Ishin during the war. According to the customs of Japan, when the master is killed, Hanbei, as a personal guard, should commit seppuku to defend his honor and oath, but this is impossible for Hanbei. He then challenged Ashina Ishin, and the result is predictable. He was directly cut in half, but he still did not die. After a few days, his body was repaired and he came back to life. After that, the immortal Hanbei wandered again. His immortality became more thorough. The curse has been coveted by forces that covet the power of immortality many times, and has also implicated people around him, and caused tragedies many times. All his friends and lovers died because of him. So, at this moment, the immortal Hanbei is alone. In order not to implicate others, he came to this ruined temple alone to live in seclusion, and was determined to find a way to die. While learning about Hanbei's story, Higanbana also repeatedly fought and killed him, but the result was undoubtedly ineffective. This guy is really completely immortal. The adventurers also talked about it. It's amazing. Can a strange insect make people immortal? Where did the mysterious monks come from back then? Can we find these monks? How many mysteries and weirdness are hidden in this land? The world of Ashina is definitely not simple. Higanbana's curiosity about the immortal Hanbei gradually turned into sympathy, because the immortality pursued by countless big people in this world has become an eternal torture and curse for this person. He wanted to follow Tamura and defend the honor and dignity of the samurai. He wanted to be with his lover and friends. Death is definitely a relief. Sorry, I can't kill you now. Higanbana felt sad. Immortal Hanbei said calmly, I've gotten used to it. If you want to test the knife in the future, please come to me. This is the only value of this body. This person is not incapable of feeling pain, but perhaps it is just because pain can temporarily relieve his guilt. Higanbana sighed. The exploration of Ashina has not yet begun. An inconspicuous little person hides so many stories and tragic pasts. This made the adventurer sigh and once again deeply feel the flesh and blood of the secret world, so that he became more curious about the plot and various secrets of the entire Ashina country. There is no time to waste. Higanbana said goodbye to immortal Hanbei. She secretly made up her mind. If we can really find a way to eliminate the immortal, we must come back to help the immortal Hanbei to be free. There are more adventurers who have this idea than Higanbana. Even if we don't know the story of Hanbei, just seeing his almost abnormal immortal ability is enough to give adventurers a strong motivation. Why? Because of the spirit. The first adventurer who kills the immortal Hanbei has a higher probability of obtaining a named spirit. This is a named soul that may give people immortality. Although the spirit ability may be modified due to the world's laws after it is manifested from the secret realm, it will be a very precious and even priceless spirit that is definitely worth fighting for. However, how to completely eliminate the immortal? The adventurers have no idea about this. After leaving the dilapidated temple, Higanbana began to use the ninja prosthetic hand to move. With the help of the ninja hook rope that she could freely control, she finally got her wish and experienced the refreshing feeling of flying over the eaves and walls. So cool and free. This feeling is so exciting. Higanbana soon found the Ashina soldiers, and these soldiers were difficult to communicate with. They were hostile to all invaders, especially ninjas of unknown origin. Kill them directly. Nothing to say. Higanbana fought with Ashina Jinakairo for more than 30 times, and now she has reached a very deep level of running in with the character, so smooth and smooth plus first-class operating awareness. A mere soldier? Don't even look at it. Higanbana solved 7 or 8 soldiers in a few moves. But at this time, she encountered the first strong enemy. Samurai General, Naomori Kawamoto, 2nd level 2-star. Higanbana judged that ordinary Ashina Samurai were 1st level 3-star, and the leader of the Ashina Samurai was 1st level 5-star, and the Samurai General should be the best among them, belonging to the level of generals. This Samurai General not only has the performance of 2nd level 2-star, his swordsmanship is also very exquisite. Higanbana didn't know the opponent's swordsmanship style very well, and she didn't know how to do it in the first challenge. After a few rounds, she was defeated by the opponent's quick stab. It's quite powerful. Don't underestimate this guy. Higanbana finally understood why hundreds of adventurers were tortured to death by this samurai general. Even she was defeated because of her lack of skill, let alone ordinary adventurers. Ashina country is indeed full of masters. However, Higanbana was not convinced. An opponent of this level could only stop her once at most, and she would definitely not be so lucky next time. As Higanbana lined up to prepare, the discussion of several adventurers caught her attention. Time Traveler has discovered the hidden content of Ashina country. This route can take us back to the world 3 years ago through the lost memory of Wolf. Hearing this, Higanbana was surprised. She knew that Wolf had lost a large part of his memory, but she didn't expect that this memory could be recovered in this way. Chapter 96. Adventurers came upon hearing the news. The secret crystal operated by the Time Traveler. The content and images presented are completely different from those of other adventurers. The Time Traveler stood on a commanding height, and in front of him was an area surrounded by a large bamboo forest and a winding river. The periphery of this area is scattered with residential houses, and in the center is the main house with a vermilion beam and column structure. This place is being invaded. A large number of residential houses have been destroyed. Blazing fires illuminate the night. The bodies of civilians and samurai are everywhere, and you can hear screams coming out continuously, or see a large group of bandits looting and patrolling, which is very miserable. This is obviously not Ashina Castle. It is the Hirata Mansion on the banks of the Longquan River. The Time Traveler successfully opened the branch line, which is not an easy task. Although this branch line is easier to trigger in the original Sekiro, Chiji created a more vivid and realistic Ashina Castle in the remake. He created a large number of residential areas outside the city, and put in a lot of ordinary Ashina citizens, so as to restore a relatively real ecosystem of the main city of a small country. As for the NPC old woman who triggered the branch line, although the broken house where she lived was relatively recognizable, it was difficult to trigger this branch line because there were too many ordinary civilians outside the city who could not provide effective information. The Time Traveler happened to be an adventurer who liked to explore the stories of secret places. He frequently appeared among these civilians, chatted with these ordinary people. In this process, he not only collected and learned a lot about the history of Ashina, as well as information about characters including Undead Hanbei, but also accidentally discovered this branch line. Feng Zhongmian, what is this place? It doesn't look like Ashina Castle. Nancy Lee explained. This is of course not Ashina Castle, but the invasion of Hirata Mansion 3 years ago. Feng Zhongmian was slightly stunned. Hirata. Could it be the home of the son of god Hirata Jiolong? Lonely Swordsman couldn't help asking. Since it happened 3 years ago, why can we enter? Nancy Lee said. The Time Traveler found an old woman outside Ashina Castle, and got a bell from this old woman. And this bell seems to have some magical power. As long as it is offered in front of a mysterious Buddha statue in the ruined temple, you can travel back here. The adventurers were surprised. There is such a thing? Is this a hidden plot? The Time Traveler has challenged Hirata Mansion several times in a row. There are many enemies in this place, and it is very difficult. Although he is an experienced second-level adventurer, he is also good at acting, and has a good run-in with the characters, but his operation level is average, and it is difficult to kill in a short time. That being said, a lot of information was discovered during the adventure. Compared to how many enemies he killed, and how much progress he made, this obviously made him more excited. Brothers, I have checked it out. This Hirata family should be a branch family, or an illegitimate family, of the Ashina clan. You can understand that the Hirata family is a branch family of the Ashina family, with the same bloodline, but different surnames. According to my research, this kind of family division system is relatively common in Japan. It aims to maintain family stability by diverting bloodline members, and avoid disputes over inheritance rights. In the War of Stealing the Country launched by the Sword Saint Ashina Ishin, the Hirata family, as an illegitimate family of Ashina, also played an important role in resisting the power of the inner court. Therefore, the Hirata family became the core retainer of Ashina province. Now, they are not only responsible for guarding the strategic gateway near Ashina, but also have an unknown important mission. That is to secretly adopt and protect the dragon son of god Jiolong. That's right. This son of god Jiolong is the master we swear allegiance to. Time travelers like to study the background, explore and discover hidden plots and background stories. When he tells these stories, other adventurers also listen with relish. These historical details not only do not make people feel boring, but also continue to deepen the realism of the world, greatly enhancing the experience and sense of immersion of adventurers. Nancy Leah. It turns out that Jiolong has so many secrets. No wonder we, as the protagonists, have to shoulder the mission of protecting him. Li Huilu. What exactly is the dragon son of God? Cat Mingming. It's not clear yet. It is probably an important ability, otherwise why would Ashina Jinichiro want to take Jiolong away by any means? Nancy Leah's expression was solemn. The disaster at Hirata's mansion is not simple. I think it may be aimed at this child. Hearing the discussion outside, the time traveler nodded and continued, well, your guess should be correct. According to my investigation, today is the day of Longquan worship, which is the most important sacrificial ceremony of the Hirata family. A large number of warriors of the Hirata family were transferred away, and just when the defense of this mansion was empty, it was suddenly invaded by bandits and burned, killed and looted. How could it be such a coincidence? I don't think these bandits can break through the Hirata family. There must be more than one internal and external forces involved. As for the more specific situation, the time traveler was not very clear. So he continued to act, hoping to find more clues. When Chi-Ji was making the Hirata mansion branch, he also optimized the scene for more realism. For example, the area was expanded several times to make it look more lifelike, and all kinds of civilians and corpses were everywhere. There were as many as 400 or 500 invading bandits. The individual strength of wandering samurai and bandits was naturally inferior to that of the Ashina samurai. However, they always came in groups of 3 or 5, and were assisted by hounds, so it was very difficult to deal with them. Adventurers must ensure that every battle is fought quickly, otherwise once the bandits call for help, they would be besieged in minutes. This is why the time traveler died in the outer residential area 3 times. I must enter the main house. There must be more clues there. With this idea in mind, plus several challenges to accumulate experience, the time traveler quickly shuttled through the scene of flames with the flexibility of the ninja prosthetic hand. This time, I was very lucky. I successfully killed several waves of enemies, and sneaked to the main gate of the main house. This is an open courtyard surrounded by wooden buildings, corridors and ponds. It is not difficult to see the elegance and luxury of the ordinary days, which makes people feel that the Hirata family is indeed a wealthy family. Just when I wanted to explore further, I encountered trouble. There are a large number of bandits and ninjas from other forces guarding this area. The most conspicuous and prominent one among all the enemies is the Anaconda Shigezo guarding the entrance. This man is tall and burly, and his body shape is different from that of ordinary people. Not only are his muscles knotted, but his fat layer is thick. His clothes are shabby and simple, with only coarse cloth and leather on his upper body, loose hakama pants on his lower body, and a dirty cloth belt around his waist, but he still gives people an extremely strong sense of oppression. You unlocked a new illustration. The time traveler learned from the illustration introduction that the opponent has the strength of the 2nd level and 2 stars. This guy is only 1 star less than the Red Devil, and the same level as the Samurai General. He is undoubtedly an elite enemy. From the current situation, we can't get in without destroying him. The time traveler acted with gritted teeth. First, he used assassination to clear the nearby soldiers. Unexpectedly, he was exposed after just killing a few. Who is it? The Anaconda Shigezo picked up the big sword and stood up. His body was nearly 2 meters tall, and his weight was estimated to be over 400 kilograms. There were several scars on his face, a thick nose, prominent eyebrows, and narrow and bloodshot eyes. He looked fierce and rough. Not good. The time traveler wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Several wandering samurai holding wooden shields and bandits holding torches surrounded him. Anaconda Shigezo carried a huge samurai sword and walked forward slowly, first looking the adventurer up and down, then laughed dully. Ha ha ha, I know who you are the ninja of the Son of God. A loser who is about to lose his master. You actually know me? The time traveler was very surprised. Ninjas are a group of mysterious beings who carry out assassinations or protection missions in the dark, and they rarely expose themselves publicly. That's why although Wolf is the ninja of the Son of God. But even in the entire Hirata family, not many people know of his existence. This guy is obviously just a bandit leader. The two sides have no intersection in their past experiences. How could you recognize his identity at a glance? Something is wrong. There is a traitor in the Hirata family. The identity of this traitor is not low. You retreat? Anaconda Chonzong took 2 big gulps from the wine gourd, then wiped his mouth and grinned. I'm going to kill this dog myself. The other bandits retreated a distance. Although the time traveler was full of questions, Anaconda Chonzong did not give him a chance to ask questions. He stomped on the ground violently, causing the floor to shatter, and then suddenly attacked at a speed that was inconsistent with his body. So fast, the time traveler believed that the opponent's strength would be more terrifying than speed, so he immediately used the art of flicking the knife to resolve the oncoming attack with clever strength. The two blades collided. Sparks flew. The anaconda Chongzong took 2 steps back. The time traveler seized the opportunity to attack immediately, and both knives successfully hit the target, but failed to cause much damage to anaconda Chongzong. He took a closer look and found that the opponent's skin was very rough and had a scaly texture, especially on the exposed parts such as the neck or arms. This guy is not only different in size from an ordinary person, but also has extremely tough skin and flesh. It is difficult to cause fatal injuries with a simple chop. Anaconda Shigazang counterattacked with a heavy chop with both hands. Each chop was powerful, with the power to break a monument and shatter stones. Dang dang. Sparks flew. The attack was deflected again. Anaconda Shigazang took a step back to accumulate strength, and suddenly made a move to pounce forward. This is the sumo grappling technique of Japan. Danger! The time traveler felt the warning from his intuition. He made an evasive move at the first time and avoided this fatal attack. Ha ha ha, as a loyal dog of the Son of God, you are quite capable. Then what about the next move? Anaconda Shigazang suddenly sprayed a large ball of green venom, which instantly covered a large fan-shaped area in front of him. There is no escape this time. The time traveler never thought that the opponent had such a method. He was caught off guard, and not only his skin and eyes were burned, but his body was also temporarily paralyzed and stiff. It's over. Anaconda Shigezo raised his samurai sword with a grin, and a huge blade light slashed out quickly, instantly beheading the time traveler in front of him. Death, another challenge failed. The other adventurers showed regret. It was just a little bit to enter the main house of Hirata to find the truth. Unexpectedly, at the entrance, there is such a roadblock. Higanbana was also watching the battle in the crowd at this moment. When everyone was discussing the contents of the hidden map of Hirata Mansion and commenting on the elite enemy Anaconda Shigezo's moves, her eyes became brighter and brighter, unexpectedly, in the currently open Ashina plot. There is such a hidden place and hidden plot to explore. This world is so rich. So should we continue to explore the periphery of the city to find the entrance, or enter this hidden place to challenge and explore? It's not difficult to choose. There are hundreds of adventurers exploring the periphery of the city. Those samurai generals, and the Red Ghost, have been challenged hundreds of times. In contrast, the Hirata Mansion was discovered not long ago. There are very few people entering it to explore. Although the scale of this hidden scene is not small, you can complete the investigation within today with your own ability, rather than walking the path that others have walked. It's better to be the first to break through the Hirata Mansion. Higanbana is young and energetic, and has a strong desire to win, so she has to be ahead of others in everything to prove that she is the most powerful adventurer. This is the case with the first victory of Ashina Jinakairo. The same is true for the Hirata Mansion branch at this moment. But it is probably because of this character that she has achieved far more than her peers at a young age. Challenge again. Entering the secret realm again. Higanbana immediately took action. No grudges are left overnight. Must be avenged on the spot. First, find the samurai General Kawajinda Naomori, who killed her once. The second time, Higanbana was prepared and more cautious, and was familiar enough with his moves. Dang dang dang. Several knife fights and knife bounces. Kawajinda Naomori lost his balance and was knocked back. Higanbana seized the opportunity to jump up, and the wedge was stabbed into the neck through the gap in the armor. The next moment, blood gushed out. This samurai general who killed at least hundreds of adventurers fell down. You are worthy of being the boss of Higanbana. Strong, defeated the samurai general in just 2 fights, and this killing efficiency is unparalleled. After Higanbana successfully avenged, find the side quest item Guardian Bell. She immediately started the side quest smoothly under the guidance of the Buddha sculptor. Chapter 97. By the Longwan River. The fire is raging wildly in the Hirata Mansion. Fighting, killing, and screaming together weave a human tragedy. Although Higanbana had seen this scene from the secret crystal a long time ago, the personal experience is definitely different. After all, the former is a spectator, while the latter is integrated into it. Light and shadow, sound and shadow, touch, smell, taste, etc. All of them create an atmosphere, and convey a sense of reality at the same time. Higanbana sighed. How could other dungeons compare with such a secret realm? She has participated in adventures for nearly 10 years, and has seen many dungeons. Tianyun City is not 1 in a million, but at least 1 in 10,000. First-class dungeons. Currently, Tianyun City has 4 main secret realms: Death Cave, Blasphemy Tower, Brave Valley, and Hero Tomb. To be fair, the quality of these 4 secret realms is excellent, especially the Hero's Tomb, which is also a story-based secret realm. Adventurers can learn about the legendary stories of ancient heroes by investigating different tombs. Tianyun City is updated from time to time. New hero stories are constantly added. Adventurers are quite satisfied with this secret realm. After experiencing the deep immersive role-playing of Miracle City, Higanbana now only feels that the narrative method of the hero's tomb is too old-fashioned and too uninvolving. Unable to integrate into the story. Just an outsider, an investigator. The most powerful thing about Miracle City is that the character materials it provides are perfectly integrated with the world. Every character in this world has all the details that are highly self-consistent and full of unexpected surprises and innovations. Higanbana glanced at the ninja prosthetic hand on her left arm. This is not entirely a memory. She judged that she was now in the Hirata mansion 3 years ago. It was not entirely a memory recall, but more like a special time travel. This experience was really amazing. Come on, Captain! Whether we can get through this branch line today depends on Higanbana. Feng Zhongmian, Lonely Swordsman, Wanchuan Sanren and many other adventurers came to the crystal to watch the battle. Although the time traveler was the discoverer of the hidden plot, he had little energy and his skills were not strong enough. He would definitely not be able to find the final result today. Higanbana was highly expected by the adventurers. She said without hesitation, "Don't worry, I will definitely get through here today. Just watch me make a big fuss." The scale of the Hirata mansion is not small. Time is precious, and we must act immediately. Higanbana's operation level is indeed several levels higher. After using the ninja prosthetic hand to enter the outer residential area, there was almost no setbacks, and several waves of patrolling bandits were eliminated in a few moves. She commented, "These bandits are of average strength, most of them are at the first level 2-star level, and a few can reach the first level 3-star level. As long as the number of them that appear at a time does not exceed 7, they basically do not pose a threat when I take the initiative." A series of neat and tidy attacks successfully obtained several important props including the blowpipe and the ninja axe. Good stuff. Higanbana said excitedly, "These are ninja tools that can transform ninja prosthetics. They can give ninja prosthetics more mechanical capabilities, thereby exerting a more powerful combat effect. Take the blowpipe for example. This thing is equivalent to a small flamethrower. I think it will be very convenient to use it against the Red Ghost." Higanbana explained the tactics and some important props information to everyone. The adventurers outside listened very carefully, and Nancy Leah even drew a map with a small notebook, and then drew the distribution of the soldiers' props. These are all valuable and important information. Soon after, killed to the entrance of the main house. The time traveler was stuck here. There is an elite enemy Anaconda Chongzong here. If ordinary people want to defeat this guy, they will suffer 8 or 10 times, if they meet Anaconda Chongzong for the first time. Higanbana must not be sure to defeat him in one go. This enemy is indeed very capable, but because he has seen the battle in advance and has a sufficient understanding of the moves, he is at least 70% sure at this moment. There are 2 difficulties in this battle. First, Anaconda Shigezo has thick skin and strong body, and he is really not easy to deal with. Second, Anaconda Shigezo is the leader of the bandits, and there are many miscellaneous soldiers around him. If you can't clear them in time, you can't win even if you have high skills. Clear the miscellaneous soldiers first. Although the positions of the miscellaneous soldiers have been memorized in advance, there is no rash action at this moment. Use the rockery and woods for cover, carefully lie dormant, and wait for the opportunity, and then quickly clear out 7 or 8 enemies. Who is it? Anaconda Shigezo was drunk. Only at this moment did he realize that all his men were dead. He was furious and locked onto the invading ninja. "You are the loyal dog of the Son of God." Higanbana didn't wait for him to finish his words, and rushed up and attacked at the first time. Dang dang dang, sparks kept splashing. Higanbana took steady steps. Every strike of the sword was just the right amount of effort to wear down the Anaconda's hidden strength. Although Anaconda Juzo had some attacks that he couldn't resist, such as large-scale poison spray and sumo wrestling, Higanbana was mentally prepared, and with Wolf's strong foresight of danger, he could always resolve them very easily. Lonely Swordsman admired. "It's really worthy of being the one who fought more than 30 games with Ashina Jinichiro. The compatibility between the leader and Wolf has almost reached the limit." Feng Zhongmian. It turns out that Anaconda Juzo is just like this. His fighting style is too clumsy. After a few rounds, Anaconda Juzo fell into a clear disadvantage. His rough and tough skin was covered with knife marks. Damn it! He suddenly took a few gulps from the gourd, then sprayed the wine on the blade, and then let out a ferocious roar. You can't beat me, let alone save the Son of God. You don't know who your enemy is. Just accept your fate. Accept your head. Both sides fought several more knives. Higanbana suddenly found something wrong, and most of her body was numb, and her reaction and movement became slow for some reason. The knife is poisonous. The behavior of him spraying wine just now. It turned out that he was poisoning the blade. This move had never been seen before, so she was not prepared at all. During several knife fights, the venom on the blade splashed and fell on her body, causing poisoning. Ha ha ha, God's loyal dog, how are you going to fight me now? Anaconda Juzon became arrogant and proud, and launched another violent attack. Although Higanbana accidentally fell into the opponent's routine, she did not lose her composure. Even if the speed and strength are all inferior to the enemy, even if most of the opponent's moves cannot be parried, there is still a way to fight back. She had fought with Ashina Jinichiro for more than 30 rounds. She had long been accustomed to fighting under this extreme state. She was still able to continue to deal with a situation that would have been fatal to other adventurers. After several rounds, Anaconda Juzo failed to defeat the adventurer. Higanbana felt that her body was gradually returning to normal. Although the toxin that numbed the body took effect quickly, it did not last long, and the initiative was returning to her hands. Damn it! Anaconda Juzo tried to repeat the same trick and poisoned again. How could Higanbana give him this opportunity? She immediately turned from defense to offense and chopped wildly. Clang, clang, clang. Anaconda Juzo's strength was exhausted. Unable to maintain the posture and reveal a flaw. Die! Higanbana felt a red light appear in her heart, and she used all her hands to drive the wedge pill and stabbed it fiercely. This time, it successfully pierced through the flesh and passed through the heart. Stirring and pulling. Blood surged like a column. The foot sprayed several meters away. Anaconda Chongzong fell down helplessly. His eyes were wide open, and he died with his eyes wide open. The adventurers couldn't help but marvel at this wave of operations. The elite enemy was killed in the first fight. The boss is the boss. You can't refuse to accept it. Higanbana was also very satisfied. This battle was actually quite dangerous and extremely difficult. She believed that except for Baihajushur, no adventurer in Miracle City could do better. A small character is not worth wasting time. He pretended to be awesome. Immediately explore the main house area. She soon found several important people in this area. The first one was the foster father who adopted Wolf. This old man named Xiao appeared in the center of a courtyard surrounded by fire. He had multiple fatal injuries, and was dying against a huge rock. Adopted father. It's you. Xiao was barely breathing at this moment. I was too careless this time. It seems that I am indeed too old. Don't waste your energy, such injuries are incurable. Xiao used all his strength to take out a key and threw it on the ground. This is the key to the secret temple. The Son of God is there. There is a clue to the Son of God. Higanbana was inspired. Wolf, please remember the ninja's precepts. The master is above all else. After saying that, he lost consciousness. Adopted father. Higanbana hurried to check. Xiao had already died and had no vital signs. For a moment, she could feel that there was a faint sadness in the body she was controlling. The other adventurers were also moved by this. What happened? Our foster father just died like this? This is the foster father who raised Lang for 20 years. Before he died, he was still educating Lang and asking him to abide by the ninja's precepts and mission. He looks fierce, but he seems to be a respectable old man. Yes, unlike a certain Shiichiro, who has no bottom line in honor, and is a completely despicable villain. Although Owl is usually harsh, cold, and unkind. But after all, he is the foster father who has raised Lang for 20 years. And he not only gave his most outstanding son to Shinzi, but also died to protect the Hirata family. He is really a loyal minister. Many adventurers were sad about his death. Higanbana had no time to feel sentimental, and took action immediately after putting away the key. She met Inosuk and his son inside the main house that had not been completely burned down. Inosuk's old mother was the old lady who handed the guardian bell to Lang 3 years later. She was a servant of the Hirata family. Now she has gone crazy because of the terrible hallucinations and the excessive stimulation. Inosuk was a retainer of the Hirata family. He was seriously injured and fell near the entrance to the secret Buddhist temple. He recognized Higanbana. You are a ninja of the Son of God. They can still communicate. Higanbana asked, what happened here? Why did it become like this? Inosuke said with difficulty. I advise you not to go there again. That illusion is too terrible. Illusion? What illusion? Higanbana didn't understand but said firmly, as a ninja of the Son of God, it is my mission to protect the young master. Please tell me what happened. Inosuke said with difficulty. If you insist on doing so, I still have some Naruto that can break the illusion. Everything is entrusted to you. After that, this loyal retainer also fell into a coma. Inosuke did not die, but he became disabled because of this battle. 3 years later, he and his mother depended on each other in an abandoned house, and their living conditions were extremely miserable. Even so, the mother and son still cared about the Son of God. The adventurer got the guardian bell from the old lady when she was going crazy and dying, and came to this place. This loyalty moved the adventurers. What is Jiulong's ability? Nancy Leah murmured. Why are there so many loyal people who are willing to protect him at the risk of their lives, and villains like Ashina Jinichiro want to get him by any means? Feng Zhongmian was also very emotional. This is no longer important. We can't let down the expectations of so many people. No matter how difficult it is, we must rescue the Son of God. Mao Mingming shouted. Come on, Higanbana boss, you must kill the mastermind. Yes, kill the mastermind and avenge our adoptive father. Higanbana found some strange seeds on Inosuke. Mingjong, a secret realm prop. Introduction. This is a kind of purple-violet seed that makes a loud noise when crushed, which can be used to break the effect of illusion. Is this the Mingjong that Inosuke mentioned? It turns out to be a special prop that can fight illusion. She immediately entered the secret passage. When she pushed open a wooden door at the end, the scene she saw made her stunned. This is the secret Buddhist hall of the Hirata family. It is rectangular with 4 thick pillars. Rows and rows of Buddhist sculptures are placed on the 4 walls. These stone sculptures that look quite ancient are not only numerous, but also lifelike and have different shapes. In front of the Buddhist hall is a huge gilded Buddha statue. It is 15 meters tall and majestic, but half of its body has collapsed, revealing an empty abdomen. Suddenly entered. There is a sense of oppression, as if being overlooked by the gods and Buddhas from all directions. The wooden roof of the Buddhist temple has been affected by the fire, turning into a blazing upside-down sea of fire, which is surging and boiling with waves, and sparks and wood fragments are constantly falling, eventually forming a closed stage with Oriental aesthetics, although the adventurers don't understand what Oriental aesthetics is. But they can all feel the atmosphere and metaphor conveyed by the scene. Son of God. A familiar figure appeared in the center of the Buddhist temple. This person was dressed in plain clothes and had blank eyes. It was the young master Jiulong, who looked a little immature at this time. Jiulong staggered forward and murmured, Father, Mother, Madam Butterfly, where did everyone go? This is an illusion. Higanbana made a judgment based on the wolf's memory. She hurried forward to hold him, and woke him up with ninja skills. At this time, an old woman's voice came from the temple. Long time no see. Owl's son. Higanbana protected Jiulong behind her, although she had never seen the person in front of her. But she had found the answer from the wolf's memory. It turned out to be you. Did you do everything? An old woman appeared in the temple, her face full of wrinkles, her white hair tied behind her head, her fingers as slender as dead branches. Although she looked old, her steps were light and elegant, her eyes were gloomy and sharp. This person is the butterfly lady known as the Phantom Butterfly. A ninja master from the Yushui forest in the north of Ashina. A top ninja who is proficient in illusions, also the teacher of the wolf. Please leave here. Higanbana asked Jiulong, who had just woken up, to leave quickly. Jiulong was still confused at this moment. Then, what about you? I have something I must do. While Higanhua was speaking, she slowly pulled out the wedge pill. The blade flashed coldly in the firelight, and then she took a fighting stance. At this moment, inside the burning Buddhist temple, flames kept falling. This place could be completely destroyed and engulfed by the fire at any time. In such an extremely dangerous environment, with a raging sea of fire and the gaze of gods and Buddhas, the former master and apprentice confronted each other, and this was destined to be a difficult duel. Chapter 98. Higanbana's adventure has already attracted much attention, and now there is a major breakthrough in progress, which naturally attracted hundreds of adventurers to watch the live broadcast. It's really shocking. This is another amazing art. When facing the picture presented in the crystal, Baihajusher and others expressed their feelings at the same time. Rather than saying it is a battle, it is more like a gorgeous stage performance, different from challenging the Red Ghost, the Warrior General, or the Anaconda. The atmosphere of this battle is rendered, and the sense of oppression is more similar to the Battle of the Reed Marsh. Indeed, Phantom Butterfly is a boss battle. Many boss battles in Sekiro have very distinctive scene designs. These scenes can not only create an atmosphere to strengthen the narrative effect, but also push the battle and rhythm to the climax with a strong visual impact. Shiji reset the process. It will be further optimized. Committed to creating a more extreme picture. This is the final battle of the Hirata branch, with the dilapidated, claustrophobic, raging sea of fire, and on the verge of destruction as the stage. This limited time venue that may collapse and destroy at any time makes people nervous, and their heartbeats accelerate. There are thousands of gods and Buddhas on all sides, silently overlooking in the flames. This fully interprets the awareness and violence in Japanese aesthetics, thus restraining and strongly conveying a sense of fate and ritual. It not only symbolizes the tragic fate of the Hirata family, but also shows the cruelty of the master and apprentice killing each other. It also contains thoughts and metaphors about loyalty and betrayal. The Battle of the Reed Marsh is beautiful and poetic. The Battle of the Temple is gorgeous and cruel. With such excellent scene design and rendering, the character and plot tension will be greatly amplified. This can make the adventurers involved enter the flow state, so that they can be completely immersed in the atmosphere and plot, and feel the charm of the story and the emotions of the characters more fully. At this moment, the red spider Lily is fully integrated into the role of the wolf. She asked in a low voice, "Why do you want to betray the ninja's precepts and oaths?" Mrs. Butterfly said calmly, "No, I have never betrayed. The oath I made is to protect Ashina. 20 years ago, I participated in the war to steal the country, and today I destroyed the Hirata clan for this reason." Higanbana, I can't understand. Mrs. Butterfly said, "Ashina is declining and in danger, and Ishin and the pedantry of the Hirata family are destroying this country that has been built with great difficulty. Only by handing over the power of Dragon's heir to Master Jinichiro can we continue to defend Ashina." Ashina Jinichiro again? Is he the real mastermind behind the Hirata tragedy? However, there is no time to think about it at this moment. The positions of both parties are completely different. Wolf's oath is to protect the Son of God, and he will not allow anyone to take his master away. The only way is to fight. Son of Owl, please don't hinder me. I'm sorry. Mrs. Butterfly knew that it was useless to say more. She pulled out 2 slender kunai in each hand. Boy, being lost will kill you. Just come at me. Mrs. Butterfly took the lead in throwing 4 kunai. Higanbana reacted in a split second, dodging the kunai by a hair's breadth, but almost at the same time, Mrs. Butterfly's slender figure approached like a ghost, and her speed was almost as fast as the hidden weapon that was shot at her. Danger! Higanbana's hair stood on end. I didn't expect the opponent's speed to be so terrifying. She barely avoided a fatal attack, but what followed was a torrential attack. Dang dang dang. The two of them fought more than 10 times in an instant. Mrs. Butterfly's attack was as graceful as a dragonfly touching the water. Although the power was not very strong, it was so fast that it produced afterimages, which were almost impossible to catch with the naked eye. Higanbana's cheeks, shoulders, thighs and other parts were cut. Too fast. Mrs. Butterfly and Ashina Jinichiro of the Reed Plains are both about the second level 5-star strength. But the speed is far higher than Jinichiro, almost reaching the limit of the wolf's reaction. No! Such a sharp speed type opponent. If you get caught in the opponent's offensive rhythm, you will definitely lose. She seized the opportunity to launch a mirror rebound knife. When she successfully repelled the opponent, she immediately jumped up and swung the knife to slash. Unexpectedly, before the blade fell, the opponent flew back several feet away. Without waiting for Higanbana to chase, another volley and backflip flew into the air, jumping back and forth in the air at an amazing speed. Madame Butterfly's movements were light, agile and graceful. Each time she jumped, she could dodge more than 10 meters, so she could appear in various positions, and in the process, she released darts and needles to attack. Dang 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 dang. Sparks flew one after another. Higanbana bounced off all hidden weapon attacks with its keen sense and crisis foresight. Its thin wire. The 4 pillars of the Buddhist hall were nailed with steel wires one by one with kunai. The reason why Madame Butterfly could jump and wander in the air was because of these things that were difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. She used the powerful mobility brought by the depth of space to easily suppress any adventurer. Without waiting for more thought, the sense of crisis reappeared. Madame Butterfly flashed behind her like a ghost. This time, Higanbana had no time to react. A kunai pierced into the neck, and a kunai pierced into the heart from the back. Madame Butterfly executed her best student mercilessly with her neat and savage ninjutsu skills. It's just a puppy after all. Madame Butterfly sighed before she fell to the ground. A big death appeared in front of her. Challenge failed. This boss battle was obviously not easy. There is a difference between the secret game and the original. The tolerance rate of fighting in an environment that is almost completely real is extremely low. When facing an assassin-type opponent who is stronger than oneself, fast and sensitive, it is almost impossible to win without understanding his moves and mechanisms. Even Higanbana, who has used the wolf very smoothly, is no exception. Very strong, very exciting, although Higanbana lost. But other adventurers still cheered. This battle once again proved the Miracle City's superb ability to create secret realms, and further proved the terrible talent of Lord Qi. Go on, boss. Let's not take risks for now. Yeah, I just want to see you challenge a strong enemy. This kind of battle with a top master is too exciting and interesting. There are many people in the secret hall and few crystals, so you have to queue up to take risks. But every time someone hits the key or is about to make an important breakthrough, others will spontaneously give up their crystals so that the boss can challenge continuously and advance the progress as soon as possible. Ordinary adventurers cannot defeat Lady Butterfly in a short time, but Higanbana is not an ordinary adventurer. She has plenty of energy and strong talent, so there is still hope to complete the battle and promote the development of the plot. Higanbana was not polite. She enjoyed fighting and acting. She also wanted to know how the plot would develop. After a short break to discuss tactics, Higanbana activated the secret crystal again. The Ashina Kingdom and the 10 Kingdoms can store plot progress just like the Frenzy plot. The second battle started soon. This time, she lasted for 3 minutes and was defeated again. She gritted her teeth and said, "This old woman is really good." Sanju said, "You have made a lot of progress this time. Although Lady Dai is fast, her moves don't change much. As long as you remember the changes in related moves, you can anticipate the enemy's moves." Bai Hejusher commented, "Don't compete with her in speed. Try to prevent her from using mobility as much as possible, otherwise you will fall into her rhythm. Learn from the advice. Summarize the experience." Started the third challenge. At this moment, Higanbana was getting more and more familiar with Lady Dai's moves. Whenever Lady Dai used the steel wire to perform air control maneuvers, she would immediately use her ninja prosthetic hand to release darts to interrupt them, so as to weaken the suppression from the air attack as much as possible. In addition, although Lady Dai was fast, her strength was obviously weak. She threw darts continuously to break the thin wire, dragged Lady Dai into the ground battle, and then fought back with swords. As expected, Butterfly soon ran out of strength. Higanbana immediately attacked 3 times in a row, finally completely destroying her posture and creating a flaw. Her eyes flashed. She seized the fleeting opportunity, suddenly took a step forward to impose a grappling restraint with her left hand, and pierced Lady Dai from the back with a backhanded knife with her right hand to complete the ninja kill. We won! Boss Higanbana is awesome! The adventurers in the secret hall all cheered, and even Higanbana breathed a sigh of relief. However, their joy and cheers did not last for 2 seconds before a completely unexpected change occurred. Something's wrong. Higanbana felt that Madame Butterfly had lost her mass, and her body suddenly turned into countless glowing bubbles, which decomposed and evaporated right in front of her eyes. At the same time, a burst of laughter echoed in the Buddhist hall. "Hee hee, you kid, you did a good job." Madame Butterfly's intact figure once again appeared above the head of the Buddha in the Buddhist hall. At this moment, the burning of the Buddhist hall has reached a critical value, and burning broken wood continues to fall, and a large amount of flames continue to flow down like a waterfall. Illusion? Higanbana was shocked. When did she use the illusion? Could it be that she was dealing with an illusion from the beginning? This scene not only shocked Higanbana, but also shocked the adventurers outside. Is this the method of the ninja master Phantom Butterfly? Too scary. It must be the real body that appeared this time. Come on, boss Higanbana. Just win once more. But it must be fast. The temple is about to collapse. Yeah, look at this trend. If we can't end the battle within 3 to 5 minutes, we will definitely die. A scene full of doomsday feeling. In a situation full of urgency. The second stage of the boss battle officially began. Higanbana not only has to avoid the hidden weapon attacks of Lady Butterfly, she also has to constantly avoid various burning falling objects. In this situation, a little carelessness will lead to a complete loss. Not only that, in the second stage, Lady Butterfly has more methods. She can release dozens or hundreds of spirit butterflies with a wave of her hand. The speed is not as fast as the hidden weapon, but it has the ability to track. Once hit, it will be burned. This is already difficult to deal with. There are even more powerful illusions. The hot Buddhist temple, which was like purgatory, suddenly had eerie howls everywhere, and translucent hideous figures came from all directions. What is this? Just an illusion? Higanbana was quickly surrounded by a dozen figures. These guys had hideous faces and held hatchets and sticks. They could not only make creepy wails to interfere with the battle, but also cause actual damage. Madame Dai was already very difficult to deal with. She summoned more than a dozen soldiers in one breath. Higanbana was immediately surrounded and restrained and fell into a passive position. Madame Dai launched a fierce attack at this time and killed her almost effortlessly. Challenge failed again. Exit the secret realm again. Dai is already a top-notch skill. Her illusions are more terrifying than her moves. The adventurers felt their skin tingling just by looking at them. Horrible. How can we win? Almost impossible. If I were to fight her, I can't imagine how badly I would be beaten. The adventurers once again felt the extremely high difficulty of the Ashina chapter. Despite this, no one complained about the Lord's production. After all, this battle was a top-notch design in every aspect. Higanbana was defeated in succession, but was not discouraged at all. Instead, she became more and more courageous. Her fighting spirit became stronger and stronger. This battle is so interesting, I must win today. Feng Zhongmian said, Sister, Dai's illusion is too powerful. She can constantly summon soldiers. If you can't clear or get rid of the soldiers, you can never win the battle under interference. The lonely swordsman said at this time, Why don't you use Mingjong? This thing should be a prop to restrain Mrs. Dai. Before entering the secret temple, Higanbana got the seeds of the magic from Inisuk. The main reason why she didn't use it was that she wanted to understand the mechanism first. On the one hand, it can provide experience reference for other adventurers. On the other hand, it strives to win at the lowest cost. Higanbana held this idea. Continued to challenge. The fourth battle, defeated. The fifth battle, defeated. Died again and again. Restarted again and again, even so. But she is constantly improving. At the beginning, she was completely unable to get rid of the illusion and was entangled to death. Later, she found a pattern and could get rid of the interference of the resentful soul villagers. However, because she could not end the battle within the limited time, she would eventually fail the challenge again because of the collapse of the scene. Almost all the routines have been mastered. This time, I will definitely capture Lady Butterfly. Higanbana entered the secret realm again and launched the ninth challenge. Compared with the initial awkward passiveness, she has become very skilled at this moment, and can even easily predict the trajectory and offensive moves of Butterfly. Less than 2 minutes. First, kill the phantom of the butterfly. Then enter the second stage. In the second stage, Lady Butterfly began to perform illusions crazily. Higanbana used her position to avoid the bombardment of the psionic butterflies, surrounded by the resentful soul villagers, and lured Lady Butterfly to land and fight with her. Now! Crushed a Ming seed. A sharp buzzing sound burst out from the seed, and the psionic butterflies and resentful soul villagers on all sides all collapsed in the invisible sound waves. Lady Butterfly immediately flew away when she saw that the situation was not good. Don't even think about escaping. Higanbana had already prepared to break the steel wire with a dart, and rushed forward at full speed to launch a series of crazy attacks with a knife. The close-range suppression in the head-on confrontation soon exposed its flaws, and stabbed Lady Butterfly's heart with a knife. At this moment, Higanbana was not as ecstatic as she had imagined. Instead, she could feel a strong sense of sadness. This emotion did not come from the adventurer, but from the body called the wolf. Many memories involuntarily emerged in Higanbana's mind, which were the scenes of her youth living with her teacher in the forest day and night, learning various ninja skills. Compared with the cold adoptive father, Dai seemed to feel more like a foster mother. Higanbana couldn't help but say, I'm sorry, Madame Dai. Madame Dai was about to die, without anger or resentment, nor fear, but a sense of relief. At the last moment of her life, her originally gloomy and indifferent eyes became more gentle and relieved, and she used her last strength to whisper, Wolf, your skills have improved. Higanbana drew out her knife, supported Madame Dai's body, and gently placed it on the ground. The battle was over. The challenge was successful. Chapter 99. Suffered 8 times in succession. Finally won. This kind of achievement, after going through hardships, the satisfaction of achievement will be super doubled. Higanbana was in a good mood and felt the emotions of the wolf at the same time. This is a complicated mental journey of having to kill a close friend in order to defend responsibility and the ninja oath. This sense of substitution has a great dramatic impact on adventurers, greatly increases the understanding of the characters, and also enhances the adventure experience. It is a very wonderful feeling. Now I am full of questions. Why did Mrs. Dai do things to this extent, and why did she choose to serve Ashina Jinakairo? Can the special power possessed by the dragon's son Hirata Jolong really turn around a country in decline, although this battle was won? But too many questions were not solved. She is not good at digging out plots and intelligence. Let's leave first. Leave these things to the traveler. When Higanbana sheathed her sword and was about to evacuate, she suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis. She saw a giant Buddha statue more than 10 meters high in front of her, which collapsed like a golden mountain and a jade pillar. Boom! The huge earthquake caused a large amount of smoke to cover the entire Buddhist temple, and the shaky structure collapsed rapidly. At the moment, when Higanbana's vision and perception were blocked by the smoke, suddenly, a blade pierced her body from behind. What's going on? The sneak attack came too suddenly. Before she could react, she was pierced in the vitals. This huge samurai sword that pierced her body looked very familiar. It's my godfather's sword. The next moment, the giant blade was pulled out. Higanbana lost her support and fell to the ground. This is the wooden beam of the temple roof that keeps breaking, and pieces of debris fall down one after another, burying the adventurer on the spot. Damn it! Higanbana's vision gradually blurred and fell into darkness. But this time the word death that represents failure did not appear immediately, because after a period of darkness, she suddenly felt that part of her consciousness returned to her body. When she opened her eyes, I saw a plainclothed boy rushing into the sea of fire. The child was trying his best to move the wooden beam pressing on him, and he did not stop even though his hands were burned and bloody. This person was none other than Shinsi Jolong. Please leave. Higanbana could not control her body. She guessed that she was probably in the state of a cut scene at this moment. Hirata Jolong struggled to move a heavy charred wood, and his eyes were full of determination and concern. You stood up to fight for me. How could I leave you alone? What a silly child. But how could a child save me? Everyone was searching for Shinsi, and he who turned back at this moment would completely lose hope of escape. When Higanbana had these thoughts, a scarred little hand reached out and placed on Wolf's right hand. Higanbana could clearly feel the warmth from the boy. Jiolong whispered, Wolf, please live with me with my blood. Every power, family, and even wealthy businessmen in Japan would raise ninjas for their own use, but to them, ninjas were just tools, and they should be abandoned decisively once they were worthless. Hirata Jolong was a noble son of God. He tried to rescue a humble ninja regardless of his own safety. This behavior is enough to move adventurers regardless of whether it is useful or not. Not only that, Higanbana plays the role of Wolf. Naturally, she brings in Wolf's emotions. She knows that in the entire Ashina country, there is only one person, Owl, who is capable of sneaking up behind her and assassinating her with that giant blade. Higanbana obeyed the ninja's precepts and killed her teacher Butterfly, but was assassinated by her adoptive father Owl, who had shaped her worldview since childhood. The impact of this series of changes can be imagined, however. Higanbana or Wolf did not feel too much anger or sadness. She just felt confused, as if the belief she believed in all her life was suddenly falsified and shattered, until the moment Jiolong reached out his hand to her, a new belief sprouted deep in her heart. Higanbana felt the changes in her heart. From this moment on, the ninja named Wolf that I played may have a more powerful reason to swing the sword that can override the ninja precepts. The adventure is over. You have obtained the Ninjago Butterfly Spirit. Higanbana left the secret realm, ended the performance, and returned to Miracle City, but her mood could not calm down for a long time. This is the best adventure I have ever experienced. When Higanbana pulled out of the performance state, she was extremely moved and excited. Debuted for 10 years. Explored hundreds of secret realms. Experienced nearly 10,000 adventures of all sizes. Higanbana can vote this adventure experience as the first in her life so far without hesitation. Whether it is the scene, picture, battle, or plot, reversal, rhythm and emotion, they are all very impactful. Let Higanbana immerse herself in it as never before, as if experiencing a second life. This is a masterpiece, a secret realm that can be called a work of art. In addition to the unique and complete experience, there is another very important factor for adventurers to evaluate the quality of a secret realm, that is, the output of the secret realm. In this round of adventure, Banhua obtained a spirit. Ninjago, Butterfly, the second-level character spirit. When she showed her spirit, the secret hall was boiling again. Big Banhua exploded the spirit of Mrs. Butterfly. Another named Soul. Oh my god, only one day apart, Miracle City produced another named Soul. Too strong. Although Banhua is the leader of an adventure group, but she has never attained a named soul in the past 10 years. She has been in Miracle City for only 2 days, and she has personally hit one from the secret realm. The impact and shock caused can be imagined. I am convinced. I am completely convinced. I am simply in awe. Banhua has not met Lord Qi yet. But now she is really curious. What kind of existence is Lord Qi? Does this guy have 3 more heads than others? Or 8 more brains than others? Why can he create such an incredible and shocking magical secret realm? Higanbana has grown up. I have never admired anyone from the bottom of my heart. Now I have developed a feeling of admiration for the Lord of Miracle City. Although she has obtained the precious named soul, Higanbana is still a contracted adventurer of Tianyun City. Under this circumstance, she cannot use the power of Miracle City. She can't help but have the urge to change jobs. Although changing the home will incur huge costs and prices. But compared with the happiness and gains brought by Miracle City, what is it? If it was a personal adventurer, Higanbana would immediately apply for a contract with Miracle City without hesitation. But as the leader of an adventure group, she must be responsible for her followers, so this matter cannot be decided so hastily, and it is still necessary to discuss it with the Lord of Tianyun City and the high-level members of the adventure group. So far, the branch line of Hirata Mansion in the Ashina chapter has been completely opened. Although Higanbana's adventure has ended, the topics and discussions brought by the adventurers have just begun. The Blackstone Hammer King couldn't help but say, "Who was the guy who took advantage of the chaos to backstab Wolf?" Lone Wolf. The smoke was too big at the time, and I couldn't see clearly. Angry Chicken. Although I couldn't see it too clearly, this huge samurai's sword seems a little familiar. Pig King. Could it be? Higanbana said at this time, "Don't doubt it. It's that dog thing Xiao." All the adventurers were stunned. How could it be Owl? Isn't he already dead? But why did he kill Wolf? Could it be that the real mastermind behind this is actually our adoptive father Owl? No way. He's clearly dead. Not necessarily. Don't forget that Owl is also a top ninja. It shouldn't be difficult for him to fake his death. Adventurers generally believe that Owl was a loyal minister. Not only did he train an excellent ninja, like Wolf, for the Hirata family, he also fought to the last moment when the Hirata family suffered a catastrophe. At this moment, getting the answer from Higanbana made them realize that things were far from as simple as they imagined. Owl's role in the Hirata tragedy was really very suspicious. Many interested adventurers. They gathered together to discuss the plot. After the time traveler gathered the information, he immediately gave a detailed guess. Based on my personal investigation, I think the truth behind the Hirata tragedy is this. Back then, the swordsman Ashina Ishin launched a war to steal the country, and took back the Ashina country that originally belonged to the Ashina clan, but the once almost invincible Ashina Ishin was old and weak, and no longer as brave as he used to be. But the power of the inner court is getting stronger and stronger. Once again, they are eyeing Ashina covetously. Ashina country is increasingly declining, and the situation is already very bad. Therefore, Ishin's grandson Genichiro tried to strengthen his strength by obtaining the power of Dragon's heir to protect the country, but Ashina Ishin and the Hirata family did not agree to use this power. Therefore, Genichiro conspired with Owl and Butterfly within the Hirata family. They worked together to plan an operation under the cover of a bandit attack, aiming to take advantage of the chaos to control Kuro. The adventurers felt that it made some sense. Sanju, this dragon's power should have side effects, and it may even be more costly than the loss of power. Otherwise, Ashina Ishin has no reason to refuse to use this power to defend his country. Baihajusher nodded. It seems that the reason why Dai served Genichiro is because she and Genichiro are both radicals, and they just want to protect this country. Is that so? Then we have wronged Genichiro. He may not be the villain we imagined. Otherwise, how could he get Dai's recognition? I always feel that there are still many questions that cannot be explained. Feng Zhongmian thought for a while and said, if that's the case, why did Xiao Senlang to take back the Son of God? And why did he backstab his son who he had raised for more than 20 years at a critical moment? This question is the key. Time Traveler said, the last time I explored the Hirata Mansion, I found the exclusive ninja of the Inner Court, the Lone Shadow Group. This is enough to prove that the Inner Court also participated in the Hirata tragedy. Lonely Swordsman. Strange, such a top-secret matter, even Ashina Ishin is probably kept in the dark. How could the Inner Court, as an external enemy, know in advance and send ninjas to participate in it? White Crane Monk pondered for a moment and said, could it be that Owl secretly planned a double betrayal? He assisted Genichiro in betraying the Hirata family on the surface, and then colluded with the inner court to take advantage of the chaos and even monopolize the power of Long Yin? Discussing this, I just feel that the ideas are getting clearer and clearer. The plot of the Ten Kingdoms Ashina chapter is different from the plot of the Frenzy chapter. The plot of the former will not be presented directly, but hidden behind each event and character. However, unraveling the mystery, the process of deducing the plot, let the adventurer feel full of participation. There is a kind of fun and excitement of deciphering. Al is a very dangerous person. Although we don't know why he did this, the Hirata tragedy and the fight between Wolf and Butterfly were all planned by him. He used almost everyone to achieve his ulterior motives. It's so scary. I even thought he was a good person. Butterfly may always think that she and Al are in the same camp. She trapped Jiolong with illusion, probably waiting for Jinichiro to arrive. When Wolf broke into the temple and tried to rescue Jiolong, Butterfly had to start the battle between master and apprentice. This is an open conspiracy. Wolf must abide by the ninja precepts, and Butterfly must take Hirata Jiolong away. Even if the two have realized that Al has problems, they can only kill each other based on their respective positions. During the discussion of the plot, more and more adventurers joined in. Everyone was attracted by the wonderful and complex characters and plots of the Ten Kingdoms Ashina. Higanbana sorted out her thoughts. Once again, she was greatly shocked. She was used to seeing simple, even single-threaded, brainless secret stories. At this moment, facing the slowly unfolding Ashina Kingdom, she actually felt that her brain was not enough. It was just a tragedy in Hirata that happened 3 years ago. It actually involved the open and secret struggles between countries and the game of various forces. It was mixed with personal choices based on different positions, beliefs, and desires, plus the mysterious power of the dragon's heir. Various factors and forces were intertwined, resulting in many directions for interpretation. Although complicated, but the context is clear. The plot is also reasonable. It makes people have to believe it. Nancy Leah was also deeply attracted. The adventurer's exploration progress has only reached the outskirts of Ashina Castle. In the next 1 or 2 days, they should enter the main city and even more areas. No one knows how many unimaginable and unexpected people and things are hidden on this mysterious land. Wolf is the protagonist. What kind of experience will he have? Everyone has a strong sense of expectation. At this moment, the adventurer's experience is only a corner of Ashina country, and Ashina country is a corner of this huge exotic world. Even so, it is exciting and fascinating enough. How many wonderful stories are waiting to be discovered in other corners of this world? It is really amazing that Lord Chi can create such a story, and such a big world. Are there other lords or creators in this world who have this ability? Maybe there are. But the problem is, it is not impossible to come up with a story that is linked together and has a wonderful plot, but as a lord, the difficulty of creating such a world is simply as difficult as ascending to heaven, and I dare not imagine it, and this is the power of Miracle City. This is destined to become a unique legendary dungeon. At this time, Chi-Ji keeps an eye on it behind the scenes. The adventurer has actually cleared the Hirata Mansion branch, defeated Phantom Butterfly, one of the 2 major bosses in the early stage, and is about to challenge another boss, Onawa Jaibu Masataka? Although I knew that after issuing the city ticket, Miracle City will definitely welcome many new adventurers with very good levels. But the performance of these adventurers still exceeded expectations. Their existence greatly promoted the progress of the secret realm, provided valuable experience for other adventurers, and saved many detours. However, it is not a bad thing. The faster the progress of the secret realm is promoted, the more good things are produced. Chi-Ji decided to deploy the complete version of Ashina Kingdom as soon as possible, start the frenzy competition mode, and prepare for the further planning of the secret realm, which will involve construction and development in the next few months. Chapter 100. Young people are working so hard. We old guys can't slack off either. After watching several young people taking risks, Sanju decided to seek breakthroughs and progress. Among the old adventurers in Blackstone Town, Baiha Jushir is still studying how to defeat Ashina Jinichiro, Panshur, and Tieshin in the prologue, who led the young people to the Doomsday Tide, or challenged the Tide plot. Sanzu is the one who has made the most progress in exploring Ashina. Yesterday, he defeated the samurai General Kawamatoda Naomori, and the Red Ghost on the tiger-shaped stairs. Today, he met the second samurai General Yamauchi Norizen through the tiger-shaped stairs, and he consumed 3 points of energy to defeat him. Now, the adventure time is halfway through. We must act quickly. He activated the crystal to start a new round of adventure. Sanju crossed the tiger-shaped stairs, and 2 roads appeared in front of him. The one on the right leads directly to the deep valley, which does not seem to be the main route into the city. Sanju chose the left route to explore without hesitation, and soon encountered a huge broken bridge. This bridge originally spanned over a valley, and could directly lead to the vicinity of the castle tower, which is the core area of Ashina Castle, and the Son of God is probably under house arrest. Now the bridge has been destroyed by humans. Judging from the current situation, it is likely that Ashina Kingdom destroyed the bridge itself, thereby reducing the threat to Ashina Castle, which also reflects the disadvantages of Ashina Kingdom. There is no bridge. You can't go directly to the city. However, the adventurer has found a new way to enter the city. Under this huge broken bridge, there is a path that leads to the valley under the bridge. From this valley, you can go around to the west side of Ashina Castle to reach Oatman. This gate is the main gate of Ashina Castle. It can also connect the castle town and the castle tower. Hurry up, act now. With the mobility of the wolf and the mobility of the ninja mobile, Sanju took about 30 minutes to reach Oatman. There were many Ashina people and various ninja forces along the way, but they could not stop this old adventurer. In front of Oatman, the tragic scene was shocking. This is a very open square. At this moment, there were war flags inserted diagonally on the ground, the bodies of samurai who had no time to collect, scattered weapons, and burning fires. At a glance, there were nearly 1,000 bodies alone. Of course, it was not so exaggerated, but in the production process of the remake of Miracle City, Chi-Ji deliberately added a lot of details and content to more vividly highlight the cruelty of the war between Ashina and the inner court. Sanju will find it if he observes carefully. There are both the bodies of Ashina warriors, and the red-armored warriors representing the inner court. Most of the watchtowers and broken wooden fences on both sides were damaged in the raging war. The thick smoke from the burning fire covered the sky, making the atmosphere of the entire area dim and solemn. This was the first time I saw the battlefield front of Ashina. Sanju was horrified. The scene in front of him was too shocking. Why did the war break out? Is it really worth it to die so many people? What is there in this land hidden in the mountains that is worth such a big fight? Without waiting to continue the reconnaissance, a murderous aura came over me. The adventurers watching outside heard the BGM representing the golden swords and iron horses, the rain of arrows and guns. Every time this happened, it meant that an extremely powerful enemy was about to appear. As expected, a burst of rapid horse hoof sounds, like a torrential rain sounded, mixed with a thunderous shout. I am Masataka Onaba Jayabu. Sanju immediately drew his sword and took a stance. From behind the pile of corpses in front, a huge figure, with a strong sense of oppression suddenly emerged from the endless battlefield smoke. The Oni Jayabu is coming. The adventurer was not too surprised. Sanju was not the first big guy to explore here. Not long ago, 2 or 3 adventurers had already explored Oatman, and as long as they arrived in front of Oatman, this boss battle would be triggered. Although Sanju had heard of the existence of the Oni Jayabu, he still felt a strong sense of oppression and tension when he was personally in this battlefield with broken flags and broken armor and corpses everywhere, and suddenly encountered a strong enemy in front of him. This is Onaba Jayabu Masataka. Tall and muscular, Onaba Jayabu wore heavy armor in the Japanese warring state style, a helmet with 2 horns, and held a heavy crossword spear. He also had a mount. It was a black warhorse with horse armor. It had an unusual body shape and hair, which just matched the height and weight of its owner. Those who offended Ashina. Kill! 1 man and 1 horse. But they killed with the momentum of thousands of troops. The 2 sides were still 30 meters away. Sanju had a strong premonition of crisis. A blood-stained crossword spear shot at an astonishing speed, so fast and powerful that it even produced a thunderous sound. Bang! The spear landed precisely where Sanju had just stood. If he had reacted a second later, he would have been killed instantly, almost the next moment. The Oni-shaped tribe arrived with the sound of thunder and wind, instantly bringing up the spear stuck in the ground, then exerting force on the waist and hips to quickly twist the horse's head, tearing the air and slashing at the adventurer with amazing momentum. This blow? It was powerful and heavy, because it not only contained the Oni-shaped tribe's own powerful strength, but also the speed of the warhorse, which was enough to easily break a piece of rock. With the physical performance and strength of the wolf, even if it could barely parry, it would consume a lot of energy and even suffer considerable damage, so it would not last for several rounds. Sanju was an experienced old adventurer after all. He was not frightened by the Oni-shaped tribe's powerful aura. Instead, he calmly observed and predicted and then stabbed. Dang! Sparks splashed out. Sanju accurately grasped the opportunity to trigger a perfect counterattack. With clever strength, he resolved the completely unequal blow. Despite this, the Oni-shaped tribe did not stop the rhythm of attack, but quickly swung the spear, stabbing and slashing several times in a row. This opponent, completely different from the opponents he had encountered before. And they were two completely different extremes from the Phantom Butterfly. Lady Butterfly was not very strong, but she was fast. Her attacks were light, elegant, and very precise. She was good at sneak attacks, assassinations, and illusion interference. The ghost form department's moves were open and closed, straight back and forth, and they confronted the adventurer head-on with the purest power and the simplest moves. Although he himself did not seem to be good at mobile combat, his warhorse made up for this well, and could also bring a great increase in the attack process. A head-on collision will definitely fail if you can't accurately deflect the attack. The adventurer can only last 3 or 5 rounds at most. Even an adventurer like Sanju was very embarrassed when he first fought against the Ghost Punishment Department, and fell into a disadvantage after a few rounds. No! Keep your distance first. Sanju took 2 attacks head-on, his internal organs were struck by lightning, and he quickly used his ninja prosthetic hand to launch a hook rope, grab a dead tree, and keep his distance. Don't run away, thief. Oni-shaped unit threw the spear in his hand again, and smashed the dead tree. Sanju quickly landed. Unexpectedly, the big spear inserted into the ground was pulled out and stirred by a force. It's a rope! This Oni-shaped unit tied a rope to the spear, and at this moment, he swung the long rope in his hand vigorously, instantly forming an attack range with a radius of more than 10 or 20 meters. Sanju was caught off guard, and was swept to the bottom by the spear. Without waiting for the adventurer to stand up, Oni-shaped unit pulled the long rope to retract the spear. In this process, the warhorse and the master are in tune with each other. It jumped 3 or 4 meters high, nearly 10 meters away. After Oni-shaped unit grabbed the spear in midair, it stabbed out with the momentum of charging and falling to the ground. Danger! Sanju felt the horror of the spear, but he was too late to dodge it as he was being swept down. He had to bite the bullet. He blocked with his sword. When the Jumanji spear hit the blade, the force generated instantly broke the long sword in the middle. Go to hell! Kikiabu roared. The Jumanji spear pierced the ninja, lifted it up high, and threw it aside. He urged the warhorse to neigh, and raised his foot to trample hard, thus completely destroying the adventurer, who wanted to break into Ashina Castle. The challenge failed. Sanju sighed. I guessed he was strong, but I didn't expect him to be so strong. Old President, don't be discouraged. This Kikiabu is not an ordinary person. He is not only the former king of bandits, but also a fierce general who participated in the war of stealing the country 20 years ago. The Jumanji gun in his hand is the weapon of the former chief of the inner court, Yoshifumi Tamura. Not only that, he is also the teacher assigned by Ishin Ashina to Genichiro Ashina. The 2 bosses encountered by the adventurer in the early stage are Wolf's teacher, Phantom Butterfly, and Genichiro's teacher, Anawa Jaibu Masataka. Not only symmetrical in some form, the battle scenes, fighting styles, and challenge methods of the 2 are completely different, and the feelings, experiences, and sense of oppression they bring are also completely different. Of course, Sanju was not discouraged. He was not discouraged but became more and more excited. Such a rare strongman is the opponent who is truly worthy of fighting. If Higanbana can defeat Phantom Butterfly, why can't I defeat Anawa Jaibu Masataka? We must fight to the end. The fighting spirit of the old adventurer is burning. Chiji noticed behind the scenes. 6 adventurers came to Odman. They are challenging the main boss Anawa Jaibu Masataka, who guards this place at the same time. In the original game, as the 2 early bosses, Anawa Jaibu Masataka and Phantom Butterfly are not too difficult. Some players think they are even worse than the Red Demon. This is because computer games are too rigid, and characters have clear numerical health bars and other settings. As long as the health bars are not exhausted, they can jump around. The secret realm is more like the real world, so the feeling is definitely different. In terms of material level, Phantom Butterfly and Anawa Jaibu Masataka are both second level 5-star, while the Red Demon is only a second level 3-star, so the performance gap is bound to be huge. Miracle City resets and optimizes the Ashina Kingdom. There will never be a situation where the difficulty of the plot boss is weaker than the elite monster. This is more in line with the identity and positioning of these plot bosses in the original work, and the weight of the plot will also become the super sickle for Miracle City to harvest adventurers. Even a first-class adventurer like Higanbana died 8 times before she could defeat the Phantom Butterfly. For ordinary adventurers, who are not experienced enough and have weak understanding, it is impossible to pass the level without dying 30 or 40 times. Even if you get the strategy, experience, and fighting methods provided by the boss, you will inevitably have to fight 10 or 8 times before you can barely succeed. The situation of the ghost form department should be similar. Although there are currently 6 adventurers arriving at the open at the same time, it is impossible to pass in a short time, and you will inevitably suffer a lot. Chi-Ji watched the adventurers suffer crazily. Very good. Very energetic. Just about to withdraw his attention. Then continue the production work. It is expected that the tribes will come to Miracle City tonight to formally contact Chi-Ji. This is the first time Miracle City has communicated with the outside world. This will also be the beginning of Chi-Ji's plan to actively spread the influence of the territory, so as to get out of the Dark Valley and conquer the Evernight Forest. It is expected that, starting today, the number of alien adventurers in Miracle City will increase significantly. He must complete the established Secret Realm production tasks as soon as possible and prepare for the activation of new games and the addition of new Secret Realm content chapters in the next stage. Although the 10 Kingdoms Ashina chapter is a very important secret realm in the territory, the Frenzy is still the most popular in Miracle City at present, and more chapters and new secret realms need to be developed in the future to enrich the output of the territory and better cultivate various types of adventurers. However, at this time, there was an adventurer. It caught his attention. Chi-Ji was surprised and said, "This guy actually didn't play by the rules," and went to the direction of the Fallen Valley. This person is not unfamiliar. Adventure codename Wool Warrior. He is a contracted adventurer of Miracle City, and one of the first few adventurers to come to Miracle City. This guy is not very good, but he likes to get wool. He didn't brush the first level of the Frenzy Secret Realm many times, and he was brushing souls in the novice level all day. He is simply a pure idiot. However, the Wool Warrior exchanged almost all the souls he brushed for contribution points, which can be regarded as a significant contribution to the development of Miracle City. After the opening of the 10 Kingdoms Ashina chapter, under the guidance of Baihajusher, the Wool Warrior had to work hard to defeat the team leader Yamauchi Shigenori, and then continue to start wooling. He has not had the courage to challenge any elite enemy so far, and relies on brushing various lone monsters to obtain spirits and search for supplies. During this process, several places where Ramba people appeared were found. These ninjas with dwarf-like bodies came from the forces of Senpoji. They were not strong in frontal combat, but they were very good at sneak attacks. The Wool Warrior obtained moon hidden candy from these Ramba people. This item is equivalent to an invisibility potion. With this item, in a situation where the general and the Red Ghost did not challenge him, he actually crossed the tiger-shaped stairs and came to the valley near the bottom of the bridge. There are 2 roads in the valley under the bridge. One of them goes out of the valley to the left and can go around to the Oatman Gate. The other one goes into the valley to the right. This road will leave Ashina Castle and go deep into the valley, thus approaching the Fallen Valley and Senpoji. Although it is impossible to go directly to these 2 mid to late stage areas, you will encounter 2 extremely terrifying existences in the process. One is the Headless. The other is the White Snake God. The Headless were the most valiant and legendary warriors in ancient Ashina. They resisted the foreign enemy Ukami tribe and gained extraordinary power by taking special drugs. In the end, they were defeated in extreme unwillingness and obsession, absorbed a large number of evil spirits and hatred, and finally turned into a terrifying headless monster. The origin of the White Snake God is even more amazing. It was originally an ancient god in the Ashina area, and was believed and worshipped by the ancestors of the Ashina land. Due to the arrival of the foreign god Sakura Dragon, its status was suppressed, and it had to hide in the Fallen Valley. Its status has gradually declined over the past few hundred years. It has almost been forgotten. No need to question. These are 2 super bosses that are beyond ordinary people's understanding, and even beyond ordinary people's imagination. Coincidentally, Chi-Ji just finished making the scene where they are, and because of the construction of the secret control tower in the territory, there is no need to wait for the secret to close. Even when the secret realm is running, it can be operated or deployed. It is better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early, since there is an adventurer who is trying to kill himself. Chi-Ji did not wait any longer. He directly deployed Wusho and Baishishin to where they should appear, ready to add a little excitement to the adventurers. These 2 are 3rd level monsters. Among them, Wusho is a 3rd level 1 star. And Baishishin has reached the peak of 3rd level 2 star. Chi-Ji is also very curious. When adventurers encounter these 2 beyond common sense beings, how will they react? So he kept an eye on the next actions of the Wool Warriors. Chapter 101. 5 minutes ago. The The wool warrior didn't kill any elites. But he arrived near the broken bridge unscathed. Brothers, what do you think of my operation? This thing called moon hidden candy is a must-have for us rookies. It can make our smell and sound disappear completely for a period of time. Although it can't be completely invisible, it can hide our bodies to a great extent. If you want it, go and kill the wooden hat monster. At this moment, the effect of moon hidden candy has not disappeared. When the wool warrior is lurking, it can blend into the environment and be almost completely transparent. Of course, once it starts to move, its outline will still be looming. If it is too close to the enemy or encounters a real master, it cannot be concealed. But with this thing to assist in assassination, it is enough to add wings to the tiger. Now, there are two ways. You must choose one. Braised Pig's Trotter asked, Yang Mao, you don't want to go to Oatman, do you? With Yu Yintang, you may be able to sneak in. Many big guys are now trapped outside Oatman. It would be great if you can get in before them. This suggestion makes people excited. If successful, it will be a big hit. But Yang Mao Warrior is not stupid and knows that the possibility of success is very small. Yu Yintang is not a perfect invisibility magic medicine. Oatman, as the main gate, must be heavily guarded. It is impossible for the Ashina people to have no means and measures to prevent ninjas. Not to mention the Anajayabu. In front of the real strong, Yu Yintang is definitely ineffective. Yang Mao Warrior said, there are already many big guys challenging Oatman, so I won't go. I finally came here, and I must explore something new for everyone. Lihua Yulua, do you want to go to the right? This is not the direction of Ashina Castle. No one has ever been there, and no one knows what dangers will be encountered. Wool Warrior didn't care. Haha, Red Devil, Yamauchi Norizan couldn't stop me. How could it be more dangerous than Anajayabu? That's right. We are also curious about what other places outside Ashina Castle look like. Hurry up and go. When the Wool Warrior decided to explore the unknown path, it immediately attracted many curious adventurers to watch. And got attention. For a moment, he was full of energy. He took action immediately without saying a word. This route into the deep valley under the bridge is not too long in Sekiro, and players may be able to complete it in 5 minutes. On the one hand, the wolf is very mobile, and it can use the ninja prosthetic hand to quickly jump and descend between cliffs, and can easily descend hundreds of meters. On the other hand, because the scene must be miniaturized when making the game, in order to avoid wasting art resources and slowing down the game rhythm, Chi-Ji will consider rationality. The headless and white snake gods are almost legendary. It is not appropriate to be within reach of Ashina Castle, only a few hundred or 1,000 meters away. He not only expanded the scope of the city and added living details, but also greatly optimized the nearby mountains and rivers. The area around Ashina Castle is at least 7 or 8 times the original size. At this moment, along an ancient road, the Wool Warriors constantly use the ninja prosthetic hand to jump across the 1,000-meter cliff. It is not only very exciting and refreshing, but as they continue to go deeper into the valley, they can appreciate the original and lush mountains and rivers. These overlapping and undulating mountains. Chi-Ji also thinks that it is a mysterious and vibrant beauty. If it were taken to the previous life, it would have been rated as a 5A scenic spot. It is even more impossible for the adventurer world to see such a scene, so they were amazed. I don't know how far I have gone. The cliff ancient road splits into two. They are two completely opposite directions. One seems to lead deeper into the valley. The other continues to extend along the cliffs into an unknown place. In the middle of this fork, there is a ghost Buddha that can save the progress of the secret realm or be used as a teleportation point. Great! There is a ghost Buddha here. It will be convenient to come next time. The ghost Buddha means that this place is part of the secret realm content. I may trigger a new branch plot. The Wool Warrior immediately activated the ghost Buddha. Then he decisively chose the route to go deeper. He used the ninja prosthetic hand to descend several hundred meters in less than 10 minutes. Finally, there is a major discovery. An ancient cave appeared in front of him. There are dozens of dilapidated Buddhist shrines at the entrance of the Black Cave. Each Buddha statue has a scripture paper on it, but it looks very old, and most of them are in a damaged state. It's a real discovery. Please come to the traveler. The adventurers came to see the scenery. When they saw the cave, they realized that they might have found important clues, and they were very curious. Cat Meng Meng, it's interesting. This is deep in the valley under the bridge. It's probably at least 20 miles away from Ashina Castle. The ancient road along the way has long been abandoned. White deer, unless you can climb walls and run like a wolf, it's almost impossible for outsiders to get here. Nancy Leah commented. It looks like no one has been here for decades. Liwa Yulua was surprised. 20 years ago, Ashina was still ruled by the inner court. That means these sacrificial traces outside the cave are older than the current Ashina kingdom? But why do we have to offer sacrifices in such a remote place? I don't think it's a sacrifice. It's more like a seal. A few minutes later, the time traveler came to watch. He also showed great interest. It seems that they really found a very remarkable place. Yang Mao, good job, you have done a great job, go in and take a look. Maybe there is treasure, or an important quest branch. The Wool Warrior was a little scared. He felt a cold and ominous breath. Combined with the traces of sacrifice outside the cave, it was inevitable that he had a very bad feeling. However, so much time has been spent. How could he back down at this juncture? He encouraged himself and said, "Humph, I want to see what kind of shameful secrets the Lord has buried here." After that, he entered. The cave was not as dark as imagined. The rock walls were covered with gray mosses, which could emit weak light. Densely packed talisman papers were found in the cracks of the rocks. The Wool Warrior took some off to check. The spells drawn with cinnabar had long faded and peeled off. These talismans should come from Xianfeng Temple. The time traveler identified some marks on the talisman paper. Nancy Leah asked, "What is Xianfeng Temple?" "I just found out about this place. It is an ancient temple near Ashina Castle. It was once very popular, but it has been closed for many years for unknown reasons. It is said that there are secrets inside." "There is such a place? It seems that there are still many places worth exploring in Ashina." When passing through a long and narrow road, the view in front suddenly opened up. This is... The Wool Warrior stood on a low cliff. There was a deathly depression below. Several blue phosphorescent lights floated on the water, reflecting the water mist that seemed to be real. He sniffed. The fishy smell of humus, mixed with a faint smell of incense ash. The Wool Warrior climbed down without thinking much. In the process, he found that the stone wall was covered with ancient bloodstains and a large number of knife marks of varying depths. He stepped on a skeleton when he landed. This open puddle was full of ancient remains. Most of them were wearing armor to show their identity as warriors. "Brothers, I'm a little scared. This place is not right." The Wool Warrior walked in the pool of water. He didn't know when a thick purple-black miasma appeared nearby. Every time he breathed, it seemed that countless wet and cold tentacles were drilling into his lungs along the trachea. "What's that sound?" A low whimpering sound seemed to slowly seep out from the ground, and it seemed to come from all directions. Before I could carefully distinguish the direction, a chill suddenly burst from the back of my neck. Danger! The Wool Warrior quickly dodged. A wild sword wrapped in purple miasma, like phosphorus fire, chopped at the previous position. The Wool Warrior broke out in a cold sweat. This guy appeared behind him completely silently. If it weren't for his quick reaction and agility, he would have died at this moment. "Who is it? Dare to attack your grandfather?" The Wool Warrior pulled out the wedge pill, but before he could launch a counterattack, he was stunned by the appearance of the attacker. Not only the person involved. The adventurers outside were all horrified. This was a pale and bloated burly body, with swollen and cracked skin all over the body, and slightly deformed limbs. The arms were abnormally strong, and the right arm was tightly holding a wild sword covered with gaps and rust. The blade was wrapped with eye-catching purple miasma flames. The most eye-catching and terrifying feature is, this guy has no head. The broken neck, rotten flesh was constantly wriggling, and the white spine was vaguely visible. Sticky black liquid was constantly oozing out, and after mixing with the miasma, it formed a chaotic cyclone, which affected and distorted the surrounding space. "Oh my god! What kind of monster is this? It looks like an undead species. But the sense of oppression and breath are too strong, right? This is definitely not an ordinary undead. Such a terrifying monster. It is definitely the only one that the Wool Warrior has ever seen in his life." Without waiting to check the latest unlocked monster illustrations, the headless suddenly turned into purple miasma and quickly arrived in front of him, and once again raised the wild sword burning with purple miasma flames to attack. The Wool Warrior subconsciously blocked with his sword. Dang! The moment when the two blades clashed, the Wool Warrior felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave in an instant. Various terrifying images and visions exploded in his mind, causing him to feel a strong sense of fear. "Ah! Damn it! It's a mental attack. This monster can not only attack the body, but also has the ability to destroy the opponent's spirit. You can't fight with a knife. You can never fight with a knife again. Otherwise, even if you can block the blade, your spirit can't bear it, and you will die on the spot." "Die!" The Wool Warrior chopped with a knife. A scene that made everyone change color in horror happened. The blade went straight through the body, but didn't cause any damage. My attack is completely useless. This monster seemed to be not a physical entity, so the attack was invalid. Every attack launched by Wushou can not only cause physical damage, but also have a terrible mental attack effect. The woolen warriors quickly retreated and distanced themselves. Wushou stood still, and then turned into miasma and disappeared. Fuck! Watch out behind you! Wushou's hideous and terrifying figure flashed behind him. He raised the wild sword wrapped in purple miasma flames again. Can't win. Impossible to win. This monster is too weird and too powerful. The woolen warriors were extremely terrified at this moment. Every time Wushou swung his sword, it would produce a fierce mental attack. If he forcibly blocked it, even if he could withstand the attack itself, the mental damage he suffered would be extremely fatal. Even if he was not hit. As long as he faced the sword wrapped in endless resentment. Even if he just stood in front of Wushou, he would be mentally eroded. At this moment, Wushou's attack continued. His swinging speed was not fast, but every swing was accompanied by the release of purple miasma flames, and every attack could release fear and erode the spirit. Wushou also, possessing teleportation, fast movement, body hollowing, summoning miasma, and immortality. The fear in the wool warrior's heart became more and more difficult to suppress. This had nothing to do with the level of cultivation and psychological quality. Even if the individual's will was firm, he could not resist this mental attack. After 3 or 4 rounds, the wool warrior's fear reached the critical value, and he was losing control of his body, and he could hardly hold the weapon in his hand. He wanted to escape, but he couldn't. The headless can turn into miasma and move quickly, and can even teleport. From the moment you enter here and alarm it, the adventurer will not be able to leave alive. Finally, in the shrill scream, another knife hit the wool warrior. This time, there was no way to dodge or resist. Because the body and spirit were severely damaged, he died on the spot. The wool warriors were unable to cause any damage to Wushou from beginning to end, while the latter was almost effortless and easily killed the ignorant adventurer in a few rounds. The gap in strength between the two sides was huge. It was despairing. Inside the secret hall, the adventurers all felt deep fear. They never dreamed that in the country of China, there were not only ninjas who could fly over eaves and walls, and sword masters with unparalleled swordsmanship, but also such a terrifying existence beyond common sense. After a few seconds, the wool warriors exited the secret realm. The first thing he did was to check the illustrations. Wushou, a 3rd level 1-star monster. Introduction. Wushou is the gathering of the resentful souls of the warriors who died in the ancient times of China. Mortals need the power of God to fight against it. What did you say? The headless is a 3rd-tier monster. There is a 3rd-tier monster in China? No wonder it's so scary. It's a 3rd-tier monster. Isn't Lord Chi-Ji too awesome and too low-key? He has such a powerful monster in his hand, but he actually left it so far away from the main line, as if he was afraid that we would find it. Too shocking. Even if it's a 3rd-tier monster, this guy is really scary. There is no doubt about it. From the information and performance, the headless should be an undead monster. But even the knowledgeable Nancy Leah, she has never seen an undead monster with such heavy resentment, not just him. After learning about the ability of the headless, Higanbana was also moved. I have seen more than one 3rd-tier monster. Even for some 4th-tier dungeons, this kind of monster is a precious trump card at the bottom of the box. It must be hyped as a signboard. Lord Chi actually placed this guy in such a remote place. She paused and continued. Even as a 3rd-level monster, the ability of the headless is too abnormal. Immortality, teleportation, immunity to damage. Every swing of the sword comes with a mental attack. Any of these characteristics is very rare. It is not difficult to see. The appearance of the headless. It has a great impact on adventurers. After all, this guy is different from all the enemy monsters that have appeared so far. What's more, it is a sudden encounter when the adventurers are unprepared. Everyone's first feeling is extreme fear and creepiness. After recovering, I feel a strong surprise again. The time traveler commented, Ashina is darker than imagined, and more mysterious and terrifying than imagined. Although we have been exploring for a while, I find that the more things I explore, the more I feel small and unknown, and the barrenness and lack of imagination. Higanbana also feels this way. The secrets and unknowns buried in this land created by Lord Chi-Ji are still beyond imagination, and every corner may hide horror and shock. However, speaking of which, she is very interested in a headless. If you can get a headless spirit, although it may not be suitable to become a 3rd-level soul, it can definitely be used as an auxiliary spirit at this time. The Wool Warrior has recovered. The Braised Pig's Trotter stepped forward and comforted. Wool, it seems that you are unlucky and actually encountered such a monster. The Wool Warrior thought for a while and said, I don't think so. This is a major discovery. This adventure is very valuable. Just then, another adventurer said, Hey, I remember that there is an ancient road completely opposite to the Ghost Buddha. I don't know where it is. Wool, you still have 1 point of energy. Why not explore this road by the way? The Wool Warrior's heart moved. There is not much time left for adventure today. At this moment, Sanju and other big guys are about to defeat the ghost-shaped apartment. He just had a little bit of energy left, so why not explore the other road as well? He was also very curious about where this road would lead to. There couldn't possibly be a headless creature on the other side, no matter what he found. As the first adventurer to explore, this would bring him a lot of reputation and honor. Chapter 102. The Strange Horror of the Headless. Let all adventurers further understand the mystery of Ashina. The Wool Warrior became famous because of this. When he landed in the secret realm again, hundreds of adventurers gathered around the secret realm crystal he controlled. When the Headless came out, I happened to be adventuring and didn't witness it with my own eyes. I missed the famous scene. What a pity. The Headless is the most powerful wild monster in the entire Ashina. I guess so. This guy's strength is above the rare strong men such as Cho, Anajayabu, and Jinakairo. Although he is probably not as strong as the Sword Saint Ashina Ishin, he should have reached the top as a monster. There is such a terrifying existence in the palm-sized Ashina country, and the content of the world of the 10 kingdoms is 100 times richer than we imagined. The old thief has no limits at all. While the adventurers were discussing, the Wool Warrior teleported to the Deep Valley Demon Buddha. It saved the 3 or 2 hours of running map process. 2 roads appeared in front of him again. The one on the left led to the Headless Cave. As long as he thought of the terrifying scene and atmosphere of the Headless Cave, he still felt a chill on his spine and his scalp tingled even at this moment. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe that such a terrifying monster could be born in the world. The fear that penetrated the bone marrow. The despair of a mayfly shaking a tree. I don't want to experience it again in this life. The Wool Warrior explored the other road without hesitation. This ancient road spreads along the cliffs to the depths of the canyon, passing through many man-made plank roads and caves, but due to years of disrepair, many places have been destroyed. Only by using the ninja prosthetic hand can you get through. The Wool Warriors have been flying along the ancient road for more than half an hour. At this moment, they are getting farther and farther away from Ashina Castle. They can see that the vegetation in the deep canyon has decreased sharply, and all they can see are gray-black rocks and faint mist. More and more empty. More and more silent. So mysterious. I don't know what I will encounter. Is it possible that it is just an abandoned ancient road? I don't think it's likely. Everything in the secret realm was created by the Lord. Well, indeed, with Lord Chi's style, he is unlikely to create so many outdoor scenes for no reason. There must be some secrets related to the plot or this world hidden in it. The adventurers were full of curiosity while enjoying the scenery. The unknown always makes people feel expectant and exciting. The Wool Warriors entered the depths of the canyon. There was a 1,000-foot abyss under their feet. The surrounding rocks were bare, with a lot of suspicious impact and friction marks. The wind in the depths of the canyon has a fishy smell. He took a deep breath. Then, he suddenly discovered something. Hey everyone, look, what is that? There was a huge long white curtain hanging on the cliff in front. It was very large and long, and it was estimated to be several hundred meters long. The other adventurers hadn't seen it clearly yet. The Wool Warrior had already gone to it. When he used his ninja hand to fly to the dead branches on the cliff opposite the white curtain, everyone finally saw what the thing hanging on the mountain was, and they were dumbfounded and unbelievable. Snake skin? To be more precise, it's a snake slough. Is it true? This snake skin is at least several hundred meters long. Even the shed snake skin is so big. Doesn't it mean that this place is not suitable for long? What are you afraid of? Don't be cowardly. Go and take a look. The Wool Warrior already had an ominous premonition. Just as he was hesitating, he suddenly felt the surroundings shaking, and there was a feeling of shaking the mountains and shaking the earth. A large moving giant body appeared above the canyon in front. This is a snake, a white giant snake. This snake is at least 4 or 5 meters thick. Judging from the part that has been revealed so far, it is conservatively estimated to be 500 meters long. It can even cross the canyon directly and coil around the mountains. From a human perspective, it is impossible to see its full picture. This is like a living natural disaster. Wherever it passes, the mountains shake and the earth shakes. All the vegetation and stones in front of it can be easily destroyed and crushed. The existence of this creature is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. What are you stupidly standing there for? Hurry up and retreat. The old adventurer Pancher saw that the wool warrior was still in a daze, and immediately reminded him to evacuate quickly. That's true. This is no longer a monster that human power can contend with. The wool warrior had never thought that a snake could grow to a length of more than 500 meters, so that it could coil directly between the mountains. At first glance, it looked like an ancient god, which shocked people from the bottom of their hearts. Then the fear surged in his heart. The wool warrior did not expect that he would experience two completely different extreme fears at the same time in just one day. If the headless brings more gloomy mystery, weirdness, and horror, the white snake god is the most intuitive giant shock, giant impact, full of oppression. This monster is completely the embodiment of the great power of nature, a moving living disaster, which makes people lose the will to fight, and they only feel that it is no different from an ant that can be crushed to death at any time. Save your life first. The wool warrior quickly made the decision to retreat. At this time, along with the screams of the adventurers outside, he felt a shadow covering the sky and the sun instantly covering him, and there was a kind of oppression like a mountain collapse from behind. Not good, although he was mentally prepared. But when the wool warrior turned around, an unforgettable picture was still imprinted in his retina. The incomparable shock and fear made him almost lose his soul in an instant. Part of the body of the white snake god was still on the cliff 100 or 200 meters away, but its head had come behind him at some point, looking down at him with a pair of snake pupils without any emotion. At this moment, a close contrast. The adventurer stood in front of the white snake god like this. It was just like an ant standing in front of an adult. The adventurers truly felt the monster's size and oppression. This incomparable and extreme giant shocking scene suddenly appeared without any psychological preparation, making all the adventurers present fall into a state of doubt about life. It's too big, it's incredible. How could there be such a giant in the world of Eshina? What kind of unknowns and mysteries are there in the world of 10 kingdoms? How much explosive material is there in the sea of inspiration of this guy Chi-Chi? The head of the white snake god is comparable to a small mountain, and the scarlet eyes are shining like burning lanterns. The snake tongue makes a hissing sound that resounds through the canyon, and the saliva dripping down makes a corrosive sizzling sound when it falls on the rocks. Every time the huge body twists, the scales will rub against the mountain and make a loud noise. If its movement is a little larger, the whole mountain will shake. Suddenly facing such a suffocating scene, the wool warrior's brain has completely short-circuited. If the white snake god attacks at this moment, the adventurer will surely die. It does not seem to be in a hurry to launch an attack immediately. Its huge body surrounds the mountain, as if teasing the ignorant little bug in front of it, taking pleasure from his trembling and fear. Escape! Every cell in the body is conveying this signal. The wool warrior shoots out the hook rope and flies to a tree not far away, trying to distance himself. This move obviously completely angered the white snake god. The latter let out a low roar that shook the earth and swam 10 times faster than before. The snake's scales quickly rubbed against the mountain, causing large-scale collapse and landslides. The next moment, the white snake god's head, which is larger than a steam locomotive, attacked the adventurer. When it opened its bloody mouth, it was seen that the giant snake not only had teeth in its mouth, but also densely packed like sharp giant swords. Bang! A bite! The dead tree and a whole piece of rock were torn apart. The wool warrior shot out the hook rope again in an instant and flew out of the snake's mouth. He fled along the ancient road and hid in a cave plank road, trying to use the mountain as a cover to avoid the pursuit of this giant monster. However, it was useless. The white snake god slammed into the rock wall frantically. In an instant, the mountain collapsed and the rock shattered, and the earth shook. The rocks where the wool warrior had kept breaking and falling, making him realize that he couldn't hold on to this place for too long. He had to rush to another exit, but a huge snake body suddenly came and blocked him. Get out of the way! A knife cut on the snake's scales. The wedge ball burst out a lot of sparks. Not only did it not cut the snake's scales in front of him. Instead, he felt his arms numb and his tiger's mouth was cracked and painful. Each snake's scale is half a meter long, not only emitting a cold metallic glow, but also extremely strong and invulnerable. Seeing this, Pancher said, "The scales on its body are too thick, and they are not vital parts, so it's useless to cut them here. Tieshin, stab its head or eyes." The white snake god is covered with solid scales all over his body, which are like indestructible armor, except for the head, which has no thick scales, which means that the only chance to kill it is to attack the head. The problem is, it's easy to say. If you can do it, go ahead. The white snake god swept it with its tail. The wedge ball in Yan Maojian's hand was shattered by the huge force. He felt like he was hit head-on by a dump truck or even a train, and his whole body flew into the air and landed on the rock wall opposite the canyon. The next moment, the white snake god opened his bloody mouth and attacked. The wool warrior was already shattered and seriously injured, dying. He could only watch himself being devoured mercilessly. Finally, a big death appeared in front of his eyes. The adventure is over. Another exit from the secret realm. Another unforgettable adventure. The wool warrior's energy has been completely exhausted. There were more than 400 adventurers watching this encounter. The oppression and terror of the white snake god made everyone tremble. This was a shot that split cognition, and a shot that subverted the worldview. Awesome, too strong. This is a third level 2-star peak monster. What? Another third level? No, you should say, it's only a third level. The destructive power of this giant snake is no different from a small natural disaster. The adventurers were all enthusiastic. The white snake god is really too big and too cool. According to the illustration, this is a third level monster. If the spirit can be exploded and contracted, how cool and domineering it will be. This thing is completely a killer weapon for sieges and large battlefields. Although it is crazy and difficult to kill the white snake god. But adventurers are all a bunch of daring guys. Anyway, brushing the secret realm is almost like playing a game, and you won't really die. Such a domineering spirit is enough to make all adventurers crazy. Now the situation is very clear. This non-mainline path can lead to two places. One place is a cave with no head, and the other place is a canyon where the white snake god is entrenched. No ordinary adventurer can challenge either place. This guy, the wool warrior. I really don't know whether to say that he is too lucky or too unlucky. Both explorations encountered horrors that completely surpassed cognition. But what is certain is that his exploration and discovery are of great value. These two new monsters will become a topic of discussion in Miracle City for a long time in the future. It is estimated that many adventurers will try to challenge and be harvested. At the same time, the appearance of the headless and the white snake god further enriched the elements of the secret realm of the 10 kingdoms. Let the adventurers realize their ignorance more deeply. Lord Qi put two such powerful, explosive, and representative monsters in the corners and deep mountains that are completely irrelevant to the current main line. It can only show that this world is too big and too rich. Even if it only reveals the tip of the iceberg, it can cause a sensation. So far, today's adventure. It has officially entered the final stage. When several adventurers such as Higanbana and Wool Warrior made major breakthroughs in the plot or made major discoveries, other adventurers were also systematically killing monsters, levels, and plots. For example, at this moment, Sanju launched the 10th challenge to the Anakubu. So far, 12 adventurers from Miracle City have arrived at Oatman, and have challenged the Anakubu more than 100 times, all of which failed without a single success. However, they have accumulated enough experience. Nowadays, the Anakubu's moves, Sanju and other adventurers have already mastered them by heart. The responses and reactions they made have also become more proficient. This guy's martial arts are extremely powerful, but lack sufficient changes. As long as you are familiar with the process of making moves, most of the seemingly powerful attacks can be resisted by rebounding. In addition, the Anakubu has several very difficult methods, such as throwing spears, warhorse collisions, and trampling, etc. Adventurers can use the wolf's crisis perception ability to predict and respond in advance. Dang dang dang. Kikiabu wielded the Jumanji spear continuously, attacking Sanju from all directions. But Sanju remained motionless and parried calmly. Sparks flew again and again, and the Jumanji spear was constantly deflected. You guy. Kikiabu was a little exasperated and pulled away to throw the spear, but Sanju dodged it in advance, and then pulled the spear with a rope, turning it like a windmill and sweeping it across. Dang accurately predicted the flying spear and deflected it with a knife. Sanju's eyes suddenly flashed with a gleam of brilliance, and then released the hook rope of the ninja prosthetic hand, but the target hooked was not an external object, but the armor of the Kikiabu. Not good. When the Kikiabu realized that something was wrong, he felt a strong force pulling him. Although he clamped the horse's back in time to stabilize his body, Sanju used the hook rope to stretch and retract, and quickly flew in front of him. The next moment, the blade pierced into the gap in the armor, piercing the neck and aorta at a precise angle. This was undoubtedly a fatal blow, and Onawa Jayabu Masataka's eyes were full of anger, unwillingness, and guilt. This veteran was obviously not afraid of death, But he was worried about the land under his feet, and the man who was shouldering an important mission. I'm sorry. Jinichiro. Chapter 103. The adventurers are celebrating their victory with Coke again. Nancy Leah couldn't help but sigh. Today's adventure efficiency is amazing. The adventurers not only defeated the two powerful men in the Ashina chapter, Phantom Butterfly and Onawa Jayabu Masataka, but also discovered two hidden super powerful enemies, Headless and White Snake God. All of them are major discoveries and achievements. She is no longer the Nancy Leah who just came to Miracle City. When she saw the rapid construction and development of Miracle City, she will no longer worry about the adventurers' exploration progress exceeding expectations. Adventurers are a huge collective. Higanbana, Sanju and other strong men performed relatively well. But more than 95% of the adventurers in Miracle City are still ordinary people. Even if there are big guys to provide experience and strategies, it is not easy to defeat Phantom Butterfly and Oni Jayabu. It will take 10 days, half a month, or even longer. Most adventurers cannot explore the current content. With the quality and popularity of the secret realms in Miracle City, there will definitely be no lack of fresh blood. She believes that even if the Lord stops updating for a year or two, Miracle City can still maintain a fairly high adventure traffic and popularity. And don't play tricks. Make the secret realms carefully. Adventurers can feel it. Chi-Ji never created secret realms with the purpose of harvesting adventurers, but planned the secret realms with the mentality of polishing perfect works of art. Because of this, he gained the love and support of adventurers from the bottom of his heart. The adventurers in Miracle City are extremely loyal, competing to exchange most of the spirits and even important materials they have brushed for contribution points. The situation of intrigue and calculation of routines in other dungeons has never happened. The faster the progress of the boss's strategy. On the contrary, it can promote the development of the territory. Nancy Leah is happy for their achievements. The story and world view of Ashina Kingdom are becoming more and more attractive. Why is there a Headless? What era did it come from and how was it formed? Why is there a terrifying monster like the White Snake God that is beyond common sense? Are there other headless monsters in this world? Or monsters that are almost like gods like the White Snake God? Speaking of characters, there is more and more evidence and signs that the despised Ashina Jinichiro is quite complex, and is definitely not the despicable villain imagined at the beginning. Phantom Butterfly and the two strong men of the Ghost-formed department are loyal to Jinichiro. If Ashina Jinichiro is really a villain without morals, how could he let two rare masters spare no effort, and even sacrifice their lives to help and support him? The hidden stories of Ashina Kingdom have far more secrets than imagined. I really want to know the following content as soon as possible. Nancy Leah wanted to discuss the current plot and characters with her friends, but suddenly another adventure attracted attention in the hall, which also aroused her interest and curiosity. This adventure came from the Hammer Pig, Chicken and Dog team. Blackstone Hammer King and others continue to challenge the frenzy like most adventurers. After all, compared with the 10 Kingdom Secret Realm, the Frenzy Secret Realm is less difficult and easier to gain rewards. It is still the most popular secret realm in Miracle City. The team has opened it 4 times. Now it is the last one. It was originally an ordinary challenge. The main reason why their team attracted attention again was that during the exploration process, they activated and controlled 3 T-103 tyrants at the same time for the first time. It is no secret that the 3rd level of the frenzy can control the tyrant for your own use. Now every team that challenges this level will try to find the controller as soon as possible. Only by activating the tyrant can the difficulty be reduced and ammunition be saved. The problem is that there are only 4 tyrants in total. Although the positions are fixed, they are far away from each other, and the tyrant controllers that control them appear randomly, which means that whether you can get the help of the tyrant requires luck. Activating 1 tyrant is good. Only with great luck can you activate 2. This situation has happened 3 times, and each time it was almost cleared. The quality of the Hammer, Pig, Chicken and Dog team is not the highest, but the unprecedented character burst, found 3 controllers, and successfully activated 3 tyrants in a race against time. It is unprecedented. The adventurers naturally watched curiously. This adventure has been more than an hour, and the Blackstone Hammer King, the Pig King, the Lone Wolf, and the Angry Chicken are all alive, and they are followed by 3 tall and burly figures full of security. I'm not seeing things. You actually recruited 3 tyrants at the same time. This is really great luck. How can you lose? Hammer, hurry up. It depends on you whether you can pass the level today. 1 tyrant is enough to provide a strong boost. You can imagine how happy Blackrock Hammer King and others are at this moment. 3 tyrant zombies attract firepower. Hiding behind and aiming to shoot at the head, they push forward all the way. It's not difficult at all. Nancy Leah has been watching the blacksmith suffer in Eshina all day. Now she sees the adventurer harvesting zombie monsters, like mowing grass. She feels very happy for a while. The 2 secret realms are too big, and it's perfect for adjusting the state. The evacuation area is ahead. According to what our predecessors have discovered, there will be a startable truck there. We need to drive out of the base and head to the designated evacuation location, which will be the most exciting and difficult part of the entire level. We must give it a try. Try to clear the level in one go. The hammer pig, chicken and dog team was about to reach their destination, when suddenly an unusual howl came from behind. The adventurer outside changed his face, and immediately reminded the 4 people. Be careful, G3 is coming. This guy is lingering around. It's hard to evacuate without killing him. The irritable chicken pulled the bolt and sneered. Finally here? This one appeared very late. Just take this opportunity to settle all the new and old grudges together. The Pig King, that's right, kill him. Backed by the 3 big violent brothers. Speak with confidence. At this time, a complete G3 rushed out of the corridor, followed by 2 G2s, about 5 or 6 G1s, and dozens of ordinary zombies. So many? It's a bit tricky. Don't panic, it's not a big problem, just stay calm and you can win. The hammer pig, chicken and dog squad has sufficient ammunition, and the 3 tyrant zombies are in good condition, so they are naturally not afraid of this tough battle. The 3 tyrants took the lead. 2 entangled G3 and 1 contained G2. Kill G1 and ordinary zombies first, then kill G2, and finally G3. The Blackstone Hammer King gave orders loudly. The adventurers had challenged the 3rd level at least hundreds of times, and they are very familiar with the characteristics of G creatures. The strongest ability of this monster is regeneration. The more times the G creature evolves, the stronger its regeneration ability. G3 has a strong regeneration ability, and cannot be killed in a short time. Instead of doing this, it is better to eliminate the small monsters first, let the tyrant consume G3 first, and then concentrate firepower to completely destroy it in one go. Act now, throw 2 grenades. Then use the narrow terrain to pour firepower. In a short while, all the ordinary zombies and G1 in the back row were swept down. These guys didn't even have a chance to participate in the battle. Only 2 G2s and G3 were fighting with the tyrant. The straitjacket on the tyrant had been destroyed and entered the 2nd form. The 2nd form tyrant has powerful claws. It is enough to tear the G creature's flesh and cause certain damage. Although it is still at a clear disadvantage against G3, it is enough to contain and consume it with 2 to 1. Continue. The Blackstone Hammer King changed the magazine. Used the M16 rifle to shoot a G2 crazily. A magazine of bullets was used up just to kill this G2. The other 3 also shot with submachine guns and shotguns, and killed another G2 first. In this way, the monsters and small bosses were all destroyed. Only 1 G3 was left to fight alone, and was beaten by 3 tyrants. Ha ha! You G3, you have come to this day? Blackstone Hammer King, Angry Chicken and others were very proud. They had died many times at the hands of this guy in the past. Today, they finally found a chance to take revenge. They immediately continued to change the magazine or gun and started to activate it. Under the crazy shooting of all the unified forces, G3 was completely beaten into a pool of rotten meat. It must be dead because it can't continue to evolve. In this process, the adventurer also paid the price of a tyrant. It's done. The great revenge is taken. It's so cool. Don't talk about it, there's no time, get out of here. The 4 of them successfully entered the evacuation zone with the remaining 2 tyrants. They quickly boarded an M923 military truck parked here, which was specially used for evacuation. The Blackstone Hammer King sat in the main driver's seat. The moment his hands were placed on the steering wheel, various vehicle information and driving experience immediately emerged. This is a truck with very strong performance. Not only does it weigh up to 20 tons, it can reach a maximum speed of 80 to 90 kilometers per hour, and it is also quite strong and can withstand various impacts and collisions. The other 3 people and the 2 tyrants entered the truck compartment. The door slowly opened. At the same time, warning, the system detects that all personnel have evacuated. This base will force the self-destruction program to start in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. This is the mechanism of the 3rd level of the Frenzy Secret Realm. When the adventurer successfully opens the evacuation door, no matter how much time is left, the base will self-destruct within 10 seconds. The crisis is far from over. when the gate of the base slowly opened. The adventurers, who had never seen this scene, were horrified. This base had been destroyed long ago. The alarm and the huge noise attracted all the zombies within a few miles. At this moment, the dense crowd can be described as a sea of corpses. Judging from the number, there are at least tens of thousands of them. Too exaggerated, even more terrifying than the Easter egg at the end of the second level. Among this huge number of zombies, there are some special zombies, such as hunters and even tanks. Although the adventurers are driving a powerful military truck weighing 20 tons at this moment, it is still very difficult to rush out of such a huge sea of corpses. However, there is no hope at all. Several teams have fought here. They have provided them with valuable intelligence. This base has 5 small energy warehouses. When the Underground Research Institute starts self-destruction, the gas in the 5 warehouses will be detonated in turn. The explosions and flames produced will clear the way for adventurers to a certain extent, especially to disperse powerful special zombies, such as tanks and witches. Therefore, based on the experience and tactics explored, adventurers must pass through the 5 gas depots in order and rush out of the zombies under the cover of explosions and shock waves. This process requires high control of operation and timing. If you are not careful, you may overturn. And overturning means death. Hold on. I'm going to drive. Let's crush these damn zombies. The Blackstone Hammer King was so excited that he roared and stepped on the accelerator of the armored vehicle to the bottom. The big truck immediately roared like a beast, and then crashed head-on into the zombies that were rushing in like a tide. In an instant, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and the sound of bones being crushed continued to ring out. This large military truck directly knocked away dozens or hundreds of zombies. The weight of up to 20 tons crushed them fiercely, but in a moment, the body of the truck was stained red with broken flesh and blood. Everywhere it passed was bloody and shocking. The other 3 adventurers were not idle either. They were responsible for shooting the zombies that climbed up and suppressing the special zombies that were threatening in the zombie group. Boom! At this moment, the first oil and gas depot was detonated. A huge ball of orange-red fire rolled up into the sky, like a huge mushroom blooming in the dark night. Hundreds of zombies were swept by the shock wave and flames, and turned into human-shaped fireballs on the spot and ran around. Heavy trucks, blood, mincemeat, sea of fire, explosions. Full of violent aesthetics, full of doomsday feeling. Fuck, it's so spectacular, it's blinding my eyes. This is the art of explosion, the romance of a real man. Too exciting. Brother Hammer, come on, don't stop at this time or you die. Go, go, go! When the adventurers in the secret hall saw this scene, they were all ignited by the passionate scene full of violent aesthetics, and they all shouted excitedly to cheer for the Hammer Pig Chicken Dog team. The Blackstone Hammer King knew how dangerous the current situation was, so he kept the accelerator on and continued to crush the zombies, following the trajectory of the explosion and rushing forward. The sea of corpses was surging with a tide of madness. The heavy truck was racing desperately. Boom! 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 The second, third, fourth, and fifth oil and gas warehouses exploded one after another. Each explosion produced a gorgeous giant fireball and a hot shock wave. Each explosion ignited hundreds or thousands of zombies nearby, and each explosion pushed the atmosphere to a new climax. The big truck was fully powered. Rushing directly from the fire, the Blackstone Hammer King couldn't count how many human bodies he crushed. Anyway, the 6 large tires were already covered with meat paste, the body of the car was also full of mincemeat, and the windshield had already cracked and shattered in the process. Exciting, speed of life and death, high energy throughout the whole process. This is called speed and passion. Although it looks very exciting, it is actually very dangerous. If they hit an obstacle and stopped, or accidentally lost their balance and rolled over, the 4 adventurers would surely die with no hope of survival. However, luck favored them again. Breaking through the siege. The base has turned into a sea of fire. Thousands of zombies are struggling frantically in the flames, like billions of evil spirits roaring in purgatory. Such a scene has never been seen before, and can be described as shocking. It's done! It's done! We broke out. The Hammer Pig Chicken Dog team was extremely ecstatic. Although several teams have reached the evacuation stage, this is the only time that the adventurers have successfully broken through the siege, so it is the highest progress. At present, it seems that there is a great hope of passing the level. Brother Hammer, little chicken, come on. Victory is at hand. It depends on you whether you can pass the level today. You are the hope of the whole village now. You must give it a try. Another 10 minutes. The Hammer Pig Chicken Dog arrived at the evacuation point shown in the mission. This looks like a small airport, surrounded by many barbed wire, sandbag walls, and other defensive fortifications, and in the center is a helicopter landing platform, which is flashing a striking signal light at this moment. The helicopter will arrive in 3 minutes. The four shot down the nearby zombies, and jumped down from the bloodstained truck. At the same time, a large number of zombies roared around them. Obviously, the area had been conquered by zombies. Damn it! We have to hold on for another 3 minutes. But we don't have much ammunition. It's not a big problem. There are still 2 violent brothers. We must hold on. We have already arrived here. We must not fall last. The 4 immediately used the nearby fortifications to set up a defensive formation around the helicopter landing platform, and used the remaining ammunition to shoot the zombies rushing in nearby. However, there are a lot of zombies. The ammunition was soon exhausted. Just when he was about to give up, Aurora propellers came from above, and a Black Hawk helicopter arrived in the sky. When the hatch opened, a rope ladder was immediately lowered. This was obviously the final pass point of this level. Climb up the rope ladder and enter the cabin. Everything is over. Go! The Blackstone Hammer King and the Lone Wolf still have some ammunition left, but the Pig King and the Angry Chicken have run out of bullets, so the former covered the ladder and climbed up the ladder to enter the cabin first. At this time, more and more zombies appeared around. A witch approached rapidly. The Pig King was panicked and shot at her, but the witch was too fast for the muzzle to catch it all. The ladder almost killed in front of him in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, at the critical moment, a tyrant rushed up to block the attack for him. It's a close call. Fortunately, Brother Tyrant is guarding, otherwise it would be a failure. Hurry up! At the last moment, 2 tyrants stepped forward, blocked the final attack, and create an opportunity to evacuate. The Blackstone Hammer King and the Pig King climbed up the rope ladder smoothly. Before they could fully enter the cabin, the Black Hawk helicopter began to rise to a safe height that the tank zombies could not reach. A reminder sounded. You have cleared the 3rd level of Doomsday Frenzy. The Blackstone Hammer King was hanging on the rope. When he looked down, he saw that the small airport had been flooded by zombies like a tide, and the base not far away was even more blazing. This adventure is very exciting, various explosions, various big scenes. There is also the operation of driving a truck to crush a group of zombies. The excitement and the picture are undoubtedly better than the 2nd level. After experiencing extreme excitement and madness and gradually calming down, the Blackstone Hammer King was a little dazed for a while, feeling like he was dreaming, and couldn't believe that he had cleared the 3rd level. Chapter 104. If I were to describe this adventure in 3 words, then it would undoubtedly be explosive, burning, awesome, driving a military truck weighing nearly 20 tons, crushing a bloody path through the zombie frenzy. Who has ever seen such a bloody and brutal operation? Moreover, in the process, it caused a series of explosions in the gas tanks. Thousands of zombies were burned at once, turning the entire scene into a sea of fire. This gorgeous and exciting scene far exceeded the expectations of adventurers, and is destined to become a famous scene that everyone talks about, as well as another classic design example of the Miracle City Craze Secret Realm. Wanchuan Sanren said, the 2nd level of using heavy machine guns to sweep the zombies is already a great experience, and I never thought that this is far from the limit of the Lord. And he can make us even more happy. Feng Zhongmian said with emotion, Lord Qi has once again proved that he is far from reaching the bottleneck of creation. That's right. Every time we adventurers think that the 2nd level is the limit, the Lord can always immediately come up with a 5th level hard work, and no one knows how high he actually is. The old thief Qi is unfathomable. It's terrible. Mingwei Xiaoxue, where can we find such a talented treasure lord, who spares no expense, and only wants to make us adventurers happy? We must cherish and maintain Miracle City even more. Adventurers talked a lot. Lord Qi may have already been outside the atmosphere. No one knows what kind of groundbreaking hard work he can do in the future. Not to mention these young people, even big guys like Bianhua, Panshi, Tiexin and others were excited when they saw the grand scene of the blood sea surging and the fire burning thousands of corpses. It's so stress-relieving and enjoyable. It's so satisfying even for a spectator. I wonder what it's like to experience it in person. At this time, the adventurer Hammer Pig, Chicken and Dog had already left the secret realm. They were so excited that their eyes were filled with tears. At the same time, they were warmly welcomed like heroes. Both the 3rd level bosses and the newbies came forward to express their congratulations, which greatly satisfied the vanity of the 4 people. The 3rd level has been built for several days. It has been challenged hundreds of times, if not 1,000 times. No one expected that the one who cleared the latest level of the frenzy was neither an old boss, like Baihajusher, nor a new and powerful person like Dianhua, but for unknown first-level adventurers. For newbies with an average age of 18 or 19 actually won the honor of the first clearance before so many third-level bosses and second-level masters in Miracle City. This is very inspiring for other little adventurers. It seems that the Miracle City Secret Realm is not only accessible to big guys, but also has great potential for little newbies to counterattack here. There are many benefits to the first clearance. For example, unlock the corresponding achievement medal. You will get a contribution point reward. In addition, the first pass itself can greatly increase the Secret Realm score and explosion rate, so there is a higher chance of exploding high-quality prizes. The 4 people quickly announced their gains. The Blackstone Hammer King got the G3 Biological Spirit. The Pig King got a T03 Tyrant Spirit. The Lone Wolf exploded a new equipment Desert Eagle Pistol. The Cranky Chicken also exploded a new equipment M1014 Shotgun. The value of the spirit is self-evident. As a second level 3-star spirit, G3 is more valuable than the Flamethrower Tracker. As for the T103 Tyrant Zombie, although it is inferior to G3, it is more valuable than G2, and the Tyrant Zombie is currently one of the popular monsters in Miracle City. Adventurers all affectionately call it Brother Bao. In addition to its practical value, it has a very high collection value, which generates a premium. As for the Lone Wolf and the Angry Chicken, although the two did not explode the spirit, they exploded new equipment. The current reward mechanism of Miracle City is becoming more and more perfect. The first explosion unlocks equipment. It is very beneficial to the development of the territory. As long as you can make extra contributions to Miracle City, Chi-Ji will naturally give corresponding honors and rewards. The two not only obtain the honor badges of the corresponding equipment, but also have priority in purchasing related equipment from the territory in the future. In addition, they also received a contribution point reward. The benefits are not small. The additional contribution point reward obtained by the first explosion unlocking equipment is directly linked to the item grade. Generally, top grade equipment will give an additional reward of 200 contribution points. The contribution points of Miracle City are very valuable. This contribution point is roughly equivalent to the total income of the 2 people in the past year. Of course, this is nothing, because the corresponding equipment badge was obtained. In the future, when the equipment production of Miracle City increases, the 2 people will have a certain number of priority subscription qualifications when purchasing the equipment they unlocked. This means that adventurers can purchase a batch of equipment with a higher priority, and then take it to the adventurer town or other forces to resell and make money. If the equipment is good enough, there is enough demand and competitiveness. This process can generate a lot of long-term profits, become a partner that major forces are vying for, and thus greatly improve their own status, which is enough to make any adventurer excited. The attributes of the 2 equipment are as follows. Desert Eagle Pistol, top grade, fixed damage plus 20, cultivation increase plus 6%, ammunition quantity 7, durability 10/10, additional skills, automatic reload. M1014 Shotgun, top grade, fixed damage plus 30, cultivation increase plus 3%, ammunition quantity 10, durability 10/10, additional skills, automatic reload, multiple ammunition. Chi-Ji thought it was pretty good after reading it. Although the Desert Eagle has only 7 bullets, its fixed damage value is twice that of the M16, and the cultivation increase effect is as high as 6%. The higher the value of this attribute, the stronger the increase effect of the user's cultivation on the equipment. There will be a significant difference in the power that the Desert Eagle can exert in the hands of a first-level novice, and in the hands of Higanbana and Sanju. You know, the cultivation increase of general mechanical equipment is very weak. The cultivation increase of M16 is only 2%, which mainly depends on fixed attributes and effects. It is not easy for Desert Eagle to have a full 6% increase. This weapon is not only of collection value, but also of good practical value. As for the shotgun, the damage of a single attack is as high as 30 points. This means that even some peak second level, and even third level units may suffer a great loss under this weapon. Of course, although the damage is high, the best range of this shotgun is very short, only 10 meters, which means that it can only deal such high damage within this range. If it exceeds the power, it will decay rapidly. It is a weapon suitable for close-range attack. The most special thing about the M1014 shotgun is that it not only has a reloading skill similar to Desert Eagle and M16, but also a very unique skill. The effect of this skill is to obtain the ability to switch to door-breaking bullets and tear gas bullets in addition to shotgun bullets. Different ammunition. Different effects. For example, although tear gas bombs have no lethality, they can interfere with the enemy's vision and status, giving the equipment holder more tactical options. Not very powerful. But it is indeed very practical. With 2 new weapons, Miracle City has a richer range of equipment. At this moment, Secret Realm Hall. All adventurers are envious. The Hammer Pig, Chicken and Dog Squad has gained too much. This wave can be called a sudden wealth. The future development potential will be greatly improved because of this. Alas, it's a pity. If I can choose, I would rather not have the G3 spirit. The Blackstone Hammer King was not very excited when facing the spirit of the second level 3-star quality. He said, I want a domineering big truck, armored vehicle or something, or an off-road vehicle if it doesn't work. An adventurer can't understand. He said, Brother Hammer, even if you choose to recycle this G3 spirit, you can at least exchange it for more than 1,000 contribution points. With so many contribution points, why do you need an off-road vehicle? Blackstone Hammer King. Of course, I know that in terms of value alone, a car is definitely not as good as the G3 spirit, but the feeling of driving a car is really great. Higginbannon nodded. If you build a domineering car, that will definitely be cooler than her motorcycle. If you use a military truck to travel between different adventurer towns, you can make a lot of profit just by trading resources and population. Wanchwan exploded an off-road motorcycle in the 2nd level yesterday. Since off-road motorcycles can explode, I think off-road vehicles, and even armored vehicles have a chance to explode. Feng Zhongmin commented, however, off-road motorcycles can reach the quality of gray top grade, and better and stronger vehicles are likely to be white grade items. The Pig King sighed and said, then there is nothing to regret. After all, we can't get white quality items for the time being. We can only hope that the big guys will work hard and get it out as soon as possible. Among all kinds of loot in the secret realm, except for spirits, it is difficult for adventurers to get items that exceed their own level, and the more the level exceeds their own, the lower the chance of getting it. The 1st level adventurer corresponds to gray items. The probability of getting white loot is not 100% zero, but it is also very small, and the possibility of first explosion is almost zero. Only adventurers who reach the 2nd level have the opportunity to produce equipment of this quality. What's the point of an off-road vehicle? The Angry Chicken said at this time, in my opinion, it's better to just explode a Black Hawk helicopter. I heard that this vehicle can not only fly, but also carry heavy machine guns. This is the real good stuff. Don't think about it. Ordinary armored vehicles are probably white quality 2nd level equipment. The armed helicopter may be a 3rd level green equipment. Don't be too ambitious. You still have to have dreams. What if they come true? Yes, after all, Miracle City now has a lot of 3rd level bosses. Our inability to explode does not mean that they can't do it. Alas, in the final analysis, it's still too low. Now that the 3rd level has been opened, there will be no shortage of contribution points for a period of time in the future. We must work hard to cultivate and improve our cultivation next. The Blackstone Hammer King sensed the soul. The current soul cultivation rate has almost reached 55%. When he just changed his soul, the cultivation rate was only about 32%, although he has made rapid progress in recent days. But this is compared with the cultivation speed in other dungeons, and it is nothing in Miracle City. The Blackstone Hammer King decided to focus on challenging the role-playing plot Secret Realms in the future. The output of such Secret Realms is definitely not as good as the levels, but the speed of cultivation is very powerful. As the saying goes, sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. The top priority is to break through to the 2nd level as soon as possible. Only in this way can we create more value for Miracle City and ourselves. It's getting late. Miracle City is about to close. Today is another day for the full harvest of leeks. At least 98% of the adventurers have exhausted their energy at this moment and can no longer fight. Although a few adventurers still have some energy left, there should be no breakthroughs in the last half an hour. When everyone, including Chi-Ji, thought so, another shocking news came from the hall. Everyone, come to crystal number 64. The old dean will launch the last challenge to Ashina Jinakairo. What? Old Crane is still playing Ashina Prologue? Although Baitagishir is recognized as the first adventurer in Blackstone Town, he has only 5 energy points in total due to the loss of his cultivation. Because of this, he is very cautious in every adventure and challenge. Most of the time, he is watching others fight or meditating with his eyes closed. After more than 10 hours, he has only challenged 4 times. Now that the dungeon is about to close, he wakes up from his meditation and officially launches the last challenge to Ashina Jinichiro in the prologue. Too stubborn, the other adventurers were stunned. Higanbana didn't expect the old adventurer to be so patient. Today's Ashina. It's really exciting. There are powerful people with different characteristics such as Phantom Butterfly and Anajayabu, as well as top players with completely different styles such as Samurai General, Red Demon, and Python Juzo who can challenge. As terrifying beings like the Headless and White Snake God were exposed one after another, people were more shocked and curious about the worldview of the Ashina land and even the 10 kingdoms, and were full of exploration. With such rich characters and plots, the vast world that makes people imagine is right in front of them. Any adventurer would be itchy, right? But Baihajusher kept his composure. He fought Ashina Jinichiro for 3 consecutive days. He never entered the official plot from beginning to end. Higanbana had to admit that although he did not accept the title of the first adventurer in Blackstone Town, the old adventurer was indeed admirable in terms of concentration and will. He did not care whether he could get the honor of the first victory, nor did he rush to the front to show off, but constantly challenged himself and pursued the limit. There is a reason why this old man was able to achieve such a high achievement back then. If there had not been an accident, he might have been able to go further. In just a moment, the adventurers all surrounded him. Although everyone knew that it was impossible to win this battle, they still cheered for the old adventurer. Inside the secret realm, the White Crane Hermit closed the communication. He completely immersed himself in the role. He had already entered the secret passage with the Son of God. After a long period of observation and research, the White Crane Hermit had already figured out the enemy's distribution. Ashina Jinichiro was not only a rare strong man of the 2nd level and 5 stars, but he was also followed by not just 1 Eagle Guardian, but 4. 2 were behind him. They were always tracking and supervising. The other 2 were lying in ambush in the reed marsh and ready to attack at any time. These 4 Eagle Guardians were not ordinary ninjas. Each of them had the strength of the 1st level, 4 or 5 stars. 2 of them together could pose a great threat. If they were faced at the same time, there would be no chance of winning. What's more, under this situation, we have to face the top strongman Ashina Jinichiro. No matter from which angle you look at this battle, there is really no chance of winning. Even if the adventurer can operate against the sky and gain the upper hand in the battle with Ashina Jinichiro, he will definitely not be able to remain undefeated in the sneak attack of several top Eagle clan members, not to mention that they will hold the Son of God hostage. Difficult, too difficult. Despite this, Baihajusher still wants to give it a try. As soon as Baihajusher entered the secret passage, he suddenly stopped. Wolf, what's wrong? There is an ambush. The Son of God's face changed when he heard this. Could it be that Master Jinichiro has discovered us? Please leave it to me. Baihajusher hid the Son of God in the secret passage, and then quickly returned to the entrance of the secret passage. 2 Eagle clan members were already ambushed nearby, and they could enter the secret passage and hold the Son of God hostage at any time. Without a second of hesitation, the White Crane Hermit suddenly jumped up and attacked one of them first. The Eagle Guardians had never expected that the adventurer would suddenly turn back after a feint. He was caught off guard and blocked 3 or 4 times before revealing a flaw. The opponent held him down and stabbed his heart from the back. Another Eagle Guardian saw this. He tried to distance himself and blew the whistle. How could the White Crane Hermit give him a chance? He attacked head-on and attacked continuously and suppressed him crazily, finally breaking down his defense and stabbing his neck with a knife to complete the ninja kill. Done! The White Crane Hermit breathed a sigh of relief. Without these 2 troubles, it will be much easier next time. Now is still not the time to be careless. Ashina Jinichiro is not only powerful and has a very low tolerance rate, but he also has 2 Eagle Guardians accompanying him. The real test and challenge has just begun. The old man's series of operations. Let the adventurers outside look directly at it. They couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. Could this big guy really be able to break through the prologue and change the plot? Chapter 105. Under the moonlight. Jinichiro closed his eyes and waited. Now that Ashina was losing ground, it was in imminent danger. If the trend continued, it would fall completely in a few days, so it was necessary to find a force to fight against the inner court army. The Dragon Son of God was the greatest hope. He would never allow him to be taken away under his nose. Jinichiro waited for a while, but never saw the Son of God and his ninjas appear. He could not help but feel a little suspicious, so he ordered his men who were lurking nearby. Bring the Son of God back. Yes. Two of the Eagle Guardians approached the secret passage cautiously. One of them quickly flashed into it, and the other followed closely behind, ready to respond at any time, but saw that there was no one inside. No one? This is impossible. Suddenly a figure fell from the sky. Bihajusher was lurking behind a bunker above. When the Eagle Guardian showed a flaw, he decisively killed them. He killed one of them with a white knife in and a red knife out. The other one retreated in shock. The White Crane Hermit burst out with a swift and violent sword light. This Eagle clan member was not bad in skills, but the attack was too sudden, and the offensive was extremely sharp and fierce. He was in a hurry to deal with the situation, and he only resisted 4 or 5 swords before he was exposed. Bang! The weapon was bounced away. The White Crane Hermit held a wedge ball in his right hand and pushed the handle with his left hand, elbowing the sharp blade into his chest, and then quickly pulled it out. Blood gushed out like a spring, and the latter collapsed directly to the ground. This sneak attack was too fast and too sudden. Ashina Jinichiro didn't have time to stop it. You guy. Jinichiro had to admit that he underestimated the enemy. He didn't expect that the ninja of the Son of God was so skillful, and knew his deployment well. This series of assassinations and quick kills. The heartbeats of all the adventurers outside accelerated. The old man is too strong, only he can do this. He actually killed 4 strong eagles under the eyes of Jinichiro. In this way, no one can affect this duel. Maybe. I can really win. Everyone's heartbeat accelerated, and they were looking forward to it. However, it was not the time to be careless. Although Bihajusher and Ashina Jinichiro could finally fight fairly, it did not mean that there was no suspense in this battle. The difficulty of this battle was still very high. So far, only Higanbana could barely beat Jinichiro by 1 move or 2. But even if Higanbana fought again, she would not dare to pat her chest and say that she would win. After all, the gap in strength was huge, and the error tolerance rate in this battle was almost 0. Because there was hope. It was full of suspense. It made everyone's nerves tense to the extreme. Bihajusher slowly adjusted his breathing, and got ready for the duel. Ashina Jinichiro stared at the ninja of the Son of God. He felt the strong will and fighting spirit. He knew that it was useless to say anything at this time. This ninja would never retreat. Since it is useless to say more. Ashina Jinichiro joins the battle. He started with an Ashina-style sword technique Dragon Flash. Danger! Shirakaru immediately slid to avoid the sword energy. Hundreds of reeds behind him were cut off at the waist. Jinichiro quickly approached and attacked again like a tiger. The cold blade light cut through the night sky. For this battle, Shirakaru not only lost more than 10 times in a row, watched hundreds of actual battles, but also deduced thousands of times in his mind. Every action and reaction of the opponent was already familiar to him. After dodging a set of continuous slashes. Bang! Sparks burst. Shirakawa used his precision to deflect the last knife, then quickly swung his knife to counterattack, slashing at Jinichiro with 3 quick knives in a row, but the opponent easily parried them all. Dealing with Jinichiro. Never be impatient. Attack decisively when it is time to attack. Never be greedy when it is time to maneuver and evade. Everything must be done as if it is an instinctive reaction, because a moment of hesitation will lead to defeat. The two figures fought for more than 10 rounds. Everywhere they passed, reed fluff flew. It was like sad and beautiful snow. Shirakawa had long forgotten himself and everything else, and was 100% devoted and 100% focused. He no longer cared about winning or losing. He just simply enjoyed the battle and the feeling of challenging his limits. At the beginning, Jinichiro Ashina did not take the opponent seriously, but he became more and more frightened in the process. Although the ninja of the Son of God was far inferior to himself, he was very familiar with all his moves, and even familiar with them to an outrageous degree. Every time he made some subtle movements, the opponent can accurately predict a series of attacks and prepare for them. It made Jinichiro feel like punching cotton. Although the opponent was very weak, all his attacks were not implemented. They were either avoided by the opponent by a millimeter or resolved by clever means. When the fight reached the 20th or 30th round, Jinichiro's surprise gradually turned into horror. He felt that as he was hit by rapid slashes again and again, his physical strength was consumed faster and faster, while the opponent remained stable, from being completely suppressed to now slowly taking the initiative. Who are you? No matter who you are, I, Ashina Jinichiro, will never fall here. 20 more rounds. The feeling of powerlessness is getting stronger and stronger. If we continue to fight like this, we may lose. If there are still eagles ambushing around, we can secretly order eagles to attack. As long as the opponent is distracted, We can turn the situation around in an instant. And he finally understood why the opponent wanted to ambush and kill eagles. Baihajusher gradually took the lead. Finally, after about 10 rounds, after a perfect knife bounce, a flaw finally appeared in Jinakairo's chest. Good opportunity. Baihajusher held the knife with both hands. He pierced through the armor with a fierce thrust. The blade was pulled out, blood gushed out, and this historical scene seemed to be frozen. The adventurers watching outside were briefly stunned and unbelievable, and then they cheered collectively. Success? I really did it. I can't help but admit it. The old Dean is so strong. We have achieved a lot today, but I didn't expect that at the last minute there would be such a big surprise. And some adventurers couldn't help but feel proud. Ha ha, I want to see the expression of the Lord. He certainly didn't expect that under such extreme difficulty, the big guy could still break the situation and change the direction of the plot. It turns out that the old thief Chi also has his mistakes. Hee, Lord Chi is not a god. Although he is very talented, he is too young. Who would have thought that there would be someone as stubborn as Crane who pursues the limit? Wait! Something is wrong. Don't be too happy too soon. What's going on? The atmosphere is not right. When some adventurers found that Baihajusher had gone through so much trouble to defeat Ashina Jinakairo, the BGM of the secret crystal not only did not calm down, but became more passionate and murderous. It's broken. Something is going to happen. The result was as expected. Ashina Jinakairo suddenly stood up again. His helmet had fallen off. His long black hair was scattered. His face was as pale as a demon, and his eyes were full of strange and evil red light. The knife wound was shrouded in black fog, healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this time, a black cloud covered the bright moon, and the originally peaceful reed plain suddenly became windy, making this poetic scene suddenly become weird. Baihajusher, what the hell are you? I said, I can't lose, and I can't lose. Ashina Jinakairo said coldly, as long as I can save Ashina, I don't care even if I turn into a demon. The sense of oppression increased sharply. This guy originally had the strength of a second level 5-star. Now I'm afraid he has broken through to the 3rd level. Higanbana immediately shouted, Old man, don't fight hard. His current state obviously has great side effects. It is estimated that he can't maintain this state for too long. Baihajusher also agreed with this statement. But at this moment, danger! A strong sense of crisis enveloped him. Xian Yilang bent his body and crouched down. He saw his right arm holding the handle of the knife backwards. A thunderbolt fell from the sky on the blade, and instantly blessed the dazzling golden lightning. The powerful power release turned all the surrounding reeds several meters into charred ashes. Fuck! When seeing this scene, all adventurers were dumbfounded. Xian Yilang's figure tore through the space like a ghost, and split the battlefield like a human-shaped lightning. Countless reeds were destroyed by the gushing lightning. In an instant, he came in front of Baihajusher and slashed him head-on. The knife has not arrived. The thunder arrives first. This move is undefendable. Baihajusher has no ability to deflect lightning. When he was locked by the lightning, he had lost all consciousness, let alone blocking the next knife. The next moment, an arm flew high. History repeated itself at this moment. Baihajusher fell in the scorched reeds. He was seriously injured, unable to move, and quickly lost consciousness. Ashina Jinakairo suppressed the abnormality of his body, put on his helmet again and said lightly, This is the thunder of Ba, it is not shameful for you to lose to this technique. I will take the Son of God away. It's over. Baihajusher exited the secret realm. In the end, he still failed to defeat Ashina Jinakairo. Baihajusher proved with facts that the Lord had already calculated all the possibilities, and the adventurer could not forcefully change the direction of the plot killing. The wolf was destined to be defeated in this battle. Higanbana was shocked. Ashina Jinakairo actually hid his strength. Sanju, from his performance, this guy has at least 2 hidden abilities. The first is an abnormal physique that is almost immortal, and the other is a means of controlling lightning. Woe Warrior, Thunder of Tomo, so cool, he can actually control lightning with swordsmanship. Grumpy Chicken, I want to learn this skill. Time Traveler, from the style, this is obviously not a local swordsmanship in Ashina. How can Jinakairo have this ability? I am more curious about the source of this Thunder of Tomo. Maybe I can dig out an interesting plot line. Pig King, we will definitely meet him again when we enter Ashina Castle. How can we defeat such a strong existence with our strength? After all, our swords can't stop lightning at all. There must be a way. At this time, Baihajusher came over. Although the old adventurer still couldn't change the ending of the wolf being killed by the plot, He was satisfied with the fact that he had tested the true strength of Ashina Jinakairo this time. Baihajusher's perseverance and performance for several consecutive days are admirable, although he was defeated again. But there was no sense of frustration. On the contrary, he was full of emotion and said, "This Ashina Jinakairo turned out to be a third-level strongman. He has such strength at a young age. If he has enough time to grow, he may not lose to Ashina Ishin in his prime in the future." What a pity. It's really a pity, because there is no time. Let this young man grow up. He has obviously gone astray, and used some extreme evil magic. This method may make him temporarily powerful, but it must also pay an extremely painful price. Baihajusher found that, after fighting with Ashina Jinakairo for so long, he actually developed a sense of sympathy with this secret character. Sanju asked, "What do you think of this Jinakairo?" Baihajusher, "I can feel the existence of faith from the blade of Jinakairo. This person is not a villain, but a truly selfless person." Feng Zhongmian was surprised. The old dean's evaluation of Jinakairo is so high. Baihajusher nodded and said, "I think this young man's heart is as clear as the moonlight of Ashina. Everything he does is for this land. If he can protect Ashina by giving his life, I think he will sacrifice himself without hesitation." Tai Xian, this can explain why Phantom Butterfly and Onakij are loyal to him. Pancher gave a different view, but if Ashina is destined to have no hope, then isn't this another kind of selfishness and paranoia? His insistence on doing whatever it takes may bring greater disaster to himself, the people around him, and even the people. Look at the same character. Different people have different likes and dislikes and opinions. The complexity of Ashina Jinakairo is indeed worthy of discussion and deep thought by adventurers. However, at this moment, no one has delved into it. Although Baihajusher failed to change the plot, he also had a very remarkable gain. He got something called Secret Medicine Gourd from the prize of the clearance prologue. Is there another equipment? This seems to be the Wolf's Medicine Gourd, but it looks different. Wait! This is a rare equipment. Secret Medicine Gourd, rare, gray top grade, can be used once a day, each time can restore 3 points of energy, and the recovery effect increases by 1 for each level of cultivation. The effect of the Secret Medicine Gourd is surprising. This item is a prop that can quickly recover from injuries, and heal wounds in the secret realm. Its magic lies in that it automatically absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and continuously produces potions, so it is inexhaustible. After being exposed from the secret realm, its properties have changed in some ways. It has become a prop that can restore energy. With this prop, Baihajusher has 3 more adventure opportunities every day. For a big guy like him, it is amazingly valuable and is definitely a good thing that money can't buy. You can say that. This is more effective for Baihajusher than the Boss Thunder Skill Stone. Rare equipment is different from ordinary equipment. This type of equipment cannot be unlocked from the Secret Realm store. The only way for other adventurers to get the Secret Medicine Gourd is to explode it from the Secret Realm. That is why it is very rare and in short supply. It is worth it. I spent so much time. Not only was my spirit satisfied, I also gained huge benefits. With this item, Baihajusher will surely recover his past cultivation at a faster speed. Today's adventure stories in Miracle City are wonderful, and Baihajusher's challenge is a perfect ending for today. The adventurers feel satisfied and fulfilled from the bottom of their hearts, and look forward to the adventure of the next day. At this time, a figure came to the hall. This person has a tall and handsome figure. Although he looks very young, he has a bit of the aura of a superior. It is none other than Lord Chi-Ji. Lord. The Lord is here. Wow, the old thief Chi finally appeared. Everyone quickly blocked him, and didn't let him run away easily. After the scale of Miracle City became larger and larger, Chi-Ji rarely shows up. This has led to many adventurers, who have been here for several days meeting the Lord for the first time at this moment. For example, Higanbana. She has a strong and overbearing personality. She has never been submissive to anyone since she was a child. Now, after just 3 or 2 days of adventure and understanding, she has completely become a fan of Boss Chi and has always wanted to meet her idol. At this moment, Chi-Ji suddenly appeared. She realized that he was so young. This is completely different from what she imagined. He has built a dungeon like Miracle City at such a young age. What will it be like if he is given another 20 or 30 years to develop? I dare not think about it. I dare not think about it. Higanbana's mentality at this moment is like a star chaser meeting an idol, and she surrounded him with hundreds of other adventurers. She just wants to shake hands with her idol. Ask all kinds of questions buried in her heart. Nancy Leah. Baihajusher and others were also slightly surprised to see Chi appear. After all, the Lord has been staying at home for the past few days. There must be a reason for his sudden appearance today. He must be announcing something important. Otherwise, he doesn't need to show up at all. Just let Nancy Leah convey it. Could it be that there will be new updates or new content to be released in the secret realm of Miracle City? The adventurer thought of this. He couldn't help but be more excited. Everyone stepped forward to try to get information. Chapter 106. Chi rarely appears. While answering questions for adventurers, several important news were officially announced. Blackstone Hammer King, we have successfully cleared the 3rd level of the frenzy, and many big guys have entered the 2nd chapter of the plot. When will the Lord start producing subsequent content? This is what many adventurers want to know. After all, due to the low threshold and super high output efficiency, Frenzy will still be the most popular secret realm in Miracle City for some time to come. In fact, the current content is enough. The clearance rate of the first chapter is less than 1%, and the level mode is more suitable for repeated challenges as a brushing gameplay. The overall suspension of updates for a year or two will not have a big impact on popularity. Even if this group of people have cleared the level and are tired of playing, changing a group of people can still maintain the popularity of the dungeon. Adventurers are a highly mobile group. Most adventurers will pay attention to 5 or 8 underground cities at the same time, or even more underground cities, so they flow back and forth and constantly pursue interesting new content. Haishi Town has the largest volume and the best operation of Tianyan City. There are also a large proportion of mobile adventurers among tens of thousands of adventurers. If you want to improve loyalty and reduce mobility, you can only update it as soon as possible before most people get tired of it. However, the inspiration of the Lord is limited, and the adventurers have different personal preferences and strategy speeds, so mobility is inevitable. However, the current Miracle City. On the one hand, adventurers never get tired of playing. On the other hand, it is impossible for most adventurers to explore all the content in a short time. Therefore, the stickiness of Miracle City is almost 100% at present. As long as the adventurers can successfully enter, almost no one wants to leave. From a business perspective, there is no need to rush to update. But the Lord gave the adventurers a surprise revelation. Doomsday Frenzy will officially open the competitive mode tomorrow. All adventurers are welcome to experience the new gameplay. As for the existing plot mode and level mode, Chi announced, this Lord plans to launch 3 plot chapters at once, and the 4th level of the level mode has also begun production. It is expected to be officially launched when the clearance rate of the 3rd level exceeds 5%. A series of official announcements of new modes, new plots, and new levels. The adventurers fell into ecstasy. Great! Long live Lord Chi. Wow, 3 plot chapters. If I finish all of them, I will definitely reach the 2nd level? Is the competitive mode finally coming out? Great! Miracle City is awesome. Old Thief Chi is really awesome. Miracle City's update speed is still so awesome. After Chi answered several questions from the frenzy, he then answered several questions from the secret realm of the 10 kingdoms. During this process, a tall, hot, mature and charming female adventurer pushed through the crowd and squeezed to the front. Lord, I am Higginbana, and I also have a question. You ask it. Chi nodded slightly. Although she is not an adventurer of Miracle City, her performance is indeed very outstanding and has contributed to the development of Miracle City. Higginbana is very excited. She has many questions to ask. Ashina Genakairo is already very powerful, and the Sword Saint Ashina Ishin must be even more powerful. Even so, this Ashina country is full of hidden talents, but it is still at an absolute disadvantage in front of the inner court. How powerful is the inner palace now? Will the inner palace chapter appear in other chapters of the 10 kingdoms? Chi was stunned. I haven't figured it out yet. Someone is interested in the inner palace now. Adventurers are really greedy. Chi replied. Each chapter of the country in the 10 kingdoms secret realm is located in a different geographical location or time period. Only in this way can completely different customs and characteristics be formed, allowing adventurers to fully understand the customs and culture of this world. The inner palace is directly adjacent to Ashina, and is in the same era. Naturally, it does not meet the conditions for being made into an independent chapter. But, Chi paused and continued, however, after the 10 kingdoms gradually unfolds, I will create expansion packs for each main chapter. At that time, I may launch the inner palace content in the form of expansion packs to supplement the Ashina chapter. Not a formal chapter. But it is possible to make an expansion? Higginbana and other adventurers were deeply shocked, and felt that Lord Qi's vision was too big. With the quality of Eshina, even if the inner court made a separate main chapter, everyone would think it was very worth looking forward to. Lord Qi could reuse a lot of resources, thus saving inspiration materials and workload, but he refused to make a main chapter with two homogeneous elements. The inner court might do it, but even if it is made, it will only be a supplement to the Ashina chapter. This attitude of strict self-discipline, this kind of talent and bold confidence, Higanbana respected him even more, and felt that this was the greatest and most visionary lord she had ever seen. Adventurers don't know. In the original work of Sekiro, the inner court is purely a legendary force, and is not officially presented. There are very few characters and information about the inner court. There is nothing to copy, but speaking of the inner palace, Qi did have some ideas. This blank part can provide space for original creation. Qi thought that if there are suitable or redundant materials in the future, it does not affect the production of other secret realms in the 10 kingdoms, and it is not ruled out that an original expansion pack related to the inner palace will be created to improve the worldview of Eshina. This is probably a vassal based on the shogunate during the Warring States period in Japan. Qi's sea of inspiration can obtain materials from countless games, movies, animations, and even novels. Japanese Warring States materials are not rare. If there are enough related materials in the future, and some dark materials of the soul are integrated, it is not too difficult to create an original dark shogunate that fits the background and style. Secret realm creation should not be restricted to form. Qi will certainly respect every excellent masterpiece, like Sekiro. He will try his best to keep the original flavor, but only make some optimizations in details and scenes. But at the same time, you can't give up creation. The frenzy level mode is an original design, and the effect seems to be very good at present. In addition to pure remakes and pure original creations, Qi will also consider semi-original and fusion creation methods for secret realms, mainly for works that are not rich enough in content, not comprehensive enough in settings, or not exciting enough in plots. Although these works have shortcomings, they also have many advantages, or excellent materials. If the essence is taken and redone, the effect will definitely be better. For example, in the secret realm of 10 kingdoms, Qi will definitely make a dark-style 3 kingdoms world, and he already has Wulong in his hands. It is undeniable. Wulong is of good quality. But I always feel that there are not enough materials. In terms of the number of scenes, characters, and the way the plot is interpreted, it is not grand enough. This is not enough to create the most ideal, perfect, and epic dark-style 3 kingdoms story in Qi's mind. Qi has very high expectations for the 3 kingdoms chapter. This will become one of the most important chapters in the 10 kingdoms secret realm. So many famous ministers and generals, such a vast land of China, it is completely possible to interpret a more exciting and magnificent story. There are enough materials for the 3 kingdoms. There are hundreds of games alone, such as Crouching Dragon, Dynasty Warriors, even 3 Kingdoms War Chronicles, 3 Kingdoms Kill, which have more or less available materials or content. The prototype stories and characters of the 3 kingdoms are exciting enough. There is no need to stick to the plot flow of a certain work. Qi can completely use the historical prototype as the skeleton and enrich the flesh and blood with various related materials, so as to create a more magnificent, more epic, and more element-rich secret world. And it doesn't matter if this kind of heavyweight project is launched later. Qi must seek more opportunities for the awakening of the Soul Sea and the activation of inspiration crystals to prepare materials. He answered a few more questions. Today's adventure time is over. Miracle City can only accommodate 200 people to stay overnight in the city. More than 1,000 other adventurers returned to Blackstone Town. After they left, it was much quieter. Qi came out this time not only to announce various new contents, but also to select a group of new contract adventurers and upgrade the adventurers who meet the standards. The current number of contractable adventurers is 300. Qi increased the number of contracted adventurers to 100 in one go. These contracted adventurers can use the power of Miracle City at a very low cost, which will greatly enhance Miracle City's military capabilities and external exploration capabilities. Not only that, he also contracted second-level spirits for 2 adventurers. These 2 people are none other than Mingwei Xiaoxue and Baihe Jusher. When Mingwei Xiaoxue cleared the first chapter of the Frenzy plot yesterday, her soul fusion degree had already approached 100%. Today, there is no suspense that she has reached the great perfection of cultivation. Qi contracted the name Spirit Leech Queen, Marcus in his hand for her, making her the first second-level adventurer cultivated by Miracle City. Congratulations, Sister Mingwei. Wow, I didn't expect that Sister Mingwei would become a second-level adventurer so quickly. Sister Mingwei is not only the first contracted adventurer in Miracle City, but also the first contracted adventurer to break through to the second level. Mingwei Xiaoxiu has successfully contracted a second-level spirit. Now she is a genuine second-level adventurer. Not only her lifespan and spirit have been enhanced, but her strength has also been greatly improved. Even without transforming, she can use part of the power of the first-level soul. Not only that, due to the successful fusion of the power of the Leech Queen Marcus, she can activate the Leech Queen Marcus form through the Soldier House every day, and has at least one free transformation opportunity every day, which can be used to participate in territory operations and freely explore the outside world. This will greatly increase the strength of the territory, thus enhancing the ability of the territory to export influence to the outside world. In addition, it is worth mentioning that the energy of an ordinary second-level adventurer is 10 points, but after Mingwei Xiaoxiu reaches the second level, her energy reaches 15 points. Why is it 5 points more than the fellow adventurer? This is one of the benefits of the named soul. The soul of the named soul has its own spiritual power. Adventurers can gain extra energy points by contracting the named soul. This is also one of the reasons why such spirits can generate such high value. As for Bai Jusher, he was still far from the second level, but because it was a scattered power recultivation, the progress of cultivation would be increased several times on the original basis. 5 challenges today. The cultivation effect exceeded expectations. Complete full fusion 1 day earlier than expected. He exchanged the red ghost spirit from his old friend Sanju as his second-level soul. Bai Jusher's first-level soul is the tank zombie, and the second-level soul is the red ghost. He also plans to contract multiple high-quality spirits such as G1, Witch Zombie, Ashina leaders, and charge zombies as first-level auxiliary souls. This will consume a lot of contribution points. But Bai Jusher does not lack contribution points. Why did he contract so many spirits? This has to start with the adventurer's ability system. In theory, an adventurer can contract countless spirits. However, each contract consumes the Lord's spiritual power and spirit materials. Whether it can be applied for depends on the territory's foundation and the individual's contribution to the territory. But the soul of life. There can only be one per level. In addition, all contracted souls are auxiliary spirits. The biggest difference between the two is that the soul is the core of the adventurer's ability system. Each contract has a soul, and the combination of different souls will have a profound impact on the adventurer himself. If the soul is cultivated to 100%, not only can you break through to the next realm, the adventurer's lifespan and physical fitness will be enhanced. In addition, you can use some of the abilities and characteristics of the soul without changing your form, and the characteristics of the souls can also affect each other. For example, Bai Jusher is now launching the second-level soul transformation. The muscles of the transformed red ghost form will look bigger. This is because the first-level soul he contracted is a tank zombie, and the red ghost with some of its characteristics will naturally be different from the original red ghost. The soul itself can also be cultivated. Any soul can be strengthened to 5 stars. This is the difference between the soul and the ordinary soul. In short, the soul is used to build the core ability of the adventurer, and the auxiliary soul provides more transformation forms. The latter do not affect each other, and will not bring improvement to the adventurer. There are 3 major schools of application of the power of the soul. Therefore, adventurers can be divided into transformation flow, summoning flow, and body flow. Transformation flow is the most common. Among human adventurers, this school accounts for at least 90%. After all, this school has the lowest cost and is the most convenient. It takes creating the strongest soul combination as its core goal, integrating as many auxiliary spirits as possible to enrich the ability system. The various forms are not only flexible and changeable, but the cost of dying in the spirit form is also very low. Summoning flow has the highest cost and a high upper limit. Whenever an adventurer cultivates the spirit to 100%, he can summon it by consuming mental power. In theory, if there are 10 souls that have been cultivated, then 10 spirit units can be summoned at the same time in a battle. However, spirits that are not life souls, they can only be cultivated by feeding other spirits in large quantities. The resources consumed in this process are extremely exaggerated. Although this path has a high upper limit, it is costly and consumes a lot. It is usually just auxiliary, such as having a monster spirit that you particularly like, and then concentrating resources to cultivate it, summoning it as a mount, etc. Main body flow is extremely niche among human adventurers. Generally, only alien adventurers with strong cultivation strength will choose this direction. They mainly rely on the power of other cultivation systems and ability systems to fight, and the power of adventurers is only auxiliary. They will not spend too much time cultivating life souls, but care more about the life soul's blessing of the main body's characteristics and the effect of skills. This school often does not care about the strength of the spirit itself, nor does it care whether the life-soul combination can complement each other. They prefer to contract some monsters with more characteristics or character spirits with more skills, especially the latter can directly use most of the skills of the character spirit. Human adventurers do not belong to the chaotic world. It is difficult to be completely killed in the chaotic world. However, dying in the body will consume mental power, disconnect and lose experience, which is a huge cost. Except for a few extreme cases, human adventurers will not fight directly in the body. The above is the difference between the three major adventurer schools. Miracle City has been developing for such a long time, and currently has 100 contracted adventurers. These adventurers can transform or revive for free through the soldier house regardless of their soul cultivation level. As for non-contracted adventurers such as Higanbana and Sanju, their spirit power does not belong to Miracle City, so within the territory of Miracle City, their spirit will be suppressed and cannot be used. This is also the reason why foreign adventurers, no matter how high their level is, cannot threaten the Lord in the Lord's home. Of course, leave the core influence range of the territory. This suppression will disappear, and you can transform by consuming mental power, but the transformation level is subject to the laws of the territory. Under certain specific circumstances, these foreign adventurers can also be used by the territory. The same. Future Miracle City adventurers. You can also enter other dungeons and show the power of Miracle City in other lords' territories. Chapter 107. Outside the Blackwind Canyon. A team of dwarves, flower fairies, and dog-headed people gathered here. They were all representatives from nearby tribes, led by the flower fairy leader Iris, the dog-headed chief Luke, and the dwarf village chief Jinba. The purpose of this trip was to visit the Lord of Miracle City. The Lord rescued the tribe trapped in the Dark City. It was when the tribe came back to report that they knew that the Dark Valley had changed. As the lords of the lawful camp, although the human lords were not as brutal and bloody as the dark species, they were also a group of ambitious and aggressive beings. Sometimes they would do anything to expand and conquer, and their reputation was not very good. Several major tribes were willing to contact them, not only because Miracle City expressed goodwill, but also because they needed a force that could fight against Thunder City. This Thunder City is the superior dungeon of the Undercity, a second-level dark dungeon with a longer history, nearly 10 times the size of the Undercity, and has ruled the area of nearly 100 miles with cruel means for many years. All tribes have suffered greatly. Not only have they been exploited and plundered by the Dark Lord, a large number of tribesmen have been forcibly abducted and become slaves. For this reason, when they learned that a force capable of fighting the Thunder Lord had appeared nearby, it was necessary and valuable to contact it regardless of whether this force was reliable. The dwarf Jinba frowned and said, "These outsiders are mostly untrustworthy. I can't trust humans." The dog-headed man Luke said, "It's better to be ruled by human lords than to be enslaved by the dark race." The flower demon Iris also thought so. Suddenly, she felt something. With keen perception, locking onto a figure in front. Who? Jinba. Luke held the weapon. But when he saw the person clearly, he just stayed where he was. This was a slender and graceful girl with creamy skin and long silver-gray hair like a waterfall. When she walked on the rugged mountains with flawless jade feet, tender shoots even grew from the cracks of the stones wherever she passed. Although the veil made it difficult to see her appearance, through the gem-like red eyes and the vigorous breath of life, it was not difficult to tell that she was a high-level elf with a very pure bloodline and a high rank. For a moment, the tribesmen of several tribes were stunned. The Evernight Forest was ruled by the elves thousands of years ago. This group of elves who believed in the ancient tree of life guarded the forest for a long time. That was the most beautiful pastoral era of the Evernight Forest. Hundreds of races lived in peace, and wars and killings rarely broke out. Nowadays, the elves have long declined. Even so, they still have a great influence. The 3 tribes are just inconspicuous small tribes in the big forest, and the 3 tribal leaders are just inconspicuous small leaders in the big forest. They have never come into contact with noble elves, and they dare not believe that they will meet elves in such a place. Iris said in a trembling voice, "Dear elf, may I ask you?" The silver-haired and red-eyed elf girl, "I came here to tell you that Miracle City is definitely worthy of trust and trust. This is an opportunity to change the fate of individuals, tribes, and even your race." What? I heard it right. This mysterious elf. Is he actually speaking for Miracle City? Could this lord have the support of the elf forces? Although I don't know the other party's name, identity and origin, the identity of a high elf itself has a lot of weight. Each of them not only has outstanding strength, but also has a good reputation and credibility. With her words, it was enough to dispel most of the worries and concerns. Such a noble elf would not deceive several small tribes for a small underground city. The silver-haired elf's body disintegrated and disappeared on the spot. If it weren't for the tender buds still left on the ground, which were emitting the breath of life, the three major races would have thought they saw an illusion. Nancy Leah didn't go far. The law environment of the Dark Valley restricted her strength. She couldn't use high-level spells in such a place. At this moment, she just used a trick to hide nearby. The silver-gray long hair that exuded a dreamy luster like a waterfall turned into flax color, and the originally slender and well-proportioned figure quickly shrank. The facial features also changed greatly, and freckles reappeared on her face, turning back into an inconspicuous dwarf girl. I can only do so much. I hope I can help Miracle City. In order to avoid causing trouble to Miracle City, she did not reveal her identity and origin. The Eternal Night Dragon King and his minions are maintaining a cruel rule in all parts of the Great Forest. Almost all races are living in dire straits. All places are eager for the emergence of a force that can change the situation and fight against the dark forces. If Miracle City can take this opportunity to gain support from local forces of all sizes, this will be a force that cannot be ignored. Whether it is fighting against the dark species or economic development, it will be much easier. This process can also save countless lives and change their tragic fate. Nancy Leah ran back to Blackwind Pass quickly. Met the three tribes again. Hello. I am Aya, the messenger of the Lord of Miracle City. Nancy Leah said loudly. I am here to meet the distinguished guests under the order of the Lord. The three tribal leaders looked at the unremarkable and ordinary Miracle City messenger in front of them. Although he was just an inconspicuous dwarf, they did not dare to be careless. Soon after, led by Nancy Leah, dozens of aliens came to the main city. Jeanball was surprised. This Miracle City is much larger than I thought. Ilya, although it is a new underground city, it looks like the facilities are quite complete. Luke, let's go to see the Lord as soon as possible. The three leaders couldn't wait to enter the city and observe carefully. They wanted to see if this underground city that was favored by the High Elves really had enough potential and the strength to protect the tribe. As a result, as soon as they entered the city, they were stunned. A camp outside Miracle City. Among them, there were dozens of hideous figures, which looked very unusual. For example, there was a guy with muscles all over his body, more than 2 meters tall, and as strong as an ogre. There were more than 10 of them, and each of them exuded a powerful aura. This is the monster camp of Miracle City. What you see are all the monster units summoned by Miracle City. Nancy Leah introduced. This big guy is called a tank zombie, and the thin one is called a witch zombie. These are all first-level 5-star soldiers. Currently Miracle City has nearly 30 such monster units. What, 30? The three alien races were all stunned. This is equivalent to the peak cultivation of the first level. There are so many peak combat forces of the first level alone? Are you kidding me? This is still a first-level dungeon. It has never been upgraded. At this moment, the Dark Valley still follows the first-level rules, and nearly 30 combat forces are absolutely an overwhelming force. No wonder it can easily sweep the Dark City. Nancy Leah continued to introduce. In addition, the territory has 5 flamethrower trackers and 1 rocket tracker, which are all second-level 2-star and 3-star monster units. Iris was shocked. Even second-level combat power? The birth of second-level combat power in the first-level area can be called a dimensionality reduction strike. After all, external high-level combat power entering the Dark Valley will be restricted. In other words, with the current strength of Miracle City, at least before the territory is upgraded, there is no need to worry about the threat from Thunder City. What's this? Miracle City expects to add 10 first-level 5-star and several second-level units every day in the future. This is only a small part of the territory's strength. Our adventurers have also broken through to 1,500 people, of which the number of contracted adventurers has exceeded 100, and can be transformed into a powerful army at any time. Our Miracle City is developing rapidly and becoming stronger every day. Nancy Leah's face was full of pride. The three leaders were more and more shocked. I have never heard of a dungeon that has developed so rapidly. Miracle City has only been here for half a month, or at most a month, but it already has such a strong lineup and relatively complete infrastructure, which shows its potential, in this case. There is also the support of the elves. Why should we be afraid of Thunder City? The hearts of the natives gradually became hot. They were then taken to the Lord's mansion to pay homage to the Lord. Although Miracle City has developed very well, the Lord's mansion is still at the first level, so it looks a bit shabby and simple. But this will not reduce the Lord's evaluation, but make them admire and respect him even more. This shows that the other party is not a foolish lord who only cares about pleasure. Chi-Ji faced the natives of the 3 tribes. He said calmly, "This lord understands the purpose and demands of your trip. I can promise to save all the tribesmen enslaved by Thunder City, but the premise is that you must join Miracle City and become my people." The 3 native leaders exchanged with each other for a moment. "As long as the Lord is willing to save the tribesmen, we are willing to join Miracle City immediately." Chi-Ji couldn't help but look surprised. Although it is necessary to conquer the 3 surrounding tribes, according to his original plan, it must be divided into several steps. Today he just put forward his own request. Under normal circumstances, the 3 alien tribes will definitely not agree so hastily. At this time, Chi-Ji will take a step back. He does not require the 3 tribes to be loyal to Miracle City at the same time. He only requires the 3 leaders to stay in Miracle City with their men to better observe the development of Miracle City, and then cultivate the alien adventurers of Miracle City, and finally let them be convinced and lead the people to surrender. Unexpectedly, all for nothing. It was done in one step. Chi-Ji immediately held a transformation ceremony for the people. He first consumed some mental power, leaving mental marks on them, transforming them into the people of Miracle City, and then continued to operate the aliens with adventurer talents to awaken the adventurer souls. So, Iris, Jinba, and Luke were representatives. Miracle City added 18 exclusive adventurers at once. The upper limit of the number of alien adventurers depends on the level of the adventurer union, and the upper limit of the number of contracted adventurers. The first level adventurer union can recruit alien adventurers, with a contract limit of 5%. When you have a second level adventurer union, you can recruit alien adventurers with a contract limit of 10%. Chi-Ji has upgraded the Adventurers Guild of Miracle City to the second level by acquiring blueprints. The current upper limit of the number of adventurers that can be contracted in the territory is 300, so a maximum of 30 alien adventurers can be contracted. In terms of numbers, this increase in the number of new adventurers. For Miracle City, it is insignificant and not worth mentioning. But the flower demon Iris, the dwarf Jinba, and the dog-headed man Luke are all natives of the Chaos Continent. After they are transformed into adventurers exclusive to the territory, they will become the beginning of the spread of Miracle City's influence and soft power. Of course, for Iris, Jinba, and Luke, this will also be an opportunity to change their fate. They have not really realized that they are just insignificant small fish in the Evernight Forest. They have joined Miracle City and become the first batch of alien adventurers. How much change will this bring to their lives and fate? This recruitment and transformation. It was much smoother than expected. Chi-Ji was very satisfied. He also knew the reason. Xiuya, your identity doesn't look simple. Nancy Leah's heart skipped a beat. She panicked. She revealed her true identity for a short time today. She was just seen by the Lord? This is entirely possible. She also has the territory mark of Miracle City on her body. Although the spiritual mark does not have a mandatory constraint, it can become the Lord's observation anchor at any time. That is to say, as long as the Lord is willing, he can lock the position of any of his subjects and establish an observation field of view. Nancy Leah hurriedly defended, Lord, I didn't mean to hide it from you, but my identity is a little sensitive in the Evernight Forest. Now is not the time to expose it, otherwise I am worried that it will bring trouble to the territory. It doesn't matter. Chi-Ji interrupted the explanation in a gentle tone. I don't need to hear these explanations, and I don't care about any trouble. As long as you are loyal to me and loyal to Miracle City, no matter what your past is, it doesn't matter. In my eyes, you are all the same citizens of Miracle City. He paused and continued. Since now is not the time to talk, wait until you figure it out before telling me. Lord. Nancy Leah was stunned. The Lord clearly found that he was hiding something. But he didn't care, and didn't force himself to tell the truth. What kind of mind is this? What kind of spirit? She felt a kind of gentleness, tolerance, and strong self-confidence from the Lord, and couldn't help but fall into deep emotion, and her eyes couldn't help but blur. Goddess of nature, I, Nancy Leah, have found such a wise leader. The Holy Tree City is saved, the Great Forest is saved, and the elves are saved. Nancy Leah has completely surrendered to the personality charm of Lord Chi-Ji, and she has almost decided to take out everything. Who would have thought? Without waiting to speak, the Lord waved his hand. The city is about to open, go and prepare. She opened her mouth, but she swallowed her words in the end. She sniffed. I, Nancy Leah, swear to the goddess of nature that I will never let down the Lord's trust, and I will do my best to repay the Lord and Miracle City. The elf's eyes became extremely firm. She bowed deeply. Then she went to the hall. Very good, conquering completed. The first territory hero of Miracle City is about to be born. This is very important for Miracle City and Chi-Ji. Every territory hero can bring luck to the territory. This is equivalent to a powerful buff, and the effects produced are different, which are related to the hero's own ability and luck. Some can enhance the strength of the army, some can strengthen the operation of the secret realm, and some can improve the territory production. However, the ceremony of enthroning the territory hero unit is more troublesome. Miracle City has not yet built relevant facilities, so even if Nancy Leah is exposed now, she cannot be transformed into a Miracle City hero immediately. It is better to keep this well-known secret buried for a while. This is also a way to control people. The territory will not suffer any losses, but it can make Nancy Leah feel fully trusted and safe. This girl has been in a state of extreme insecurity since she escaped from the Holy Tree City. Chi-Ji's operation will make her more loyal to the Lord. As for what is Nancy Leah's luck ability, Chi-Ji knows it clearly, her heroic luck. Named Blessing of the World Tree. This is an epic luck with a very rare function. Its effect is to enable the Lord to get an extra chance to awaken the Sea of Spirits at each level starting from the 3rd level. Chi-Ji is now at the 3rd level. That is to say, if he can bless Nancy Leah's luck, he will immediately get an extra awakening, and at least one extra activation opportunity. Why at least once? Because a Lord with a high enough level can activate multiple crystals at one awakening. Every upgrade in the future will also have an extra awakening opportunity. Such luck effect is priceless to any Lord, and the value to Miracle City and Chi-Ji is even more inestimable. Why did Chi-Ji descend to the Evernight Forest? Why did Chi-Ji appear in the Dark Valley? This is actually the result of Chi-Ji's careful consideration and active choice. At least half of the reason is to obtain this luck, because it is too important and crucial to Chi-Ji. Although some rare props and adventures can also give the Lord an additional awakening opportunity. But these props and adventures are hard to come by, and the awakening quality obtained by these means will be worse. How can it be compared with the World Tree blessing luck? Chi-Ji has been seeking more awakening times. Only in this way can we master more materials, and have stronger creativity. It's time to open the city, with the tide of chaos emerging again. And for adventurers, happy time is about to begin again. Chapter 108. Nancy Leah returned to the hall. She was excited and relieved. She was worried about how to explain her origin and identity. After all, this might bring trouble, or even threat to Miracle City. What if the Lord drove her out of Miracle City for this? Although Nancy Leah felt that this possibility was not high based on her understanding of the Lord during this period, there was still uncertainty before she was completely exposed, which made her worried. Now she finally didn't have to worry. She was sure that she had found a wise master. She would do her best to help Miracle City become the strongest dungeon. At this time, Miracle City opened its doors. Like a zombie disaster, more than 1,700 adventurers rushed into the hall frantically. Ah! Secret Realm. Secret Realm. I can't wait even a minute. The adventurers were as crazy as ever, just like hungry people who had been hungry for 7 days, and 7 nights broke into the buffet restaurant. But Nancy Leah was also an adventurer, so of course she understood everyone's feelings. Not long after, she also locked onto a secret crystal. At this time, she received an invitation from Mao Mingming and others. Xia, a new mode has been opened today. Do you want to experience it together? Sure. Activate the crystal. Select the Doomsday Frenzy Secret Realm. Select the newly added competitive mode. First appear in a modern room that matches the background of the Frenzy world. There are living rooms, data rooms, armories, and other areas here. Probably because it is the first time to log in, the big screen is automatically broadcasting the basic gameplay of the competitive mode. The competitive mode is just as the name suggests. The core of the gameplay is the confrontation between adventurers. This mode can instantly reset death without causing energy consumption, but the secret realm will absorb 1 point of energy loss every half an hour. In other words, it is charged by time, and dying 100 times will not cause additional consumption. Just as the level mode has multiple levels, the story mode has many chapters. The competitive mode also has many competitive gameplays, such as Team, Demolition, Biochemical, Ghost, Survival, Battlefield, Battle Royale, etc. Currently, only 3 modes are available: Team, Demolition, and Biochemical. Interesting. Sure enough, Nancy Leah checked her equipment library. Each adventurer has his own assets in the competitive mode. These secret virtual assets will be permanently recorded in the Adventurers Union, and adventurers can operate and expand their weapons, characters, etc. in the virtual world. Initially, there are 2 main weapons, the M4A1 rifle and the MP5 submachine gun. A secondary weapon, the M9 pistol. A melee weapon, the military dagger. In addition, there are throwing weapons such as grenades, smoke bombs, and flash bombs. This is actually enough to satisfy the normal game experience, but there are as many as hundreds of other weapons, props, and more than a dozen different characters to choose from in the competitive store. Some can be exchanged for competitive points, and some must be purchased with contribution points. Among them, competitive points will only be generated in winning games. The competitive points that can be obtained in each game are very limited. If you want to quickly obtain a variety of weapons, various types of characters must consume contribution points to purchase them. But most of them are not cheap. Is there really anyone who would spend precious Miracle City contribution points just to exchange for a few virtual assets that can only be used in the secret world? Adventurer Cat Ming Ming sent you a friend request. Adventurer Ming Wei Xiaoxiu has sent you a friend request. Adventurer White Deer has sent you a friend request. After adding a friend, you can communicate directly through the screen. Ming Wei Xiaoxiu, is everyone ready? Nancy Leah, yes. Cat Ming Ming, I'm ready too. White Deer, let's get started. The 5 of us can just form a team. Li Huilu, Blast Team or Biochemical? Ming Wei Xiaoxiu, this biochemical should also be related to zombies, right? Since we are all experiencing the new mode, why don't we try something new? The blasting mode seems a bit complicated. Why not start with the team mode? Agree. As for the choice of the competitive battlefield, just randomly choose a map called Transport Ship. Matching is completed in 1 second. Another 5-man team came in. They are Blackstone Hammer King, Pig King, Angry Chicken, Lone Wolf, Arnold. Blackstone Hammer King, ha ha ha. This wave is 5v5. Pig King, hee hee, although the opponents are all soft and cute girls, we will not show mercy. Cat Ming Ming, Tisk, take care of yourself first. Arnold, Sister Aya, are you here too? Nancy Leah, be careful, the gun has no eyes, I will definitely not show mercy. Grumpy Chicken, come on, my beloved gun is thirsty. Today I will let you see the power of the Miracle City Gun King. Lone Wolf, hurry up, hurry up. Can't wait. The countdown is over. Both parties entered the scene. Nancy Leah found herself in the cabin of a giant freighter. This super freighter is very large, and is sailing alone in the center of the vast ocean. There is a sense of loneliness and closure isolated from the world. Only the sound of waves beating and the roar of the engine can be heard. It started. Come and watch. As the first adventurers to experience the competitive mode, naturally many curious people gathered near the secret crystal. Cat, Deer, Rain, Snow and Aya played the role of protectors. Ham, Pig, Chicken, Dog and Arno played the role of lurkers. Quite symmetrical, 10 people officially arrived at the competitive battlefield Transport Ship. How do you evaluate this map? This is a hall-level map that carries the blood and glory of tens of millions of players. It outlines the purest gun battle arena with minimalist lines. It is definitely one of the eternal monuments in the history of FPS design. At that time, CF, Crossfire, was popular all over the country, claiming to have realized the gun battle dream of 300 million netizens. It was the first shooting game for many players, and the Transport Ship was probably the first scene they came into contact with, so you can say that. The Transport Ship is the most classic, oldest and most memorable place in CF. The main scene is the deck of a giant cargo ship, which is full of containers and large wooden boxes. The symmetrical layout is clear at a glance, and you can immediately engage in battle without complex terrain memory. In a minimalist way. Construct a battlefield with zero threshold and high ceiling. Novices can get started in 3 seconds and join the battle immediately, while experts can use tactics such as midline instant sniping, cargo box squatting, pipeline raids, etc. to create infinite possibilities in a small space. Classics can become classics. There must be a reason for that. Chi-Ji completely reproduced this map according to the design of the Transport Ship in CF, but considering the issue of authenticity, the hull was enlarged by almost twice to prevent it from being too narrow to affect the development of the gunfight. Ming Wei Xiaoxue, Xiaoya, Yulua, Xiaoluo, you guys charge from the right line, Mao Ming, and I will defend the left line. Charge. Nancy Leah rushed out of the cabin holding an M4A1 and rushed from the right side with Li Huiyulua and White Deer, hoping to rush to the enemy's bunkers and set up an ambush. Suddenly, there was a gunshot in front. White Deer didn't even see the enemy clearly. She was shot several times and shot in the head, and blood gushed out. Blackstone Hammer King killed White Deer. Nancy Leah's face changed drastically. No, find a bunker quickly, they acted ahead of us. The two hid behind a container, and bullets kept coming at their ears, bombarding the container. Sparks flew in an instant, so they didn't dare to show their heads at all. There are at least 3 people on the opposite side. This is not a solution. Nancy Leah took out a grenade, pulled the safety, and threw it to the opposite side by feeling, and then heard a loud bang. Nancy Leah killed Arnold. Huh? I just wanted to try my luck. I didn't expect to kill an enemy. I didn't wait to be happy. The other side also threw 2 grenades. Not good. Get down. Bang. A loud noise. My head was buzzing. The other one was a smoke bomb. A large amount of white smoke was released quickly. Nancy Leah had scratches on her face, hands, and thighs. Although the injuries were not light, they did not affect her movements. In comparison, Li Huiyulua was more seriously injured, with several pieces of fragments embedded in her body and bleeding. Don't panic, I take care of it. It's too late. They're approaching. Li Huiyulua realized that the other side threw smoke bombs to cover the attack. At this moment, they would kill them in a few seconds at most if they rushed forward quickly. At this time, they would definitely die if they treated the wounds. I go and attract the fire. Li Huiyulua felt that her body was getting heavier and heavier, and she couldn't hold on for a few seconds, so she took advantage of the strength she still had and rushed out from the side of the bunker container decisively. As a result, she was covered by fire before she could fire a few shots, and was hit by 7 or 8 shots immediately. Cranky Chicken killed Li Huiyulua. Yulua. Nancy Leah didn't have time to think about turning her grief and anger into strength, and rushed out quickly from the other side of the container bunker, just in time to see the Blackstone Hammer King and Cranky Chicken holding M4A1. They had just finished shooting, and were hiding in the bunker to change magazines. Not good. The two didn't expect the enemy to suddenly come out from another direction. Nancy Leah pulled the trigger without hesitation, killing the Blackstone Hammer King first, and then sprayed Cranky Chicken. The latter reacted very quickly, decisively put down the main weapon, and took out the pistol to fight back. Bang, 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 a life or death moment. The two of them fired passionately at each other. Bullets streaked through the air. Nancy Leah was hit by a bullet in the shoulder and thigh. Although she was seriously injured again, it was not fatal. However, the Angry Chicken was hit by 3 or 4 bullets, and 1 bullet just hit her head. Nancy Leah killed the Angry Chicken. Nancy Leah achieved a triple kill. Success, although Nancy Leah was seriously injured. But she felt very happy. So exciting, so passionate, and very cool. The enemies faced in this secret mode are not zombies, but adventurers. The former are just beasts and targets, while the latter are thinking, tactical, and intelligent beings. But this efficient and exciting shooting gameplay is unique to Miracle City. After all, other dungeons don't have weapons like guns. The ultra-fast-paced and strategic gunfight competition is undoubtedly fresh and interesting to this world. At this time, the Pig King and the Lone Wolf rushed over. Nancy Leah's leg was injured and she couldn't retreat to the bunker in time, so it was no surprise that she was shot to death on the spot. But the Pig King and the Lone Wolf didn't get complacent, because the moonlight shines on the snow, and the Cat Ming Ming also came around to attack from both sides. Bang bang bang, another exchange of fire. The Pig King and the Lone Wolf resisted with difficulty. The Cat Ming Ming killed the Lone Wolf, and was killed by the Pig King again, and finally killed by the moonlight shines on the snow. 10 seconds later, the Blackstone Hammer King was resurrected. Both sides have a score display in the cabin base. The current score between the two sides is 4-5. The Cat Deer Rain and Snow team is temporarily leading by 1 point. The Blackstone Hammer King couldn't help but say, "I was careless." The Angry Chicken also said, "These guys are quite cunning, we have to change our tactics." The Lone Wolf said, "Not good, they have already killed nearby and are taking the initiative. If this continues, we will be suppressed. Don't panic." The Blackstone Hammer King thought calmly, "Chicken Arnold, you stay here to deal with them, and the others will follow me from the pipeline to the back to sneak attack them." Okay. In the next 10 minutes, the two adventurers launched a series of fierce battles on the transport ship with limited space. Both sides constantly adjusted their tactics according to the battlefield situation, coordinated with each other, and the competition was full of viewing. The adventurers outside were attracted by this fierce game and high-intensity gunfight. It's so interesting. It turns out that gunfights can be so interesting. I thought that only the fights with fists and knives were the fights of real men. Now it seems that I was too narrow-minded. The gunfights in Miracle City are also very powerful. Guns, fire, and explosions are the real romance. Nonsense. Gun skills are also methods, and trajectory is also Tao. The time limit for the team competition is only 15 minutes. In a very narrow and limited venue, the battle rhythm is very fast. The score between the two teams is very close, and the outcome is full of suspense. The moment when the end is about to end. The Blackstone Hammer King commanded and dispatched properly. The Hammer Pig, Chicken and Dog team achieved a beautiful counterkill and wiped out the Cat, Deer, Rain and Snow team. The final score was 48-50. With only a 2-point advantage, they turned the tide and surpassed. The battle is over. You won this competition. You got 10 competitive points, and you got the M16 assault rifle. Yeah. Ha ha. We won. The Hammer Pig, Chicken and Dog team was overjoyed. The Blackstone Hammer King was even more surprised to find I actually got an M16. The other adventurers were all surprised. Another M16 appeared? This weapon in the Frenzy Secret Realm has been unlocked, so it is not surprising that it appeared in it. But for now, its production is really not very high. The first time I played the competitive mode, I actually got a gun. Does it mean that conventional firearms have a higher probability of being dropped in this mode? If so, this mode is still very valuable. After all, firearms are the specialty of Miracle City, and such loot has a very high value. The Hammer Pig, Chicken and Dog team cheered. The Cat, Deer, Rain and Snow team gnashed their teeth and was very unwilling. Cat Ming Ming shouted, I don't accept it. We were about to win, but we were too careless at the last moment. Do you dare to play another game? Pig King, ha ha ha, let's play. Cranky Chicken, this time I will make you lose with conviction. A little energy can play 2 rounds of team mode. The two teams started fighting again, and once again engaged in fierce exchanges of fire on the transport ship, which attracted cheers or applause from the onlookers. Baihajusher, Sanju and others were also watching the battle. Sanju asked, what do you think of the frenzy competition mode? Baihajusher said with emotion, another amazing genius creation. The vitality of this gameplay may far exceed the level and story mode. Really? The content of the level and story is prepared in advance, but the competitive gameplay is different. It allows adventurers to create experience through games. Every battle may be different, and every challenge will be fresh. Baihajusher said, this is a very remarkable design breakthrough. Feng Zhongmian asked at this time, in fact, there are arena-type secret realms in other dungeons. Why do I think they are not as interesting as Frenzy Competition? Because only Miracle City has achieved balance and fun. Baihajusher said, it is almost impossible for the arenas made by other secret realms to achieve 100% balance, or to maintain enough fun and interest while being balanced. Everyone fell into thinking. I just felt that it was true. Balance is the soul of competitive gameplay. For dungeons, how to ensure balance is a very difficult thing. Use ordinary people? That's not fun or entertaining, and the rhythm can't be guaranteed at all. Use high-performance characters? It's hard to ensure balance between characters with different abilities. After all, the Lord has very few character materials, which are much scarcer than monster materials. There is no solution. Baihajusher paused and continued. The competitive mode of Miracle City Frenzy is different. The character materials used by Lord Qi are well-trained ordinary people. They themselves are not special, but through a variety of firearms, clever scene design, and interesting gameplay mechanisms, this gameplay becomes interesting and fun, which not only ensures high-tempo strategy but also full of entertainment. This is why competitive gameplay will inevitably succeed. I think this kind of shooting battle will become another major feature of Miracle City, and this kind of gameplay will surely flourish forever, so that adventurers will never get tired of playing. After listening to Baihajusher's analysis, everyone couldn't help but show admiration. There is nothing else to say, Lord Qi is indeed a genius. Chapter 109. Qiji noticed. There are nearly 300 adventurers experiencing the competitive gameplay. Currently there is only the most basic team mode, the blasting mode, plus a biochemical mode that fits the theme of the Doomsday Frenzy. Team mode is a team battle, just shoot and shoot, basically zero threshold. Blast mode is the most classic gameplay of CS. One team has to place a C4 bomb, and the other team has to stop or defuse the bomb. The depth of strategy and game will be higher than the team mode. The biochemical mode reflects the confrontational thinking of asymmetric game. In each game, a mother zombie will be randomly generated among the 10 adventurers. It has the powerful strength of the second level 4 stars, and its goal is to infect everyone else. Adventurers injured by the mother zombie. Without exception, they will be instantly transformed into zombies. These zombies have a strength close to the second level, and will assist the zombie mother to infect the remaining adventurers, while the goal of others is to eliminate the zombies. Very interesting, entertaining. At this moment, there are several adventurers who have turned into zombies in the secret realm, screaming and chasing other adventurers. The show effect is full, making the atmosphere on the scene very joyful. For adventurers, playing as a zombie is a very curious experience. This kind of secret realm gameplay full of social elements and interactivity is unprecedented, and it has been highly praised for a while. The core of competitive gameplay lies in people against people. Why is this kind of game enduring, and its operating life is far longer than that of RPGs dominated by plots or numerical growth? Because the victory and defeat, strategy and operation of each game are different. Each game is a new beginning, constantly resetting the sense of freshness and expectation. Of course, Secret Realms cannot only focus on lifespan. Output is also an important criterion. Chi-Ji found that for the same 30 minutes of adventure time, the output of Frenzy Competitive Spirit is lower than that of plot role-playing, but slightly higher than the average level mode. It can be seen that high-intensity, fast-paced, intensive gunfights can keep adventurers excited. In terms of drops, the advantages and disadvantages are very prominent. Among them, team battles and blasting battles will not produce spirits at all. However, the output probability of firearms is quite good, and it may become a major channel for the supply of guns in Miracle City in the future. In any case, the new competitive mode is very successful. It is beneficial to Miracle City. It seems that the content that has been reserved can be updated for a long time. Chi-Ji has a lot of update reserves. There are nearly 10 kinds of various gameplay ideas. For example, a more cutting-edge and more interesting battle royale. The success of the chicken-eating mode has been widely verified in various markets. For example, Chi-Ji has also prepared a team-upgraded battlefield gameplay, allowing adventurers to fight in a rain of bullets, closer to the real battlefield environment, which is more exciting. Various content, very rich, will be released gradually in the future, to ensure that adventurers always have a sense of anticipation. And this is enough to make any adventurer who loves shooting and competition addicted for a long time. At this moment, Secret Hall, Bianhua and Baihe Jusher are facing off. The former pulled Feng Zhongmian, Wanchuan Sanren and others to form the Huangquan team. The latter pulled Panshi, Tiexin, and many other retired old guys from Blackstone Town to form the Lao Tulu team. They chose the blasting mode gameplay, and the map they are in is the most classic Desert Gray, and they are currently engaged in a fierce game. Come on, old Dean. Leader Higanhua will win this duel. It is highly anticipated. Many people came to watch. After all, this is a duel between the young generation of new representatives of Blackrock Town and the old generation of adventurers. The first round, the Huangquan team was wiped out before they even had a chance to place the C4 bomb. Damn it! Wanchuan Sanren was indignant. He actually spent 288 contribution points to buy an M110 sniper rifle from the competition store, which can give him an advantage in long-range firefights and ambushes. Feng Zhongmian couldn't help but say, spend 288 contribution points to buy a virtual weapon. I can't believe that the old Dean would do such an irrational thing. This gun can be exchanged for competition points. It's a complete waste to spend so many contribution points. Unexpectedly, Higanhua also took out an M110 as soon as he finished speaking. Baihe Jusher can buy it. Can't I, Higanhua, afford it? The other four were stunned. Higanbana immediately began to summarize her experience. She asked her 4 men to split into 2 teams to make alternating feints, and finally led the Lao Tula team to Area A for a firefight, while she rushed to Area B alone with a sniper rifle and explosives to place the explosives. Not good. The Lao Tula team immediately became alert. Baihe Jusher, Panshi, and Tiexin rushed to Area B, and Tiexin was killed as soon as he approached. The other 2 immediately hid in different bunkers. Baihe Jusher, be careful, there is an ambush, and she also has a sniper. There is no time. We can only gamble. Panshi took the lead and tried to suppress the firepower with a sweeping fire. If he was lucky enough to hit it, it would be the best. However, Higanbana was very calm and let multiple bullets pass by without being moved. Bang! The rock fell down. Bianhua didn't have time to reload the bullet. She knew that Baihajusher must be aiming at her, so she decisively abandoned her gun and jumped from the ambush point to the back of the wooden box below and took out the M9 pistol. There is no need to fight hard, just delay time. There is only one person left who has no chance to defuse the bomb. The explosion is close at hand. If we fight for a few seconds, we will win. Although Byeonhwa is very decisive, Baihajusher is not a pushover. When he saw Byeonhwa abandon her gun and run away, he quickly shot at the wooden box based on his feeling. Bang! This shot penetrated the wooden box. Adventurer White Crane Monk killed Higanbana. Blackstone Hammer King couldn't help but shout, "Old Dean is awesome!" Killing people through the cover. This operation is amazing. Mingwei Xiaoxue, no time. Hurry up and defuse the bomb. Although the Huangquan team has been annihilated, the bomb has not been defused yet, so there is no winner in this round. When White Crane Monk rushed to C4 to defuse the bomb prompt sound became more and more urgent during the process, and everyone's heart was raised to their throat. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, boom! The explosion shook the sky. The flames rose. It was only 1 second or even half a second away from successfully defusing the bomb. But the explosives exploded in such a limited time. In the secret hall, everyone who supported the Lao Tula team sighed with regret, while the adventurers who supported the Huangquan team cheered. Very exciting game. The competitive mode is quite enjoyable to watch. It is normal for adventurers to have such thoughts. After all, in another world, CS is one of the pioneers of esports culture. Even in the era of mobile internet, with various high-quality esports games emerging in an endless stream, it still has its own place and naturally has excellent viewing value. Then, the third game started, and Byeonhwa changed her tactics again. She led the team to confront Lao Tuli's team head-on. During this process, Feng Zhongmian was sent with a bomb to look for an opportunity. However, this plan was seen through by Baihajusher. He ambushed in advance, but deliberately waited until the bomb was installed before killing Feng Zhongmian. He defuses the bomb before Byeonhwa arrives and ends the game directly. In the end, 2 wins out of 3 games. Lao Tuli's team won. Byeonhwa exited the secret realm with a depressed face. It was discovered, the old fox is really cunning. Baihajusher smiled and said, "You have done a very good job. If the other teammates are more powerful, we may not win." Pancher asked, "Do you want to play another game?" Wanchuan Sanren was very interested. He likes such shooting games. Higanbana, forget it, although the competitive mode is fun, I still prefer Ashina. Let's stop here today. I will continue to return to Ashina to complete my mission and save my son of God. Baihajusher nodded. The same goes for me. For the 2 big guys. The competitive mode does have a unique charm. However, compared to this fast-paced, high-intensity, strategic competitive competition, I still prefer immersive role-playing and a more immersive story world. It is not difficult to see. Miracle City can firmly maintain its basic market in the future with its never-boring competitive mode and level mode. Even if no major updates are launched in 3 or 2 years, the popularity of adventurers will not be bad. The story's secret realm with deep role-playing is the real trump card. The first batch of adventurers who tried the frenzy competitive gameplay have completed the challenge one after another. 1/3 of the adventurers teamed up with the later adventurers to play the competitive mode, while the others returned to the frenzy plot and the 10 Kingdoms Ashina chapter. Team competition is so exciting, especially when you get a pentakill. Alas, although competition is very much to my taste, I have limited energy at the moment and can't play for too long. So in the end, we are too weak. From today on, our goal is to break through and must be upgraded to the 2nd level. After the Hammer Pig, Chicken and Dog team withdrew from the frenzy competition, although they felt that they were still not satisfied with the hearty gunfight, they did not choose to continue the challenge and went to play the frenzy plot or Ashina country. Nancy Leah was not in a hurry to continue challenging the secret realm. She noticed several newcomers in the hall, who were the flower fairy Iris, the dwarf Jinba, the dog-headed man Luke, etc., who had just joined Miracle City and became adventurers. Although Miracle City had added dozens of alien adventurers, they were obviously very inconspicuous among the 1,700 adventurers. Nancy Leah thought about it for a while. She felt it necessary to take care of and guide the newcomers. Let these foreign adventurers from the local area better integrate into Miracle City. Future foreign adventurers. They can also form their own small circle. The 3 indigenous tribal leaders ended their first adventure in life, challenging the frenzy novice level. Iris was shocked. Too real, too incredible. Is this really a secret world? Why do I feel like I have entered a completely real world? Jinba said, The architecture and equipment in this world are full of imagination. Luke was wolfing down a box of chocolates. What is this? It's so delicious. Nancy Leah is used to it. Almost all the newcomers are the same. There are many incredible places in Miracle City. I suggest you read more and learn more. You will definitely gain something. Well, Luke, what's wrong with you? The dog-headed man suddenly foamed at the mouth. He pointed at the half-eaten chocolate in his hand and couldn't speak. Nancy Leah had never seen such a situation, so she shared Luke's chocolate with the flower fairy and the dwarf. After tasting it, the two tribal leaders did not feel any discomfort and felt that the chocolate was very delicious. In the end, only one conclusion could be drawn. Dogs can't eat chocolate, but fortunately, Luke is strong and healthy. Although he was slightly poisoned, he was not dangerous. In addition to chocolate, they also brushed out basic supplies such as ice cola and ice beer. What kind of life did we live before? Such a fine wine can be obtained so easily. The secret realm of Miracle City is not only wonderful, but also very generous in terms of the output of materials. These new aliens don't know much about Miracle City at present. They have been completely conquered by just experiencing the novice level of the secret realm and brushing some ordinary materials. It is indeed the right choice to join Miracle City. I just want to move all the tribesmen in as soon as possible to live a good life. Nancy Leah walked around the hall with the three leaders and watched. When the crazy corpse tide of the frenzy world and various biochemical monsters appeared in front of them, when they saw the mystery of the Ashina Kingdom, and the combat performance of various masters with their own eyes, they really realized a corner of the powerful strength and heritage of Miracle City. At this time, in a certain direction, everyone come here. The old president is about to rescue the Son of God. Nancy Leah was also shocked to hear this. What's going on? Someone is about to rescue the Son of God? It can't be so fast. She didn't bother to explain to the three aliens. She ran to the secret crystal and watched. The controller of this secret crystal is Sanju. He did not experience the new gameplay competition mode. As soon as he entered the secret realm, he began to explore the main city of Ashina Castle. He encountered the interception of the Fire Bull and the Ashina 7 Spears. This Fire Bull is a huge beast. Every collision has a powerful power. One collision is enough to threaten a second-level master. As for the Ashina 7 Spears, it is probably a kind of samurai general. However, the weapon used is not a samurai sword but a spear. The overall strength is slightly stronger than the samurai general. Sanju died twice before winning. After eliminating the Fire Bull and one of the Ashina 7 Spears, Sanju began his journey of flying over the eaves and walls in Ashina Castle. The main city consists of a large castle tower and several small castle towers, and a large number of turrets form a complex building complex. The staggered layout forms a three-dimensional defense system. It is difficult for ordinary troops to invade, but it is like a paradise for ninjas who fly high. Sanju moved with his ninja prosthetic hand. The whole process was completely off the ground, flying between various buildings. The adventurer was amazed to appreciate this exotic main city in Japan from a close distance. However, Ashina Castle is now in a precarious situation and is surrounded by enemies. Therefore, traces of ninja activities can be seen everywhere between the buildings near the castle tower. Some are Ashina Castle's own Jiang people, and some are from outside Ranbua people, and even dying people. So there are dangers everywhere. Once ninjas from different camps meet on a narrow road, a bloody battle will break out. Sanju tried his best to avoid unnecessary battles, but even so, he paid several lives and barely approached the castle tower. I can feel the breath of the Son of God. Sanju closed his eyes and sensed it carefully. I have a mysterious connection with the Son of God, Hirata Kuro, and he should be on the top of the castle tower at this moment. This is not an illusion. Higanbana commented from outside the secret realm. She said, after I cleared the Hirata Mansion branch, I learned the truth about the dragon son from the Buddha sculptor, and also figured out why we didn't die in the temple 3 years ago. Nancy Leah asked curiously, is it the dragon's power? Yes. Higanbana explained. The dragon's power is a magical power that can be immortal. Hirata Jolong, as the contemporary dragon's son, is the carrier of this power, so he is immortal, and he can use blood as a contract to create a dragon servant, so that he also has the power of immortality. The adventurer suddenly realized it after hearing this. Now many plot doubts and puzzles have been solved. No wonder the wolf didn't die in that situation 3 years ago, but just lost his memory. No wonder Ashina Genichiro was willing to seize the dragon's power to save Ashina at all costs. Nancy Leah couldn't help but ask again, since the power of dragon's heir has such a powerful effect, why don't the Hirata family, Ashina Ishin, and even Jiolong agreed to use it. This point, Higanbana is not very clear. She only knows that the power of Dragon's Air has great side effects. But what exactly is this side effect? She has not yet investigated it clearly. Because the power of Dragon's Air is not the real immortal power, its so-called resurrection is just using the Son of God as a carrier to absorb the vitality of other people in this country. The time traveler stood up and said, "This power is not a gift, but a curse or a conspiracy." It seems that the traveler boss has found new clues. However, this is not the time to discuss the plot, because Sanju has already started to act. Since it is certain that the Son of God is on the top floor of the castle tower, he decides to try to rescue him without anyone noticing. Will it succeed? Others are nervous and expectant. As Ashina Jinichiro values the Son of God so much, he will definitely keep a close watch on him. If he faces this guy again, it's likely to be dangerous. The castle tower is the core of Ashina Castle. There must be hidden talents inside it, even. Sword Saint Ashina Ishin may never be found again, because the rescue is extremely difficult and there are many variables, there are many suspense, which makes everyone look forward to it even more. Chapter 110. Castle Tower. A super large building. It is composed of several buildings with gray tiles and red beams. After Chi-Ji's remake, it has become taller and more majestic. At this moment, it is like a majestic castle, standing in the center of Ashina, firmly occupying the commanding heights, so it is very eye-catching and easy to find. According to the game process, wolves can only be killed layer by layer. Go through several areas in succession, and break through the Ashina school. The boss battle will be triggered when you enter the top floor attic from the roof of the school. However, the secret realm is closer to the real world, and has a higher degree of freedom. After the adventurers confirmed that the Son of God was on the top of the castle tower, how could they honestly explore it bit by bit? The best strategy is to kidnap the Son of God without anyone noticing. Sanju took action. Use the hook rope of the ninja prosthetic hand and climbing methods to directly reach the top floor. The top of the castle tower is a large-scale super high-rise pavilion structure with no walls on all four sides. The view is very wide, overlooking the panoramic view of Ashina Castle town, and the scattered houses and moats on the periphery are clearly visible. Looking east, you can see the snow-capped mountains and mysterious valleys that stretch for hundreds of miles. Looking west, you can see the red maples all over the mountains, which is the area where the Senpo Temple is located. Whether it is Ashina, which is filled with smoke and war, or the snow-capped mountains and red forests in the distance, they are like a picture scroll, accompanied by the gradually dim sunset, showing both solemnity and desolation, and a kind of beauty of decline. Sanju hid under the railings to observe and eavesdrop. There were 3 people on the top of the pavilion. They all knew each other. In addition to Shinsi Jiolong, there was Ashina Jinichiro, and Yongjin, a woman in the dilapidated temple, who claimed to be a pharmacist. The adventurers were very excited. Wow, we finally found the Son of God. It was not easy. We must get him out this time. Strange, it's okay that Jiolong and Jinichiro are here, but why is Miss Yongjin here too? It was she who sent us the secret letter, and almost made us kidnap the Son of God, who is imprisoned in the moon viewing tower. But from the current situation, she seems to be a person of high status in Ashina Castle. So is she a friend or an enemy? Don't talk, just focus on the plot. On the castle tower, Ashina Jinichiro asked, "How is Grandpa's health?" Yongjin said in a low voice with a sad expression, "Ishin's body has been exhausted for a long time. It's a miracle that he can still keep his life." The adventurers were all secretly shocked. Nancy Leah felt a little worried about the fate of Ashina. She said, "Although I knew that Ashina Ishin was old and weak, from the description of the 2 people, it was not just old and weak, but he could die at any time. No wonder the inner court launched a full-scale attack at this time. Ashina seems to be doomed. The situation is hard to reverse." Beside her, the dwarf Jinba, the flower fairy Iris, and the dog-headed man Luke all widened their eyes. These new alien adventurers also felt like they were dreaming. What was presented in the crystal? Is it really just a secret realm? This atmosphere, this scenery, this detail, this exotic city, this immersive story, and the dedication of the adventurers in the secret hall? They really couldn't convince themselves to watch a secret challenge again. This looks like the real world. No, this is the real world. No matter what the adventurers think, the plot in the secret realm is still moving forward. Ashina Jinichiro was silent for a few seconds. He looked down at the Ashina Castle under his feet again, and saw that the city was devastated, and there were traces of war everywhere. Fights of all sizes were going on in all directions, And there was an undercurrent in Ashina Castle. Ninjas from various forces were constantly fighting in secret. Every minute, there were warriors and ninjas from Ashina dying on their own land. It can't be delayed any longer, according to the current trend. This city will fall completely within 3 to 5 days. Genikaro's eyes were fierce. Son of God, I say it again, please sign a contract with me. Hirata Jolong looked into the bloodshot eyes. He felt the crazy breath of a trapped beast. This man was on the verge of losing control. He was very scared but still refused without hesitation. I can't do it, Master Genikaro. This ominous power cannot be used in war, otherwise it will only bring more far-reaching disasters and misfortunes to this land. Genikaro Ashina didn't care about these. I have no choice, and you have no choice either. Jiolong was not frightened and said calmly, even if you encounter setbacks once, you will still abide by the original agreement and will not be constrained by worldly fame and fortune. Only such people can become my ninja. Is that so? Genikaro Ashina looked coldly at the corner. Come out, ninja of the Son of God, I have felt it since you approached here. The adventurers were shocked. No! We have been discovered. It is indeed impossible to rescue the Son of God without anyone noticing. Sanju hesitated for a second. Since he had already alerted the enemy, this battle was inevitable. Even if he ran away, it would not make much sense. It would be better to fight with Genikaro again, a flash. A handsome appearance. Appearing in a half-kneeling posture. Master, I am here to greet you. Sanju has completely entered the state of a wolf. He stood up and drew the sword from his waist and continued, please wait a moment. Genikaro waved his hand gently. Aishin took Jiolong away. The two men with their own missions confronted each other at the top of Ashina. Genikaro said disdainfully, you are just a defeated dog. You are not qualified to fight with me, let alone take away the Son of God. Sanju said, it's hard to say who will win or lose. The wolf's body is recovered to some extent, and it has the assistance of the ninja hand. The current comprehensive performance can reach about the second level, so it is much stronger than in the prologue. Genikaro Ashina is very strong. However, Sanju had fought with Ashina Genikaro more than a dozen times in the Reed Plains, and later watched the battles between Higanbana, White Crane Monk and Ashina Genikaro. In his current state, he may not be without the strength to fight, but just as he was about to duel with Ashina Genikaro again. Dong dong dong, a burst of hurried footsteps, 20 warriors wearing blue cloth, wooden clogs, long swords on their waists, and with the moon in their hands at the head, broke into the platform, surrounded them immediately. They all drew their swords and took up fighting postures. Master Genikaro, what happened? Did another enemy sneak in? An old man with gray hair and blue clothes came out from behind. He was thin and had eagle-like eyes, and was obviously a master. Genikaro said lightly, Master Sase Shinsuke, I leave this to you. Yes. Genikaro walked away, leaving only Sase Shinsuke with 20 blue-clad warriors to confront Sanju. The adventurers were dumbfounded. How can this be played? These blue-clad warriors are not ordinary Ashina people, but masters who study and practice Ashina swordsmanship in the Ashina dojo. Each of them has the strength close to the leader of the Ashina people. The Ashina master Sase Shinsuke, who is in the lead, is no less powerful than the 7 spears. To put it more bluntly, the adventurer Sanju was surrounded by a second-level 3-star and 21st-level 4-stars, and this is the result of rashly starting the boss battle without clearing the field in time. Chi-Ji would not set up low-level means such as air walls to prevent adventurers from taking shortcuts, but told adventurers in this way that it was almost impossible to skip the castle tower and start the boss battle directly. The ninja of the Son of God? You don't know how much Master Genikaro has sacrificed for Ashina. Although I am just an unknown old servant in the castle tower, I admire Master Genikaro's will very much, and I am also determined to fight for Ashina to the last moment. Let his men step back. He walked in front of him personally. Ashinaryu Sase Shinsuke, please teach me. Sanju attacked without waiting for the opponent to draw his sword, and a cold light quickly slashed in front of the opponent. If he could seize the flaw and quickly kill Sase Shinsuke and escape in the chaos, the other 20 Ashina swordsmen might not be able to stop him in time. Okay. We must strike first. Don't give him a chance to draw his sword. These Ashinaryu swordsmen are bullying the minority with their numbers, and have no martial ethics first. The adventurers just had an idea. They didn't even have time to say it out loud. Sase Shinsuke's eyes flashed, and his right hand was placed on the hilt at an extremely fast speed. The next moment, the two figures crossed each other. Crack! Sase Jinsuke's sword had been sheathed. The crowd did not see the process of drawing the sword to attack. Sanju was swept by two sharp sword beams, and a large amount of blood gushed out immediately. Your sword is too slow. Sanju was in the last moment of consciousness. He heard the voice of the master of the Ashina school. Death. The challenge failed. Sanju left the secret realm. It's not like everyone didn't think they would lose, but if they lost to Ashina Jinakairo, it would be fine. What the hell is this Sase Shinsuke, who suddenly appeared? Feng Zhongyan. What a fast sword. This Sase Shinsuke is so strong. Cat Mingming. There are too many hidden masters in Ashina. This guy should not be a big shot, but he can kill the old president in 1 second. Time Traveler commented. He used Iajutsu, which is a fighting technique in Japan. The essence of it is to accumulate momentum in advance, and then generate powerful explosive power at the moment of drawing the sword. But it's only for a moment. This kind of explosive power will definitely not last long. Baihajusher nodded and said, this Sase Shinsuke uses II to perform Ashina swordsmanship. The first 2 moves are the fastest and most dangerous, and must be prepared or avoided in advance. I see. Don't be impatient to beat him. Predict the attack first and dodge or defend in time. Every II requires momentum, and this is the time to counterattack. Whoa warrior, even if we don't count Sase Jinsuk, there are still about 20 Ashina-ryu swordsmen, each of whom is very powerful. It is almost impossible to deal with them alone. That's true. You still can't challenge Ashina Jinakairo directly. I think the right thing to do is to sneak into the castle tower, and find a way to clear out the miscellaneous soldiers and masters inside first. This is the only way to ensure that you will not be affected in the battle with Jinakairo. Although it is difficult, I like it. All of a sudden, adventurers from all walks of life joined in. They discussed tactics one after another. Finally, they came up with a new idea and way of playing. They also learned from the experience of this failure. Instead of climbing directly to the top of the castle tower, they sneaked into the castle tower and carried out actions and explorations in this huge building. The castle tower is like a castle. The adventurers quickly worked together to study the structure. Feng Zhongmian concluded, from the reconnaissance of the big guys. The castle tower is divided into many areas, such as the Ashina Dojo, the Samurai living area, the Soldier living area, etc. The Ashina swordsmen led by Sase Shinsuke are near the Ashina Dojo. This place is not far from the top of the castle tower, so they can receive the signal in time and initiate support at the first time, so they must be connected. What we adventurers have to do is to use the skills of ninjutsu to clear out the samurai led by Sase Shinsuke and the miscellaneous soldiers before alarming Ashina Jinakairo. In this way, there will be no interference in the battle with Jinakairo. It's easy to say. It's hard to do. Although the size of the remake castle tower is nearly twice that of the original, so the distance between the patrolling samurai is far away, but this is after all an environment close to the real world. Once the battle cannot be resolved quickly. Once there is too much noise. The sound of fighting and shouting will be heard immediately. Once the enemies are attracted, they will die even if they have 3 heads and 6 arms. This part can be regarded as a test of whether the integration between the adventurer and the wolf is high enough. Only by fully playing the role of the wolf can various assassination skills be fully and smoothly displayed, and only in this way can the scene be cleared without anyone noticing. Although it is very difficult. But this kind of tense and exciting infiltration assassination itself is very interesting. The adventurers worked together to explore and move forward. When they saw that Sanju had gone through a hard battle and died 6 times, he finally cleared out the patrolling and alert Ashina swordsmen in the Ashina dojo. They were overjoyed. Well done, old president. As expected of you, Senior Sanju. Have you written down all the routes? Don't worry, I've been taking notes. The difficulty of the castle tower caused the old president to die 6 or 7 times. If it were me, I would have died dozens of times. Fortunately, Sanju and the seniors have figured out the routes and strategies, so that we can save a lot of pain. It's so lucky to have the big guys paving the way. Don't talk yet, there's only one left, and the main dojo of Ashina is ahead. Everyone was nervous. Sanju pushed open the door of the main dojo. This is a room of 400 or 500 square meters. It can accommodate at least 30 people to practice swordsmanship inside. Sase Shinsuke was kneeling in the middle and closing his eyes to rest. When he heard the sound of the wooden door being pushed open, he slowly opened his eyes, stood up directly from his kneeling position, and put his right hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist. Another ninja who broke in. He's really looking for death. The battle is about to start. Sanju learned from his lesson, and threw 3 darts directly. Since Sase Jinsuke is good at sword drawing, if he draws his sword in advance, won't he destroy the momentum he has accumulated? Unexpectedly, Sase Shinsuke used his scabbard to deflect the dart and quickly approached. Danger! Sanju saw that the opponent's right hand had already placed on the hilt of the knife. Dang dang! Sparks flew everywhere. 2 flashes of knife light collided out of thin air. Sanju relied on his sense to make a prediction in advance and completed the deflection of the knife. Sase Shinsuke's eyes were stunned. He obviously didn't expect that this ninja was so sharp that he could block his perfect Ashina-style cross-slash. Good opportunity. Swing the knife to counterattack. After several consecutive exchanges, he was repelled. Sase Shinsuke's face changed slightly and retreated half a step. He sheathed the knife again and performed II. 2 blade lights, one horizontal and one vertical, were slashed out at a speed that was difficult to distinguish with the naked eye, so fast that the naked eye could hardly see clearly. Dang dang, relying on the wolf's crisis warning. In addition to the operation of prejudgment, Sanju successfully deflected the knife again in the moment of life and death. Although the opponent's Ashina-style cross-slash was indeed very fast, it lacked changes, and could be resisted as long as it was predicted in advance. The 2 sides fought for several rounds, and Sase Jinsuke gradually fell into a disadvantage and showed flaws. Sanju bounced his weapon away and stabbed his neck with a knife. Blood gushed out, and revenge was successfully completed. Success? The other adventurers were overjoyed. Although this opponent is not weak, he is just like the Red Demon and the 7-gun, and has not reached the level of a real strong man. Sanju said in a deep voice, "The next battle we are going to face is the key. There is no time to waste." He immediately went to the castle tower. This time, Jinakaro did not wave anyone. The 2 sides set up their fighting postures in the castle tower and clashed. Ashina Jinakaro could clearly feel it. The ninja of the Son of God has made great progress compared to the previous 2 days. Although Sanju failed to defeat Ashina Jinakaro in the prologue, he fought with him for more than 10 rounds, and the time in the secret realm was only 2 or 3 days away from now. In such a short time, Jinakaro has not changed much. His fighting style is still various Ashina-style swordsmanship, and sometimes he uses bows and arrows to pose a threat. Although it is very difficult to deal with, it is much easier than in the reed plane. Sanju is not only in a much better physical condition than at that time. He also has the assistance of ninja prosthetics, as well as various darts and props. In addition, various ninja skills have returned to his body, allowing him to have the ability to use various skills. Sanju relies on his current strength, accumulated experience, and observation of Higanbana and the White Crane monk's understanding of Jinakaro's fighting style, and gradually gains the upper hand in this fierce confrontation. Finally, he seizes a flaw. The wedge pill pierces the neck at a tricky angle. The moment it is pulled out, blood gushed out. This injury would kill an ordinary person. You become stronger. But it's not over yet. Jinakaro took off his armor and helmet, and his skin turned pale. A lot of black lines and aura were constantly spreading and corroding his hands and body. He raised his head, his eyes were filled with evil red light, and the wounds that were originally fatal were also recovering at a very fast speed. As long as I can save Ashina, I will control the power no matter how much it violates human ethics and the way of heaven, even if it means turning into an evil ghost. Today I will let you see the thunder of Tomo. Hakuro Jusha reminded, not good. It's this power again. Don't give him a chance to attack.